Chapter 541 Invitation. When she arrived at the door of Duan Mu Huai's apartment again, Mary seemed a little nervous. But she still took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Who? It's me. Mr. Duan Mu. Mary Clarissa. Oh. Come in. Soon. The door opened, and Mary saw a maid with long brown hair standing there, bowing to her. She didn't know much about this maid. She only remembered that she was responsible for flying the plane to send them out of Antarctica. Of course, Mary was fully focused on her friends at that time. But now, she also bowed respectfully to the maid, who welcomed Mary in. When she came to the living room under the guidance of the maid, Mary could see Duan Mu Huai sitting on the sofa, flipping through a pile of letters in his hand out of boredom. Yo! Seeing Mary, Duan Mu Huai waved at her without any gentlemanly manners, and then threw the letters aside. The old world is full of things to do. What era is this? There are still tea parties, dinners, and banquets. Do you think these people have nothing to do? Is this an invitation to you? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's complaints, Mary somewhat understood. Although she had two noble ladies, Xiaoli and Angelica, as friends, she was just a middle-class student. Even if she had learned similar banquet etiquette, she didn't hope to use it in this regard. Moreover, such banquets were usually attended by noble ladies in the social circle. Girls like Mary, who were considering work rather than marriage and having children after graduation, didn't need to care about such connections. You're just treating me like a peep show. How's your friend? Ah, Xiaoli is doing fine. She is currently recuperating in a sanatorium. She also wrote to me before. Oh, all right. Duan Mu Huai nodded, and then began to flip through the letters in his hand. Looking at Duan Mu Huai, Mary suddenly felt a little nervous, which was normal. Although Xiaoli had lost her memory and Angelica didn't know about his existence, Mary knew that her friends could live a familiar daily life again, thanks to this kind gentleman. Not to mention that he spent a lot of money for all this. Although Miss Lorena once told Mary that this was the responsibility of the tribunal, Mary was not the kind of girl who didn't know how to repay a favor. Therefore, she also hopes to introduce Duan Mu Huai to her two good friends. In what capacity would be better? At this time, Mary suddenly realized that her and Duan Mu Huai's identities seemed a little unclear. Logically speaking, she should be his client at first, but in fact, as a client, Mary did not give Duan Mu Huai any reward. On the contrary, Duan Mu Huai spent a lot of money for her and Xiaoli, which was an astronomical figure. So much so that she could not figure out who was the client. Friends? If you want to say friends, then tea, please. Just as Mary was thinking hard about this, the arrival of the maid interrupted her thoughts. The maid took the teacup, nodded to thank the maid, and then looked at Duan Mu Huai again. Mr. Duan Mu? That's right. That, how should I put it? Although she knew that Duan Mu Huai didn't care about these etiquettes, Mary still spoke carefully and as politely as possible. The holiday is coming soon. Angelica and I are planning to go to the sanatorium to visit Charlie. Angelica will go with her fiancé, Mr. Howard. If you have time, would you like to come with us? At this point, Mary felt that her logic was a bit confusing. Indeed, Mr. Howard was Angelica's fiancé, so it was reasonable for him to meet Charlie. But she and Duan Mu Huai didn't seem to have that kind of relationship. As expected, Duan Mu Huai didn't seem to be very interested in this. I won't join in the fun of your girls' party. Just have fun. It is good. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's answer, Mary sighed silently in her heart. And at this moment, Duan Mu Huai suddenly made a doubt sound. Baskerville? That's interesting. Why? Ever heard of that name? Mary? Ah. Yes. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's question, Mary nodded. The Baskerville family is one of the most famous upper-class families. I have heard of it. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Ah. You mean the Baskerville Hound? As a native of the Fog City, Mary certainly had read the novel about the great detective. And she would not forget that, in fact. The reason why she was familiar with the Baskerville family was precisely because of this story. In other words, this story was known to everyone in the upper and middle classes of the Fog City. The legend of the demon dog, the curse of the Baskerville family, the great detective, and the conspiracy behind it. Not to mention that they were specially compiled into books and published as masterpieces. Yes, the magic dog of the Baskerville family. Duan Mu Huai held up the envelope and shook it at Mary. It seems that the famous detective at the time was not able to completely solve this problem. And now it has fallen into my hands again. Well, hearing this, Mary frowned. I remember. At the end of the novel, Mr. Holmes and his assistant Watson should have caught the criminal. In fact, the Baskerville family was not cursed, and the so-called demon dog was just a slightly larger hound. The whole incident was actually a case deliberately fabricated by the criminal who coveted the Baskerville family's property. Wasn't it? That's what the novel says. But reality seems stranger than fiction. Duanmu Huai opened the letter and read it carefully. Looks like I have something to do. Do you want to come along? This? It is impossible to say that Mary was not moved at all. She was a loyal reader of the book. Apart from anything else, just being invited by the legendary Baskerville family made her quite excited. Not to mention, at present, this matter seemed to have some unclear relationship with the legend of the demon dog. But in the end, the longing for my good friend overwhelmed the joy in my heart. Feel sorry. Well, that's understandable actually. Duanmu Huai shook his head. As expected, there are more things happening on the old road. And it is quite romantic. After all, this is a case that Sherlock Holmes once took action on. Although, from the current point of view, he may have failed? Of course. Maybe not? Anyway, he was still a D-class personnel. Although the incident in Antarctica was a big deal. Because Duanmu Huai destroyed most of the evidence. The Foundation did not give him enough upgrade privileges. At present, this case was more suitable for him. Maybe after dealing with this trouble, he could be promoted to C-class? In this way, we are only one step away from the reality anchor. When Duanmu Huai was about to investigate the matter of the Baskerville's demon dog, Mary and her friends had already boarded the train to visit Shirley at the sanatorium. Sitting on the train, listening to the rhythmic sound of the tracks, Mary sighed silently. To be honest, as a student of the Department of History, Mary did not lack her own ideals. Although she had thought about becoming an archaeologist like her mother, she now had some new ideas. In fact, when Duanmu Huai invited Mary to join the tribunal, Mary had such an idea in her mind. Maybe the birthplace of Holmes, the legend and story of Holmes, is naturally widely spread. In addition to Holmes, the existence of Watson is also quite sought after by everyone. Although they are eager to become Holmes, Watson is obviously a safer object. Following Holmes, recording the cases he experienced, gathered into a book published. And it is also the romance of many young people's hearts. Only Sherlock Holmes. Thinking of this, Mary showed a bitter smile and got along with Duanmu Huai for so long. She also found that although the other party was under the name of detective, she was actually completely different from the famous detective who seemed to be almost unknown, liked to confront each other directly, and then use violence to completely defeat it. This is completely different from Sherlock Holmes. If you were Watson, how would you describe his story? You can't write that he smashed someone's head with a cane. But this seems to be quite interesting. However, Mary, immersed in thinking, did not notice it. Just by her side, her friend's petite Angelica was lingering her cheeks, looking at her dissatisfied. Mary's expression really has something to do with men? Angelica couldn't sit still when she saw her friend's cheeks blushing and her smile on her face as she stared out the window absent-mindedly. Although she was indeed the youngest of the three, compared to Charlie and Mary, Angelica had already been engaged to a trader from the New World and was currently in love. From this point of view, although she was the youngest, her experience in love was much richer than Mary and Charlie. But, really uncomfortable, looking at Mary's side face. Angelica clenched his fist silently. How dare you attack Mary, the one who is most important to us? Yeah, I can never forgive you. Angelica knew that this was not the groundless point. After all, when she encountered a child who was wandering on the street, the other party had said to her, Sister Mary is now the lover of a very powerful boss. To be honest, if possible, Angelica didn't want to believe such nonsense. But the other party was also Mary's friend, and he swore that he saw Mary and a man on the street late at night. Angelica was very worried at the time. She kept wondering if there was a despicable man who took advantage of Mary's distress because of Charlie's coma and teased Mary. Originally, Angelica also planned to find time with Mary. But later, Xiao Li, who was originally unconscious, suddenly disappeared, and returned to sober after returning. A series of things made Angelica too late. In addition, The three people returned to the relationship like before. So she temporarily left the matter behind her head. But now, on the train, seeing her best friend with the expression of a girl in love, she still felt uncomfortable. Who is it? Obviously Mary is not interested in things like men and women, but uses her like a lost child to play with her. This kind of man absolutely cannot be forgiven. Annex. Duimawai sneezed heavily and rubbed his nose. Are you okay, Master Cavaliers? Hearing the sound of sneezing, Lavanna poked her head and looked at him, while Duimawai shook her head. It's okay. It is estimated that someone is thinking about me. As he spoke, Duanmuhuai looked at Lorena. Have you finished reading it? Oh, yes. I have finished it. Hearing Duanmuhuai's inquiry, Lavanna put down the book The Demon of Baskwell in her hand and nodded. From the perspective of the content of the book, the illegitimate child wants to compete for family property. So it uses the crime of guilty of the demon dogs of the Basville family. And at the end of the novel, will the prisoners be caught? Yes. This time the police also investigated from this perspective. Duanmuhuai tapped the file in front of him. Since the incident of the Hound of the Baskervilles, the Baskerville family has become famous in the Foggy City. And in a long series of events after that, the so-called curse seems to have completely disappeared because of the appearance of this novel. But just a few years ago, similar things happened again in the Baskerville family. In short, the Baskerville family was attacked by a huge black demon dog in the manor, and several people died as a result. Among them was the former Baskerville chief, his eldest son and wife, and then his eldest grandson. After receiving the report, the police investigated according to the description in the novel to see if anyone deliberately raised a hound to kill people. The local police also set up a siege and joined forces with the Baskerville family guards to try to catch the black dog. That's the problem. Their encirclement was successful. And then, there were heavy casualties. According to the surviving police officers and guards who were present at the time, they encountered a black hound that looked bigger than a human. It was invulnerable to weapons and went in and out of the fog. The police who tried to stop the black dog were knocked away and died. That night alone, 13 or 14 police officers and guards fell under the claws of the black dog. Because of this, they specifically sought help from the Fog City Police. And then Chief Inspector Lestrade introduced the case to Duanmuhuai. This is also the reason why Duanmuhuai received the invitation from the Baskerville family. But this is not important. If it is a criminal case, it has nothing to do with us. Duanmuhuai bluntly denied the possibility of any real events. The existence of the tribunal is not to deal with ordinary cases of murder and robbery. Let's go back to the cause of the demon incident of the Baskwell family. You should see it in the book. Well, according to records, the Baskerville family's legend about the demon dog originated from an absurd ancestor of theirs. They kidnapped a girl and tried to abuse her. Then the girl ran away in fear. The ancestor who found out that the girl had escaped was furious and sent hounds to chase her. They also chased on horseback. In the end, people found the bodies of the girl and the Baskerville ancestor next to a strange altar. At that time, someone also saw a terrible black dog biting the ancestor. After that, people rumored that it was the evil deeds of the Baskerville ancestor that brought curses and punishment. Apart from the useless literary and artistic processing here, what do you think? In response to Duanmuhuai's question, Lorena thought for a moment. Perhaps the ancestor of the Baskerville family wanted to perform some kind of cult ritual. And that girl was the sacrifice? Yes, I thought so too. Duanmuhuai snapped his fingers. This was why he brought Lorena with him. What they were investigating now was not an ordinary murder case, nor a criminal case. Just as Duanmuhuai said, criminal murder cases had nothing to do with them. The court was more concerned about the evil hidden behind it. Just leave it to Sherlock Holmes to solve the trivial matters of inheritance and murder. What does it have to do with them? So, do you think the ritual was a success or a failure? At this point, I suspect the ritual has failed. Lorena opened the novel in her hand again. Perhaps there was a problem with the procedure. Or perhaps something went wrong, causing the summoned monster to backfire on itself. Yes, this group of cultists have no other abilities, but they are first-rate in courting death. Duanmuhuai curled his lips. Basically, all magic in the Cthulhu world is like this. No matter what magic you use, the first thing it does is kill the summoner. Like the cultist they first met in the manor. He summoned a terrifying snake. And then the snake swallowed the cultist, who summoned him in one gulp. There are basically countless similar things. So it is not difficult to understand Duan Muhui and Lorena's first reaction when they saw this. In summary, this is the information available at this time. Duan Muhui reached out and touched the black cat and white rabbit that popped their heads out of his pocket. As for the rest, I think we'll know when we get there. After that, Duan Muhui and Lorena came to the Devonshire police station and reported their identities. Then they were taken to the morgue where the bodies were stored. To be honest, I'm not someone who believes in myths and legends. The fat forensic doctor in a white coat walked in front of Duan Muhui, moving his feet with difficulty while speaking. But to be honest, what I saw this time really scared me. You also participated in the blockade that night? No. Of course not. The fat medical examiner shook his head. With my body, I was just delivering meat. But the people of Devonshire will never forget what happened that night. The gunshots, the screams, the shouts. To be honest, this quiet place has never been so noisy. When I was woken up by the emergency call, it was already like this. So, do you have any clues to offer about the Baskervilles? Including the previous victims? Oh, of course. The fat forensic doctor came to the desk, then stood on tiptoe with difficulty, opened the top of the filing cabinet, and took out several autopsy reports. Let's go in order. First is old Baskerville. He is a very respected doctor, and a very decent man. He was found lying on the path outside his manor in the early morning. He had no external injuries. The examination results showed that he had a heart attack. For an old man in his 80s, this is not a surprise. So it was filed as an accident. Of course, the police conducted an investigation and concluded that old Baskerville went out for a walk, became ill on the way back, and then collapsed. It was ordinary. So it was not surprising. As he spoke, the fat forensic doctor took out another file. Next is his son, Mr. Childs. He died in the evening. After dinner, according to testimony, he and his wife went out for a walk after dinner and never came back. As it got dark, others began to worry. They went out to look for them and found the bodies of the two men. Their necks were torn open. The bodies were horrible. It was obvious that they were attacked by some large animal. However, I think you also know that there are no large animals in this area. There are not even a few wolves. Having said that, the fat forensic doctor took a breath. Then, there was their son Fred. He was very angry and sad about the death of his parents and believed that it was done by a wild beast. So he took the hounds, gathered a team of people and a large number of hounds, and went up the mountain, vowing to find the beast that killed his parents. And then he sent himself away. Yes. The fat forensic doctor sighed helplessly. His head was smashed into a pulp. The autopsy showed that he had been hit in the head by a bear. God, I didn't even know there were bears in Devon. Then this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the demon dog. Oh, that's right. But many people who went up the mountain at that time testified that they didn't see a bear. Instead, they saw a terrifying black hound that was taller than a human. Then we set a trap and tried to catch the beast. Having said this, the fat forensic doctor paused and took a breath. Well, facts speak louder than words. You will know when you see it. As he spoke, the fat forensic doctor walked to the morgue and opened the door. Chapter 542 Demon Dog. Clatter. The biting cold air came over him. Duan Muhui walked forward and watched a body being pulled out of the morgue. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had round eyes and looked very panicked. But that was not the point. The point was the scar on his chest. On the naked chest of this man, there were 4 marks that looked like they had been torn by a ferocious beast. Just by looking at it, one could guess that it was a monster like a giant bear that grabbed the victim's chest. And the sharp claws tore his muscles and bones, leaving marks. Duan Muhui stretched out his hand to compare it. It was still smaller than his palm. Did you detect any traces? Hair or something? We found hair similar to that of wild animals at the wound site. But we don't know what animal left it there. As he spoke, the fat forensic doctor pulled away the body next to him again. It was also hit by that beast. Looking at the corpse in front of him, the fat forensic doctor shook his head. Can you believe it? The test results show that this person was killed by a truck traveling at a speed of at least 150 kilometers per hour. But where can you find a truck that can travel at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour in the deep mountains? Just as the fat forensic doctor said, The chest of the man in front of him was completely cracked and sunken, looking like the marks left by a violent impact. But to say it was a truck was obviously a bit exaggerated. But Duanmu Huai could understand the fat forensic doctor's fear. This was not the ignorant superstition or prejudice of a country bumpkin, but an unbelievable and incredible conclusion drawn through existing scientific technology. So, what you mean is that there is one about 2 meters tall in the mountains nearby. Duanmu Huai compared the scars on the previous corpse. A demon dog that can travel at speeds of over 150 kilometers per hour? That's beyond my advice. Sir. The fat forensic doctor smiled bitterly and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Even in such a cold place as the morgue, he seemed unable to stop sweating. To be honest, I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know. I'm just a forensic doctor. I'm just giving the answers I got from my investigation based on my job. Of course, if you ask me for my personal opinion, I'll go home immediately after get off work instead of spending time in the pub. Maybe most people here will do the same until all these cursed troubles are completely resolved. Well, what about the rest of the body? Most of them have been taken away by their families. These two are guards from other places. Their families have not arrived yet, so they are left here. Who should I go to if I want to know more details about that night? You can go find Sheriff Tester. He's been in a bad mood lately. Well, you'll understand when you meet him. Duanmu Huai quickly understood what the fat forensic doctor meant. In fact, when he arrived at the sheriff's office, he saw an old policeman with a haggard face and a depressed spirit. This was also normal. According to the fat forensic doctor, he was responsible for leading the team to go hunting with the young master of Baskerville that night. But so many policemen died later, which was obviously not a good thing for him as a superior. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't have to spend much effort to open the mouth of this decadent sheriff. Strictly speaking, I may not know much more than you do. Sheriff Tester leaned back in his chair, fiddling with a pipe in his hand, and spoke calmly. I was commissioned by Fred at the time. He insisted that a wild beast in the mountains attacked his parents and killed them. I also saw the scene at the time, out of responsibility to the local residents. I certainly would not allow bloodthirsty man-eating beasts to roam here. But why choose night? Duanmu Huai raised his own questions. To be honest, I think there is no stupider choice than going into the mountains at night. I thought so too. But unfortunately, Mr. Fred doesn't think so. Sheriff Tester sighed helplessly. I tried to dissuade him at the time, hoping that he would wait until morning, and then we would set out after we were fully prepared. But at that moment, a strange howling sound suddenly emerged outside. Howling? Yes. It sounded like a wolf and a dog. But I have never heard such a strange howl. Fred also heard the sound at that time. He immediately gathered the guards of the Baskerville family and went into the mountains to try to find and kill the beast. As a policeman, I certainly couldn't watch him take risks. So I took my people and followed Mr. Fred into the mountains. At this point, Sheriff Tester's expression began to become a little stiff. Like you said, going into the mountains late at night is not a good idea. We tried our best to prepare, bringing flashlights and hunting dogs. To be honest, we didn't know what we were looking for. Maybe a wolf. Or a wild dog. The temperature in the mountain was very low, and it was foggy. We were wandering around like headless flies and had no clues. Then, screams suddenly rang out. Screams? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and Sheriff Tester nodded. Yes, it was Mr. Fred's scream. We didn't know what happened to him. But at that time, his shrill scream was as if he had seen the most terrifying and crazy thing in the world. Then, the hounds in our team seemed to have noticed something. They started screaming desperately, broke free from their collars, and ran away like the wind. Then, there were gunshots. We thought the team ahead had encountered something, so we hurried over. As Sheriff Tester spoke, he stretched out his hand, clenched his fists, and his face was stiff. But when we got there, it was too late. There were only bodies. Bodies everywhere. Fred's guards. And my good policemen. Oh, sorry. I lost my temper a little. But it really made me unforgettable. Maybe I should have stopped Fred at the time. Maybe it would have been better that way. Then we went down the mountain. Sheriff Tester sighed. Everyone was terrified at the time, fearing that they would be the next to die in the mountains. So we desperately ran to the foot of the mountain and returned to the bottom. Then we huddled together, shivering all night. And only at dawn the next day did we go to the mountains again to collect the bodies. All right. I got it. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai and Lorena looked at each other, then reached out and touched the black cat in their pockets. Has there been any similar incidents since then? Like howling? Or seeing any monsters? No. Everything was normal after that. As if we just had a nightmare that night. Oh. I wish it was really a nightmare. Who else is in the Baskerville household now? The old butler should be here. Many people have left. And there should be a few servants left. The only one left is Fred's wife, Baroness Vivian Baskerville. It's a pity that she has been married to her husband for less than 2 years and has encountered such a thing. I am really ashamed to see her. Oh, by the way, the eldest daughter of the Bronte family seems to be recuperating here as well. If you meet them, please be sure not to disturb them. Are they in town? Of course not. They were in their own villa. I heard that something happened, so they came here to recuperate. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the name sounded a little familiar. For Mary, it was her first time to come to the resort and appreciate the beautiful scenery. I have to say that compared to the always dark and foggy Fog City, the air here is fresher and the environment is more comfortable. I never thought we could spend Christmas with Charlie. Sitting at the table, drinking tea and eating dessert, Angelica looked at Xiaoli beside her with a smile. The latter's physical condition has improved a lot, but because she had been unconscious in bed for several months, she still needs to undergo physical rehabilitation. Of course, in terms of daily life, Xiaoli has gradually recovered. Me too, by the way. Where's Mr. Howard? He has work to do, but he promised to give us a very expensive gift for Christmas. Then we'll have to wait and see. Mary smiled slightly at Angelica's answer, then looked at Charlie, who smiled bitterly and shook her head. Is there anything going on in town at Christmas? Recently, the town seems to be a bit unable to be flattering. At this moment, Charlie's maid Donna also came to the girls and poured them a cup of tea. Ladies, I implore you not to go out casually. I heard that something seems to have happened here. It is still safe in the house, but it is hard to say outside. Don't worry so much, Donna, Charlie whispered soothingly. Just some country rumors and gossip. That's what you said. But miss, did something happen? Seeing Donna's somewhat anxious expression, Mary asked curiously. This villa is the villa of Charlie's family. After Charlie was captured in the Foggy City, her family brought her back to this villa in the resort. There are not many people responsible for taking care of Charlie here. In addition to Donna, the maid who has been taking care of her, there are only 3 or 4 servants including the doorman and the gardener. And Charlie is the only owner. If it weren't for the arrival of Mary and Angelica, I'm afraid this place would be even more deserted. Of course, Mary and Angelica knew something about Charlie's family. She was not very close to her brothers, and because of this, there was no one to take care of her. Even this Christmas, her brothers would probably be hanging out at high-class dances and dinners, and would not care about their sister. They said there seemed to be a beast nearby. Donna said this while looking out the window anxiously. Although I don't know exactly, everyone is very worried about this situation. Even if it's a stray dog or something, it's enough to make people worry. So I implore everyone not to go out casually. It would be bad if you encounter any danger. Okay, we won't leave here. Originally, Mary and Angelica were planning to accompany Charlie for a walk, but Charlie's health was not very good now. And if there really were wild dogs outside, it would be a threat to Charlie. So the girls all nodded. No matter what, the health safety of their friends is the most important thing now. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also met the poor widow who lost her husband at Baskerville's manor. Hello, Mrs. Baskerville? Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa, carefully looking at the woman in front of him. She did not look very old. Or rather, she looked only slightly older than Mary. Probably in her early 20s. She was wearing a dress made of luxurious silk, and her hair was curled like the young ladies in many anime. She looked a little haggard, and her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, this incident was a huge blow to her. Ah, hello, Mr. Duanmu. Welcome you to the Baskerville Manor. I'm really sorry. Let you see me so embarrassed. No, it's nothing. If you don't mind, can I ask you a few questions? Of course, if I can help. In fact, from Baron, Duanmu did not get any clues. She was just an ordinary noble young woman. On the day of the incident, She stayed at the manor, and did not leave at all. But other than that, she didn't provide Duan Mu Huai with any useful clues. Well, this wasn't surprising. Duan Mu Huai didn't expect to get any useful clues from a widow who had lost several of her relatives in just 1 year. The only thing she could provide was that she always saw the shadow of a terrible hound outside the window before going to bed at night. As if a huge hound was hiding outside the window, trying to kill her as well. As to whether this is true or just an illusion of this poor man, it is unknown. Apart from this poor widow, there were only 6 people in the entire manor. Of course, Duan Mu Huai did not intend to play the game that the murderer was among them. This was not to solve the case. His target was only the big dog. As long as the hound dared to appear again, Duan Mu Huai would beat it with his fists until it could not take care of itself. And then, that would be the end of it. Duan Mu Huai left Lorena with Baroness Baskerville. After all, she was the only one left in this cursed family. Although he didn't know what the strange hound was planning to do. If it wanted to attack again, the Baroness would obviously be a good prey. With Lorena by her side, Duan Mu Huai didn't have to worry about any accidents. After arranging for Lorena to accompany the Baroness, Duan Mu Huai found the butler Robert. He was an old man in his 60s, who had worked at Baskerville Manor since he was young. He was even more familiar with the place than the Baroness, including the horrible legend. Oh! In fact, my ancestors once appeared in Dr. Watson's novel. They are Mr. and Mrs. Badry. The butler. They are my grandfathers. To be honest, my family has served the Baskerville family for generations, whether before or now. The old man seemed very talkative, or perhaps a little excited. But to be honest, this incident is even more bizarre than in the novel. You know, sir, I never believe in those legends about demon dogs. In my opinion, what is written in the novel is the truth. Some people try to use such stories to frame others. Alas, this time must be the same. Well, would you mind telling me the original version of this story? Original? That's the first part. Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hand and pointed at the portraits hanging on the walls of the living room. Those were portraits left by the former patriarch of the Baskerville family, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, I'm afraid I don't have much to say about that part. The old housekeeper shook his head. The story I heard is similar to what you all know. Or rather, it is the story that all members of the Baskerville family have heard since childhood. Of course, if you ask me, it is at best just a fairy tale that warns people not to do evil in order to avoid having their throats bitten by the devil dog. Do you have any information to provide about the legendary patriarch of the Baskerville family? Each family will always have 1 or 2 losses. Sir, Baskerville is no exception. Although he looks a polite person on the surface. In fact, he has a rough temperament and always visits some fox friends and dog friends. Although this is not good, the people around him were afraid of him and his friends. Strolling, shouting. It's like a group of savages. Is he always like this? Almost. Since he was a child. It seemed that he had been incompatible with others. His temper was not angry. And it was easy to get angry. He often had to do it with the wealth of the Baskerville family. What bad friends. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment. So what happened after he died? Did his cronies show up again? Of course. They are just around him. And the flies who are eager for his money and wealth. So as soon as he dies, those fox friends and dog friends will naturally disperse. Alright. Duan Mu Huai shrugged. Then, I think there should be that ancestor's room here as well? I wonder if you could take me to have a look. Of course not. Chapter 543 Waiting for the Dog. Duan Mu Huai did not find any useful clues in his ancestor's bedroom, which was normal. It happened more than 100 years ago, and many people have lived here since then. If there was anything useful, it would not be Duan Mu Huai's turn to search. At least from the surface. There were no clues here. However, Duan Mu Huai doesn't care. The clues are mainly used to improve task evaluation. If you can find the best, you will not find it if you can't find it. After all, he did not come here to find any clues. You want to live in the yard? I have to say that when the old housekeeper heard Duan Mu Huai's request, the whole person was stunned. Please don't do that. Sir, we have plenty of guest rooms. Is this a guest room issue? Duan Mu Huai waved his hand and interrupted the old housekeeper's speech. We are here for the demon dog. You don't think the dog will knock on the door and then sneak into the house. It is only easy to catch it outside. If it is in the house, it will not be so easy. But, that being said, The old housekeeper also had to admit that the words of Duimawai did make sense. But the problem was, where do you plan to live? It doesn't matter. It's best if it has a good view, can be sheltered from the wind and rain, and can see the yard at a glance. We have a hut that cares about mountains and forests. There is. The old housekeeper was talking about a small house on the back hill of Baskerville Manor. It was located halfway up the mountain and had a panoramic view of the entire manor. Originally, this was a place to guard the forest and hunters lived there. But after what happened before, no one dared to live here anymore. For Duimawai, this place was just right. However, in the next few days, it is calm. It's really a ghost. Sitting in front of the window, looking at the dark forest outside, Duimawai couldn't help but complain. He finally wanted to do something. But the dog didn't come? Did it get scared and ran away before? It shouldn't be possible. To be honest, Duimawai has not been idle these days. He goes out to stroll in the forest every night. But he hasn't seen a single ghost. There is no good news from Lorena either. She just said that the lady seems to be more relaxed because she has someone to accompany her. As for the demon dog, I definitely didn't see any. I don't want to stay here for a year and a half. While stroking the black cat and white rabbit in his arms, Duimawai complained. The Baskerville family hoped that they could stay here. After all, their family had plenty of money. If they could hire someone to protect the manor, it would not be a big deal for them to spend some money. But Duimawai obviously did not have so much time to waste. It's impossible for me to stay here for a year or two. In this case, come on, Lingnu, let's go out for a walk again. Thinking of this, Duimawai stood up, pushed open the door of the wooden house again, and walked out. It was already late at night, and because of the dark clouds, the moonlight could not shine into the forest, and the whole forest was dark. But for Duimawai, these were obviously minor problems. He carried a flashlight and strode through the forest, making a series of footsteps. It was obvious that Duimawai was luring his prey. If the demon dog was really lurking in the forest, it would definitely not let him go. Although I thought so. But I have been turning around for several days. But Duimawai didn't find even a single dog hair. No reason? Walking in the forest, Duimawai was speechless. Meow. Just as Duimawai was thinking, the black cat that had been lying in his pocket suddenly poked its head out and called out to the distance. Hearing the black cat's call, Duimawai was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked to the other side. Could it be that this guy ran away to some other place? Walala. Hot water poured down from the showerhead, covering the girl's body. Mary took a deep breath. Then she lowered her head and soaked her body in the bathtub. The guest room at Xiao Li's house is bigger than the apartment she rented in Fog City. And the bathroom is also. But I've gotten used to it. After all, it's very comfortable to soak my whole body in the bathtub. Xiao Li seems to be fine and recovering smoothly. So, crash. However, at this moment, Mary suddenly heard some sound coming from outside the window, which made her startled. She quickly raised her head and looked towards the window. Who is it? There was a silence outside, only the sound of the night breeze blowing through the forest. Was the leaves hung the window? Recalling that Donna had warned them before that there might be wild animals in the mountains, Mary became nervous. She quickly wiped her hair, changed her clothes, walked out of the bathroom, came to the window, and looked out carefully. She saw that the forest outside was dark, and only a few dim streetlights illuminated the ground near the mansion. But under the dim streetlights, everything around seemed even darker. Maybe I just heard it wrong. Thinking of this, Mary shook her head, then turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a hurried knock on the door. Boom boom. Boom boom. Who is it? Yes. It's me. Axie? Hearing her friend's voice, Mary was stunned for a moment. But she still came to the bedroom door and opened it. Then Mary saw her best friend, the petite and lovely Angelica, who was standing at the door with a pale face, looking at her anxiously. What's wrong? What happened? Yeah? I don't know. Angelica seemed a little nervous. I think I saw something scary outside just now. It was just outside the window. There seemed to be a monster. Monster? Mary's heart skipped a beat when she heard what Angelica said. Maybe for Angelica, this was just an illusion. But for Mary, this was not something she could just laugh off. Where? Take me to see. Angelica nodded and took Mary to her room. Her room was next to Mary's, and it was also designed as a bedroom and bathroom. At least from the outside, there was not much difference between here and Mary's room. Angelica took Mary into her room and pointed at the window with some uneasiness. Just now, Axie was going to do homework after taking a shower. Suddenly he heard a strange voice from outside. And then Ahe looked up and saw that there seemed to be something terrible monsters jumped out of the window. Although Ahe also felt that it was wrong. Mary took the flashlight and came to the window, looking out, and still could not see anything. Maybe you saw it wrong. Mary looked out the window carefully, then turned back to look at Angelica and smiled. Don't worry, Axie. I think it should just be an illusion. You may have seen the shadow of the light. I've mistaken it. Roar! However, before Mary finished her words, a low roar suddenly came from outside. It was obviously not a human voice, but more like the roar of some terrifying monster. This also startled Mary and Angelica. Mary hurriedly turned her head and looked out the window again, but still saw nothing. So she reached out her hand without hesitation, opened the window, and leaned her whole body out. And Mary, be careful. Angelica was even more shocked to see her friend's bold move. She even ignored her fear and ran to Mary and reached out to grab her clothes. However, Mary looked around carefully, but still found nothing. No. Nothing? I didn't see anything. Mary shook her head and closed the window again. And now Angelica grabbed Mary's pajamas nervously and looked at her. Mary, why don't I sleep with you tonight? All right. Mary was not surprised by Angelica's request. After all, Angelica was still young. And the sound just now did not sound like an unexpected sound. Although she did not know what was going on, she let Angelica sleep with her for safety. The reason why I didn't tell Xiaoli was that after all, Xiaoli was also recuperating, and it would not be good to disturb her for such groundless things. Soon, Angelica cleaned up and followed Mary to leave the room. However, when Mary left the room, she suddenly saw a dark shadow on the wall of the corner of her eyes. This made Mary suddenly stunned and turned her head subconsciously to look behind her. However, it was still pitch black outside the window, and she could not see anything. Mary stared at the darkness outside the window. She didn't know why, but she always had a bad feeling, as if something was staring at her fiercely in the darkness, as if it would jump out of the darkness, break the glass, and then, Mary? The voice of Angelica came, and Mary returned to God. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. Recovering her mind, Mary once again glanced at the dark forest outside the window, then retracted her gaze and left the room with Angelica. Cut. One step late. Standing deep in the forest, looking at the Western-style house not far below, Duanmu Huai smacked his lips. He reached out and grabbed the tree trunk next to him. He saw that the tree trunk, which was several meters thick, had a mark that seemed to have been torn by the claws of some monster. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai seemed to be a step too late. The monster seemed to have sensed his approach and had already fled. It's really troublesome. I'm not good at this. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, knocked on the tree trunk next to him, and sighed helplessly. Compared with tracking, he was actually better at waiting. Duanmu Huai was not afraid that the enemy would not come, but he was afraid that they would go around him. Just like the monster now, it was obvious that it could sense Duanmu Huai's presence, so it would slip away long before Duanmu Huai arrived. This was actually very normal. Just like a tiger and a fox in the mountains, the latter would not be stupid enough to jump directly on the tiger's face. But if it does not rush directly to Duanmu Huai's face, it is difficult to catch such a monster in the old forest in the deep mountains. Just like before, Ling Nu had already given the warning, and Duanmu Huai arrived in the shortest possible time. But the monster seemed to have sensed the approaching danger, and turned around and ran away without hesitation. This was enough to make Duanmu Huai mad. If it had stayed a few more times, Duanmu Huai would have had barbecue to eat tonight. From this point of view, this thing is more like an animal than a monster. Subspace creatures like the air ghost will come out and try to die even if they encounter danger. Only animals have no dignity and run away directly when they encounter danger without worrying about any strange reactions. That's what happened to this monster. It sensed Duanmu Huai's aura and knew that the other party was very powerful and it couldn't defeat him. So it turned around and ran away without feeling ashamed at all. But this is what gives Duanmu Huai the most headache. Fortunately, this guy is not weak. At least for now. I still have bait to use. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the foreign-style house not far away again. Then looked away. Temporarily. That's it. Time passed day by day. For Mary and others, that night seemed to be simply an accident. After all, after that, they never encountered similar situations. The Christmas days were gradually approaching, and the festival atmosphere in the town gradually began to become strong. People hanged out of the door, outside the door, and decorated the Christmas tree. Xiao Li and others also received an unexpected invitation. Baron Barkover invites us to a Christmas dinner? Looking at the invitation in her hand, Mary was obviously quite surprised. Yes, I plan to go to the banquet. In any case, this is also the territory of Baron. I am taken care of here, and naturally I want to thank you. But Xiao Li, your body. Don't worry. Mary, hearing her friend's anxious question, Xiao Li smiled slightly. I know my health very well. Hasn't it been getting better recently? And the other party also said that it's just a private party, and not many people will attend. I think it's not bad to participate. It's good to have a lively Christmas together. Ashelika happily raised her hand in agreement. And Mary looked at Ashelika and nodded. She certainly understood what Ashelika meant. In theory, Christmas was a day for the whole family to get together. But no one came to congratulate Charlie. Although she and Ashelika were there, she might still feel a little lonely. If she went to the Baskerville family's Christmas party. Maybe. Baskerville? Speaking of which, did you hear the name in Mr. Duanmu before? Remember that before he left, Mr. Duanmu seemed to have received the commission of the Baskerville family? There shouldn't be any problem. What's wrong? Mary? Nothing. Hearing her friend's question, Mary also hurriedly shook her head. She actually didn't hear the specific situation from Duanmu Huai, but she heard that it seemed to be related to the legend of the Baskerville demon dog. Maybe she would meet Mr. Duanmu at the Baroness's place? If that's the case, then ask him what the situation is then. As the night progressed, the storm intensified. The lively festival atmosphere in the town did not have any impact on the cabin on the mountain. Duanmu Huai sat at the table, gnawing on the turkey while looking at the howling blizzard outside. Since yesterday, the blizzard has been getting bigger and bigger, covering the entire land and forest in a white blanket. There was nothing unusual on Lorena's side, and she said that the lady had already started to arrange a Christmas party. Well, it was somewhat understandable. After all, she was the only one left now, and if it wasn't lively, she would be lonely to death. But this had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He didn't plan to attend any dinner, and he had an instinct that the monster might appear again in the next 2 days. Call. The snowstorm intensified again, and at the same time, the black cat that was lying nearby and gnawing on the turkey suddenly jumped up, turned its head, stared out the window, and uttered a low groan. Meow. Meow. Seeing Lingnu's reaction, Duanmu Huai also hurriedly tensed his nerves. He raised his head and looked out the window, only to see a black shadow flash by in the distant forest under the howling blizzard. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes immediately. Got you. Chapter 544 Christmas Eve. The snow is everywhere. For most people, this is just a usual Christmas. Everyone chats in the room, drink tea, and enjoy the happy atmosphere of the festival. But for Duanmu Huai, this is a hunting moment. Stop right there. The strong body flashed from the snowstorm, and Duanmuang rushed forward like an angry bull. It feels more like a monster such as chimpanzees that can be treated rapidly in the forest. Duanmuai can see its 2 front paws grabbing the branches quickly, and quickly move forward in the trees. No! Gaga! Gaga! Like a crow, and a bark like a strange thing came out, echoing in the forest. It sounded like this damn monster was laughing at himself. You're looking for death, aren't you? Looking at the dark shadow in front of him, Duanmu Huai was also angry from his heart to gall boldly. He saw that he stopped suddenly, then clenched his fist, breathed deeply, and then banged Muhuai punching a punch in front of him, directly hitting a huge, thick trunk in front of him. Boom! With a loud noise. I saw the thick trunk that was enough to make the 5 people burst out instantly, and the trunk with tens of meters high flew forward directly, smashing straight towards the dark shadow. Gaw! Obviously, the dark shadow did not expect that Duanmu Huai would do so, and saw it suddenly jumped, trying to avoid this unexpected blow. Boom! The thick trees fell heavily and smashed the shadow into the ground. It's really looking for death. What happened to you when I can't die? Although I do know why this thing fell to the ground. It would appear in front of himself. But since it came, Duanmuhai would not let it run like this. Soon, Duanmuhai came to the place where the dark shadow was just pushed. But unfortunately, the guy didn't seem to be killed by the trees. But now that you're injured, where can you escape to? Looking at the traces in front of him, Duanmuhai snorted coldly, then continued to follow the traces and entered the depths of the forest. Let's go. Ling girl. You must find this damn guy. Meow. While Duanmuhai was looking for a black shadow monster in the forest, Charlie also came to the Baskwell Manor with Mary and Exelica. Thank you very much for inviting us to a Christmas dinner, Baron Barkana. Although Charlie's body can move more or less, she still cannot walk freely. So she traveled in a wheelchair this time. You're welcome. Welcome to Baskerville Manor. Thank you for accepting my invitation. After all, it would be too lonely if I were alone on this special day. Faced with Xiaoli, Baron Barkauer Baron also said with a smile. It's just an ordinary Christmas dinner. Please don't be restrained and just feel free to do whatever you want. Okay. Then I'll obey your order. Are you alone? Of course not. There is also a Lady Lavanna. She is here. As they were talking, a petite and cute girl with pink hair came out. Mary breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her. Sure enough, Miss Lavanna is here. That means Mr. Duanmu is there? Ms. Lorena. This is the daughter of the Bronte family, Miss Charlotte Bronte, and her good friend. My name is Angelica Dulles. Hello. I am Lavanna. And Miss Mary. It has been a long time. Have you been working hard recently? While speaking with a smile, Lorena also greeted everyone. Of course, she did not forget to talk to Mary. Hey! Mary, do you know Miss Lorena? Facing Lavanna's greetings, Xiaoli and Angelica were obviously surprised. After all, they never heard Mary mention Reina. I confirmed that Miss Lavanna. That's when you were in a coma. I was taking care of some of her. Mary didn't think there was any problem, and quickly gave an answer. Ms. Lorena? Mr. Duanmu? The Cavaliers are not here. I think he should come to the dinner? Maybe not? Night. Grown-ups? I don't know why. Mary feels like Xiaoli and Angelica's eyes from next to each other. After a brief conversation, Baroness Baskerville and Lorena left temporarily, while Charlie and Angelica surrounded Mary. What happened? What happened? It seems like Mary is hiding a lot from us. Angelica's dissatisfaction was holding her hands and staring at Mary. And although Xiaoli on the other side did not speak, her eyes also revealed the same emotions. Why don't you know? Do you know that Miss Lavanna? She is not a student of the University of China. Only when I met accidentally. She was a patrol priest. She said so. So you met at church? That's not the case. She just taught me some exercises. Exercise? I have to say that when I think of the Spartan-style exercise directed by Lavanna, Mary is also instinctively shuddered. To be honest, it is definitely not a training that ordinary ladies can complete. Why would a priest be so keen on training? So, who is that knight? At this time, Xiaoli also asked, although not as aggressive as Angelica. But I do know why. At this moment, Mary only felt that Xiaoli seemed to be more courageous than the cushion in the dark city. That's Mr. Duanmu. Having said that, at that time, Xiaoli, Naji, should also see Duanmuhai. But she had completely lost her memory at the door of the gate. I am afraid I did not remember this. Why does Miss Lavanna say that the other party is an adult of the Cavaliers? Is it the night of the Queen being sealed? Woo! It doesn't seem to be. According to Miss Lavanna, Mr. Duanmu seems to be the honorary knight of their church. She is also the side as a priest. So she will call Mr. Duanmu as the Cavaliers. Church? I have to say that when I heard that Xiaoli and Angelica were shocked. The Queen as Seal Knights were very unimaginable. They had never heard of it. So, that gentleman is a paladin? I haven't seen a real paladin yet. So I wonder what kind of person he is. Well, seeing Angelica's eyes glowing with fascination, Mary smiled bitterly. Indeed, if they had not seen Duanmuhai, the first impression of the girls, when they thought of the holy knights conferred by the church, would definitely be the kind of knights with blonde hair and blue eyes. Holy! handsome and full of gentlemanly manners. But unfortunately, although it's not nice to shatter your fantasy, yeah, I have to remind you that the gentleman must be completely different from what you imagined. To be honest, even Mary had never thought of associating Duanmu Huai with the word knight. Besides, he doesn't look like a chivalrous man at all. Recalling how Duanmu Huai ruthlessly smashed the heads of those shadow monsters, Mary sighed silently in her heart. A true knight wouldn't do that. That shouldn't be the case. Right? To be honest, Mary herself had little confidence in this. And how did you and that gentleman meet? This? Wow. Come again. Seeing Charlie asking Mary questions with a smile on her face, Angelica couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She had long discovered that Charlie would always press Mary's questions about making friends with men. Angelica still remembered that when the three of them were traveling together, they would occasionally meet Mr. Zack, whom Mary knew. At that time, Zack only said a few words to Mary, and Charlie calmly changed the subject and drove him away. Although Mary herself didn't seem to notice anything wrong, but Angelica was watching. She had long discovered that Charlie didn't seem to like boys getting close to Mary. Every time a man got close to Mary, Charlie would become a little scary. But from a certain perspective, Angelica can understand it. After all, Mary has never had a first love, so she must think very seriously. Not everyone can become Mary's lover. If possible, Angelica also hopes that Mary can have a happy and joyful love like herself. But Xiaoli seemed a little tight. Angelica couldn't help but feel a little scared when she saw the smiling Charlie. She could understand Charlie's thoughts. After all, even Angelica herself had never heard anything about Miss Lorena and the knight for Mary, which meant that the two of them had not known each other for too long. Since even Charlie didn't know, it was probably the man Mary met during Charlie's coma. In other words, could that man be the mysterious man who took the opportunity to play with Mary? If that was the case, Angelica would not let him off. Thinking of this, Angelica clenched her fists. When the other party comes, she must take a good look at what kind of man he is. At this time, Baroness Baskerville and Lorena also came back again, and the group of people began to drink tea and chat. Although the name of Baroness Baskerville sounds very loud, in fact she is just a girl who is not even 20 years old. Of course, for ordinary noble ladies, unless they are students studying in master's colleges like Charlie, Mary and Angelica, they will basically choose to get engaged after entering the social circle, and then get married early. This is the case with Baroness Baskerville. Therefore, although there is a difference in status between the two parties, the age difference is not too far. Everyone chats together and talks about the latest popular topics. It can be considered a good party. In this way, until late at night, Baron invited everyone to live, and everyone naturally agreed. But, will Mr. Duanmu not come to the banquet? With a bit uneasy, Baron looked at Lavanna and asked. The latter just showed a bitter smile. Perhaps the commission is more important to the knight. When I went to look for him today, he was not in the hut. Perhaps he found some clues. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. And when he heard the knock, the old housekeeper on the side also hurried over. I guess it's Mr. Duanmu who's here. I'll go take a look. While saying that, the old housekeeper left the room. Although Xiaoli and Angelica were also curious. As ladies, of course, they would not run around politely, just sitting on the chair. And then, he heard a mess of noise from outside. Welcome. Wow. Mr. Duanmu. What is this? Oh, I just came back. And it just so happened that it was Christmas. So I brought you a present. How is it? Not bad. Right? No. Well, please be careful not to scare the lady and the guests. What happened? Hearing this, Angelica's eyes lit up, and she couldn't sit still in the chair. If Charlie and Mary hadn't held her, she would have wanted to run out to take a look. Fortunately, after a while, the old butler walked into the room again. But this time his expression was a little subtle. Mrs. That? Mr. Duanmu prepared a gift for you. Oh, thank you for all the trouble. No. That? How do you say? Please don't panic. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. And then, they saw a dark, huge figure walking in from the door. And on his shoulders was a deer? That's right. A white deer. And still live. It's just bad luck for this guy to have to block my way. Duanmu Huai put down the white deer on his shoulder. The deer struggled on the ground for a while, then knelt down timidly. looking at the white deer in front of him. Duanmu Huai was furious. He had followed the blood and traces left by the black shadow, and was almost catching up with it. Unexpectedly, he might have mistakenly entered the territory of the white deer. How dare the deer stand in front of him, and cause trouble for him? Duanmu Huai couldn't tolerate this. I just learned how to grapple. How can I endure such injustice? So in the face of the white deer rushing towards himself, Duanmu Huai also grabbed his hand, and turned over the other person. At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned when she saw the white deer in front of them. This deer is very beautiful, with a white body. Even its horns are white. And its body is extremely huge, even bigger than a horse. Because of this, it is probably considered a bully in the mountains. Unfortunately, it was unlucky and blocked Duanmu Huai's way, and then was captured by Duanmu Huai. It was lucky that it wasn't killed. This is really the unimaginable gift. Mr. Duanmu, looking at the white deer in front of her. Baron also glowed with both eyes. Girls like beautiful things, and she was naturally no exception. Can I keep it on the estate? Whatever. It's a gift for you anyway. If you don't want it, I'll just kill it and eat barbecue. How can this be possible? It's so beautiful and cute. Hearing this, Angelica couldn't help but scream. Indeed, the white deer in front of her was curled up at Duanmu Huai's feet, squatting on the ground, shivering, and looked very cute. If this guy hadn't been in the way, I might have caught that ghostly guy. Never mind. Let's just leave it at that for now. Seeing the looks the girls were giving him, Duanmu Huai decisively chose to give up. Sure enough, this world is all about appearance. If this thing doesn't look good, oh, forget it. There's no point in saying this now. The housekeeper made people take the deer away. Maybe because of Duanmu Huai, who was cleaned up. The deer looked very well behaved, and it was a little bit pitiful. But it was very upset for Duanmu Huai. This is really alive. The reason why Duanmu Huai brought the fish back alive was because he thought it would taste better if it was freshly killed and bled. Duanmu Huai was taken by the housekeeper to dinner. And at this time, several girls got together again. Wow, the gentleman is really fierce. Angelica was the first to quietly voice her opinion. Ah hey, you are not very polite? Although Xiaoli looked like dissuading, looking at her expression, seemed to be not opposed. Mr. Duanmu does look a bit fierce, but he is still a very easygoing person. Mary didn't care about this, soothing the two. In fact, she had expected the response to her friends. However, what Mary didn't expect was that when he heard this, Xiaoli and Angelica looked at her together. Mary, you seem to be familiar with this gentleman? Hey! This? Okay. You don't like him? No. This? Hearing Angelica's question, Mary blushed and waved her hand hastily. I didn't. Although Mary was desperately denied. Looking at her expression, Xiaoli and Angelica could not help but think. Could it be said that when they didn't pay attention, they cheated Mary away? This kind of thing must not forgive. Chapter 545, Mist and Shadow. Call. After dinner, Duanmu Huai leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Master Cavaliers, haven't you found that devil? At this time, Lavanna also came over and asked curiously. It escaped. Anyway, this kind of waiting game is really not suitable for me. I hate hide and seek the most. Duanmu Huai waved his hands boredly, looking speechless. It won't attack other people in town. It's hard to say. Then, why is it just a mystery? After all, the fairy tale is a fairy tale story. In the final analysis, what was the situation? Only the ancestor at the time knew it. Although some players would summon the soul to ask the soul through magic such as dead spiritual skills. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai did not have the ability and skills of this aspect. When it comes to crushing souls into pieces, that's what he's good at. How's the Baroness doing? Her recent mood has improved, but her body is not very good, How do you say? Having said that, Lorena pondered for a moment. From what I can see, the Baroness may be pregnant. Oh, really? Have you asked her to see a doctor? She also seemed to have a lot in her heart. I originally planned to wait for Christmas and ask the doctor to take a look, but in my opinion, it should be almost the same. After all, as a priest, we must also be responsible for some things in this regard. Her situation is similar to those ladies I saw in the church. Then you have to keep an eye on her. I think the dog might have stayed because it was staring at her. At least for now. All the members of the Baskerville family have been attacked by the magic dog. Although Baroness Baskerville married into the Baskerville family, and strictly speaking has no blood relationship with the Baskerville family. If she had a child of the Baskerville family, that would be another matter. Okay. I understand. Sir Knight. Lorena also nodded seriously. Then I'll go out for another walk. After dinner, Duan Muhui felt a little bored. So he stood up and stretched. Is this time going out? As you said, maybe that guy will attack the residents in the town. You should pay attention to protecting Mrs. Them here. I go to the town to turn around. Duan Muhui was not talking nonsense. In fact, he finally found the monster at the bottom of the mountain and disappeared. This means that the monster may have sneaked into the town. Of course, it might be fine if it was a normal day. But it was injured by Duan Muhui before. Injured animals are very dangerous. Although today is Christmas, and most people are at home at this time, Duan Muhui still plans to go and take a look for safety reasons. Duan Muhui walked out of the restaurant and came to the entrance. Just when he was about to go out, he saw Mary coming over. Hey, Mr. Duanmu. Where are you going so late? I'm going to go around town and take a look around. Can I come too? Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, Mary's eyes suddenly lit up and she hurriedly asked. You? Aren't you hanging out with your friends? Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Mary couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is why she wanted to go out with Duan Muhui. It was because Ashelika and Xiao Li kept asking her about her relationship with Mr. Duanmu. Mary felt that there was nothing between her and Duan Muhui, but they seemed to believe that there must be some secret between them. There must be a secret. But I can't tell you. I can't possibly mention what happened in Antarctica to Charlie. With the ancients, Shoggoths, monsters, and so on. As a result, the more Mary concealed it, but the more she made Xiao Li and Axielka feel that she had a ghost in her heart, which made Mary almost cry without tears. Alice Leica was just. Xiao Li, you are all the culprits of all this, of course. Mary must not say to Xiao Li. So when she heard that Duan Muhui was planning to go out, she hurriedly tried to find an excuse to leave. Otherwise, if the two continue to question me, who knows what will happen. Okay. Keep warm to avoid getting sick. Duan Muhui didn't object. On the one hand, he was just sitting there doing nothing. And on the other hand, he also wanted to see if the golden eyes were attractive to the demon dog. After all, this can be regarded as the Western version of the Tang monk meat. Is it good to have this demon dog? If this is the case, then it will be much easier to encounter similar things in the future. Just let Tang Sen go, and then lure the monster to take the bait. It's just like in Journey to the West, where the monsters come to capture Tang Monk to eat his flesh, and then are beaten to death by Sun Wukong with a stick. How convenient. Well, in that case, Mary is Tang Monk. I am Sun Wukong. And Lorena is Sha Monk? So who is Xu Beiji? It doesn't matter. After all, it's not really going to learn from the scriptures. After changing clothes, Duan Muhui and Mary left Baskerville Manor and walked along the street towards the town. It was already late at night. Normally, the whole town would have already fallen asleep. But because it was Christmas, the streets were decorated with lights. It was not as dim as usual, but the whole town seemed to be shining, giving it a fairy tale feel. It would be even more interesting to have Santa at this time. How's it going? Is everything going well? Duan Muhui asked casually while walking on the street. He was not surprised by Mary's appearance. As for the reason, well, it's better not to tell you. Fortunately, everyone has returned to their previous lives and feels very happy. Although that period was a bit uneasy. But now it seems that everything is worth it. Looking up at the snowflakes falling from the sky, Mary couldn't help but sigh. This reminded her of the days when she went to Antarctica. Now that she was back here and recalled everything that happened before, Mary even thought she was dreaming. Or rather, thinking about it now, it still felt very unreal. But then again, I will start considering the issue of graduation next year. Regarding what I said before, what do you think about it? Do you mean to invite me to join the Inquisition? That's right. Duan Muhui nodded and looked at Mary. Golden pupils are really good. To be honest, Duan Muhui also wanted it. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Duan Muhui also heard Mary's account of the situation at that time. You have to know that Mary is just an ordinary young lady. But she was able to rely on her golden eyes to see through the opponent's attack trajectory, and even dodge and fight instinctively. What kind of plug-in bug is this? To be honest, compared with Mary's golden pupils, Duanmu Huai felt that his system was not fragrant. After all, the system needs to be upgraded. Mary's golden eyes are truly omnipotent. The only defect is that Mary himself is still weaker. But as long as he exercises diligently, and then learns some basic knowledge of fighting, and with the power of gold pupils, it is estimated that the level of night guards are not a problem. Alas, this is really open. Duanmu Huai had not heard of the existence of Mary, an NPC in the game. He did not know whether it was because she did not appear or because the players did not discover her. However, Duanmu Huai felt that the latter possibility was not high, even without mentioning the golden eyes. A girl as beautiful as Mary would definitely not be missed by a perverted player. After all, most players recruit NPCs based on their strength, appearance, or rarity. Mary, who has golden eyes, is both strong, rare and beautiful. If this happened in the game, she would have become a big shot in the forum NPC ladder, and at least a T1 level. I don't know if it is possible to shoot lasers from the golden eyes, such as what is long beam. That shouldn't be possible. Is the work of the Inquisition dangerous? Strictly speaking, it is very dangerous. Duanmu Huai did not conceal it. After all, this is a fact. And with the characteristics of Mary's golden pupils, she can go to the trial court. The danger is much larger than now. Although I will do my best to protect you. You need to exercise, and train how to fight, and deal with the enemy. In addition, the work of the Inquisition can sometimes be very cruel. At least what you are facing now is basically child's play compared to the work of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai still had to explain things clearly to Mary. Although the golden eyes were really precious, Mary was indeed an extremely ordinary girl. So Duanmu Huai even had a headache in this regard. After all, this world is more peaceful than other worlds. In a place like a novice village, even ordinary young girls are either used to fighting or know that there are monsters in this world that will threaten them. So they are actually very receptive in this regard. For example, the students of Manalia Academy were about the same age as Mary, and were well-educated noble ladies. However, when facing enemies and demons, they were also ruthless, and would kill them if necessary. And they would kill a large group of them at a time. This was because they were born in such a world. And naturally they were used to the situation where demons would threaten their lives. But Mary is different. She is more like a person in the real world. Even if she encounters any danger, she will not think of killing the other party at the first time. If she were in a country like Lysis or Seth, even if she faced a monster, I am afraid Mary would hardly choose to fight with the other party. So in this regard, Duanmu Huai is somewhat troubled, wondering if she can change. Although Mary is very kind, kindness is often not considered a good quality in the court. Sure enough, after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary fell silent. Don't want to do dangerous work? No one wants to do dangerous work, right? Although I want to try. I don't want Charlie and Ashelika to worry about me. Mary also sighed. This is also her hesitant aspect. Although it seems a good choice to work in the trial court. If it is too dangerous, she will worry about her friends. Which makes Mary hesitate. It is indeed something you need to consider carefully. After all, if you really work in the Inquisition, the risk factor is much higher than in the movies. Hey! Is it so exaggerated? Certainly. After all, in the movies, the most that can be done is to blow up a building. But the extermination orders issued by the Inquisition are calculated based on planets. Why? Mary sighed again. She was indeed a little hesitant. The work in the tribunal sounded dangerous, but she felt that she had to repay Duanmu Huai. After all, Duanmu Huai had helped her so much. But if the work was too dangerous, would it be counterproductive? After all, what could she do in the tribunal? Thinking of this, Mary looked at Duanmu Huai and raised her inner questions. Of course, it's the golden eye. This eye of yours plays a very important role in the Inquisition. But you don't realize it yourself. To be honest, I really don't think my eye is that special. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary reached out her hand and touched her right eye with a complicated expression. Although Duanmu Huai had said it more than once, and those monsters seemed to have been sniping at her right eye, Mary really didn't think her right eye had any special advantages. If anything, it was that it could see more clearly in some places. The truth is simple. This is the most powerful thing. Seeing Mary's reaction, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. The real bug equipment is the golden pupil. I don't think it's that powerful. But for others, just being able to easily see through illusions that others can't see through is enough to make people feel powerful. Especially the pink fear monsters that are best at transformation and illusion. Even Duanmu Huai can only rely on his fear aura or the experience of the judge to distinguish them. But Mary can see through the opponent's true form immediately with just one look. The gap between the two is just like the gap between the weapons used in World War I and modern warfare. In the past, soldiers hid in the bushes and were difficult to be found. They could only be detected by experienced generals. But in modern warfare, an infrared drone can directly lock onto you without any skills required. This is the generation gap. Mary's golden eyes are like the latter. If used well, it can be a pure crushing victory. What's even more amazing is that there is almost no consumption. If you want, you can give it a try. Besides, it's also good as bait. Huh? Bait? Yes. Just like now. Duanmu Huai stopped while talking. Mary, who was following him, also stopped and looked around. She was surprised to find that they had come to the central square of the town. Of course, there were lights everywhere. But for some reason, thick fog seemed to be gradually appearing around them. Under the light, they could only see the fog around them. And even the houses not far away could not be seen clearly. Not only that. Roar. What's that sound? Mr. Duanmu? Is it a stray dog? Who knows? At least now it seems that Tang Seng's meat is still quite tempting. Although it didn't have golden eyes. Duanmu Huai had already sensed that something was following them secretly. And it was obvious that the other party was not coming for him. After all, it had run away when it encountered him in the forest several times before. So the only explanation was that the golden eyes were too tempting. Now it seemed that this monster could not bear the temptation of Tang Monk's flesh and was going to fight. Is this thing really that tempting? In Journey to the West, the monsters wanted to eat Tang Monk's flesh because it could make them immortal. So what could they gain by eating the golden eyes? Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Be careful and hide behind me. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and said to Mary that his previous walking stick had been used in Antarctica and he had not yet replaced it with a new one. However, for Duanmu Huai, it was not a big problem to deal with a mere wild dog with his bare hands. Roar! Finally, the other party seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. With a low growl, the next moment a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the mist and pounced towards Mary. Faced with the sudden attack, Mary seemed to be startled. But even so, her body seemed to instinctively turn backwards and avoid the attack of the black shadow. Wow! The golden eyes are really powerful. Roar! The black shadow that missed the first strike stretched out its claws again and grabbed Mary. At the same time, Duanmu Huai suddenly turned around, clenched his fists, and directly hit the black shadow in front of him. Boom! Duanmu Huai's iron fist directly hit the black shadow, and the seemingly blurry shadow exploded instantly under the bombardment of Duanmu Huai's iron fist, completely shattered like a balloon that was blown up. But this was obviously not the end. Soon, a series of dog barking sounds rang out again. Turning around, you can see dark shadows like hounds appearing everywhere around you. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. The barking of dogs continued. And it seemed as if hundreds of hounds had completely surrounded the two people in the fog. Even Mary turned pale when she saw this scene. Mr. Duanmu, don't worry. It's just a small thing. Did you see anything strange? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mary looked around and then looked at a small path not far away. There seems to be a strange shadow over there. Let's go! Chapter 546 Contradiction. Duanmu Huai did not immediately go to the location of the black shadow. He had found out from the previous fights that this thing was fast enough. Although he was injured before, Duanmu Huai was not sure if he could catch up with it. So he continued to fish. After all, a fisherman will never come back empty-handed. It's always good to pretend a little more. Maybe the fish is stupid and will take the bait on its own initiative. So Duanmu Huai pretended to be surrounded by the other party and retreated to the other side of the street. As long as Mary was there, he could easily determine the exact location of the monster. As long as the other party took the bait, it would be Duanmu Huai's turn to take action. The monster seemed to be completely unaware that Mary had seen through it. It was hiding in the mist, roaring like a beast from time to time. And then black shadows, like hounds, emerged from the mist and pounced on Duanmu Huai. They did not look like monsters with entities, but more like some kind of illusion. Of course, for ordinary people, they would be completely unable to deal with them. But for Duan Mu Huai, he could easily blast these black shadow hounds into pieces with just a wave of his fist. Mary hid beside Duan Mu Huai, staring at the black shadow. Duan Mu Huai couldn't tell which one was which. After all, in his opinion, the shadow monsters around him all looked the same. But for Mary, it seemed easy to tell which black shadow was weird. Well, the golden pupils were really powerful. Duan Mu Huai remembered that there was also a kind of magic that could constantly see through all illusions. Since that magic was relatively easy to obtain, many players initially mastered that kind of magic. The result was a great loss. The reason was simple. It was also a kind of magic. And as long as it was magic, it would be easily interfered with and removed. What was worse was that, because the players at that time firmly believed that this kind of magic could see through all illusions, they did not think they were deceived at all, and did not find the problem until the end. As a result, this situation continued until the middle of the game, when some players accidentally broke through the core of the mission and found out that they had been deceived. There was a burst of wailing in the forum at that time. It was after that many players no longer trusted the so-called magic that could see through all illusions. However, for Duan Mu Huai, this is still very useful. He is not the kind of player who likes to use his brain. Even when playing games, Duan Mu Huai actually hates puzzles. For example, mazes have always been the most annoying thing for him. When the players formed a team to fight the evil god, he directly chose the tyrannical god instead of the treacherous god, because he was too lazy to walk through the maze and solve the puzzle. It would be so much better to just hit him directly. What's the point of wasting brain cells? Strong violence can be suppressed with stronger violence. It is simple, direct and convenient. If you can beat them, you can beat them. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. It's either life or death. There is no need for so many things. Either you smash the other's head, or you get smashed in the head by the other. It's straightforward. So a battle like the current one seemed somewhat annoying to Duan Mu Huai. According to Mary, although the Black Shadow had been following them, it seemed to be very cautious and had no intention of rushing over. This reminded Duan Mu Huai of fishing. The Black Shadow monster was just like a fish. It just carefully tasted the bait outside the fishhook, but refused to bite the hook. This kind of fish is the most annoying. In reality, we have to pump out the water. How can we pamper it? In this case, we have no choice but to increase our efforts. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai suddenly turned around, grabbed Mary, carried her on his shoulders, and ran forward with big strides. Hey! Mr. Duan Mu? Hey! What is? Mary was also shocked by Duan Mu Huai's sudden attack. Hold on. Let's do something exciting. Duan Mu Huai glanced around and then strode out of the town. This made it seem like he was unable to defeat his opponent and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. If the Black Shadow monster took the bait, it would be the best thing for Duan Mu Huai. Woof woof woof. The barking of hounds continued, following closely behind. One after another, dark shadows flew out from the mist and rushed towards Duan Mu Huai. Of course, this level of attack had no effect on Duan Mu Huai. He just waved his arms easily and smashed all the dark shadows into pieces. How's it going? Mary? Did the fellow follow us? It's following. Right behind us. But it seems to be unwilling to come forward. Mary almost guessed what Duan Mu Huai wanted to do, and was carried on Duan Mu Huai's shoulders, reporting obediently. Of course, being carried on the shoulders was definitely not a polite thing for a lady. But she couldn't care about this little thing now. Then let's go back. Hey! Is this okay? It depends on the situation. If the other party doesn't take the bait, we can only return to the manor temporarily. Although Duan Mu Huai can engage in a war of attrition with the opponent, there is no need to do so. After all, the monster is still very powerful, fast, and very smart. It is not easy to kill such an opponent in one go. And Duan Mu Huai himself is not fast. In this case, if the opponent is really unwilling to take the bait, then Duan Mu Huai has no other choice. After all, his speed is really not fast, which is also Duan Mu Huai's biggest weakness. As he was speaking, Duan Mu Huai had already carried Mary out of the town and came to the path leading to Baskerville Manor, which was also shrouded in fog at the moment. Duan Mu Huai carried Mary and strode towards the manor. And in the fog behind him, black shadows jumped out one by one, and were then ruthlessly smashed into pieces by Duan Mu Huai. Although Duan Mu Huai couldn't see it, according to Mary's description, The black shadow had been following them, keeping a distance that was neither far nor close. As expected, maybe it's because of the previous injury that he is more cautious? If that's the case, it would be a bit troublesome. A moment later, the gate of Baskerville Manor was in sight, and at this moment, Duanmu heard Mary's slightly panicked voice again. Mr. Duanmu, that black shadow is rushing towards us. It happened so quickly that before Mary even finished her words, Duanmu felt a strong wind suddenly blowing from behind him and hitting his back. Well done. Facing the attack, Duanmu was not surprised but happy. He was afraid that this monster would be cowardly until the end. Now it seems that this monster can't hold back in the end. It turns out that a beast is a beast. So Duanmu turned around without hesitation, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the other party directly. Boom! The black shadow's claws hit Duanmu's chest hard, tearing his clothes, and at the same time, Duanmu's right hand punched out and hit the black shadow's head directly. Unlike the previous black shadow hounds that fell apart at the touch, this time Duanmu could feel the touch of solid bones and fur in his hand. Ola! Now that he had finally caught the monster, Duanmu would certainly not let it escape. He roared angrily, clenched his fists again, and swung them out like a rainstorm. Ola 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 ola. Along with Duanmu's roar, the iron fist hit the black shadow monster directly like a storm. Then, Duanmu clenched his fist again and raised it high. Ola! With this roar, Duanmu's fist hit the black shadow's head with force like a hammer, knocking it directly to the ground. Boom! Along with this loud bang, the black shadow fell heavily to the ground and became motionless. It was not until this time that Duanmu finally saw the true face of the monster in front of him. Just like what we saw before. It looked like a dog, a bear, or a chimpanzee. In short, it was a monster with a dog's head, a chimpanzee's or bear's sturdy upper body, and thick forelimbs and claws. However, this monster was already covered with bruises by Duanmu, and even its head was bloody. I can only say that this guy is too weak to fight. And it is definitely not because Duanmu is venting his anger for not being able to catch up with it. At this moment, the black monster had been beaten almost out of life by Duanmu. It opened its mouth and let out a painful wail, then struggled for a bit, and then fell silent. Then, the monster began to gradually deform all over its body like plastic melted by fire, and turned into a pool of dark and thick stuff, like stinking sewage. There is no way to solve this problem. After all, strictly speaking, most of the monsters that attack humans in this world are subspace creatures. If they die in the real world, they will basically leave no traces. This is also one of the reasons why there are many investigators in this world. But few monster corpses can be recovered. Of course, it is not that there are no monsters that leave corpses after death, but those corpses are more like virus aggregates. Their mere existence will cause large-scale chaos or even disease. So qualified investigators will basically destroy the corpses directly instead of bringing them back to cause trouble. Of course, it's not like there were no players who had bugs in the past. For example, if you found something happen somewhere, you went to investigate, and then found that the cause of the incident was a frozen remains. Then the player dealt with the incident, but did not destroy the remains, but released them to cause another incident, and then dealt with it again, and repeated this process. The result was a terrible loss of points. After all, the system is not stupid. If the investigation of a case is thorough, the culprit will definitely be found. If you find the culprit but don't deal with him, isn't it obvious that you are cheating? Of course, players can also pretend that they have not investigated the situation thoroughly and conceal this part. But in that case, the score of the case will be lower. Even if this is repeated several times, the added score of the case will not be as high as the score of a complete investigation. How should I put it? The battle between players fixing bugs and the official fixing them will probably continue. Soon, the monster melted completely, leaving only a pool of sewage-like traces in the pure white snow. At this moment, Ling Nu seemed to have discovered something. She scratched Duanmu's cheek, meowed softly, and pointed at something. After hearing Ling Nu's voice, Duanmu looked carefully, and then he saw that there was something left behind the black stain. Looks like a pendant? Duanmu reached out and picked up the pendant, which was an old-looking metal pendant with a wolf head pattern carved on it. In other words, Is this a wolf? However, just as Duanmu Huai picked up the pendant, his vision suddenly went dark. The next moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. In the dim room, an old man was sitting on a chair. He stared ahead, as if looking at someone, with a strange smile on his face. This is the fate of your family. If you want to change this, you must make sacrifices. Sacrifice? Yes. You should understand what we need. Then, the scene changed again. Under the cold moonlight, in the endless wilderness, the howling of hounds could be heard one after another, and a ragged girl was running desperately in front. Duanmu Huai's perspective seemed to be higher, as if he was riding on a horse, desperately chasing the girl in front of him. Then, a voice sounded. Is it true that if we kill that woman, the curse on the Baskerville family will be lifted? That's right. As long as you kill her, the curse of the Baskerville family will be lifted, and you will restore the glory of the family. Another voice sounded, but it seemed not to be just one voice, but a voice coming from all directions. Catch her. Kill her. Someone began to gallop forward desperately, slapping the whip, gradually closing the distance with the girl in front. But soon, Duanmu Huai found that something seemed wrong. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a person to outrun a galloping horse, not to mention the hounds chasing after him. Although the girl looked very embarrassed when she ran away, she was able to run for such a long time in front of the galloping horses and hounds. If you think about it carefully, there are many vague parts in the legend. For example, how could an ordinary girl escape from the wilderness? And even a group of people on horseback and with hunting dogs couldn't catch her? Even if the girl left early, it would not be difficult to catch up with her. If it were an ordinary person, just seeing this scene would only make him feel sorry for the girl being chased. But as a judge, Duanmu Huai has already started to be alert. Unfortunately, this is a thing of the past. But for now, he will never think that the girl is a poor innocent girl. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. If it were a judge, he would take action immediately against this kind of mortal who is beyond common sense. As expected, as if to verify Duanmu Huai's guess, the girl being chased in front suddenly leaned forward, then put her hands on the ground, and the next moment she was running on all fours like a wild beast in the wilderness. Seeing this scene, someone seemed to be shocked. But soon Duanmu Huai saw a gun appear in his field of vision, aiming at the woman in front and pulling the trigger. Boom! Gunshots rang out. However, at the same time, the girl on all fours suddenly jumped up and disappeared. This sudden scene also surprised someone. He looked around with his gun, but saw nothing. However, at this moment, suddenly, accompanied by a neigh, the horse that someone was riding fell to the ground instantly. And someone fell off the horse and fell heavily to the ground. Call! Someone fell heavily to the ground. And before he could get up, a face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a twisted, hideous face that looked more like a beast than a human. Then the illusion disappeared. The scene in front of him returned to normal again. Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at the necklace in front of him. This was the third time that this inexplicable ability of his had been activated. As he expected, it seemed that what the ancestor of the Baskerville family encountered was not ordinary. But, now that I have killed the demon dog, everything should be fine. Right? Or is the trouble yet to come? Mr. Duanmu, are you okay? When Duanmu Huai came to his senses, he heard Mary's voice. At this moment, she was grabbing Duanmu Huai's clothes in fear and looking at his chest. Do I look like something's wrong? Because of the clothes. Oh! Noticing Mary's gaze, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and found that his chest was torn by the monster. From Mary's point of view, this might be a very dangerous thing. It's okay. I just tore my clothes. Are you kidding? With Duanmu Huai's physique, he can even take a liquid nitrogen shower. It's too unrealistic for a mere monster from nowhere to break his defense. Call. Mary breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer. Then she turned her head and looked at the dark stain on the ground. Is this the end? Who knows? Let's see what happens first. Duanmu Huai fiddled with the pendant in his hand while speaking. He always felt that the matter was not that simple. And if the scene he saw before was true, then it would be completely contrary to the legend of the Baskerville family. At least the captured girl must not be an innocent person. And the reason why the Baskerville family captured her must not be just for pleasure. Perhaps we can get more clues from this pendant? All in all, give it a try first. Chapter 547 Hidden Secrets. When Duanmu Huai and Mary returned to Baskerville Manor, they saw other people walking over with uneasy expressions. Mr. Duanmu, may I ask what exactly was that? Your clothes? Baroness Baskerville was shocked to see Duanmu Huai's clothes torn on his chest, while Duanmu Huai waved his hands. Don't worry. I just had a fight with that monster. It's nothing serious. Hey! Oh! Is that so? Are you injured? Do you want to call a doctor? It's okay. That kind of thing can't hurt me. It's just my clothes that are damaged. I see. Baroness Baskerville breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Duanmu Huai's answer. And at this time Duanmu Huai also came to her side and extended his hand. Although it may be a bit presumptuous. Do you have any impression of this thing? This is. Looking at the pendant lying on Duanmu Huai's palm, Baroness Baskerville frowned slightly and recalled carefully. I think I've seen it somewhere. But this is the pendant that the Baskerville ancestor possessed. Fortunately, there are still people here who know about it. At this moment, the old butler also came over, looked at the pendant and spoke. Oh! Have you seen it? I've only seen it in paintings. On the painting? Yes. It is the portrait of the Baskerville ancestor. Please follow me. Led by the old butler, Duanmu Huai came to the living room, where there were indeed a bunch of portraits of ancestors of the Baskerville family hanging. Then the old butler pointed to one of the portraits, which was of a young man in luxurious clothes, standing on a stone with a long sword in his hand. It's him, the legendary ancestor. Although the old butler's tone was a little vague, it was obvious that the only legendary ancestor of the Baskerville family was the guy with a bad reputation. Looking closely, Duanmu Huai could indeed see that he had a pendant on his chest that was the same as the one he was holding. Not only that, most of the portraits of people before him also had this pendant. Is this the emblem of the Baskerville family? The nobles of the old world naturally have their own family crests. But Duanmu Huai doesn't know whether the Baskerville family has one. I'm not sure about that. I just heard that this was a pendant that was passed down from generation to generation in the Baskerville family until that ancestor. After that, the pendant disappeared, and no one knew where it went. I really don't know where you found it, Mr. Duanmu. Oh, from that monster I killed. Why? It must be said that the Baroness and the old butler were both shocked to hear this. Could it be that the demon dog is the ancestor? That may be the case. But I always feel like something is a little strange. At least based on what Duanmu Huai saw in the pendant. There must be something wrong with the ancestor's death. According to the legend of the Baskerville family, the people who arrived later saw the bodies of the ancestor and the girl, and there was a hound tearing at the ancestor's body. Although it is not explained in the story. From the sequence, everyone who has heard the story believes that the ancestor killed the girl and was then killed by the demon dog as punishment. But based on what Duanmu Huai saw in the past, it was basically impossible for the ancestor to be a match for the girl. The last scene clearly showed that the ancestor was killed by the girl. Of course, the premise is that the girl is not human. Well, she certainly doesn't look like a human. What is this pendant for? I can't tell either. Duanmu Huai carefully examined the pendant in his hand. And at this moment, Lingnu came out of Duanmu Huai's pocket, jumped onto his hand, stretched out her claws, and tapped the pendant a few times. Then, crack! With a slight sound, the pendant suddenly opened and turned into a key-like shape. What is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. And Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows. Do you know how to use this thing? This? The Baroness and the old butler looked at each other and shook their heads. Meow. However, Lingnu seemed to know something. She screamed, jumped off Duanmu Huai's shoulder, and ran into the house. Duanmu Huai and others curiously followed the black cat through the corridor and came to the study of the patriarch of the Baskerville family. What's here? Everyone walked into the study room, looking puzzled. But Lingnu didn't seem to care. She jumped onto the desk in a few seconds, then reached out and patted the cabinet next to it. At this time, Duanmu Huai discovered that there was a strange relief decoration on the wall next to the cabinet. With the idea of giving it a try, he put the pendant in his hand into the gap in the middle of the relief. Then, crack! With a slight sound, the bookcase that was originally standing tall against the wall suddenly slid to the side automatically, revealing a stone door leading to the underground. What's this? Duanmu Huai looked at the two of them. The old butler and the Baroness also looked confused. I'm sorry, sir. We never knew. It seems that your black cat knows our home better than we do. After all, Suzuna is a ninja, and finding hidden places is a ninja's duty. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. The secret room is a must-have in any adventure, although I didn't expect to find it at this time. It would be a shame as a player and investigator if I didn't go in to take a look when I encountered it. Duanmu Huai picked up the flashlight, and the Baroness and the old butler followed. Although Mary was a little curious, she did not join in, considering that this was the private matter of the Baskerville family. Duanmu Huai also asked Lorena to stop the others. After all, no one knew what was underneath. What if it was a sealed evil god or something like that? That would be troublesome. The underground passage was very wide and deep, and it was very cold inside. To be honest, Duanmu Huai had hoped to let the Baroness wait outside. After all, she was in poor health and was not suitable for such an occasion. But the Baroness refused. Now I am the only survivor of the Baskerville family. I must know everything that happened to this family so that I can pass it on. As the Baroness spoke, she stroked her belly. What should I say? A mother is strong. This is how the saying goes. Only, Duanmu Huai took the flashlight and looked around. Mysterious secret room. Old butler. There won't be anything related to bats in here. At the end of the passage was a spacious basement. But there was no Batmobile or bat suit here. However, there were many weapons and armors. Even crossbows and other weapons. What on earth are the ancestors doing? Seeing this scene, not only Duanmu Huai was surprised, but even the Baroness and the butler were stunned at the scene before them. Ah, ma'am, here are the records of the Baskervilles. At this time, the old butler seemed to see something and hurried to a wall. It was covered with dust, but some words could be seen engraved on it. The old butler wiped the wall desperately, and soon wiped the part of the wall covered with dust and cobwebs clean. Although he was covered in dust, he didn't seem to care. From this point of view, the old butler seemed to be quite loyal to the Baskerville family. The wall records the legend of the Baskerville family's ancestors' bravery. How should I put it? It looks more like a fantasy novel. According to the records on the wall, the earliest ancestor of the Baskerville family was an exorcist. When he came here, the daughter of the Lord was haunted by a demon. Then the ancestor expelled the demon that haunted the Lord's daughter. And then the ancestor of the Baskerville family married the Lord's daughter and swore an oath. As descendants of exorcists, they have to protect this territory from all demons and monsters, which is also regarded as a testimony of the love between the exorcist and the Lord's daughter. So after that, the heirs of the Baskerville family will learn various exorcism skills and fight against the demons that attack their territory. Honestly, this looks more like some kind of fantasy novel than a record. But for the Baroness and the old butler, there is a certain unimaginable truth to it. I never thought that the Baskerville family had such a secret past. The old butler looked at the secret room in front of him in surprise. And the Baroness next to him was also shocked. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. The image he saw when he touched the badge before had already made Duanmu Huai doubt the rumor. Now it seems that things are somewhat clear. It is obvious that the girl caught by the Baskerville ancestor is not a human, but a monster like a werewolf. She chose to escape before Lord Baskerville could kill her, and then was caught up by the other party. And then the girl killed the Lord. Well, how should I put it? Things like failing to master the skills, and failing in the right way do happen occasionally. But according to legend, the girl's body was found after that. Unfortunately, this happened over 100 years ago, and it is unlikely that we can find any useful clues now. In fact, Duanmu Huai really wanted to investigate the ancestors' affairs more than 100 years ago, especially after seeing the illusion of the past. He always felt that this matter was a bit strange. As a judge, Duanmu Huai was sure that there was definitely a conspiracy. But unfortunately, too much time had passed, and the Baskerville family had changed for several generations. Fortunately, there is something here that can be used to answer your questions. A diary. Oh, it's great that in this world, both victims and perpetrators like to write diaries. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has never been able to understand why the victim would write a diary just in case. But why would a criminal be so foolish as to try to confess his perfect criminal plan in a diary? Through the ancestor's diary, Duanmu Huai and others discovered some things. According to the records in the diary, this ancestor, like his ancestors, inherited the power of an exorcist and has been secretly protecting the residents of this area. Then, the ancestor met a scholar from outside the area. He called himself Dominic, a scholar who studied mysticism, and came here to study the local folk customs and legends. At the beginning, the ancestor was also curious about his research and kept communicating with him. But later, he gradually discovered that this scholar named Dominic seemed to have some problems. In short, Dominic once wrote to him, saying that he wanted to investigate some legends in the mountains. But in another letter, Dominic felt a certain fear, claiming that something has been following him. The ancestor at that time naturally doubted Dominic's experience. So he went to the scholar's residence. At that time, he saw Dominic lying on a chair, looking seriously ill. The scholar said that he had caught a cold in the mountains and hoped that the ancestor would help him recover some things that fell in the mountains. The ancestor did not doubt it at the time and agreed. But then, the ancestor discovered that something was wrong with Dominic. And the things he asked me to collect were not as simple as he said. Although he himself simply said that it was just some kind of scientific instrument. He didn't know. I have also learned relevant knowledge. I can be sure that these parts are not used in ordinary scientific instruments. I began to doubt whether he was an ordinary scholar. And then I conducted an investigation. The specific process is not written in the middle. But the following part is very clear. Sure enough, he is not a scholar, but a demon in human skin. I don't know what he wants, but I will never let him succeed. He has everything he needs, but I won't let him control me. I have made preparations. I have hidden that thing in a secret room, and as long as he can't find it, he can't leave. In this way, I can completely eliminate him, and even his lackeys can't stop me. The diary ends here. This is a very interesting record. After reading the diary, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows, then looked around, and then he saw a strange thing on the table next to him. That thing looked like some kind of glass product, with a round base underneath, a glass barrier on top, and a button-like device on the outside. Indeed, from the outside, it did look like some kind of scientific instrument. Only, it's this thing? Seeing that thing, Duan Mu Huai frowned slightly. Although he had never seen this thing in person, he had heard many players talk about it on the forum. After all, this was one of the most commonly used props for players to check in. Well, if that's the case, then it's no wonder that the ancestor ended up in a ditch. After all, his enemy is not monsters. But after reading the diary, the Baroness and the old butler were extremely surprised. Dominic's family? Are they actually related? Oh! Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai turned and looked at the two of them. Why? Do you know? Yes. The Dominic family is very famous in this area. I heard that old Dominic is very knowledgeable. The old butler had a complicated expression. How many people are there in Dominic's family? I remember it was him and his granddaughter. He. An old man and his granddaughter. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai narrowed his eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Where is that Dominic's house? Then he asked. Dominic's family is located in a remote mountain forest outside the town. According to the old housekeeper, this has always lived with Mr. Minnick and his granddaughter. For the people in this town, Mr. Dominic was a bad person, but his granddaughters seemed to occasionally come out to buy it. In the eyes of residents in the town, they were just ordinary residents. That's all. Until today. Good evening. And Merry Christmas. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai kicked open the tightly closed door and strode into the dim and gloomy little house. At this moment, he looked like a random killer on Christmas Eve, trying to kill every innocent victim who was celebrating Christmas with a hideous smile. Well, strictly speaking, it was not wrong. You? Who are you? Facing Duan Mu Huai's sudden in, a girl walked out in horror and looked at him and shouted loudly, holding a microphone in his hand. Please leave immediately, or I will call the police. Oh, I was just passing by, so I wanted to come in and take a look. Anyway, having said that, Duan Mu Huai stared at the girl in front of him fiercely, and a hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You live in such a remote place, but you don't even have a few dogs to guard your house. That's really careless. Or are you worried that these dogs will bite your throats first? Alien bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Mu Huai suddenly grabbed the chair beside him and threw it at the girl, facing Duan Mu Huai's sudden attack. The girl also screamed and dodged backwards. The chair hit the door frame beside the girl heavily, and at the same time, Duan Mu Huai rushed in, clenched his right fist, and swung it directly at the girl's face, hitting her in the face. Boom! Duanmu Huai's punch was enough to smash an ordinary person's head. But when it hit the girl's face, it only made a heavy sound like a tire. However, this blow was enough to make the other party scream in pain. And with a scream like a monster, the girl's face suddenly cracked open after being hit by Duanmu Huai. And then a monster head full of tentacles emerged from it and pounced towards Duanmu Huai. That was exactly the twisted and hideous face that Duanmu Huai had seen in the Phantom of the Past. Chapter 548: Killing Monsters and Seizing Treasures. For ordinary people, this is probably an unimaginable scene. The human who looked like a normal girl just now suddenly had her skin split in the middle. And then an extremely strange monster crawled out from inside. Its head was full of tentacles. Its abdomen was full of limbs that wriggled like cockroaches. And its back had wings that looked like mosquitoes. Sure enough, it's just an ordinary alien. This also explains why Baskerville's ancestors lost. After all, being able to exorcise demons is one thing, but fighting aliens is another. Although demons are often confused with aliens, they are actually different. Well, they are almost the same? It's Migo. Faced with the sudden changes, Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all. In fact, when he saw the strange instrument left by the ancestor of the Baskerville family, Duanmu Huai immediately guessed the true identity of the mastermind behind this incident. The reason was simple. The brain transplanter of the Migo clan was so famous that it was hard not to know it. Migo is an alien race from the stars. They have been on this planet for as long as the ancients, and even fought a war with the ancients over a territorial dispute. Now they are also hiding among humans like this, doing their own things. Strictly speaking, Migos are not an alien race that is harmful to the human community like the Shoggoths. Their biggest purpose on this planet is to collect minerals, and occasionally they will remove the brains of humans who have discovered their secrets, and then put them in jars and take them away. Of course, from the perspective of the Inquisition, none of this is important. Any alien race that dares to harm humans will only die. Moreover, among the monsters in this world, Migo ranks in the top 3 in the eyes of players. The reason is also very simple. Unlike the deep dives that have been dealt with before, the monsters such as empty ghosts are alien civilization. Although they will also be decomposed and melted after being killed, their items are not as troublesome as the empty ghost relics of the subspace monster. If the Foundation can get a lot of points because of this, for players, Migo is the top 3 prey and the top 3 in their murderers. By the way, the first is the Great Race Ices. The reason is very simple. Because the Great Race Is can enter the human body through spiritual exchange, and then learn a lot of human knowledge, and at the same time exercise their own body. Therefore, some players with average physical attributes thought of this way to get rich. If you have no money, no knowledge, and no physical strength when you first arrive in this world, don't worry. Just find a converter from the Great Race, and then have a spiritual exchange with the Great Race. Then, spend 10 years in the world of the Great Race, and then return to your own body. Then, you will find that your body has turned into a knowledgeable, healthy and very rich person. You can let the Great Race work for you for free to earn money, exercise your body, and even help you learn knowledge. And you can also slack off. Is there anything more profitable than this? And because in order to avoid being detected wrong, the Great Race will not have a long period of exchanges with specific people during the time of attachment. And there will be no interpersonal crisis. This is great. Duanmu Huai is also a player. So when he learned that there were Migos on this land, his first reaction was that the opportunity to kill people and steal treasures had come. Most Migos live in the mountains incognito. The reason is simple. On the one hand, they don't want to be exposed by contact with humans. On the other hand, they also collect and refine ores, or conduct similar remote scientific research. Whether it is mining or scientific research, the alien technology equipment brought by the Migos is definitely indispensable. If I get these things, and then exchange them with the Foundation, promotion and wealth are just around the corner. It is precisely because of this that, whether as an Inquisitor, an investigator, or a player, Duanmu Huai will not let go of Migo who dares to appear under his nose. Just like now. Faced with Migo, who rushed towards himself, Duanmu roared, reached out to grab the opponent's head. Migo's head was similar to the head of the eye without a compound eye. The neck connected to the body was thin and long, and the head was full of protruding. Go. Just grab the opponent's head and twist. Rip. The next moment, the Migo's head was torn off by Duanmu Huai, and its body rolled forward, and then was kicked away by Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the corpse in front of him, and rushed directly into the room. He didn't forget that there was a monster disguised as a human hiding here. Buzz! Sure enough, just as Duanmu Huai rushed into the room, accompanied by a sound similar to the flapping of mosquito wings, Duanmu Huai saw a black shadow suddenly jump up from the bed and rush towards the window. How can you make you succeed? Migo also has wings and the ability to fly like the ancients, but they have not degenerated like the ancients due to the comfortable environment. The most difficult thing about catching Migo is that they can fly. This is also the experience summed up by many players with blood and tears. After all, except for a few players, most players cannot fly. So when facing a flying Migo, you will naturally be at a disadvantage at the first time. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't want to fight with Migo in the air. So the moment he saw the other party trying to escape, he roared, pounced over, stretched out his hands and grabbed Migo's wings that were flapping desperately, and then pulled hard. A strange, terrifying, shrill scream came out of Migo's mouth, and it rushed out of the window and fell to the ground. Duanmu Huai had no intention of letting it go. He raised his fist high and swung it down with force. Puff! The steel fist like Migo directly penetrated Migo's heavy biological armor, and directly penetrated into the body. And then Duanmu Huai pulled it out, like pulling the shrimp line, and pulled out the nerve line on the back of Migo. As an alien creature, Migo had probably never been treated like this before. At this moment, the screams coming out of its mouth were completely distorted, and even scared away a large flock of birds in the forest. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He punched Migo again, smashing its mouth parts into pieces. Then Migo collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. Very good. Success? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. If we just kill it, it would be very simple. But although Migo is an alien creature, in fact, strictly speaking, it is more like a fungus creature. Looks a bit like a green-skinned guy? Never mind. Let's put this aside for now. In short, if you just kill the Migo, its body will decompose sooner or later. But as long as it is alive, it will not decompose. In the game, players have gone to great lengths to capture Migo. The reason is simple. Unlike the sealed evil god Cthulhu and the subspace creatures such as the Sky Ghost, Migo's forces are currently within the solar system. Although it is uncertain whether humans will fight Migo sooner or later. The more you know about the alien race, the better. If the player can summon a fleet, then Migo will naturally be completely eliminated. Unfortunately, in this world, players do not have enough power to summon a fleet. From this point of view, it is necessary to improve the world's cognition and understanding of the Migo people. Later, some players discovered that by pulling out the nerve center on the back of a Migo, like peeling shrimp thread, it can be made incapable of movement while still alive. And if you can sell the living Migo to the Foundation, you can get a lot of points. After all, as an alien creature, the danger of the Migo itself is relatively low, and it will not cause much harm even if it is handed over. Of course, it is only relatively low. After all, this group of alien hybrids believe in Shub-Niggurath and Nyarlathotep. Just hearing these two names, you can tell how difficult this group of aliens are to deal with. The ancestor of the Baskerville family was probably targeted by Migo for this reason. At the beginning, perhaps Migo just wanted to use the power of the Baskerville ancestor to help him collect some things. But he didn't expect that the ancestor would become suspicious and eventually discover the truth hidden by Migo. Of course, in that era, perhaps the ancestor simply thought that the alien-looking Migo was some kind of demon. But unfortunately, there is still a difference between demons and aliens. After that, the ancestor was defeated by Migo and transformed into a werewolf-like monster. As for why he attacked the descendants of the Baskerville family, was it to hide a secret? After all, as long as all the people of the Baskerville family died, Migo's secret would not be exposed. The Migos, who worship Shub-Niggurath, possess very advanced biological transformation technology, so it is not surprising that they can do this. After dealing with the two Migos, Duanmu Huai returned to the house in front of him. As mentioned before, this is a mansion located deep in the mountains, very remote, and looks like a farm. From the outside, there is nothing special about it. But soon, Duanmu Huai found a secret room in the basement under the farm. and found some strange things inside. A research station. It doesn't seem to be worth the money. Duan Muhui looked at the metal instruments in front of him, which had no sci-fi flavor at all, and looked more like some twisted elementary school students' handicrafts. In fact, he hoped to find Migo's mining station, where the refined ore was more valuable. After all, the technology of this alien civilization was too far behind that of human civilization, and could not be used at all. Even if the Foundation recovered it, it would only be a novelty, and could not be used. After all, humans don't have wings like mosquitoes, or legs like cockroaches. Never mind. Let it be. It's better than nothing. Duan Muhui contacted the Foundation using the phone at the farm. Beep, 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 beep. After the busy tone rang 9 times, the sound suddenly stopped, as if the call was hung up. However, Duan Muhui didn't care and spoke. I caught Amigo and looted their research station. Come and get it if you want it. The location is... After explaining the location in detail, there was silence for a moment. Please wait. After saying this, the phone was hung up. About half an hour later, with a rumbling sound, Duan Muhui saw several helicopters flying through the air, hovering over the farm. And then dozens of fully armed soldiers slid down the ropes, and quickly came to Duan Muhui. Duan Muhui also kicked and threw the dead fish like Migo in front of him. That's it. As for the other one whose head was twisted off by Duan Muhui, it had naturally melted long ago. No one spoke. Only the leading soldier nodded to Duan Muhui, who also waved his hand. Then I'm leaving. I'll leave this place to you. Duan Muhui didn't worry about how the Foundation would deal with things over there. He just returned to Baskerville Manor, found the Baroness, and told her what happened. Although it's hard to say specifically, I think everything should be over. Since Migo did not have the good habit of keeping a diary, Duan Muhui had no way of knowing what happened from them. But as of now, judging from the illusions he had seen before and the experiences afterwards, it should be almost correct. So for now, the Baskerville family's troubles should be resolved. Is that so? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the Baroness and the old butler had a somewhat subtle expression. After all, they had just discovered the secret room downstairs and learned the unknown secret of their ancestors. Then Duan Muhui suddenly asked about the things recorded above about the Dominic family, and then went out without saying a word, and came back to tell them that everything was over. Well, if you are not a fool, you can guess it a little bit. Excuse me, Mr. Duan Mu. Are you also an exorcist like my ancestor? It's similar. There are many people doing similar work in this world. Of course, it's also quite dangerous. As you can see, it's not uncommon for people to end up in a ditch like that ancestor did. Duan Muhui spread his hands and spoke. So I think that if it's not absolutely necessary, you don't have to worry too much about it, and just live your life as you want. After all, this job is also very dangerous. As you can see, if you're not careful, you can end up without any descendants. Duan Muhui could probably guess what the Baroness was thinking. She probably wanted to carry on her ancestors' wishes and become an investigator or exorcist again. But to be honest, Duan Muhui doesn't recommend doing this. It's fine for ordinary inheritance, but this thing might end up cutting off the entire family. For example, if the Baroness wasn't pregnant, the Baskerville family's bloodline would probably have been cut off by now. Being entangled would be fine, now that the matter has been resolved. In Duan Muhui's opinion, there is no need to jump into this deep pit on his own initiative. After all, most of the investigators in this world were forced into this in the beginning. Those who really took the initiative to jump in, well, then we have to doubt whether there is a problem with their ancestral bloodline. Especially those who often dream of diving into the sea. Then we have to doubt whether they are deep divers or something. I don't know if she was convinced by Duan Muhui, but the Baroness never brought up the topic again. Duan Muhui's work finally came to an end. Just like that, a relatively peaceful Christmas came to an end. The reason why it is relatively peaceful is that the commotion on Christmas night still caused anxiety among the residents. After all, there was a sound like hundreds of dogs barking at the same time in the town, which frightened many residents and even called the police. Of course, due to the thick fog, the police did not dare to go out without authorization, and the residents of the town finally welcomed the morning of a new day in fear. Of course, nothing was found. Compared to Duan Muhui, Mary looked exhausted. To be honest, being chased by those monsters outside was nothing. Mary was used to it. But after returning to Baskerville Manor, Being discovered by her friends that she was out alone with a man late at night was a matter of life and death for her, although Mary had solemnly stated that she was just out for a walk. But, as a lady, you can't go out alone with a man late at night. That's right. Asia is also worried. What if something happens to Mary? You don't think Mr. Duanmu would do anything disrespectful to me, do you? Seeing her friend's worried expression, Mary also felt. She was speechless. Although strictly speaking, she was out of the game when Duanmu carried her on his shoulders like a sack. If Xiaoli saw this, she would definitely faint on the spot. Unfortunately, Duanmu seemed to be completely unaware of Mary's troubles and left with Lorena after Christmas. The Baroness, feeling lonely, invited Charlie and the others to stay with her for a while. Well, that's another story for later. When Duanmu returned to his home in the foggy city, he also received an unsigned black letter. And inside the letter, there was only a card marked as a sea-level personnel. Phew, it's done. This trip really wasn't in vain. Looking at the card in his hand, Duanmu breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he was promoted from a D-level personnel to a C-level personnel. Not only did his authority increase to allow him to approach some less dangerous containment objects, he could even obtain a certain degree of special equipment. This brings us one step closer to obtaining the manufacturing blueprint for the reality anchor. Chapter 549 Join. Although in Duanmu's opinion, the Migo research station is not worth much. In this world, there is only one player named Duanmu. Maybe this is the first Migo research station that has been fully harvested. Not only did Duanmu's level rise to sea level, but he was also given a large number of points as a reward. Many special technology projects were also opened up. However, for Duanmu, the most important thing is indeed the Scranton reality anchor. But, how should we trade? Looking at the project content on the computer screen, Duanmu also fell into deep thought. One way is to directly use points to redeem and purchase. After all, the reality anchor itself is a consumable item. If you just use it, it is not a very troublesome thing. It's like going to a gun store and buying a gun. It may be a little troublesome, but you can buy it as long as you pay the money. This method is relatively convenient. But Duanmu doesn't like it, and he needs to buy reality anchors in large quantities in order to fight the evil god. It may be okay for you to buy 1 or 2 guns at a gun store, but if you want to buy thousands or tens of thousands, you can only find arms dealers for wholesale. Regardless of whether the output is so high, Duanmu is unwilling to entrust such a life and death matter to other forces. Another way, of course, is to buy the blueprint and then make it yourself. This consumes more points. Of course, consumption is not what Duanmu is worried about. What he is worried about is whether the Tribunal's technology can produce this thing. The players in the game are not fools. Many people exchange the blueprints of the reality anchor and plan to make it themselves. However, they all failed in the end due to technical or raw material problems. Later, some players tried their best to explore the secret. Simply put, if you can obtain Deus Ex Machina, then creating a reality stabilization anchor will not be a problem. But on the other hand, without Deus Ex Machina, it would be difficult to create a reality anchor. Of course, players are not so easily deceived, although there are players who hope to obtain the Ex Machina through formal or informal channels. Unfortunately, this seems to be top secret. Players have tried many methods, but have not been able to obtain further information about the Ex Machina. Among the scientific researchers currently under Duanmu, Shueli specializes in biotechnology, Lumiel specializes in electronic technology, and Lonnie specializes in magic and astronomy. There are no experts in physics or the like at all. Even if the blueprint is taken back, Kukulu and Maria, who can only make weapons, will probably just stare at this thing. After all, it's okay to ask them to build a cannon or a plane. But when it comes to things like 11 dimensions and a real hourglass, it's probably no different from listening to a foreign language to them. If it really doesn't work, why not go and see it directly? Although the player did not get the Deus Ex Machina in the end, he knew that the Deus Ex Machina was located in a secret base under Yellowstone Park. Duanmu thought that if it really didn't work, he would go there secretly. After all, he had the Blood Crow heart, so maybe he could borrow it without anyone noticing. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then the maid came over. "Master, Miss Mary is here." "Oh, Let her in. Yes. Soon. Mary came to the study. Her expression seemed a little serious and nervous. What's the matter with you coming here today? Duan Mu Huai looked at Mary curiously and asked. Mary hesitated and was silent for a moment before speaking. I would like to ask. Can I join the Inquisition? Oh, weren't you hesitant before? That's true. But what happened at Baskerville Manor made me realize that this world is actually very dangerous. As she spoke, Mary looked at Duan Mu Huai. To be honest, I thought I was just a very peaceful, ordinary world. But actually this world is dangerous? In any case, after experiencing the Dark City, the Shoggoths in Antarctica, and the Baskerville Hound, no matter how naive Mary was, she would not think that this was just a coincidence. Of course there is danger. So, if I join the Inquisition, will I be able to gain the power to eliminate these threats? If you want, you need to practice. But why do you seem to have suddenly changed your mind? Duan Mu Huai looked at Mary curiously. He remembered that Mary had been very hesitant before. Because? I don't want to put my friends in danger. Mary hesitated for a moment, but still spoke in a low voice. This was also the conclusion she came to after she came back. Just like before. If Duan Mu Huai and Lorena were not there, would they be invited to Baskerville Manor and encounter danger? Mary would not say that she would never encounter danger. In fact, Charlie had encountered it once before, but she just forgot it. Although Mary knew that if she did dangerous work, her friends would be worried. But considering that there were so many unknown dangers in this world, she felt that instead of waiting to deal with them as before, it would be better to take the initiative to learn the corresponding methods. In this way, even if she encountered danger, she could protect her friends from harm. So in the end, she decided to join the Inquisition. Whether it's fighting or something else. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Looking at Mary who was so serious, Duan Mu Huai felt it was a bit troublesome to be honest. However, if Mary was willing to join in. Are you sure? That means you want to accept Lorena's training? Why? Hearing this, Mary's facial expression suddenly froze. Well, it's understandable. Normal people can't accept Lorena's Spartan-style training method. Even in the tribunal. This is why no one dares to train with her. Just kidding. You can choose other training methods. After all, most people can't do the kind of training that Lorena does. Even Duan Mu Huai would decline. Call. Mary breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if she was really asked to learn from Lorena, she would have to consider whether she could come back alive. So what should I do? Hearing Mary's inquiry, Duan Mu Huai was a bit difficult to decide for a while. But just right. Anyway, let me take you back to the courtroom first. Hey! Do you need me to prepare anything? No need. Just come with me. For Duan Mu Huai, returning to the tribunal was just a matter of opening a portal. Of course, for Mary, when she stepped through the portal, she was completely stunned by the magnificent, Gothic-style giant metal building in front of her and the unexpected scenery outside. Anyway, go watch the video first, and we'll talk about the rest after you finish watching it. Duan Mu Huai signaled a maid to take the dumbfounded Mary to the screening room to experience the corporate culture of the tribunal, and at the same time closed the system prompt in front of him. Do you need to settle special task points? Of course not. This amount of points is not enough for 10 consecutive draws, so it's useless to calculate the result. Ah, my lord. Welcome back. At this moment, Odile also came over and bowed to Duan Mu Huai. Well, Odile, it's been a while since we last met. Is there anything you want to report? Yes. A report on Colonel Shepard of the Federation. Oh! Duan Mu Huai took the document handed over by Odile and started reading it. In short, this was a report from the Shepard siblings. According to their report, not long ago, a ghost agent rebelled within the Citadel Council. After tracking, they found that the ghost agent had been brainwashed by the collectors. In the end, the other party even controlled a collector warship to attack the Citadel. Of course, they were eventually repelled by the Shepard siblings. The brainwashed ghost agent was killed, and the warship was also destroyed. But the problem is that the Citadel Council disagrees with their investigation report, believing that the collector warship is just a product of the Geth and has nothing to do with the legendary Reapers. The Shepard siblings are also speechless about this. Humph. If the council wants to die, then let them do it. It's better if they don't believe it. After reading the report, Duan Mu Huai snorted. As a judge, he originally had the idea of destroying all other races of the castle council by the harvester's knife. After all, Sister Zupat is warned that it is their own affairs. In other words, if you don't listen. After all, when the harvester's army is coming, the Shabao Council cannot use this to find the trouble of finding Star Lilian. The Inquisition only cares about humans. What does it care about the lives of races other than humans? Duanmu Huai has no intention of helping those stupid aliens on the Citadel Council. By the way, when the Citadel was attacked, they also sought help from the Inquisition. But because most of the races of the Citadel Council were aliens, the Inquisition fleet was not moved at all. After all, the Inquisition did not join the Citadel Council, and their life and death had nothing to do with the Inquisition. The Inquisition would not be stupid enough to run out and let the Reapers see their cards. However, when he saw Odile next to him, Duanmu Huai remembered something boring. By the way, Odile, I remember you were considered a noble lady. Eh? Ah. Yes. What's wrong? Do you noble ladies have a lot of troublesome rules? Duanmu Huai still remembers that at that time, Mary's two good friends grasped a lot of complaints. But to be honest, there were a lot of noble ladies he had encountered. Frankly speaking, he didn't feel any particularly troublesome rules at all. Or is it different from the world? And, forgotten. Although she is Her Royal Highness the Princess, she is just a crazy girl in front of Duanmu Huai. On the contrary, Odile almost became a duchess, and was considered a noble lady similar to Mary. But Duanmu Huai always felt that Odile did not have as many rules as Mary. Ah. Yes. For example, the climate, as well as the dress out of the house, and the conversation and behavior at the banquet at the community, etc. All have very strict regulations. I have also received similar education since I was a child. Why can't I feel? Because you will basically not attend the banquet. And even if you attend the banquet, everyone will not care too much about your etiquette. After all, the strength is there. But nobles with brains will not interfere and blame the etiquette of the dragon warriors, who can kill the dragon alone. Let alone Duanmu Huai does not look like a good temper. The nobles are really troublesome. Ah ha 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 ha. For ordinary nobles, etiquette is very important. But for you and the princess, it's not so important. It is also said that, as the strongest magic princess of Minari, no one dares to talk about her behavior. In the final analysis, it depends on strength. By the way, and has been staying in the world of Dual City recently to help Gu Lia advance the construction of the Dragon Kingdom. And he is so happy that he doesn't want to come back. Is it really okay for her to be like this? Forget it. There is no need for her help for the time being. Just as Duanmu Huai and Odile were chatting, there was a knock on the door. And then the maid Mary walked in, with a confused look on her face and lifeless eyes, as if she had been brainwashed. What's wrong? That was Miss Mary's reaction after she read it. How do you say you can understand and feel a bit exaggerated? Looking at Mary's expression, which was dull and looked like she was brainwashed and hypnotized, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. To be honest, sometimes people in the modern world have the worst acceptance of such things. Look at people like Gu Lia and Lorena. They have a strong acceptance ability. After all, there are all kinds of strange things in the magic world. And some space theories are even more perfect than those in the ordinary scientific world. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted his hands. Pa. 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 Why? At this moment, Mary seemed to have returned to God, and her eyes widened in surprise. They looked much better than that of the gods, who were hypnotized and brainwashed just now. Come back to God? Ah. Yes. That. Please forgive me to be rude. This is really? Suspecting is normal. But it is true. If you feel that you can't believe it, I can take you to the star linkage. No, no. No, no. Any more. Mary waved her hands desperately. And at the same time her expression became increasingly stiff. Well, this, I don't know how to put it. But is someone like me really useful? I mean, sorry. I don't know how to put it. But I think I might not be able to do it well. However, before Mary could finish her words, she was interrupted by Duanmu Huai. Needless to say, I invite you on the one hand to be insufficient in the trial court. And on the other hand, the trial court does need your ability. Perhaps in your opinion, your ability seems to be nothing special. It is just no correct use. In fact, your ability is quite useful for the trial court. This is not a false words. Mary's problem is that the power of gold pupils is too strong. But notice how strong it is. In simple terms, this is like a man's magic field around a person. All magic cannot take effect within his field of vision. So he thinks that there is no magic in the world. And naturally, he will not feel that he has any particularly powerful power. Although it is a bit exaggerated. In fact, the gold pupils also have similar power. Yes. Is it? But I think, of course, this is not possible now. You also need to train. Yes. Hearing this, Mary was relieved. What do you say? Seeing that she looks like a little. She can guess a little bit. Before coming here, maybe Mary thought that the trial court was like a man in black. I did not expect that it would be a giant chain company of the Star Group. Excuse me. What training do I have to do? Hearing Mary's inquiry, Duan Muhui thought about it. Flexible training. Training in close combat. You will also see the situation of the situation training magic. Magic? Hearing this, Mary's eyes lit up. Is there really such a thing as magic? Of course there is. But you don't need to be so excited. To be honest, using magic in your world is actually very dangerous. Looking at the excited Mary, Duan Muhui was also a little surprised. But it was not surprising. How to say? Girls just have this dreamy thing. Can I learn magic too? Depending on the situation. It should be fine. Looking at Mary's excitement, Duan Muhui rolled his eyes helplessly. But he could understand it. However, practicing magic is not as easy as Mary imagined. In short, it is still the most important battle. In the Duan Muhui camp, there are only a few people who can be responsible for magic teaching. It is not possible to be safe. It is too genius. Even the students of the Maneri College don't understand what she is talking about most of the time. Let alone the class that knows Mary who knows nothing about magic. Although Shi Jingxiang is also an excellent magician. She said that her ability is too far away and is not good at teaching in this area. So, only Lani was left. Well, she was the Moon Princess and the creator of Dark Moon magic. So Duan Muhui took Mary to find Lani. The latter looked at Mary and then gave the answer. Actual combat? Yes. The Dark Moon magic itself is not difficult. It is easy to learn. But actual combat training is necessary. Now that you mention it, is it really that easy? I just want to learn how to use magic. This is simple. While saying that, he stretched out his hand and placed a scroll in front of Duan Muhui and Mary. As long as you use this scroll, you can learn how to use magic. If you can learn so simple, what are the magic colleges who are teaching? Duan Muhui did not forget that he had also went to the Real Acalia Academy of Magic. Of course, it is the basic knowledge of magic. After all, the magician is not just a magic, but also needs to learn the foundation of magic. Analyze, and research. It is only obtained from others. After all, it is just a rigid spell and knowledge. Even if you tell you how this magic is used, you don't know how other magic uses it. That's true. Just with people who drive cars. They do need to learn how to build a car. And it would take too much time to learn a driver's license. But if you want to learn how to build a car from scratch, it's another code. In fact, Duan Muhui himself also uses magic. And he uses magic cards directly. Although he also studied at the Magic Academy of Magic for some time. He only learned how to use magic to let him create a magic that belongs to himself, like in Duan Muhui is naturally not. Then give you? Well, leave it to me. At this time, Duan Muhui still didn't know what he would become in the end. Chapter 550 Vampire. At the beginning, Duan Muhui just handled it as no problem to give this matter to the incident. But soon, he discovered that something seemed not quite right. Although she didn't know what Lani had done, Mary's expression seemed very abnormal. At first, his face turned pale and he said, "It's so scary. It's really scary." Then it turned into my eyes. I want to survive. I want to live. In the end, it became just kill him. Right? Just kill him. Right? To be honest, it feels super unstable. I said, "What training did you do for her?" Duan Muhui finally couldn't help but find Lani and ask. "I got these golden eyes with great difficulty. Please don't ruin them." "Ah. It's nothing actually." Facing Duan Muhui's questioning, Lani seemed very calm. "I just dumped her in the crypt. The underground cemetery. Will you say that the hero cemetery will not be? Of course it's there. After all, actual combat is the most important thing. Isn't it?" Duanmuai finally understood why Mary was that expression. Are you okay? It's okay. Although the child looks like that, he is actually a very strong child. And his escape skills are also very good. Well, that's right. Duanmuai also felt that Mary didn't learn anything at the beginning. Only the escape technique, which seems to be really useful now. But this is also normal. Don't think it's easy just by hearing the word escape. Avoiding monsters in the dark city is not as simple as running around like a headless fly. Not only does it require good reflexes, but it also requires the ability to judge and choose a path in a short time. Otherwise, if you see a road and run into a dead end, you will be at the mercy of others. From this point of view, Mary's escape skills are at least professional. The premise is that there is such a profession. It's just that at this time, Mary must not let her friend see it. Otherwise she would make any moths. Fortunately, the Master's College has been on vacation during this period. And Mary also explained to her good friend that she was going out for an internship. Otherwise it would be hard to say. But then again, Golden Eyes is really amazing. According to Lonnie, Mary's Golden Eyes can not only easily capture the trajectory of the opponent's attack, but even the magic condensation point and direction when the magic is cast can be easily grasped. For some area magic, even the caster himself may not be able to judge the distance. But Mary can easily avoid them all. According to her, as long as she sees it, she can understand the direction and end point of these magics. This golden eye is too buggy. Thanks to this, Lonnie developed a strong interest in Mary's golden eyes. This might be tragic for Mary, but considering that the real battle in the future would be more dangerous, Duanmuai followed Lonnie. It's much better than dying on the battlefield. After that, Duanmuai also watched Mary's battle. Well, how should I put it? Perhaps because she was used to running away, Mary's fighting style was more based on dodging and counterattacking. She would hardly take the initiative to attack the enemy, let alone sneak attack the enemy first. Instead, she would only dodge and counterattack after the enemy attacked her. Frankly speaking, this seemed a bit negative to Duanmuai, as he preferred to strike first rather than passively take the beating and fight back like Mary did. However, from running away at first to being able to fight back now, it was already a considerable improvement. Well, probably. Although Lonnie taught very hard. According to her, Mary's magic power was not very high, so she only let her master a few magics, such as Magic Shining Sword, Kalia Swift Sword, Kalia Return, Starlight and Calm. According to Lonnie, after mastering these magics, Mary will basically have no problem protecting herself. Well, at least that's true from the way she trains. As for the more powerful magic, well, Mari doesn't have enough magic power to use it. That's what Lonnie said. All I have to do next is take her to experience a few actual combats. And that should be enough. Hey! Isn't it an actual combat before? When he heard Genie's speech, Mary's face was white. That was just training. The real combat is still a long way off. Anyway, I'll leave it to you from now on. For Lonnie, teaching Mary these few magics was considered a mission accomplished. Well, actually, if she was trained as a magician, it would obviously be impossible to achieve results in 2 or 3 years. But since Mary just wanted to learn how to use magic and didn't want to delve into it, it wasn't too difficult. Just like driving a car. As long as you practice for a long enough time, you can almost learn it. As for advanced skills like drifting, we will talk about them later. Of course, for most people, they probably won't need to use the skill of turning a corner through a drainage ditch in their lifetime. It happened that the University of China was also the beginning of the semester. So Duanmuai took Mary back to her world. Mr. Duanmu, if you receive any commission this time, please take me with you. Unlike before, Mary seemed very positive this time. Well, Duanmuai could understand that after finally learning how to use magic and deal with danger, Mary also wanted to practice it herself. Just like someone who has learned how to drive. He must be very excited to drive at first. Don't worry. If I have a commission, I will definitely call you. Duanmuai also assured Mary this. Result? It's really idle. Lying on the sofa, Duanmuai looked at the TV with a boring look. It was originally that there should be a lot of commissioning to think that there should be a lot of commission before. But in the past half a month, similar situations have made Duanmuai feel a little boring. At least for investigators. He was not interested in investigating other people's derailment. Unless the person who cheated is an evil god. It is a different matter. By the way, the business of exorcism items is surprisingly good, and there are even many repeat customers. According to the maid and Lorena, they all said excitedly, "This thing is so useful. Please give me a few more." How should I put it? People in this world are too stubborn. They would rather solve the problem by themselves than seek help from a detective? And after you get it done, you think it's useful and plan to get a few more? Does that mean you'll be able to solve problems yourself in the future? How should I put it? From the perspective of the Inquisition, being able to attract souls is a good thing. But on the other hand, what is it like to steal your own business? Duanmu Huai felt speechless. The people in this world were really too outrageous in this regard. But if you think about it carefully, if it weren't for this, there would be no such profession as investigator in this world. Fortunately or unfortunately, when a person complains that he has too much free time, most of the time he is not able to do so. Just like now. Master Cavaliers, one letter given you. Lorena walked into the room excitedly and handed a letter to Duanmu Huai. The latter reached out to take the letter with some boredom. After confirming that it was not some stupid party invitation, he opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. That's what the letter said. "Dear Mr. I am here to greet you on behalf of my client, Mr. Best Hank of Cornwall. I think you must be confused by this letter. In fact, everything you have done for the Baskerville family is no secret among us. We all know that you are an excellent expert in solving such difficult cases. Therefore, on behalf of my client, I would like to invite you to my office to discuss some things that are not convenient to record in a letter. If you have this intention, you can go to 139 9th Street. I am always waiting for your visit." Oh, that's interesting. Seeing this, Duanmuai also sat up. This was the first letter to mention the Baskerville family. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Duanmuai to be promoted loudly. The relationship. Well, it means an acquaintance introduced me. At least it's more realistic than those commissions from idiots who believe in rumors on the street or don't listen to others. So Duanmu Huai dialed the number on the letter. There was a well-mannered and polite man on the other end of the phone. After making an appointment with the other party, Duanmu Huai took Lorena out and went to the place written on the letter. In a modern-looking office, Duanmu Huai met the owner of the letter, Schiller Bost, a legal advisor. "Welcome your arrival. Respect Mr. Duanmu." The moment he saw Duanmu Huai, the legal advisor with a mustache was also startled. But he quickly smiled warmly and invited Duanmu Huai and Lorena to sit down. "Although I have heard about you, seeing you in person is really amazing. This is not important. I think we can skip these boring greetings straight into the topic. You come to me here. It should not just drink coffee," Duanmu Huai said. He stretched out his hand to drink a sip of coffee. "Well, it tastes pretty good." "Of course not. I invited you here this time because, as the letter said, I am asking for help on behalf of my client, Mr. Best Hank." Having said that, Schiller restrained the smile on his face. In fact, some very strange things have happened in Cornwall recently. To put it simply, having said that, Schiller also explained the situation to Duanmu Huai. To put it simply, Cornwall has not been peaceful in the past few years, with local residents disappearing and then being found dead from time to time. Of course, if that were all, vampire? Yes, Schiller nodded, then took out a folder and placed the photos in front of Duanmu Huai. It was a photo of a corpse, with scars on his neck similar to those caused by snake fangs, and his face was pale. Although corpses should be like this. According to the coroner, the bodies of these people were drained of blood. But not only that. In fact, their bodies were found missing shortly after they were buried. Disappeared? Yes. The graves were dug up, and the bodies inside were nowhere to be found. Therefore, the local people were very scared and thought it was the work of vampires. Oh, this does sound like an orthodox vampire story. Anyone whose blood is sucked by a vampire will become a vampire, then disappear from the cemetery and attack other people. So what do the police say? Nothing much. Schiller spread his hands helplessly. The police only think that it is likely that some gangs did this, and they do not intend to conduct an in-depth investigation into the disappearance of the body. So why should your client care about this sort of thing? Duanmu Huai looked at Schiller curiously. Anyone who could entrust such a legal advisor must not be a poor guy. If he was just worried about safety, why not just move away? Because my client is also a well-known person in the local area. If things continue like this, there will only be fewer and fewer people there. So he hopes to investigate the truth of the incident and solve it. He has previously invited detectives and other people to assist in the investigation. But there has been no progress. Just when the client was worried about this, he accidentally learned about what happened in Devonshire. After contacting Baroness Baskerville, she recommended you to my client. Oh, I see. By the way, is your client also a noble? Yes. Mr. Best Hank is an earl. Oh, I see. No wonder the Baroness told the other party everything. In the aristocratic circle, this kind of thing is definitely indispensable in the old road. So, would you be willing to go to Cornwall to investigate this? My client is willing to cover all the food, lodging and transportation expenses for you and your assistants. And if you can really solve the problem, you will be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. No matter what the other party's motive was, at present, it should be serious. After all, he said that he would bear the food, lodging and transportation expenses of himself and others. This is not a small amount of money. As for the specific situation, it is better to ask the Earl when the time comes. Okay, I have to go back and make some preparations, and then I'll give you an answer. But I've accepted this commission. That's really great. Hearing this, Mr. Schiller also smiled. Then you can contact me at any time using this phone number. After you decide on a date, I will inform my client as soon as possible. He will definitely be happy to hear the good news. After talking with Schiller, Duanmu Huai returned to his apartment and asked Lorena to inform Mary of the good news. In fact, this is indeed good news for Mary. So, we're heading to Cornwall to investigate. Mary, who rushed over after receiving the notice, had shining eyes and was as excited as a puppy being taken for a walk by its owner. That's about it. But the vampire rumors in Cornwall, I have heard some of them from my classmates. Oh, has this matter spread here? I saw the report in some street tabloids. I didn't pay much attention to it, but many people seem to like this kind of story. Oh, a street newspaper. That's true. No matter what, this kind of rumor would never be published in a serious newspaper. Instead, similar stories are favored by tabloids and magazines on the streets. In the past, many train magazines would also have stories similar to the Bermuda Triangle mystery incident, which are exactly the same. By the way, do you have time? It depends on how long it will take. About half a month. Maybe a month if it's longer. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't know what kind of monster is lurking there, so he is not sure how long it will take. Wow, it might be a little long. It depends. Can you spare some time? I'll find a way. If it's an off-campus internship, I should be able to ask for leave. But it's hard to tell Xiao Li and Ashelika. After all, Mary studied ancient writing and archaeology, so it was not impossible for her to go out and do archaeological work as an internship. Oh, because Xiao Li and Ashelika don't have a very good feeling towards Mr. Duanmu. Well, actually I think it's nothing. But they always think that Mr. Duanmu looks a little dangerous. They don't want me to have more contact with you. From the perspective of ordinary people, this is true. Can't you just make up a reason? If I'm discovered, I'll have to use other lies to cover it up. Shirley and Ashelika are both very smart girls. If they find out, they'll only worry about me more. But don't worry. I'll try my best to convince them. Since Mary said so, Duanmu Huai had no choice but to let her go. What Mary said was not wrong. It would be very troublesome to cover up too many lies. Of course, Duanmu Huai also helped. He applied through Professor Palmer. After all, it would be much easier to apply for vacation through a full-time professor of the Master's College. After the Antarctic expedition, Professor Palmer seemed to have noticed something. But he did not ask, but readily agreed to Duanmu Huai's request. In this way, even if Mary obtains the school's approval, she can take leave in the form of off-campus internship. Chapter 551 Professor Palmer's Request. On the day of departure, everyone came to see them off. Xiao Li and Ashelika seemed very worried about Mary. But fortunately, because of Lorena, they finally accepted Mary's statement reluctantly. But the look they gave Duanmu Huai was a little unfriendly. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. The thoughts of a few little girls would not interfere with anything. As long as they didn't get in the way, it would be fine. The only thing that surprised Duanmu Huai was that Professor Palmer was also here. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come. Professor Palmer, aren't you busy with research projects recently? Ha ha ha. That's right. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Professor Palmer gave an awkward smile. But soon he coughed, regained his serious expression, and looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu, I have heard from Mary that you are a detective. Is that right? I am definitely working on that. That's good. Hearing this, Professor Palmer looked relieved. I heard you were going to Cornwall. Could you do me a favor? What's up? It's like this. It's a little hard to talk about this. As he spoke, Professor Palmer showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. I have a brother named Brad Fraser, and his son went missing recently. Missing? Yes. I'm sorry to say. But his son was originally a student at Miskatonic University. But he fell in love with a girl. Well, how should I put it? The boy gave up his studies, and said he wanted to go to the girl's city to live with her forever. So, elope? Hey, almost. But he's missing. Didn't he run away with that girl? That's not the case. Professor Palmer shook his head. He also started from here, and went to Cornwall. On the way, he called my brother, and said he would rest for one night in a hotel on the way to Cornwall. Then, there was no news. My brother also called the girl, but she said that the child had not come to her. You're not going to call the police? My brother is a banker. Well, his son's disappearance and elopement really made him feel awkward. He didn't want to call the police because of such a thing. So when I heard that you were going to Cornwall to investigate, I thought of this idea. Since it's on your way, I wonder if you can help find the child and see where he went. Since it's on the way, of course it's no problem. Duanmu Huai took it up easily. Players like tasks that are easy to complete the journey the most. What I hate most is the task of buying a horse in the East Market, a saddle in the West Market, a bridle in the South Market, and a whip in the North Market. Can't we buy everything in one place? Can't you tell that Hua Mulan is a woman? Men don't have to be so particular. That's great. Hearing this, Professor Palmer breathed a sigh of relief and took out a photo. This is the kid, James Fraser. He drives a black Chrysler sedan with the license plate number BN5698. If you find anything, you can call me. Wow. It's Chrysler. Right? The second generation of rich people are just different. Duanmu Huai took the photo and took a look at it. He was just an ordinary blonde and blue-eyed young man. He was not very handsome. He didn't know who the girl who fascinated him was. This was none of his business. After that, Duanmu Huai talked with Professor Palmer about the topic of Antarctic scientific research. To his surprise, the most concerned issue in the Master's College was not this, but the comet that would appear soon. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, comets only come once every few hundred or thousand years. We can go to Antarctica anytime. And I haven't finished my research report yet. Having said that, Professor Palmer looked at Duanmu Huai again and hesitated. Mr. Duanmu, it may be rude to ask this, but what did you do in Antarctica? And why did you go to Cornwall this time? I asked Mary, but she didn't seem willing to explain it directly. However, in response to Professor Palmer's question, Duanmu Huai changed the subject. What do you think dinosaur fossils? Professor Palmer? Dinosaurs? Ah, I do have some studies. To be honest, they touch their bones. Imagine the majesty of these animals in ancient times. It is really a very interesting thing. But if a group of dinosaurs really appeared on the streets of Fog City, it would not be fun. Right? It's that simple. Duanmu Huai stared at Professor Palmer, narrowed his eyes slightly. You are only responsible for studying dinosaur fossils, and I am responsible for turning them into fossils, because fossils cannot speak, move, or bring any harm to humans. We all agree on this. Right? Professor Palmer is not a fool. Of course, understand the meaning of Duanmu Huai's words. The inquiry of science and truth may be the first for scholars, but for us, any threatening the existence of human beings cannot tolerate it. I hope you can understand this. Professor Palmer also hopes that we can cooperate happily. As he said, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand. What do you think? Looking at Duanmu Huai's hand, Professor Palmer hesitated for a while, and then stretched out his hand and held Duanmu Huai's hand. I think so. Very good. Then it seems that we can cooperate happily. Duanmu Huai had taken a fancy to Professor Palmer because he was just a middle-class scholar. Although middle-class meant neither good nor bad, it also meant that he had a good understanding of himself. What he hated most were geniuses, or idiots, who thought they were geniuses. Such people were completely arrogant in their familiar fields and thought that no matter what happened, they would be fine. And then, they were tricked by the evil god. And many times, I do it know if I am pitted in. I still feel that I am voluntary and voluntarily. Everything is in my master. Well, everything is under the control of the evil god. Idiots like this with no self-awareness are the most annoying. In contrast, a medium-flowing scholar like Professor Parma may not be aggressive. But the victory is stable. As long as there is no obsession that should not be inflated. When it should be better than those so-called genius and elites. It can be seen from this Antarctic incident that Professor Parma obviously guessed what Duan Muhuai and others did in Antarctica. But he just carried out his research step by step. If it were some arrogant idiot, he might have been driven by curiosity and sought death. Well, fine death. After all, Duan Muhuai had a large number of black flames in the case of it. Those black flames burned the package in the entire ruins. They would not stop for decades. Anyone would be swallowed directly by black flame. Of course, this kind of thing needless to say. After that, Duan Muhuai and his party farewell to the road. Of course, it was drove by a maid. And it was naturally the heavy card. By the way, when I saw this pink two-dimensional paint car, Mary and others' expressions were really wonderful. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in the mobile phone in this era. Otherwise Duan Muhuai really wanted to take it down. Because the cargo box is large enough. Duan Muhuai will not look narrow with Lavanna and Mary. And Mary just feels nervous at first. But later, she became more and more excited and jumping like a primary school student who participated in the outskirts of the suburbs. Look at you so excited. I want to tell you. Maybe you want to kill. Seeing excitedly sitting on the restless Mary, Duan Muhuai also splashed her cold water directly. Why? As expected. When Mary heard Duan Muhuai's words, she was stunned. Do you want to kill someone? Of course. If the other party is a cultist, he must be killed. But we can catch him and hand him over to the police. How will we try them? Have you ever seen a court sentence someone to death for being a heretic or a witch? This is not the Middle Ages. Well, hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Mary was speechless. Is there no other way? Of course. It is difficult to convict with magic killing. Just like Professor Chopek. Why? Do you think we can grab him? Then send it to the police station. And then tell the police that the monster he manipulated in the fog is recently killed. Do you think the police will catch him or catch us? At this time, it is the most convenient to deal with the investigators on the spot. For the official, this kind of person is also troublesome. If you do it kill, it says scourge. You say that you can't do it with the current law. But in turn, as long as they are killed during the investigation, then whether it is just offense or accidental death, as long as the evidence is sufficient. How much is the excuse? This, Mary was dumbfounded. Moreover, with the criteria of the trial court, we must not let go of anyone with the evil god. You should be fortunate that Xiao Li has lost his memory. And she reaches the door of the puppet without killing. Hearing this, Mary's expression suddenly became a lot of dignity. But Duan Muhuai did not relax because of this. Some things must be clearly explained that the bottom line of the trial court will not change. Actually, the bottom line of the tribunal is also quite vague and changeable. Of course, that is different from the judge. After being splashed with a pot of cold water by Duan Muhuai, Mary's original excitement looked calm. But she still had some resistance. This was normal. After all, this young lady may not even kill one chicken before, let alone killing. After a while, perhaps to calm down, Mary turned to ask about Professor Parma. Duan Muhuai did not hide anything and told her the commission directly. Someone disappeared. Isn't it an accident? Maybe he had a car accident and he fell down the cliff alone. Good ideas. But I guess he is probably dead. Hey! Why do you think so? Because the debuff is fully stacked. A college student from Michigan is still missing. Death is considered good. If he is transformed into a monster, that would be a fate worse than death. But since I have chosen the University of Michigan, this is the only way forward. Anyway, let's look for it first. How do I find it? Before the disappearance, he called his father and said that he would stay in a hotel in Corporal Wall for one night. Since he drove to Cornwall, it should be the same as us. So just look at this road. Oh, there is no need to find it. There is only one hotel. After flipping through the map, Duan Muhuai quickly gave an answer. In fact, It was not that difficult. After all, few people walk this road, so there were not many hotels. There was only one hotel along the way. Duanmu just planned to go to the hotel to ask. If there was no news, forget it. It was not a big deal anyway. Just like Mary said, if he suddenly ran off the road and fell off a cliff, Duanmu wouldn't be able to find him. Although the terrain in this area doesn't look like there will be any cliffs, I have to say that the infrastructure here is really poor. Although the road is accessible, there is no street light after leaving the main road, and it is pitch black at night. To be honest, walking on this road, Duanmu felt that the possibility that Mary said was not impossible. After all, there are no cameras or streetlights here. If the rich second generation drove into the lake while drunk, then there would be no trace of the person alive or dead. Of course, this was just a small commission. Whether he could find it or not was another matter. After all, it was on the way, so Duanmu didn't take it too seriously. It's really desolate here. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, Mary couldn't help but sigh. She had always lived in the foggy city, and had only seen places with people. This was the first time she had seen a road like this where almost no one walked. If you want to go to Cornwall, most people choose to take the train. I just don't want to waste time, Duanmu said as he looked at the map. Just as Duanmu said, if Fog City wants to go to Cornwall, both people and goods are basically transported by rail. Driving is very inconvenient and far away. If it weren't for Duanmu's size, taking the train would be troublesome. He would choose the train instead of letting the maid drive. Because of this, very few people choose to drive to Cornwall. The best proof of this is that Duanmu and his companions walked on this road for a whole day without encountering a single car. Ah, Mr. Duanmu, there are lights ahead. Could it be that we have reached the hotel? Oh! Hearing Mary's excited words, Duanmu also raised his head and looked out of the car window. Sure enough, he saw a light on the street not far ahead. Well, it looked like this should be the hotel. Okay, let's go check it out. Although Duanmu was mentally prepared that the hotel here would definitely not be a good place to stay. When he arrived at the door of the hotel, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the hotel in front of him. My goodness, this is really shabby. Uh-huh. Even Mary looked at the hotel in front of her in confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just as Duanmu said, this hotel looked very shabby. Although it was not uninhabitable, the fact that the oil lamps hanging outside were already quite speechless. It's like seeing a hotel with candles lit in the 21st century. Which means this damn place doesn't even have electricity. It's a pity that this thing has been able to operate until now. Duanmu glanced around, then walked up the stairs and opened the door. Jingle bell. As the door was pushed open, the bell on the door rang crisply, and when I walked into the hall, I saw that the reception desk was empty. On the desk was an oil lamp and a copper bell, and on the wall behind the reception desk were 2 wild boar head ornaments, and between the 2 wild boar heads was a double-barreled shotgun, which looked quite old-fashioned. However, the most eye-catching thing is the license plates hanging on both sides of the wall. These license plates look very old and of various types, giving people the feeling that this place is more like a license plate exhibition hall. Duanmu glanced around, then came to the front desk and pressed the bell. Along with the ringing of the bell, everyone soon saw a door behind the front desk open, and then a white-haired old man came out pushing a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair was also an old man of about the same age as him. Seeing Duanmu, both of them were stunned for a moment, but still came out. Welcome to the Lakeside Inn, everyone. The old man pushing the wheelchair nodded politely to everyone. I'm William, and this is my brother Robert. As he spoke, he gestured to the old man in the wheelchair and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Robert doesn't talk much. He had some minor accidents a few years ago. This hotel is owned by my brother and me. Oh, sorry. Old people tend to talk a lot. Are you staying at the hotel? Yes. Do you have a room? Of course. Please write your names on it. As he spoke, William walked to the front desk and took out a passenger list. Duanmu then signed his name on it. He then took the passenger list and flipped through it. By the way, I want to find someone. He should have stayed in your hotel. His name is James Fraser. Have you seen him? As he spoke, Duanmu took out the photo from his arms and handed it over. Seeing the photo, William stared at it carefully. while the old man sitting in the wheelchair just shook his head silently. I'm sorry. I don't remember seeing this young man. I'm sorry. He didn't live with us. Oh. Duanmu Huai took back the photo and watched others write their names on the list. Then he looked at the two old men again. By the way, I noticed there seems to be a page missing from the end of the passenger list. Ah. That's because I accidentally knocked over the teacup and stained the page. So I tore it off. I see. By the way, aren't you two old gentlemen worried about your safety here? This place is far away from the city and looks very dangerous. Hee hee. What are you talking about? Sir? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, William gave a bitter smile. We are just two lonely old men. Who would care about us? And as you said, there are not many people here on weekdays. And most guests only stay for 1 or 2 nights. Oh, by the way, we have 8 rooms here. Number 1 and 5 have 2 single beds each. And number 4 and 8 have a double bed each. The other rooms only have a single bed. Number 6 to 8 are already occupied by other guests. So you can only choose the remaining rooms. Each room costs 50 pence per night. And you need to pay in advance. There is hot water in the room. But the only lighting is oil lamps. Please solve the problem of eating by yourselves. Oh well. Duanmu Huai paid and booked a room with 2 beds and a single room. Lorena and Mary would sleep in room 1 with 2 beds. And the maid would sleep in room 2. As for Duanmu Huai, he chose to go back to the truck because his compartment had more space than the hotel room here. However, before leaving, Duanmu Huai still gathered the 3 of them together. Before you go to bed at night, check your room carefully. Duanmu Huai glanced at the hotel next door and spoke in a low voice. There's something wrong with these 2 old guys. Eh? Will you? Mary was somewhat surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's words. But, in my opinion, they are just 2 ordinary old grandfathers. Haha. People like me have already hinted and threatened them that it's not safe here. But these 2 old guys are not panicking at all. Either they have something to hide, or there is something fishy going on behind their backs. No matter which one it is, I think these 2 old guys are not easy to deal with. So you better be careful. Duanmu Huai has been a judge for so long that he can tell who is normal and who is abnormal at a glance. For example, when he took out the photo before, the 2 old men reacted very strangely. The old man in the wheelchair didn't even look at the photo, even though Duanmu Huai deliberately shook the photo in front of him. On the other side, his younger brother William was talking nonsense. Duanmu Huai knew that James had called his father before and said he wanted to rest in the hotel. So logically, he would definitely stay overnight in the hotel. Not to mention that he saw that there was a page missing from the hotel roster. Haha. It was not missing earlier or later. But it was dirty when he and others arrived? Are you kidding me? There was no problem with the 2 old guys. So Duanmu Huai twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball. And you? Sir? Hearing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai chuckled, then reached out and touched the black cat in his pocket. Me? Of course I'll stay in the car and see if they dare to do anything under my nose. Chapter 552 Mysterious Lake. Although Duanmu Huai said so, unfortunately, nothing happened that night. It was a very peaceful night. The next morning, everyone gathered in the truck again and began to report their findings. Although I didn't find anything strange, there were strange noises under the floor. Mary looked a little uneasy. Sound? Yes. It seemed like something was crawling under the floor, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Lorena and I conducted a thorough investigation of the room. And the result was, having said this, Mary glanced at Lorena, who nodded. We discovered a secret door in the floor of the room. Secret door? Yes. It's under the carpet. If you hadn't asked us to check, Mr. Duanmu, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found it at all. Did you open it and take a look? We can't open it from our side. It's becoming more and more like a B-grade murder horror movie. Of course, if those 2 old men were really murderers, Duanmu Huai would not be afraid, because it was still unknown who would kill whom. At this moment, suddenly, everyone heard a noise coming from outside the window. They came to the window curiously and looked out. They saw a young man wearing glasses at the main entrance of the hotel not far away, glaring at the old man William standing at the door of the hotel. The latter just folded his arms and looked at him impatiently. The young man glared at the old man fiercely and roared loudly. You said you didn't know whether he had lived here or not. What I want to tell you is that I know he had lived here. And he told me so himself. Please calm down. Sir. We have guests here who need to rest. Faced with the young man's roar, William also seemed a little dissatisfied. Rest? Here? What's with the noise coming from under the guest room at night? Who can rest well with such noise? Now tell me. Which room does he stay in? I said I didn't know? Faced with the young man's questioning, William was obviously a little annoyed. So leave me alone or get the H.L. out of my inn. After saying this, William turned around and walked into the inn. And the young man walked towards that side of the inn angrily. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, while Duan Muhui sneered. It seems that there are more than 1 or 2 people missing here. As he spoke, Duan Muhui got off the truck. Let's go talk to that guy. Led by Duan Muhui, the group left the truck and came to the other side of the hotel, where they saw the young man who had argued with old man William standing nearby, looking at the lake and forest in the distance, muttering something angrily. Duan Muhui walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, which made the young man turn his head in dissatisfaction. Who is it? You didn't see me. You are. What kind of monster are you? Who are you calling a monster? Looking at the young man who was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground, Duan Muhui's face suddenly darkened. We are also guests living here. We just heard the quarrel between you and William, so we wanted to come over and chat with you. You? What do you want to talk about? From what I heard just now, you are here to look for someone? This? Faced with Duan Muhui's questioning, the young man was obviously a little nervous. But after hesitating for a moment, he explained the whole story to Duan Muhui. His name is Jacob Trent, and he lives in room 8. The reason he came here was to meet his friend Abraham Hickey. Logically, Abraham should have arrived a few weeks ago. And the night before Jacob arrived, Abraham called to inform him that he had checked in. But you didn't see him when you came? That's right. I asked William. But the old man played dumb and insisted that he didn't come. I think he must have done something to Abraham. Damn it. I won't let him go like this. I will definitely find out what he did, and then let the police deal with this damn bastard. They are clearly running the hotel, but they are rarely seen during the day. They have been squatting in the sealed studio behind the hotel. I think they must be doing something. According to Jacob, he has been living here since then. But he doesn't have a good feeling about this hotel. Not to mention how inconvenient it is that there is no electricity or telephone. The lake in the distance also makes him feel creepy. And there are strange noises coming from under the floor at night. He has long felt that there is something wrong with this hotel. Since you've lived here so long, have you ever seen this man? As he spoke, Duan Muhui took out a photo of James from his arms. Jacob took the photo, looked at it carefully, and nodded. Yes, I saw this guy the night I moved in. But I didn't have time to say hello to him. The next morning I noticed his car was gone. So I guess he left. If those 2 old guys tell you he never lived here, then they are either stupid or lying. If my friend doesn't come over in the next 2 days, I'm going to call the police. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows and took the photo back. By the way, do you remember what car he drove? It was a black Chrysler. Few young people could afford such a rich car these days. So I remember it very clearly. Thank you. I have no problem with that anymore. After getting Duan Muhui's answer, Jacob turned and left, while Duan Muhui turned his head and looked at other people. See, there's something wrong with those 2 old guys. Just based on the question you just asked? Certainly. In response to Mary's question, Duan Muhui nodded curiously. Don't forget, after we came here, we only said we were looking for someone. We didn't say he drove a car, nor did we say what kind of car he drove. But Jacob said it very clearly, which means he didn't lie. So, Mr. Duanmu, do you mean that those 2 old gentlemen are lying? Hearing this, Mary looked incredulous. But they are just 2 old people. Although it's not nice to say this. The missing people are all young people. Can 2 old people deal with young and strong people? Haha. That's hard to say. So what should we do now? Since we have found the clue, let's finish this commission. You guys can investigate in the hotel and check on the other travelers. We will meet up again in the evening and report to me. Why? Mary was surprised to hear Duan Muhui's words. Do you want me to go? Yes. This is a necessary skill for an investigator. You can practice it. But what do you want me to ask? Just have a casual chat. Find out about the other person's background. How long he's been here. and whether he's encountered anything strange here. Don't make it like a police interrogation. Just treat it as two travelers chatting in a hotel. Hey. But Mr. Duanmu, what you did just now was quite like an interrogation. It's just a different approach. Go. Yes. Mary was startled by Duanmu Huai's shout. She nodded quickly and turned to leave. And Lorena followed her. Why? Duanmu Huai shook his head as he watched the two people walk away. Then he turned and walked towards the lake. As for the maid, she stayed on the truck to guard it and maintain it. Of course, if those two idiots were stupid enough to attack the maid, then they would be able to experience the true power of the maid monster. But then again, this place is really rotten. Standing by the lake, looking at the scenery in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. Generally speaking, according to reason, the natural scenery should be beautiful in places far away from human habitation. But in fact, it is not the case. Although there is also a small wooden pier on the edge of this lake, there are also a few small wooden boats next to it. Generally speaking, it is also a good idea to sit on a boat, drift on the lake, and enjoy the natural beauty. However, looking at this slimy lake covered with green algae, with a layer of greasy dirt floating on the lake water, it doesn't look like a beautiful scenery of nature. Rather than a lake, it's more like a large garbage sewage pit. Just walking in, you can smell a pungent smell. How could anyone come to this damn place? Duanmu Huai complained as he walked along the lake. But when he reached the other side of the lake, he stopped. The reason is very simple. In front of Duanmu Huai, one can see very clear tire marks. These tire marks in the mud came all the way from the parking lot. And then, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward along the tire marks. Into the lake? No wonder this damn place is so dirty. Could it be that these two old men were some kind of murderers? Killing people and stealing their property, and then pushing the victims' vehicles into the lake to destroy the bodies? Then would the bodies of those people also be in the lake? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked towards the hotel not far away. Then narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like this is going to be interesting. Winter nights always come quickly. When night fell, Mary and Lorena returned to the truck and reported to Duanmu Huai. Besides Mr. Jacob, there are two other travelers staying here. As Mary spoke, she took out a notebook. Well, she looked quite serious. One of them is Mr. Bill Dinston. He doesn't like to communicate with others. I just greeted him and didn't say anything. The other one is Miss Sarah Bonner. She seems to be on a long journey and is just taking a break here. They haven't seen Mr. James yet. And, as she spoke, Mary turned a page in her notes. Miss Sarah told me that she doesn't like the lake very much and that she's been having nightmares since she came here. Nightmare? Yes. Miss Sarah said that she occasionally dreams that she sinks to the bottom of the water, surrounded by water plants. Under the water plants is a city made of strange spiral spires, and it is full of horrible, terrible, and indescribable corpses. Then she is always drawn to the center of the city and sees a horrible monster with 3 eyes. Then she wakes up in fright. She always has this dream. Miss Sarah said it might be because of the lake. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. This isn't. Could it be that I won the prize again? Is my rabbit so lucky? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the little white rabbit in his pocket, which was sleeping in a pile. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched the little white rabbit's furry body. The little white rabbit stared at his legs, then curled up comfortably again. Well, it's really cute. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door. Duanmu Huai motioned Lorena to open the door. Then she saw a young man wearing glasses standing outside uncomfortably. He was Jacob, the young man who had quarreled with William during the day. It's so late. What's the matter? Hey, that's it. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Jacob was a little nervous, but he still spoke. I had another argument with that old idiot. No, to be exact, we had a fight. I took the key from him, and I'm going to see what they are doing in that damn studio at the back. Do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. He certainly remembered what Jacob said in the morning. The two old men were rarely seen in the daytime. They were always squatting in the studio behind the hotel doing something. Well, if this was a horror B-grade murder movie, then there might be some torture instruments or corpses in it. But Duanmu Huai had almost guessed that there should be something weirder than these things. Okay, let's go together. Duanmu Huai nodded, then looked at Mary and Lorena. You come too. And get ready for battle. Yes, my lord knight. Lorena was not surprised by Duanmu Huai's order. She just picked up the heavy holy book in her hand and nodded. Although Mary wanted to ask something, she didn't say anything and obediently picked up a staff. This is the gift that Lonnie gave to Mary when she graduated. A Kaliya scepter. From the outside, this staff actually looks more like a rapier. And it even has a guard. The hilt is inlaid with gems. If worn on the body, at first glance it looks more like a decorative weapon for women to protect themselves. After all, the blade is also cylindrical. And with its light appearance, it won't arouse suspicion if you carry it out. Although Lonnie was very cold to Mary on the surface, it seemed that she was quite nice to Mary now. After all, this kind of weapon was not available to ordinary people even if they wanted it. After instructing the maid to guard the house to prevent anyone from robbing it, Duanmu Huai took Lorena and Mary out of the truck and followed Jacob to the sealed studio behind the hotel. Mr. Duanmu, will we fight? Holding the staff, Mary still looked a little nervous. She looked at Duanmu Huai uneasily and asked. And Duanmu Huai nodded. That's right. If your investigation is correct, then those two old guys are not just ordinary murderers, but two cultists who believe in evil gods. Who knows if there will be any monsters in their studio? It's always better to be careful. Is that so? But I didn't see it at all. I guessed it because I had read the information before. Anyway, be careful. Yes. Hearing this, Mary's expression became even stiffer. But she still gripped her staff tightly and nodded vigorously. Just then, a group of people arrived at the door of the studio. Jacob took out the key without hesitation, opened the door of the studio, and walked straight in. The entire studio was dark, with only an oil lamp on the table. There were many tools around that looked like they were used for repairs. But unfortunately, there were no bodies or useful clues. There were only a few cardboard boxes and a pile of clothes in the corner. On the table were a few turbid-looking glass jars with something like spikes soaked in them. Damn it! However, after rushing into the studio, Jacob seemed to have discovered something. He came to the pile of worn-out clothes nearby, took out a jacket, looked at it carefully, and then let out an angry growl. Damn it! I knew it! Those two old guys must be the ones behind this. As he spoke, Jacob picked up the jacket and opened it to Duanmu Huai and others. Look! This is Abraham's clothes. I knew something must have happened to him. Is this garment Abraham's? Yes. There is a label here. It says A. Hiki. This is the best evidence. I have seen him wearing this jacket more than once. He would never throw it away. I will never let those two old beasts go. They must have killed Abraham. Maybe. As he spoke, Jacob looked inside the studio. When he saw two wooden boxes that looked like coffins placed in the corner, he jumped up. They must have put Abraham in there. Damn! Shouting, Jacob rushed to the box and opened it directly. However, at this moment, suddenly, a skinny arm exuding a smell of corruption stretched out and grabbed Jacob's arm tightly. The next moment, a strange monster that looked like a corrupt zombie suddenly jumped out of the box, opened its mouth, and bit Jacob. Chapter 553 The Lucky Rabbit is awesome. Wow! Jacob obviously had not expected the sudden attack, and he screamed in pain. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was watching nearby. He stepped forward, grabbed Jacob by the collar and threw him backwards. At the same time, he kicked forward and hit the monster in the chest, sending it flying. Boom! The monster hit the wooden box heavily, but soon it struggled to get up again. What? What is this? Under the dim oil lamp, a dried-up corpse can be seen in front of him. He looks like a man, but now he is extremely skinny. There is a big hole in his chest, and in the hole, there are countless strange internal organs made of blood vessels, which are beating like spider webs. At the same time, another wooden box next to it is opened, and a monster with a similar appearance crawls out of it, roaring and rushing towards the invaders. TSK. Zombies. I knew it was this thing. Looking at the zombie-like thing in front of him, Duanmu Huai snorted softly, then dragged the frightened Jacob back and made a gesture to Mary and Lorena. I leave it to you. Kill them. Understood. Sir Knight. Hey! You want me to come? Mary was startled when she heard Duanmu Huai's words, while Lorena snapped the holy book in her hand and nodded. Then she saw Lorena leap forward and easily avoided the opponent's attack. Then Lorena raised the holy book in her hand high, Rest in peace under the glory of God. Boom! Along with Lorena's prayers. The next moment, the holy book, which was heavier than 2 bricks put together, hit the zombie's forehead directly. Then the zombie was smashed to the ground. His brain burst, and he became motionless in an instant. Then the remaining one is up to you. Mary. Come on. Duan Muhui stopped Lorena, who wanted to continue attacking, dragged Jacob to the door, and spoke to Mary. Hey! Do you want me to do it? Yes. If you want to do this job, you have to fight. The other party is not a human, but a zombie. If you can't even kill this, how are you going to deal with the cultists? Come on. Come on. For you. Isn't this a piece of cake? Obviously, Mary was still full of doubts about fighting these monsters. After all, although the other party did not look like a living person on the surface, they were still human. For Mary, as a noble lady, it was really a bit overwhelming to suddenly kill a monster that looked exactly like a human. But the monster didn't care about that. It just stared at Mary and pounced on her with a roar. Roar! Wha? Although Mary seemed to be frightened to the point of stiffness, her golden eyes worked at this moment. She instinctively dodged to the side and avoided the monster's attack. At the same time, she looked at Duan Muhui and Lorena behind her with a pleading look like a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner. But, hurry up. We don't have much time to waste. Come on. Miss Mary. You can do it. It seems that no one is on his side. Ha. Perhaps realizing that she had no choice, Mary turned around and stared at the zombies in front of her. Although Mary had encountered many difficult monsters when she was trained by Lonnie and thrown into the hero cemetery, most of those monsters were mutated, terrifying and disgusting. So as long as she was determined, she could still destroy them. But the person in front of her was just an ordinary human being. Although he was skinny, he was no different from an ordinary person. This was somewhat challenging for Mary. The limb-grafting nobles and the corrupted tree spirits are a bit easier to deal with. After all, those things don't look like humans at all. There is no choice but to go for it. Thinking of this, Mary clenched the staff in her hand and dodged the zombie's attack again. Then she raised the staff, and a shining beam of light emerged from it, forming a huge sword of light. Kali, a great sword. Call. The shining sword blade flashed by and directly split the zombie in front of it into 2 halves along with the furniture in the house. Sorry. I was so nervous. Looking at the broken furniture in front of him, Duan Muhui was speechless, and Mary hurriedly apologized. It doesn't matter. Now that it's like this, we must have fallen out with each other. Let's prepare for a fight. By the way, those 2 old guys didn't even notice that we were playing tricks here. Have they become deaf because of their age? While Mary was fighting the zombies, Duan Muhui had been paying attention to the outside of the house. After all, they had made such a big noise. And logically speaking, the 2 old guys would definitely not leave it alone. But what Duan Muhui didn't expect was that even after Mary finished dealing with the zombies, the 2 old guys didn't show up. Could it be that I am really too old and hard of hearing? This is funny. Meow. At this moment, the black cat jumped out of Duan Muhui's pocket and ran out of the house. Duan Muhui also left the studio with others and followed the black cat. Led by the black cat, a group of people walked along the lakeside towards the depths on the other side. At this time, Jacob seemed to have just recovered from the shock and looked at everyone in surprise. Hey, who are you guys, and what happened just now? I think it would be better if you don't know too much about this. By the way, I think your friend is hopeless. You have to be prepared for this. Hearing this, Jacob couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, he had already had this premonition when he got his friend's jacket. After seeing these strange things, Jacob also felt that his friend might have been killed. Led by the black cat, the group walked along the lake through the woods and came to a nearby open space. At this moment, Duan Muhui suddenly stopped and signaled everyone else to stop. Pay attention. Look ahead. Why? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Mary and Lorena also looked forward in a hurry. And then, they saw 2 old men standing in the open space next to the lake. They were none other than the owner of the hotel. William was holding the shotgun he had seen at the front desk before. And the old man in the wheelchair next to him was no longer in the wheelchair, but just standing there. In front of them, 2 people were tied up and thrown to the ground, struggling desperately. Next to these 2 people, there were 2 figures that looked similar to the zombies that Muhui and the others had seen in the studio earlier. They also had holes in their chests, and stood there like puppets. Ah! Those two people tied up are the guests of the hotel. Seeing this, Mary cried out softly, and Lorena nodded. Yes, it's Miss Sarah and Mr. Bill. Jacob, who was behind the two men, looked forward and saw one of the figures standing next to the kidnapped person. He rushed forward excitedly, and was grabbed by Duan Mu Huai. Let me go! That's Abel. Okay. Don't be so excited. Take a closer look. He is no longer alive. Duan Mu Huai covered Jacob's mouth and whispered to him. Then continued to stare at the front. This guy is so annoying. He doesn't want to be discovered by the other party now. So he might as well knock this guy out. What should we do now, Mr. Duan Mu? If this continues, those two people will be killed. Mary was also a little uneasy, while Duan Mu Huai stared ahead and shook his head. Don't get excited. Wait a moment. If the players' records on the forum are correct, then the highlight is now. Crash. Fortunately, we didn't have to wait too long. Suddenly, the sound of water came from the lake not far away. Then, a huge, dark shadow slowly emerged from it and walked towards the open space by the lake. Alas! What is this? Whoa! Lorena, Mary and Jacob were all shocked to see the black shadow in front of them. Especially Jacob, who was struggling desperately in Duan Mu Huai's hands, looking like he wanted to scream and run away. Oh! This NPC is so troublesome. Looking at Jacob, who was still struggling in his hands, Duan Mu Huai frowned in dissatisfaction. And then he exerted a little force with his hands. Crack. The next moment, Jacob's body stopped shaking, and he collapsed to the ground. Is it okay? I didn't kill him with just a little bit of force. Well, not dead. Just passed out. This is fine. This guy is too annoying. He is a man, but he is not as brave as Lorena and Mary. Forget it. Let's ignore this for now. Duan Mu Huai withdrew his gaze, and looked at the lake in front of him again. At this moment, the black shadow had completely emerged from the lake. It was a monster that was over 4 meters tall, and looked like a giant leech. It was covered with spikes all over its body. It had a spongy face, and lips like a walrus. All around its body, there were sharp spikes that looked like steel thorns. The monster was wriggling its body covered with spikes, and slowly moving forward. It's Glocky. Seeing this, Duan Mu Huai widened his eyes, and showed an excited expression. Glocky is one of the old ones. But he is one of those who is in a miserable situation. He came to the earth purely by accident. The city where Glocky was originally located turned into a meteorite, and then smashed directly into the earth, forming such a lake. The Glocky that was blocked in the center of the city was imprisoned at the bottom of the lake, as one of the old ones. Strictly speaking, glass does not have particularly powerful powers. All it can do is create dreams around the lake to manipulate humans, then lure them to the lakeside, and then use the spikes on its incarnation to pierce their bodies, turning them into zombie-like slaves. It's called a zombie. But strictly speaking, this thing is worse than a zombie. The reason is very simple. This thing is afraid of light. You see, in the world of Resident Evil or something like that, there aren't many zombies that are afraid of light. This is also the reason why the two old men do not appear during the day. Zombies that will rot as long as they are exposed to the sun are really hilarious. For players, Glocky is just such a harmless fool. After all, its power is of the type that even mortals can kill it if they are serious. However, there is one good thing about Glocky. As mentioned before, Glocky was trapped in an alien city. And that alien city was built on a meteorite. In other words, in addition to Glocky, this place also has an alien city and a lot of alien corpses. If you give this thing to the Foundation, you will definitely get a lot of points. The reason why he didn't become prey in the game is that there is only one Glocky. And once it is discovered and reported by one player, other players can no longer get it. Therefore, unlike Migo, who can spawn bases and research stations all over the world. In fact, Duan Mu Huai didn't expect this at the beginning. After all, it is a rare species that can only be found once. And Duan Mu Huai didn't expect to encounter it himself. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter it. It's like when you pass by a wild wolf in the game, only to find out that the leader is actually a rare elite ghost wolf. Isn't this a huge profit? How wonderful is the luck of my own rabbit. At this time, Duan Mu Huai even wanted to take out the little white rabbit from his pocket. And then he. Such a lucky little white rabbit. Born to be eaten by daddy. and then take a deep breath. Maybe it would add some luck. Of course, this is just a joke. Let's go! At this moment, Duan Muhui made a decisive decision. Kill this guy. Chapter 554, Water Must Be Pumped. It didn't take too much time to deal with these monsters. Strictly speaking, as long as Mary faces an enemy that is not in human form, she will basically not show any weakness. She will just rush out and use a burst of magic sword at the monster, and then use a combo of Kalia's great sword to chop the metal monster into pieces. From this, we can see that the special training in the hero cemetery was indeed not a wasted time. But she still hesitated when facing humans, which was indeed a problem. As for those two old men, to be honest, with those two zombie-like creatures that can't appear during the day, what kind of trouble can they cause to Duan Muhui? To put it simply, when Grocky's incarnation came ashore, Duan Muhui gave the order, and then Mary was the first to rush out to fight Grocky. Although it seemed that she wanted to show her momentum of standing in front of the monster to save the victim. In Duan Muhui's view, she was simply escaping. After all, he was facing the boss, and Duan Muhui would never let her deal with the two old men. In fact, Duan Muhui really wanted Mary to deal with those two old men. The court often faces not those ugly monsters that can blend into the crowd, but a pitiful-looking little girl, a kind-looking old grandfather, or a kind-looking knight or a gentle girl. It is because of this kind of concealment that they are strong. In fact, Duan Muhui thinks that it should not be a big deal for Mary to see through that the two old people are not human. But it is a pity that she really does not want to observe in this direction. But this can only change slowly, since Mary was in charge of dealing with the incarnation of Grocky. The two old men were naturally left to Lorena, as a priest who was responsible for exorcising demons. Lorena never failed to do her job well in this regard. In fact, when the old man named William just came to his senses and was about to raise his shotgun, the holy book in Lorena's hand directly hit him on the back of the head, turning him into a corpse again. As for the other old man and the two servants, they were quickly purified by Lorena. After all, they are just a few zombie-level monsters, and to Lorena, their strength is not as good as that of goblins. As for the two unlucky sacrifices, they were rescued, of course. Well, they fainted due to being too frightened, which is not bad either. At least they don't have to worry about their SN value being reduced to 0 and suffering a mental breakdown. As for the incarnation of Greyjoy, there is nothing to say. It is only good at manipulating others' dreams and transforming zombies. In addition, it is a waste that is faster than turtles. This is our goal. Walking by the lake, watching the corpse on the ground is one of the two dead corpses manipulated by William. From the previous situation of Jacob, one of them should be his friend Abraham. Sure enough, it is said that the secret college students are debuff. It is good to die alone. It is miserable to be transformed into a monster. Well, from a certain perspective, this is also a predictable ending. That, Mr. Duanmu. So even if it's over? At this moment, Mary, who had killed the incarnation of Grocky, also walked over timidly and looked at Duan Muhui with an uneasy look as if she had passed the exam by cheating. Well, it was obvious that she also realized that what she was doing was skipping class. Hee. Go back and pack you again. Duan Muhui glanced at Mary and smiled softly, looking at Duan Muhui's expression. Mary suddenly trembled like a cheating child in the test room, and then lowered her head. In short, call the Foundation first. The Foundation was as fast as ever. Before long, helicopters and ambulances drove over quickly, taking away the two tied-up unlucky guys and Jacob, who was also unconscious. They would wake up in a hospital, and then be told some official stories, and then they would be allowed to leave as much as possible. Of course, their memories would also be adjusted. But that was not something Duan Muhui would care about. This time Duan Muhui did not give everything to the Foundation like Migo before. The reason is very simple. Mary killed only the Glocky's end. To put it bluntly, it is something like its avatars, and the body is still under the water. In other words, this old governor has not been killed yet. How could he leave? For the people said by the Foundation. Duan Muhui also explained this. You mean, that monster is still at the bottom of the lake? That's right. After listening to Duan Muhui's speech, the other party was silent for a moment. Sorry. Can let us confirm? You want to die. I don't care. Of course, the Foundation would not give up because of Duan Muhui's words. Soon, a diver was sent over, and then sneaked into the lake. Then, of course, there is no more. What makes them feel that they can rely on mortals to face the old dominated by the old days? Is there any way? After 3 or 4 divers went missing in succession, the representatives of the Foundation probably confirmed the reality, and had to ask Duanmu Huai for help. This is not easy. Can this be used to it? Just pump water? This is why Duanmu Huai called the Foundation. If they were to destroy the lake directly like they did in Antarctica, he would definitely do it himself. But the problem is that there is an alien city built on a meteorite under the lake that is to be sold. Pumping water is a thankless task that must be left to a wealthy organization like the Foundation. So in the end, the Foundation chose Duanmu Huai's proposal and started pumping water. It is not easy to draw a whole lake, and it is not easy to cut off the water source. However, the Foundation will be a behemoth, and it will naturally not be embarrassed in this regard. Although this will make the surrounding environment messy, but that's it at present. As the lake water slowly receded, the things that had sunk in the lake also slowly emerged. First, there were cars, which were obviously the vehicles of the victims before. And then the 2 old men pushed them into the lake to destroy the bodies. Then, there were water plants and an extremely fishy smell. Then, there are spiral spires and a plethora of strange alien buildings, as well as a large number of alien corpses, and a twisted and hideous figure trapped inside. That's it. I'll be right back. Duanmu Huai didn't even give the Foundation's representative opportunity. After leaving this sentence, he jumped directly and jumped. Boom! The giant man fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashed the barrier that blocked the monster, and rushed into its location. When he saw Duanmu Huai, Graki was also shocked. But Duanmu Huai did not give it a chance to come back to its senses. Go to death, monster! Facing the Glocky in front of him, Duanmu roared. And then he stretched out his hands, grabbed the metal spikes on Greyjai's body, and torn them off directly. Unlike his clone, Graki's real body, as an old one, naturally possesses great power. The moment his eye was stabbed, a powerful mental storm suddenly erupted with Graki as the center, and even the air around him made a sound like firecrackers. If it were a pure human, his head would probably explode just by hearing Graki's screams. But, roll. In just a moment, a terrifying pressure that was more terrifying than the mental storm descended from the sky, crushing Graki's mental storm like a hammer, hitting it hard. The unfortunate old one was frightened by the sudden fear, and was completely unable to move. Glocky rational identification failed. Greyjai suffered 1d10 rational damage. Glotzi is frightened. Glotzi is in a state of panic. Glotzi can't control himself. What the hell is this? How come even the great old ones were hit by the SAN reduction? What am I in your eyes? Looking at the system in front of it, Duanmu Huai is speechless for a while. And the deep dive empty Ghost Migo is just right. You are the old dominant. You should be the party of others, not the side of the SAN. Is this really okay? Forget it. If that's the case, then go die. Duanmu Huai would never let such a guy live. The next moment, I saw Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Glocky's mouth, then roared, and the muscles on his arm suddenly bulged up, and instantly torn Grocky's mouth into 2 halves, and then torn his body directly from the middle. Boom! The next moment, with the outbreak of the dark flame, Greyjai's body was completely swallowed by the black flame, along with the weird alien corpses around. Completely disappeared. Well, this is also for the sake of insurance. After all, who knows if there are any alien viruses, or something like that in the bodies of these aliens? Just in case, it is better to clean them up thoroughly. However, what Duanmu Huai did not expect was that at the same time, not far away, a strange thing was happening. Why? Sitting in the truck, Mary was also dejected. She knew that her behavior was not good. But the thought that Duanmu Huai was going to punish her made Mary very uneasy. She also knew that Duanmu Huai was very serious about many things. And now she had joined the tribunal. And she didn't know what the punishment would be. Oh! Just as this thought was running through Mary's mind, she suddenly felt a sudden heat in her lower abdomen, as if burned by something. Mary was so scared that she jumped up instinctively. Miss Mary? What's wrong with you? Seeing Mary's strange expression, Lorena asked curiously. No, nothing. I have something to do, and need to leave for a while. Sorry. As she spoke, Mary hurriedly left the truck, and went to the bathroom. Then she carefully lifted her clothes and looked at her belly. And then, Mary was completely stunned. Just below the girl's fair belly, there was a strange mark consisting of a skull and a hammer. There is also a heart-shaped pattern around it. Seeing this scene, Mary was stunned. What is this? Chapter 555 Cornwall. After dealing with Graki, Duanmu Huai set out again and embarked on a journey to Cornwall. He has already handed over the follow-up of this commission to the Foundation. In short, two twisted murderers are hunting guests here in the name of running a hotel. Mr. James unfortunately became one of the victims. The arrival of investigators such as Duanmu Huai made them nervous. In order to destroy the evidence, they attacked investigators such as Duanmu Huai and were killed in return. As for the scars on the bodies, they were from the evil and twisted abuse by the two murderers. Well, if it were published in a newspaper, this would be pretty much the story that would be presented to the public. This is also normal, which is much better than saying two cultists, who worship the old ones from outer space, convert tourists into zombies here. By the way, the Foundation also had complaints against Duanmu Huai, because Duanmu Huai burned all the bodies of the aliens, including those of Graki. It can be said that the only thing the Foundation recovered was the alien city. They actually hoped to capture this monster alive and conduct investigation and research. But for Duanmu Huai, this is of course impossible. The reason why he chose to give the living Migo to the Foundation was because the Migo was a race. Duanmu Huai did not have a fleet in this world and could not exterminate the Migo for the time being. Moreover, there were a lot of Migos, so the loss of one or two would not be a big deal. But Graki is just a rare creature. Of course, for the Inquisition, the best way to deal with such a rare creature with a small number of people is to completely exterminate it. After all, as long as they are extinct, they will no longer be a threat to humans. As for how rare or important it is, the Inquisition doesn't care. The Foundation is very dissatisfied with this. But Duanmu Huai, as the judge, will not give in on this issue. After all, he and the Foundation are only in a cooperative relationship. If you are dissatisfied, just go and die on your own. It's none of my business. But sitting in the car, Mary was thinking in silence. She subconsciously reached out and touched her belly, her mind in a mess. What is that mark? Mary didn't remember when she had this mark. She remembered that it wasn't there before, and she didn't know when it appeared. By the way, is this a tattoo? As a lady from a good family, Mary has always stayed away from such things. She never thought that she would get a tattoo one day. It is conceivable that if Charlie and Angelica saw it, they would definitely faint. But then again, I am probably the one who wants to faint the most. Does joining the Inquisition give you this kind of tattoo? Mary also secretly asked Lorena. But Lorena seemed confused when faced with her questions. I have never seen anything like it. Miss Kanami, Miss Leah, or anyone else doesn't seem to have had similar marks on them. Although these are all names I have never heard of. The question is, what exactly are they? Mary already knew the meaning of the skull and the hammer when she watched the introduction to the corporate culture of the Inquisition. So this must be something from the Inquisition. But she was still a little hesitant about whether to talk to Duanmu Huai. After all, she was still a girl, and talking about the pattern on her belly with other men, this kind of thing, was still a little too embarrassing for a girl. What's wrong? Perhaps noticing Mary's gaze, Duanmu Huai looked at her, and Mary was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No, nothing. As she spoke, Mary lowered her head, but soon she thought of something and looked at Duanmu Huai and spoke. Oh, by the way, Mr. Duanmu, I have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Well, I want to write this trip into a novel. Mary told Duanmu Huai that she had an idea before, which was to become Watson beside Sherlock Holmes, record cases, and then write them into novels. However, it was the first time Duanmu Huai heard it, and it must be said that he also showed a rare expression of surprise. You're planning on writing a novel out of these investigations? Yes, is that okay? That's fine with me. But I have a few words of advice. Advice? That's right. First of all the characters that appear in the story, except you and me, must be pseudonyms. I know that. After all, personal privacy and personal information also need to be protected. Not to mention that what Duanmu Huai and Mary are dealing with are not ordinary criminal cases like Sherlock Holmes. Also, regarding the monsters in it, you can't write their real names. Can't you write? That's right. These outer gods and the like are very sensitive in this regard. If you write their names and the readers see them, when they recognize the names, they might become the targets of evil gods and monsters. So even if you are recording them, you cannot write down their real names. It sounds like a curse. In fact, it's almost the same. Your idea now is basically equivalent to rewriting the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead? What is that? It feels like a magic book. I just want to write a story book. That's okay. Just follow my instructions, and there will be no problem. What are your plans for publishing? I can help you if you need help. While this is fine, I would like to try to submit my manuscript for publication. Then it depends on your own strength. Hearing this, Lorena next to her also came over excitedly. Miss Mary, are you going to be a writer? I just prefer writing stories. Mary did not lie. She had loved writing stories since she was a child. And Charlie was her first reader. In fact, one of her future career plans was to publish her own novels and become a writer. Of course, as it stood now, she was probably going to become a horror writer. Can I appear in it too? Of course, as long as Miss Lorena allows me to use your name. No problem. This is the first time I see my name appear in a novel. It will definitely be very interesting. Come on. Miss Mary. After talking about this topic, the two girls started to talk enthusiastically. It seems that Lorena actually likes reading. Well, it's not surprising. After all, it's impossible for someone who hates books to carry a book around all day and throw it in other people's faces. This should be considered as love. Right? The journey went smoothly, and with Lorena and Mary chatting enthusiastically, the group finally arrived in Cornwall and met the client. Mr. Best Hank. Earl Best is a white-haired old man who is over 70 years old but still energetic. The reason why he invited Duan Mu Huai to help is very simple. The Hank family is considered a famous family in this generation, although they do not have the power to govern here at the government level. How should I put it? This is a bit like the rich gentry in ancient Xia state, because they control the industries in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. So they have a great influence. It was also because of this that when a vampire incident occurred in Cornwall and the police investigation had no effect, the angry old man said he would investigate it himself. Then he learned about Duan Mu Huai from the Baroness, who had a similar experience and invited him over. I have some reputation here. If you run into trouble, you can tell me my name. If the other party refuses to help, then just contact me directly. Although he is a 70-year-old man, Earl Best still has a powerful aura and looks quite tough. That doesn't matter. But Mr. Best, what do you think? What are you saying about vampires and stuff? Honestly, do you believe it? Honestly, I don't really believe it. Earl Best gave the answer without hesitation. Besides, isn't that stupid? If vampires really exist? Oh, look, aren't vampires in the legend cunning and evil monsters? If they really want to control this area, they can just come to me and turn me into their servant, and then convert all the city government employees. Then, can't they do whatever they want here? But those victims are just some workers. Isn't this stupid? Indeed, as Count Best said, if the legendary vampires really have this ability, the first people who should be converted are the local powerful people. After all, now is not like the Middle Ages, when nobles and high-ranking officials were surrounded by fully armed guards. In this era, even the mayor may not be followed by bodyguards when he goes out. People like Count Best would be surrounded by people in the Middle Ages. But in this era, he may not have many guards. So for vampires, it is much easier to attack these on-the-ground authorities in modern times than before. So what do you think? Honestly, I don't know. If I were a few decades younger, I might also think that this might be some kind of mafia conspiracy. But I'm old now. I've seen a lot. And I know that there are things in this world that we can't understand. Since Baroness Baskerville strongly recommended you, I don't think you'd be a fool to cheat. Besides, I'm old now, and I don't want to explore those secrets anymore. The only thing I want to do now is to hope that peace will return to this land. Having said that, Earl Best let out a long sigh. You may not know this, but this city was not like this before. Even at night, people would go out to bars, drink, watch football, or go to cafes for dates. But now, after nightfall, everyone stays indoors. Even the shops are closed. Looking down from where I am, it's pitch black. If you don't know, you might think the whole city is destroyed. As he spoke, Earl Best looked out the window, with his snow-white eyebrows raised high. To be honest, I don't know what kind of monster is causing this, or whether it's a gang fight, or something else. I just hope it can all end. So I invited everyone to come here. As long as you can help me solve this problem. That's all I ask. Thank you for your understanding. We will find a way to deal with this problem. Perhaps because of his old age. After meeting and talking with Duan Muhuai and others for a while, Earl Best went to rest. Only then did Duan Muhuai pick up the tea beside him and shrugged his shoulders. I have to say, it's convenient to deal with such a smart person. He is really an ideal client. Ideal client? Hearing this, Mary, who was holding a notebook in her hand, tilted her head curiously and looked at Duan Muhuai. That's right. In fact, investigators often encounter all kinds of clients. But many of them are idiots, who can't see the reality clearly. For example, when the situation is obviously not the case, he insists that we report it as such. Simply put, this is like forcing a doctor to tell the other party that it is just a cold no matter what disease he diagnoses. Otherwise he will get furious. Of course, if I met such a client, I would have thrown him out long ago. After all, Duan Muhuai is not vegetarian. Alright. After drinking the black tea, Duan Muhuai stood up. Next, let's start investigating. Chapter 556 Mental Hospital. Duan Muhuai found some clues at the local police station. Although the sheriff did not like their visit at first, he was relieved after learning that they were invited by Earl Best. According to the police, this must be some gangs. They make this judgment based on solid evidence. According to the police autopsy records, the people who were killed before were bitten to death by some kind of creature. The photo in the magazine was purely accidental. And that was just one of the wounds. In fact, the perpetrators did not just bite their necks, but bit their entire bodies, as if they were killed by a group of wild beasts. Although the autopsy record showed that he died of excessive blood loss, this was completely different from the vampires rumored in the world. Anyone with so many wounds on his body would have died of blood loss. As for the cemetery, it was indeed dug up. But all the traces showed that someone dug up the grave from the outside. If it was really a vampire, it would definitely not be from the outside, but from the inside. To put it bluntly, those magazines are just clickbait, deliberately taking things out of context. The police's judgment that it was the work of the gang was not completely groundless, because those bodies were not locals at all, and they were not from outside the area. According to their investigation, these people were all foreigners, and all of them were refugees who entered the country illegally. Therefore, the police determined that this was probably done by an organization related to human trafficking. It is also possible that they had internal conflicts, perhaps with these refugees, and then killed them in an attempt to destroy the bodies. Of course, there are some contradictions in this. For example, if it was human trafficking, why kill people in this way? Wouldn't it be better to just line them up and shoot them? According to the police, this was to make other refugees obedient. The victims were most likely bitten to death by vicious dogs raised by criminal gangs. This can also explain the strange tooth marks on the victims. Therefore, they are now investigating nearby gangs to see if there are any clues about human trafficking. So in the eyes of the police, this is just a simple, heinous murder case. But it is definitely not related to legends such as vampires. In short, please tell the Count Best. Our police will definitely find the prisoner to write it in the law. After saying this, the sheriff asked Duan Muhuai and others to leave the police station. Mary held the notebook in her hand and looked at Duan Muhuai with a confused look on her face. Mr. Duan Mu, what should we do next? Police investigations are their business. But they also say that as long as they do not interfere with their investigations, they can do anything. Regarding the foundations of these corpses, you still remember? Ah, yes. Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Mary nodded and opened the notebook. It was at a renovated mansion in Venet Bay. According to the police, it was originally an abandoned mansion. Later, a man named Vinscott bought it and planned to completely renovate it. During the renovation process, he found that workers were missing one after another, and then the bodies were found. At this point, Mary frowned. Moreover, the bodies found were completely unrelated to the missing workers, and they were all male. According to the autopsy reports, the time of death should have been several weeks ago. So currently the police are investigating in the direction of human trafficking and gang dealings. They want to find the missing workers. But unfortunately, they have not found anything. Where is Vincent? That gentleman seems to have been frightened and is currently recuperating in a state mental hospital. The police have also tried to investigate him. But it seems to have yielded no results. Oh! A mental hospital. Another familiar place. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly. Eh? Familiar? That's right. This is what happens to all mortals who face monsters. Because they sense an existence they cannot understand. They suffer a mental breakdown and become crazy. Everything they say will naturally be regarded as crazy talk by ordinary people. And they will be sent directly to a mental hospital. If you tell others about your experience, you will probably end up like them. So you have to look for clues. A mental hospital is really a good place. Well, hearing this, Mary turned pale. Do I have to go? I'm a little scared. That's up to you. Didn't you say you wanted to record the investigation and then write it into a novel? I go. Mary also fought hard for her dream. Although he has made a decision. On the way to the mental hospital, Mary still couldn't hold back his inner doubts. Mr. Duanmu, you said that humans will go crazy when they see those things. But we have seen a lot of similar things. Why don't I feel that they are that dangerous? And you and Miss Lorena seem to be normal too? Looking at Duanmu Huai, Mary asked the question in her mind in confusion. It was not that she was not afraid of those monsters. Whether it was the Shoggoth, the Baskerville's hound, or the incarnation of Graki that Mary had killed with her own hands before. They were disgusting enough and scary enough. Mary had also trembled with fear in front of them. But for Mary, it seemed to be just like this. Just like going to a haunted house or watching a horror movie. When she came out of the fright, she was naturally very scared. But after a good night's sleep, she was not so scared anymore. So it was hard for Mary to understand why ordinary people would go crazy when they saw those monsters. That's not hard to understand. You should already know that Lorena and I come from different worlds. In our world, similar monsters are commonplace. As an Inquisitor, I have to execute at least 800 subspace creatures, if not 1,000. And as a pilgrim priest, Lorena has encountered a lot of demons and monsters as well. Having said that, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands. So for us, the monsters here are disgusting. But they are nothing special to us. At most, they are just strange and disgusting monsters. But the people in this world are different. They didn't grow up watching monsters. Nor did they believe that monsters existed. So when they saw the existence of these monsters with their own eyes, their entire worldview collapsed. You can imagine how terrifying it would be to suddenly find out that something that was taken for granted in daily life is not what it seems. Sorry. I can't seem to understand. Well, put it this way. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. If you find out that the humans you see are not what you see, how will you react? It's very simple. Suppose that what you see now is an illusion. The patterns captured by your eyes are not real images. In fact, including me, Lorena, and your good friends, our real bodies look like wriggling pieces of meat, with blood vessels swaying like snakes, and eyes covered with membranes all over the body. Suppose one day, you suddenly see that all human beings have become like this. How would you react? Hearing this, Mary turned pale. This is really scary. And it's the same with these people. They come into close contact with things that shouldn't exist in this world. And because of this, their senses of the world begin to move towards those things. In simple terms, can you imagine what it would be like if you could perceive the world with the antennae of an ant or the eyes of a bee one day? Oh, please stop talking. I'm not feeling well. Just thinking about it made Mary's face turn pale, and she was staggering. That's it. Those people just couldn't bear the blow. So they went crazy. But I don't seem to be like that. Thanks to your golden eyes. Because of them, your spirit is always stable. Just like you said, horror is horror. Just get some sleep. Later you will know what ordinary people without golden eyes will look like after seeing those monsters. As they were talking, the group arrived at the mental hospital outside the city. It looked extremely gloomy, and the windows around were completely blocked by bars. Walking in it, the patients in hospital gowns were also weak, and the nurses looked like zombies. Of course, these were not the main points. Duanmu Huai found Dr. Berg, the director of the mental hospital, and stated his identity, and hoped to meet with Vincent. No, The bespectacled Mediterranean doctor bluntly rejected Duan Muhuai's request. That patient is very easily agitated. He has been detained in a ward specially used to accommodate patients with extremely violent tendencies. He cannot be stimulated at all. Especially. As he spoke, Mediterranean looked Duan Muhuai up and down and narrowed his eyes. Especially someone like you who is dangerous and can cause psychological trauma to others. Even if it is true, Duan Muhuai wants to take action now. How can you talk like that? Although it is indeed true. So Duan Muhuai took action directly. He just reached out his hand, crossed over the desk, grabbed the Mediterranean doctor's neck, and lifted him up. You? What do you want to do? Mediterranean's face was also pale at this moment. He struggled desperately and opened his mouth to try to shout. However, Duan Muhuai just exerted a little force with his right hand, and his screams instantly disappeared. Like you said, I'm not an easy guy to deal with. Dr. Berg. Duan Muhuai looked coldly into the eyes of Mediterranean, exuding a hint of murderous intent, and then spoke. If you are unwilling to agree to my request, then I will have to reluctantly cause you a little psychological trauma. Wait a minute. If you do this, I will call the police. This is a mental hospital. Maybe the doctor is also a mental patient. Can we trust what a mental patient says? As he spoke, Duan Muhuai clenched his right hand again. Or would you rather be a corpse than be detained as a mental patient? I'll only give you one chance. Take us to see him. Yes or no? At this moment, Mediterranean's face was ashen, and he was speechless. He could only nod his head vigorously. After all, his life was more important. Very good. Deterrence was a great success. Duan Muhuai nodded in satisfaction, then loosened his hand, and the Mediterranean fell heavily to the ground. Duan Muhuai looked down at him and spoke lightly. Okay. Lead the way. Chapter 557 Ancient House. Under the leadership of Mediterranean, Duan Muhuai and others finally saw the unfortunate Vinscott in the isolation ward. At this moment, his cheeks were thin, his hair was scattered, his eyes were bulging, and his eyeballs were full of bloodshot. He looked like a drug addict who was deeply addicted. He was wearing a straitjacket and was tied up like this. His violent tendencies are getting worse day by day. Dr. Mediterranean, who had given up resisting, now introduced himself to Duan Muhuai and others through the prison door. At first, he just hid in the corner, staring around in fear. But later, as long as there was a little disturbance, he became quite violent and neurotic. Later, he began to violently attack nurses and caregivers. And once, he almost beat a caregiver to death. So we had to tie him up. Open the door. I must warn you that this guy's delusions are very serious. Never mind. You'll know when you go in and see for yourself. As he spoke, Mediterranean opened the door of the ward. Whoa! Hearing the sound of the door opening, the restrained Vinscott began to struggle desperately. He twisted his body hard. His eyes widened in horror, staring at Duan Muhuai, who walked in with increasingly frightened eyes. He tried desperately to retreat, but the heavy restraints made it impossible for him to move. Damn it! He's having another attack. I told him not to bring you here. Seeing Vinscott in front of him looking desperate, Heidi also looked anxious. But Duan Muhuai didn't care at all. He just turned his head and looked at Mary. Give it to you. Hey! Leave it to me? Yes. Lonnie should have taught you. Oh! You mean calm? Yes. But here. As she spoke, Mary looked at the Mediterranean Sea beside her with some embarrassment. It's okay. This is a mental hospital. If he doesn't want to go from studying others to being studied, he should understand this. Duan Muhuai was not worried at all that this Mediterranean would go around talking nonsense. Of course he could talk nonsense, but the result would definitely be that a single room would be prepared for him here. He should understand what this meant. Okay. Since Duan Muhuai said this, Mary had nothing to say. She then drew her staff from her waist and walked towards Vinscott. Hey, what are you doing? He has to get treatment. Seeing this, Dr. Mediterranean tried to dissuade him, but was grabbed by Duan Muhuai. Then, Mary came to the terrified Vinscott and raised her staff. Calm down. The next moment, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared under Vinscott's feet, and then several blue lights emerged from his body. Vinscott, who was originally terrified, gradually calmed down. At least his expression was no longer as distorted and tense as before. What is this? The Mediterranean, who saw the scene, also widened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe what he saw. However, Duan did not answer his question, but walked forward, pulled off the restrained ball on Vin Scott's mouth, and then looked at him and spoke. "You are Vince Scott, right?" "Yes. Yes. You are, who?" Vin Scott looked at Duan then at Mary, who was holding a magic wand beside him, with a look of confusion on his face. "We are here to investigate the incident that occurred at the mansion you purchased. What exactly happened there?" "The mansion?" Hearing this, Vin Scott's expression gradually began to become distorted again. No. I don't want to go to that damn place." Just when Vin Scott was about to go hysterical again, Mary hurriedly gave him another shot of calming medicine, which made Vin Scott regain his composure. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to recall what happened that day. We are not here to waste time with you, Mr. Winscott. We are here to deal with this matter, and to resolve it thoroughly. Therefore, your intelligence is very important to us." "Really?" Hearing this, Vin Scott looked at Duan "Can you really deal with those monsters?" "Of course. That's what we're here for." Hearing this, Vin Scott stared at Duan carefully. Finally, perhaps because that ferocious face gave him some confidence, Vin Scott nodded. "Okay. I'll tell you everything." The following is what Vin Scott said, as recorded by Mary on a tape recorder. "I bought that mansion because it was cheap at first. Although it was in disrepair, it had a good location and was cheap. So after returning to Cornwall, I fell in love with it and bought it. Of course, the original house could no longer be used, so I planned to renovate it. So I found old Kurt and his construction team. Although the old man asked for a high price, he did a good job and was very efficient. Sorry, I got off topic. Anyway, I asked old Kurt's construction team to start renovating the entire mansion, demolishing the dilapidated parts, and then repairing it again. It happened on the afternoon of the third day. Old Kurt came to me and said that they found a secret passage under the floor in the northeast corner of the study. Out of curiosity, I followed old Kurt and the others to the study, and then I found a secret passage in the northeast corner. It seemed to have been left behind a long time ago. Everyone was very excited at the time. Even me. After all, this is a secret passage that no one has ever discovered before. Maybe there are some gold and silver treasures left by the previous owner hidden in it. So we plan to go in and take a look, wanting to know what is hidden in this passage. Now that I think about it, it would have been better if we hadn't gone in at that time. I shouldn't have done that. Damn it. Woo woo woo. Damn it. Mary uses calm. We walked into the tunnel. There were 2 roads in the tunnel. The one leading to the east seemed to have collapsed a long time ago. We went forward along the other road. And then we found several human skeletons. They were not left recently, and they looked very old. Moreover, these skeletons were shackled. Of course, this did not affect our mood to continue exploring. We continued to move forward and came to the end of the tunnel. There was a brick wall here. But for us, this was a problem. After all, if there was nothing in front of it, why would someone deliberately build a wall here? So we broke open the wall. And sure enough, behind the wall was a passage that went deeper into the ground. We all thought we might have found something great, and we were all very excited. But, oh, God, I should have known that the wall didn't just appear there for a reason. I was so confused. Whining, howling, Mary uses calm again. We followed the passage down. But surprisingly, it wasn't dark there. Those caves, they didn't look like they were naturally formed, but more like they were dug by humans. There were some luminous mosses growing on them, and it was the light they emitted that illuminated the caves. We walked in, and then, oh my God, we really just wanted to know what was inside. No, we really shouldn't have done this. We should have left at that time instead of stupidly going in to die. Mary uses calm again. Sorry. That cave. There was something in that cave. But to be honest, I don't know what it was. To be honest, I don't want to remember what happened at that time. I only remember that I followed old Kurt in front. And then suddenly, there was a scream from behind. When we turned around and looked behind, we saw several white, monkey-like monsters grabbing one of the workers and cruelly tearing him into pieces. This scene also scared us. Fortunately, we also considered the danger when we came down and brought a few guns. We took out our guns and fired at the white-haired monsters. And then, they ran away. They are very familiar with the underground. We didn't know how to chase them. We just watched them drag away the body of the unlucky guy. Everyone was terrified at the time, and we wanted to leave immediately. But this was just the beginning. Soon, more monsters attacked us. They were bigger and faster than the white ones before, and they seemed to be completely immune to bullets. Old Kurt's revolver had no effect on them. Then, they just grabbed old Kurt's head and smashed it. Just like smashing a watermelon. God. That scene. Rapid breathing. Wheezing. Mary once again uses calmness. Thank you. And then I ran away. Yes. I abandoned the others. I had only one thought at the time, which was to leave this dam underground and return to the ground. Then I almost crawled all the way. I could hear the screams of the workers and a swooshing sound, as if some monster was hiding in the darkness, waiting to tear me to pieces. When I finally escaped back to the original tunnel, I found the dynamite left by the workers there. It was originally used to blow up walls and stones. And then I thought, I can't let these monsters run to the ground. So I ignited the dynamite and completely blew up the entire tunnel. Then I ran away from the house. I found the police, explained the situation, and hoped they could do something. But they just thought I was a lunatic. Just then, Duan Muhuai's voice rang out. So where did all those bodies the police found come from? Later, the police investigated according to the clues I provided. But they seemed to have only found the bodies in a nearby cellar. They said it was done by the gangs, because in the past the gangs here often dug tunnels to sell slaves or smuggle goods. But I know that's not the case. Oh my God. Anyway, there must be something evil and terrible under that house. I've had enough. Now I can hear that sound every day. That S sound. They are nearby, and they will come to catch me and kill me too. I can't bear it anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Hysterical shouting. Then silence. So it's pretty clear now. After listening to the recording, Duan Muhuai looked at Mary and Lorena again. These guys accidentally encountered some kind of underground monster. And then, they were attacked. Only Vince Scott came back alive. The police went to investigate, and found those strange bodies in the cellar. So they concluded that Vince Scott and his team might have encountered a secret passage left by the local gangs for transporting slaves and stolen goods. Then, they might have encountered a scene of a gang transaction, and were attacked by the other side. So, what about the monster that Mr. Winscott mentioned? From the police's point of view, it is obvious that this is a hallucination caused by Vince Scott being too frightened. Of course, for ordinary people, this is the result that conforms to the actual inference. After all, this is not a horror movie. But how are we going to investigate this? Lorena also raised her own questions. Mr. Winscott said he had blown up the underground passage. Right? In that case, it's not that simple. Facing Lorena's question, Duan Muhuai seemed very calm. If it collapses, can't we just dig it out? Chapter 558, Unexpected Discovery. To be honest, Duan Muhuai was not surprised that the monster was underground. After all, the monsters in this world were either at the bottom of the sea or underground. It was just that he really didn't like the underground. The reason was very simple. Most of the underground passages were very narrow, and it was very troublesome to walk. For Duan Muhuai, he would not walk if he could. After all, if he got stuck, it would be troublesome to get out. But what happened to those corpses afterwards? It was probably dug up by a monster. Are they that smart? No. Didn't Mr. Winscott say he blew up the passage? That means there is more than one passage leading to the surface. This isn't surprising. After all, didn't Winscott say before that after they went underground, they saw a wall blocking the passage? From this point of view, those monsters didn't come to the surface through here. It's just that Vince Scott himself thinks that those monsters have always lived underground. And maybe they will come out of a hole at any time. Oh! Now I really want to fill myself with magma. At this point, Duan Muhuai sighed. The same was true for the Ratmen and the Beastmen at that time. The most troublesome thing about the underground was that the underground passages were interconnected. You were not sure if the other party would escape from somewhere after you entered. So when Duan Muhuai encountered such a situation, he would directly pour magma. However, it will not be done here. After all, it is located under the town. If it is poured, it will definitely be cooked above. So what should I do now? Don't worry. I've sent Susanoo to investigate. She should be fine. Of course, Duanmu Huai couldn't just hit the ground in this way. So he sent the bell girl first. After all, the bell girl is now a black cat. She is petite in her body. So what should we do now? Go to the hotel for one night. Others pay for us to live. Can't I hold it? Cornwall is not a particularly well-known tourist scenic spot. But there are still hotels that can get a shot. Since Count Bar said that he came here to stay here, he naturally booked 3 luxury rooms for them. So after dinner, the group returned to the hotel to rest. At least here, they don't have to worry. After finishing her notes, Mary breathed a sigh of relief. She then walked into the bathroom, intending to take a good bath to eliminate her fatigue. It must be said that although she had thought about learning to write novels like Watson before, when she actually started writing, Mary found that things were much more difficult than she had imagined. It was okay not to use the names of the parties involved, but describing the process was another matter, especially the final battle. How should I write it? When Watson describes Holmes, it is basically a battle of wits. But, well, looking at the record in front of her, Mr. Duanmu punched Grocky away, and Mr. Duanmu directly tore Grocky in half. This kind of record really bothered Mary. How to artistically process it into what readers want to see. Of course, because it can barely be considered a documentary. The process cannot be changed without authorization. After all, Duanmu Huai also said that the reason why he allowed Mary's records to be published was that he hoped more people would see the strength of himself and others. If you want to make it like a Hollywood movie with twists and turns and a final counterattack, such a person will definitely not get the trust of the client. This was a difficult situation for Mary. Duanmu Huai was responsible for the killing. But to beautify the process, well, for Mary, it was also quite a headache. With a soft sigh, Mary took off her clothes, and then subconsciously looked at her lower abdomen. Why? Unexpectedly, the mark that was supposed to be there was gone? Mary reached out her hand and gently touched her belly. It felt no different from usual, except that the mark that was there before was gone. How so? Mary remembered it clearly. It was there before, and she even asked Lorena to look at it, which meant it wasn't an illusion. But now, the mark disappeared inexplicably? But it's better to disappear. At least in this way. I don't have to raise this somewhat embarrassing issue with Mr. Duanmu. Thinking of this, Mary breathed a sigh of relief, then turned on the shower in front of her and began to enjoy her bath before going to bed. While Mary was enjoying a leisurely rest time, Duanmu Huai also received a reward from Lingnu. I didn't expect you to draw a map. This is much more convenient. Touching the black cat beside her, Duanmu Huai also praised her. Lingnu raised her head proudly and meowed twice. As for the rabbit on the other side, well, it was still chewing the carrot, so there was no need to worry about it. Duanmu Huai was stroking the black cat while looking at the drawings in front of him. Lingnu brought him 2 pieces of paper, one of which was a map of the underground cave, and the other had drawings of several monsters. It was obvious that Lingnu not only drew the map this time, but also figured out the situation of those monsters. The first is what Vince Scott mentioned before. The white monsters that look like monkeys. According to the report from the Bell Girl, these monsters are not threatening at all. They simply like to hide in narrow crevices and launch sneak attacks. The second type is the corpse ghost that Duanmu Huai encountered first. This thing is really like a cockroach. Everywhere. Annoying. This also explains why the attacks of Vince Scott and others have no effect on the zombies. After all, their physical resistance is very high. On the contrary, the last monster gave Duanmu Huai a headache. Snake Man. That's right. The monster that appears in the painting is a walking lizard-like monster. When humans think of snake people, they usually think of Medusa, whose upper body is human and whose lower body is snake. But the snake people in this world are completely different. They look like snakes with arms and legs that can walk upright. Like the ancients, the snake men were a race that once flourished in this world before humans, and they even established a glorious empire. However, unlike the ancients who were overthrown by their own slaves and eventually had to flee into the deep sea, the demise of the snake men was more unfortunate. First, the first civilization built by the snake people was destroyed during the dinosaur era. Then the snake people fled underground. And after the dinosaurs became extinct during the Little Ice Age, the snake people returned to the land again, pretending to be Hu Han-san, and back again. Spit out everything you ate from me, and give back everything you took from me. trying to rebuild the glorious civilization of the snake people. Then they met. Humans. Because humans claimed ownership of the snake people's territory. The two sides started fighting. In the end, the snake people were defeated by human expansion and eventually perished. From this, we can see that humans in prehistoric times were also very fierce. After all, the snake people at that time even mastered very advanced technology and magic skills. But they were eventually destroyed by humans. After the second destruction, the survivors of the snake people fled underground again and began to hibernate again. Their plan is simple. Just like the dinosaur era, they will wait for humans to be destroyed by some natural disaster. And then, they will come out again to take over the world. Why does this style of hiding, when you can't win, sound so much like some robot chops? Of course, this does not mean that snake people are no longer a threat to humans. But for Duanmu Huai, the more difficult thing is, this time he has to face a god. The snake people have their own god to worship. And that is the old one. The snake god Yig. Unlike the weak Graki that he had killed before, the snake god Yig was an old one that had survived from the ancient ones to the present day. And it also protected all the snake people who believed in it. This meant that when Duanmu Huai went underground, he would inevitably have a fierce battle with the snake god Yig. Although the snake god Yig is not very famous, its strength should be comparable to that of Cthulhu. In short, it is not impossible for Duanmu Huai to deal with it. At least he is much easier to deal with than the Yellow King, Yog-Sothoth, and Azathoth. Now it seems that the white-haired monkeys and corpse ghosts before should all be subordinates of the snake people. And since there are snake people tribes below, there must also be snake people temples and snake people priests. It's really a bit troublesome. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but frown and began to look at the map. The only lucky thing was that according to Ling Nu's investigation, there was only one entrance and exit for the snake people. But the problem was that the place was heavily guarded and entering would definitely be discovered by the snake people. If the other party summoned the snake god Yaich, it would be difficult to deal with it. The main reason was that Duanmu Huai didn't want to fight underground. If it collapsed accidentally, it would still be a troublesome thing to involve the upper part. But now it seems that this is the only way. Now there is only one question left. Duanmu Huai remembered that he had heard somewhere before that there are two kinds of people in this world. Those who are afraid of having many feet, and those who are afraid of having no feet. Snake God. As the name suggests, once it appears, there will definitely be snakes everywhere. In fact, in the game, there have been players who said that fighting the snake god is simply a nightmare. Not to mention the intensity. The scene of snakes crawling all over the ground is enough to leave a psychological trauma for a lifetime. In fact, there are quite a few players who collapsed when fighting with the snake god because of this. After all, many people hate those smooth things. If hundreds or thousands of these things appear, it will be even more of a nightmare. I don't know. Lorena and Mary. Are they afraid of snakes? Chapter 559. Deep into the Snake Cave. Are you afraid of snakes? The next morning, Duanmu Huai called Lorena and Mary over and asked them this question. I don't like it. Me too. Clearly, neither person likes snakes. But here's the thing. Afraid? I'm not afraid of that. Lorena answered quickly, which was normal. After all, she often went out for patrols and must have encountered many snakes. She was probably used to it. I don't know. I've never encountered a snake before. I only know that snakes are poisonous and dangerous animals. That's true. Mary doesn't look like the kind of lady who would run around casually. Our goal this time is this. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai explained the situation about the snake people to the two of them. When they learned that there was such a race with a long history entrenched under the town, they were both surprised. Snake people. Are we going to fight against such a race? That's right. To completely annihilate it. That's our goal. But there are only 3 of us. You can rest assured about that. In response to Mary's curious question, Duanmu Huai gave a meaningful smile. We are not the only 3 of us. After breakfast, Duanmu Huai brought Lorena and Mary to the former mansion of Scott. The old house still looked demolished, and the cordon nearby was still there. However, from the point that there were no policemen, it was obvious that this place was no longer the focus of the police's investigation. Duanmu Huai crossed the cordon and came to the underground passage that Scott mentioned. At the end of the underground passage, it was indeed blocked by collapsed rubble. At least from here, it was impossible to get through. Wow! I didn't expect it to collapse. Can we really dig it out? Looking at the tightly blocked passage in front of her, Mary couldn't help but feel distressed, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Just watch. It's very simple. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, dozens of puppets suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then they began to move. Hey! Hey! What is this? Mary was shocked to see the puppets suddenly appear, but Lorena had seen it many times and didn't take it seriously. You've learned magic, haven't you? Of course I know. But, having said that, Mary looked at Duanmu Huai in disbelief. Mr. Duanmu, you actually know magic? Why? Don't you think so? Mary looked carefully at the bald man in front of her, who had a sturdy build, muscles so tight that his shirt seemed to be torn, and a fierce look on his face. To be honest, it doesn't look like it. I thought all magicians were like Miss Ronnie. In contrast, Lonnie fits the image of a magician in Mary's imagination, wearing a witch-like hat, a cloak, holding a magic wand, always sitting on a chair. She looks very wise. In this day and age, how can a magician not know how to fight in close combat? Didn't you also learn close combat? That's right. In fact, most of what Mary learned from Ronnie was close combat, such as the magic of Kalia's swift sword or Kalia great sword, which basically only used magic to condense the blade, and then still relied on one's own close combat skills. However, because Kalia magic itself was very gorgeous, Mary ignored this. Could it be that all magicians are like this? Of course. Let me tell you. A so-called great wizard learns the flash spell, maxes out the whirlwind, and then just rushes in and slashes. Isn't that what you do, too? Although that's what she said, Mary felt speechless when she heard Duanmu Huai say this. And isn't Lorena the same? Even though she's a priestess, she's very fierce in a fight. Well, that's true. Mary had witnessed Lorena's battles before, and she had also seen the gorgeous priest costume that Lorena wore during battles several times. The white costume was inlaid with gold edges, and the sacred patterns gave people a feeling of praying and chanting at the altar or in the church. However, this gentle girl, who always smiles on her face, can be very fierce in battle. Mary has seen her holding the huge holy book and smashing the monster's brain more than once. To be honest, Mary doesn't think this is something that ordinary priests or pastors would do. In her impression, most priests or pastors pray in the church, or comfort believers, and boost morale behind everyone. Is it actually my common sense that is problematic? Just when Mary began to wonder if there was something wrong with her common sense, the puppets had cleared the blocked passage again. Okay, let's go in. The reason why we chose this passage again is that according to the investigation report of Lingnu, there is only one road under the Snake Empire. One is the passage to the surface that they have been using before. The other is here. Because it is closed, this road is actually closer to the back of the underground Snake Man's nest. In other words, unlike the commonly used roads, this place is not full of snake guards, and is more suitable for sneak attacks. Although Vinscott and his men must have alerted the snakes once when they came down. Considering that Vinscott blew this place up again, I am afraid that even the snakes would not think that anyone would pass through such a place again. But it's better this way. After passing through the collapsed passage, the group quickly found the passage leading to the underground that Vinscott had mentioned. They moved forward and then came to a large cave below. Wow! Looking at the scene in front of her, Mary couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise and sighed when Vinscott was describing the scene before. Perhaps because he was too nervous or because he didn't want to recall it, he didn't describe the scene in detail. But for Mary, her first reaction when she saw this underground cave was, so beautiful. That's right. Just as Mary said, the underground cave in front of us is not just an underground cave. The walls here are smooth and neat, and there are tall stone pillars on both sides. There are complex and gorgeous carvings on the walls and stone pillars. In addition, on the walls and the ground, the mosses scattered around emit a bluish-white glow, which is indeed a beautiful sight. This place looks like an underground ruin. If it is discovered, it will definitely be excavated and studied on a large scale. As a student of the history department, Mary certainly understood what a sensation such relics would cause once they were discovered. It depends on the situation. If everything goes well, it's not impossible for me to stay. This is the civilization of the Snake Empire, and there are naturally records about the Snake God. If Duanmu Huai can successfully kill the Snake God, then the records here can be preserved as archaeological excavation results. But on the other hand, if the snake god cunningly escapes from Duanmu Huai, then Duanmu Huai will completely destroy this place. Okay, now is not the time to look at the scenery here. Duanmu Huai lowered his voice. He had already noticed that there were several dark shadows wandering in the dark places where the light could not reach, although he didn't know what they were. It was obvious that if he didn't speed up, he would be discovered by the snake man. Let's go! Duanmu Huai's tactics were simple. That is, to break through and directly penetrate the center, and the puppet army would follow closely behind, responsible for entangling the monsters that found Duanmu Huai and others' traces and destroying them. After all, for Duanmu Huai, as long as he had enough soul cards, he was an army by himself, and he didn't have to worry about this problem at all. According to Ling Nu's investigation, the largest number of creatures down there are the white-haired monkeys and ghosts, while the number of snake people is the least, which is understandable. Even those metal ribs were left to their creations to guard the tomb, while they themselves curled up in the coffin and took a nap. There were only a few snake people responsible for guarding the nest, and there should be a leader among them. But the bell girl did not go in because she sensed danger, so she retreated decisively. There is no way around it. After all, in this world, Ling Nu is just a poor little kitten, not a mysterious female ninja. Otherwise, there would be no need for Duanmu Huai to come down. Maybe after one night, all the snake people in the entire nest would be killed by Ling Nu without anyone noticing. What Duanmu Huai has to do now is to reach the place where the bell girl indicated there was danger, and then eliminate the threat inside. Although illuminated by the underground moss, the entire cave was still quite dim. However, this certainly did not pose a problem for Duanmu Huai and others. A blue magic ball of light appeared above their heads, illuminating the road ahead. This was one of the magics that Mary learned from Lonnie. Starlight. To be honest, Mary didn't learn much magic from Lonnie, but each of them was the essence. Starlight was responsible for lighting. Calmness was responsible for stabilizing the mind. Magic Sword was used for long-range attacks. Kalia's Swift Sword and Great Sword were responsible for close combat. It can be said that Lonnie was indeed an excellent magician, although Mary didn't learn much magic due to her limited magic power. These few magics were enough to deal with most of the difficulties encountered. From this point of view, Lonnie still values Mary very much. This way, there was a passage ahead, but Duanmu Huai chose the fork in the road next to it. Of course, if it were normal, he would have just walked straight through. But Ling Nu told him that there was a trap there. Well, at this time Duanmu Huai was very happy about the existence of Ling Nu. Although he was not afraid of most of the traps, he was also quite mortal. But Mr. Duanmu, there is no road ahead. Turning the corner and moving forward, there is an abyss that looks like a cliff. It's okay. Get ready. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands, grabbed Lorena and Mary in each hand, and then jumped down. Call. This sudden scene also surprised Mary. She subconsciously closed her eyes and only felt the sound of wind passing by her ears. Then the next moment, accompanied by a strong impact, Duanmu Huai fell heavily to the ground. Then he put Lorena and Mary down. Call. Lorena was already used to it, and even stretched after getting down. Mary, on the other hand, just sat down on the ground with a pale face. Duan. Mr. Duanmu, this is too dangerous. I thought I was going to fall to my death. After all, the magic that Lonnie taught Mary did not include the magic of flying. It's okay. You'll get used to it after a few times. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked forward. But now, let's prepare to fight. Hiss. 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 As Duanmu Huai spoke, Mary also heard a voice coming from the darkness ahead. She subconsciously tightened her staff, then stood up and stared ahead. Then, under the shining light of magic, a dark monster emerged from the shadows. Chapter 560, Human-Snake War. Needless to say, the thing that emerged from the cave was a snake man. To be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this thing didn't look like a snake at all. In fact, it looked more like a lizard man. Is this the snake man? I thought I would see someone like Medusa. See, even Mary thinks so. Who named these things snake men? When these things were created, snakes hadn't even appeared yet. I'll leave it to you and Lorena. Is that okay? Yes. No problem. Please leave it to me. As long as the other party is not human. Mary does not seem to hesitate. Seeing this, Duan Muhui nodded with satisfaction, and then took a few steps back. To be honest, most players actually prefer to recruit NPCs from worlds with relatively backward civilizations for the following reasons. First, these people have less knowledge and are relatively easier to deceive. Second, their civilization is relatively underdeveloped, so they will be surprised to see the player's space station and fleet, which will quite satisfy the player's inflated mentality of showing off. The third and most important point is that they are unlikely to favor races other than humans. People of this era have generally only seen humans. So once they see other races, especially those that are fierce, dangerous, and not very cute, they will immediately regard them as monsters instead of civilized creatures that exist on the same level as humans. This is also the reason why the countries of Duan Muhui, Leah, and Nen have relatively good relations, but they only maintain a certain cooperative relationship with the Star Alliance, because the Star Alliance itself is already a civilization that has gone beyond the stars. Once they recognize the existence of alien civilizations, they will treat those aliens as equals. This is of course intolerable to the human supremacist court of justice. The reason why Duan Muhui led Jinjiling live broadcast on the Star Alliance network is also to brainwash the people of the Star Alliance and firmly lock their aesthetics at the human level. In other words, even if these viewers become XPs who like cute girls with furry ears and tails, it is better than being obsessed with those blue-skinned Aseri female octopuses. But in fact, there are alien factions within the Star Alliance. However, from the perspective of the Inquisition, whether as a player or as an Inquisitor, they hope that their subordinates will regard other alien civilizations as either monster races or lower creatures. In short, they must never let them think of those monsters as equal to human civilization. So from this point of view, Mary is actually very qualified, although she still hesitates and wavers when facing humans. When facing monsters that don't look like humans, Mary can act without hesitation, which is great. Of course, people who have entered the interstellar age may think that this concept is too racist and represents a kind of racial discrimination. But Duan Muhui doesn't care. Humans are the most important, and everything else is unimportant. You can say whatever you want, and I won't hesitate to throw an extermination order on those alien hybrids. All races other than humans are untrustworthy, and the less human they are, the less trustworthy they are. After all, if the physiological structure is not like that of humans, it means that the two sides have nothing in common. So Duan Muhui thought that the doctor was an idiot. She actually wanted to be friends with the Gnostics. This was really stupid and retarded behavior. It was as ridiculous as a human marrying a shark. No matter how good the relationship between the two sides is, aliens are aliens. This relationship applies not only to humans and alien creatures, but also to humans and other creatures. Just like people and dogs. Some people like dogs and think they are smart, well-behaved, cute, and human. But even so, you can never guarantee whether the dog will bite you or others at any time. In Duan Muhui's opinion, it is enough to treat aliens like this. If you are too intimate, forget the difference between humans and dogs, and insist on making dogs acquire human identities, then that is another matter. To be honest, the pro-alien faction within the Star Alliance is still very powerful. Lumiel has reported this to Duan Muhui several times. They said that this is to better allow the Star Alliance to join the big family of the universe, and asked other people not to discriminate against other alien races too much, and claimed that the other party just looks different from us. But in fact we have the same feelings. Hee hee. If that's the case, why don't you go to the land of Geth and see if that group of artificial intelligences will have the same feelings as you, or tear you into pieces. In the era of the Human Empire, this faction would have been eradicated by the Inquisition long ago, and all the members would have been publicly executed by being hung on street lamps. But now, if he didn't know that the Reaper would come sooner or later, Duan Muhui would have wanted to take action. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. When the Reapers come, they will find a reason to send these people to the territories of those alien races, since they like to communicate with aliens so much. Then they don't ask to be born on the same day as the same year, but to die on the same day as the same year. While Duan Muhui was thinking about this, Lorena and Mary had already cooperated to kill several snake people who came over. To be honest, just looking at the appearance of these snake people, it is hard to imagine that they were a race that had created a prosperous civilization on this planet before the dinosaur era and had made achievements in magic and technology. After all, These snake people were just like primitive people, holding spears and making disgusting hissing sounds. To be honest, ordinary humans would have been scared when they saw such monsters. But Lorena and Mary had experienced many battles, so they would not be scared by such bluffing monsters. They wiped them out in no time. Hurry up. We have to hurry. Although it seemed that these snake guards just happened to come out to take a look, Duan Mu Huai would not slow down. He said something, and then continued to stride forward. After passing through a dark tunnel, the three of them came to another underground hall again. Wow! Seeing the scene in the hall, Mary widened her eyes in surprise again. This time, Duan Mu Huai couldn't be said to be making a fuss. The reason was obvious. In fact, the scene in front of her was indeed surprising. In the huge underground cave, the walls were painted with ancient Snake Man characters and sculptures, and on the huge natural stone pillar in the middle, a huge snake statue was coiled. In front of this huge stone snake statue was a huge stone altar, and on both sides there were incense burners with burning incense. In addition, there were translucent things hanging from the ceiling that looked like cocoons. Under the dim light, you can see a snake-like shadow curled up inside. However, at this moment, an unbelievable scene happened. The stone snake statue that looked like it was wrapped around a stone pillar suddenly began to move slowly. It widened its eyes and stared at Duan Mu Huai and the others fiercely, then opened its mouth. Then, countless snakes spurted out of the mouth of the stone snake like a waterfall, covering the ground in a moment and crawling towards Duan Mu Huai and the others. Alas! Seeing this scene, Lorena and Mary couldn't help but scream. Not only did Mary's face turn blue, but even Lorena took a few steps back holding the Holy Scripture. This was normal. After all, these snakes were of ordinary size. Even if Lorena wanted to attack them, it would be a bit difficult. Only Duan Mu Huai stood there, staring at the group of snakes in front of him, while not forgetting to tease the two of them. Why? Didn't you say you weren't afraid of snakes? That has its limits. Who wouldn't be afraid of so many snakes? There are so many snakes here. What should we do? Mr. Duan Mu? Mary was so frightened that she stood there, at a loss as to what to do. No big deal. I'll just see if they dare to come over. Duan Mu Huai still stood there. Then he stared at the group of snakes and snorted coldly. Roll. Following Duan Mu Huai's angry roar, the group of snakes that were originally advancing forward finally stopped the next moment. However, they did not leave. Instead, they stuck out their tongues not far from Duan Mu Huai, making a hissing sound, as if they were a commanded army, confronting Duan Mu Huai from a distance. Wow! I didn't expect Mr. Duan Mu to be so powerful that he could even scare snakes. What is the snake? In the past, the Cavaliers had scared the ghost. When we were with him, we didn't even dare to come to us. Is that so? Hearing the following conversation, Duan Mu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. How did this Lavanna also tend to approach OG? But now, I have more important things to do. Come out. IG. I know you're here. Duan Mu Huai stared at the front and said lightly. Boom. 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 As soon as Duan Mu Huai finished speaking, he heard a roar from underground, and then saw the huge stone snake wrapped around the pillar in front of him slowly move. It quietly fell from the pillar, then raised its head and stared at Duan Mu Huai. Duan Mu Huai also stared at it, clenching his fists. Immediately following, the stone snake opened its mouth and screamed. Then it shot out like a sharp arrow and pounced directly at Duan Mu Huai. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of snakes also made the same sound, opened their mouths and showed their fangs, and pounced at Duan Mu Huai. Oh, so you think I'm easy to bully? Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai's face also darkened. Although they were both old ones, the serpent god Yig and Graki were completely different levels of existence. Perhaps in its eyes, he was just an outer god who overestimated his own abilities. Very good. I will let you see what the god of destruction is. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai clenched his fists, and black flames instantly burst out from his body. Then Duan Mu Huai punched the ground. Boom! The huge fist hit the ground heavily, and then the black flame spread out like ripples in a pond, not only shattering the originally smooth ground, but also turning the snakes that rushed over to it into ashes under the impact of the black flames. The huge shock wave even made the stone snakes that rushed over raise their heads and stop moving. However, at this moment, Duan Mu Huai had already flashed and came in front of the stone snake. Then he clenched his fists and punched hard at the stone snake in front of him. Ola! Ola 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 ola. Punches one after another hit the stone snake like a torrential rain. The stone snake, which was obviously carved out of hard stone, was now like a sandbag, allowing Duanmu Huai's attacks to fall mercilessly on it. Ola! With a final roar, Duanmu Huai's clenched right fist blasted out again, hitting the stone snake directly on the vital point. The huge stone snake was knocked off the ground by Duanmu Huai, flew backwards, hit the stone pillar heavily, and then collapsed completely. Wow! Seeing this, Mary was completely stunned. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she witnessed Duanmu Huai's unreserved burst of fighting power. Before in Antarctica, because her attention was on her good friends, Mary didn't care too much about this aspect. But now, crash. However, at this moment, suddenly, a slight sound came from the ruins of the stone snake, and then a figure slowly walked out from the dusty debris. It looked like a male body that was about the same size as Duanmu Huai, with a long snake tail behind it and dark green scales all over its body. Its head was also like a snake, and the monster stared at Duanmu Huai intently, with a long snake tongue sticking out of its mouth and two golden eyes emitting a cold glow. Just by seeing it there, Mary and Lorena felt cold all over, just by being swept by its gaze. They felt as if countless snakes were crawling on their skin. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai moved sideways to block the snake-headed man's sight, which made the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. You finally came out. IG. I thought you were going to hide. Foolish mortal. The snake god Yaij stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke lightly. You don't understand what it costs to anger me. It doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists again and moved his joints. I came here with only one purpose, which is to completely destroy you and your deformed descendants. Now, I think you are ready to die. Madness. Iger raised his hand, revealing his sharp claws. What you are doing is only dragging you into destruction. That's right. Because destruction is my strong point. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly rushed forward, clenched his fists, and swung them hard at Yaij. Chapter 561, I'll kill you. The battle with the snake god Yaij was really beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. After all, according to the information in the player forum, Yaij is one of the three gods of prophecy, and he is also a snake god. So Duanmu Huai's first impression of it is that it is a spellcaster who is good at using magic and prophecy. But when we really started fighting, we found out this guy was actually good at close combat just like me. Iger clenched his hands, turned his fingers into claws, and started to grab and pounce on Duanmu Huai. It was like the 9 white bone claws. If it were an ordinary mortal, he would probably be torn in half just by being grabbed by Iger. However, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists and punched Iger directly. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in, and they fought into a ball. Rip! Yaij swung his claws down, tearing open Duanmu Huai's clothes, leaving blood marks on his body. Duanmu Huai did not give in, and punched out with the claws, hitting Yaij directly in the chest. Boom! As Duanmu Huai used the 7-injury fist, Yaij's chest suddenly exploded. Scales scattered, and the whole person retreated backwards. Call. Snort. Both sides shook their bodies, then stopped and looked at each other coldly. I really didn't expect that this old one is so difficult to deal with. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists burning with black flames and stared at Yaij. Although he was wrapped in the black flames of doomed death, every time Yaij attacked him, his attributes and HP limit would be weakened due to the effect of the black flames. But Duanmu Huai was also in a bad situation. As a snake god, Yaij's body was full of venom. Even with the protection of the black flames, Duanmu Huai's punch was also counterattacked by Yaij's venom. In other words, as of now, the two sides are evenly matched. If Duanmu Huai hits Yaij, he will be poisoned. And if Yaij hits Duanmu Huai, he will be cursed by the black flame to reduce his attributes. It's just that Duanmu Huai feels that he is more advantageous. After all, simple poison can be resisted by physical strength. But the curse of black flame. Do you really think that the destined death is so easy to deal with? In fact, just as Duanmu Huai thought, Yager was also feeling bad at the moment. Duanmu Huai's punching power was extremely strong, not inferior to it at all. Every time he was hit by Duanmu Huai's fist, Yiger could feel that his body was hit by a heavy hammer, and even his bones seemed to be broken. Not only that, the cold black flame on the other side was even more weird. Every time I touched the black flame, IG felt that his soul seemed to be burned. Having said that, the truly powerful Great Old Ones are really hard to deal with. Duanmu Huai shook his hands and stared at Yiger. In the game, players rarely have the opportunity to face the Great Old Ones or Outer Gods head-on. Because although the players in the game are judges, they are still human after all. Seeing the Great Old Ones will also reduce SN. And if you accidentally make a big failure, you will collapse directly. Generally speaking, when Yig appears, most players will choose a SN value to identify. If they pass, they will pass. If they fail, they will lose SN. Then they will try to stay away from Yig and kill the Snake Man, instead of provoking Yig like Duanmu Huai did. But Duanmu Huai is different after all. He is now the god of destruction and joy, and has enough power to compete with Yiger. That is why Duanmu Huai took the initiative to provoke Yiger and duel with him, and at the same time to judge Yiger's strength. Not to mention, he also has the bonus of the special title he obtained at the beginning. God Slayer. Nothing in this world can make you surrender. Even if you are facing a god, you dare to fight it and kill it when facing a god. All attributes increase by 5%. Resistance to divine arts increases by 10%. And attack increases by 5%. This feeling should be similar to the big demon under the evil god. Duanmu Huai stared at Yiger, clenched his fists again, and glanced at the system at the same time. You have seen the Snake God Yig. You will make a sanity roll. Sanity check successful. Snake God Yig has seen you. Snake God Yig will conduct a sanity test. Sanity check successful. This is the first time since Duanmu Huai came to this world that an enemy can pass his fear test. It seems that the old ones do still have some ability. From this perspective, it is unlikely that I will cause trouble for the 3 outer gods for the time being. In the world of Cthulhu, there are outer gods, old gods and great old ones. But in fact, the old ones are also outer gods. The reason they are separated from the outer gods is that they are defeated outer gods. As the name suggests, the old ones were once the rulers, which means that they are no longer the rulers now. Like the Seal Cthulhu and the Snake God Yig, whose majority of his people are hiding and sleeping underground. They all belong to the old ones. Of course, in the era when the snake people were prosperous and Cthulhu had not yet been sealed, they would be the outer gods. In other words, after the power of the outer gods declined or was sealed, they degenerated from outer gods to the old ones. As for the old gods, they are gods that are hostile to the outer gods for some reason. And they were the ones who invented the old seal. That disgusting thing that the outer gods don't want to touch after seeing it. In addition, the main function of the old seal is to seal the sleeping old ones, or destroy the portals of the outer gods. But it's quite speechless. That is the old god who did not protect mankind. The gods believed by humans in this world do not exist in the old gods at all. So what humans in this world believe in is a fantasy that does not exist at all. The rest are the outer gods and the old ones, which are not good things at all. As for the old gods, they basically ignore humans. Do you think this makes sense? Even cats are protected by the old gods. Humans don't have that. Not only cats. Look at the snake god Yig in front of you. He is also the patron saint of snakes. And Itlatch is the god of spiders. So in this world, the status of humans is not as good as snakes, spiders and cats. From this perspective, instead of going to church, you might as well keep a cat. As long as you are nice to your master, the cat goddess but that might even look upon you differently and give you some benefits. This is no more helpful than going to church and praying. Duanmu Huai currently hopes to become the patron saint of humans among the old gods, just like the cat goddess Bathet protects all cats. So strictly speaking, his Inquisition seal can also be regarded as a kind of old seal that only protects humans. Never mind. That's not the problem now. Duanmu Huai gathered his thoughts and stared at Yige in front of him. The latter's snake eyes also stared at Duanmu Huai coldly. Obviously, after the test, both sides found that the other was a difficult enemy to deal with. Next, it was a competition of willpower. However, in this regard, Duanmu Huai had an advantage that Yige could not match. Perhaps to Yige, Duanmu Huai was just a strange old god who appeared in front of him. After all, he came here just to protect his own snake tribe. So Yige might not be willing to fight to the death with Duanmu Huai here. But Duanmu Huai was different. As the Great Inquisitor, he would never let go of any alien god. Therefore, when Yaij appeared, Duanmu Huai had already made up his mind to kill it at all costs. However, Yaij obviously didn't know that in battle, misjudging the enemy's determination was a fatal flaw. Drink! Duanmu Huai roared, clenched his fists, and attacked Yaij again. Seeing Duanmu Huai attacking him again, Yaij's eyes showed a bit of irritation. For him, this was a completely inexplicable battle. Yaij couldn't figure out how his snake people had provoked this inexplicable old god and had to fight like this. Not to mention that the opponent's black flames were in a strange shape, and fighting them would not be beneficial to them. Frankly speaking, Yager wanted to give up and leave. After all, the snake people he wanted to protect had more than just this nest. It would be fine if he could win the fight. But now it seemed that he might not be able to win. So there was no point in staying here. However, the other party clearly had no intention of giving up, which made Yaij quite annoyed. Am I really afraid of you? Hiss. Facing Duanmu Huai's iron fist, Yaij also let out a hiss, then stretched out his claws and grabbed Duanmu Huai's fist. Boom! The two sides collided again. Yaij's right hand clenched suddenly, and Duanmu Huai rushed forward without hesitation. He lowered his shoulders, and the whole person seemed to turn into a dump truck and crash directly into Yaij. Hiss! Seeing that the other party did not retreat but continued to rush towards him, Yager was also very angry. He grabbed Duanmu Huai's right fist with one hand and raised the other hand high. His claws, like a sharp blade, suddenly grabbed Duanmu Huai's head. If Yig were a human, he would definitely shout this move at this moment, which will make your brain burst and your teeth burst. Drink Aw. But Duanmu Huai still had no intention of dodging. On the contrary, he continued to move forward without hesitation and pounced towards Yaij. What the H.L. is wrong with this bastard? Seeing this, Yaij was also shocked. He originally wanted to use this trick to force the other party to retreat, so that he could take the opportunity to leave this H.L. However, what Yaij didn't expect was that the other party would rather risk getting hurt than fight to the death with him. Do I have such a big grudge against you? Generally, there is not such a big grudge between the old gods and the old ones. I didn't rob your hometown, so why bother? Although a series of thoughts flashed through Yager's mind. In a split second, Duanmu Huai had already rushed in front of him, and Yager's claws hit Duanmu Huai's head heavily. Boom! Although this blow made Duanmu Huai tremble violently, he did not stop, but continued to move forward and directly hit Yaij's chest with his shoulder. Boom! At this moment, Yig felt a powerful impact on his chest. The cold black flame seemed to turn into a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. It made Yig feel as if his limbs had completely lost their strength. Even his soul seemed to be frozen by this strange flame. Because of this, Yaij loosened his right claw that was holding Duanmu Huai's fist. And at the same time, he was pushed into the air by Duanmu Huai. At this moment, the only thing Yaij could see was Duanmu Huai's face with a ferocious smile. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Watch out, Yager. I'm going to blast you into pieces. Go to H.L. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, aimed at the snake god in front of him. And then, ola 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 ola. Countless iron fists suddenly blasted out, hitting Iger's unprotected body directly. This time, it could no longer resist Duanmu Huai's bombardment, and felt the pain of exploding all over its body. At this moment, Iger finally felt fear, which had not appeared for a long time. No, maybe it was the first time since it became an old one that it felt the fear of death and destruction. I must leave here. I must leave. Otherwise I will be killed. However, that was where Iger's thoughts ended. The next moment time stopped. At the same time, Duanmu Huai punched out again. Ola! Accompanied by roars and growls. Duanmu Huai's right arm blasted forward like a battering ram, directly piercing through the chest of the snake god Yig and completely penetrating its body. Then, time began to flow again. Yue, feeling the pain in his chest, Yaij screamed miserably, but it was meaningless. At the same time, black flames burst out from his open mouth, eyes, ears, and even wounds. In the blink of an eye, Yaij was completely engulfed. A moment later, when Duanmu Huai put down his hand again, there was only a pile of black ash in front of him that no one could tell what it was. Looking at the scene in front of them, Lorena and Mary were also stunned. They did not expect Duanmu Huai to be so cruel that he would go up and beat the other party to death even if he was hit by the other party. However, before they could react, suddenly, a shrill scream rang out and spread throughout the entire cave. Hey! What? What happened? The sound was so miserable, as if something was being tortured, and it scared Lorena and Mary. Don't worry. It looks like these snake people are dead. Duanmu Huai spoke lightly, as if to confirm his words. And then the girls saw the cocoons hanging on the ceiling of the temple split open one after another. And then snake men jumped out one by one. At first, the girls thought that these snake men wanted to avenge their gods, and they immediately raised their vigilance. But then, a scene that they did not expect happened. The snake men that had just crawled out of their cocoons after hibernation didn't even look at the invaders of the temple. Instead, they held their heads tightly and rolled on the spot as if in great pain. Then, they rushed towards the altar as if they were crazy and died completely. Hey! What's going on here? Mr. Duanmu? Watching these snake people scramble to die, Mary was also surprised. She had seen that the mouse jumped into the sea and committed suicide in the book under the leadership of her companion. But why did these snake people commit suicide? It's simple. The gods they believe are dead. So they are almost the same as dead. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. The gods protected by the race were like this. Once the gods died, the races they protected would also suffer the pain of the gods before they died. Although this was not intentional, the pain of a god's death was not something that ordinary creatures could resist. Therefore, those snake people who could not bear it would naturally go crazy and die with their SN values reset to 0. It was just a moment of effort. The original screams disappeared gradually. Duanmu Huai also summoned a bunch of puppets to order them to observe the situation immediately to see if there was a fish that missed the net. Great. Sir Knight, you are not hurt. Yeah. I was really scared when I saw you fighting that monster just now. Mr. Duanmu. Don't worry. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. It's just a little injury. Can't die. Moreover, I am not giving. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the system panel again. The player killed the snake god Yig. Player's response from the old dominator. Players get special skills at Epilea Tower. The omen of Epilea, the residue of the mysterious truth, part of the divine, can summon your part of the limb in a short time as the secret technique of the old-fashioned manner form. Looking at the system introduction in front of him, Duanmu Huai fell into thought. What will this look like? Chapter 562, Unexpected Gains. Along with the elimination of the snake god, the adventure of the underground Snake Man Empire, it came to an end. Of course, with the death of the snake god, most of the snake people in other places will also die, although some may be lucky enough to survive. Without the protection of the racial god, these guys cannot cause any waves. In addition, in the snakeman's lair, Duanmu Huai and his team found a diary left by a long-ago victim, which recorded the reason for this tunnel. It turned out that before this, the mansion belonged to a slave trafficker. In order to avoid being discovered by the authorities, he deliberately dug this secret passage under his mansion, originally intending to lead out of the city. But halfway through, whether fortunately or unfortunate, he accidentally dug through the snakeman's cave. The snake head that trafficking slaves dug into the snake man cave. And it was God's will from a certain perspective. Although the tunnel was dug, the business was not smooth, because the smuggling slaves disappeared halfway, and even those who guarded them did not return. So the furious snake leader personally led people to check the situation. Then, they followed the snake man's cave to the snake man's nest, and were then caught by the snake man. However, these people were not killed directly. On the contrary, men were killed by snakes as sacrifices for snake gods, while women were left by snake people to reproduce their offspring. Of course, now that these are useless, the recorders of the diary have long been died. The snake gods are dead, and the snake man is dead. It can only be said that it will be different from our ethnic group. All aliens must be the correctness of the basic policy of this trial court. As for how this remains should deal with Duanmu Huai, let Mary call Professor Pamar, and let him take the survey and mining work here. Since the snake god is dead, then the remains are not allowed to stay. In fact, let humans realize that some things will make them make some psychological preparations. After receiving Mary's call, Professor Palmer was naturally ecstatic and said that he would lead the team to Cornwall immediately. After all, excavating ruins is a first come, first served thing. Professor Palmer himself is a middle-class scholar with average reputation. If he is intercepted halfway, he will be finished. So he also knows how to seize the opportunity. After hanging up the phone, he immediately organized a team to set off. Of course, because they are taking the train. There is no need to worry that he will pass by a murderer's hotel. Mary was responsible for Professor Pamar, and Duanmu Huai simply reported the matter to the client. In short, the culprit had been destroyed, and the incident had been resolved. It's that simple. Although Count Bess seemed to have doubts, Duanmu Huai didn't care. And he had done everything. He could only make time to verify. Drink. Duanmu Huai stretched out his right hand. The next moment, he saw that his right palm suddenly changed into several twisted translucent tentacles, extended forward, wrapped around the bottle, and then crushed it. That's right. This is the omen of Epiliana obtained by Duanmu Huai. Just as the ability description says, it can turn any part of Duanmu Huai's body into a limb of the old ones in simple terms. Tentacles. Well, this is pretty easy to use. Duanmu Huai nodded, then thought carefully, and then his hair was automatically extended on his bald head. And then it turned into a long tentacle that looked like Marusha with long poisonous snake hair. This is a little bit off. Looking at the hair that kept moving, Duanmu Huai was frightened and decisively changed his form. But it would be nice if it could be used like this, Duanmu Huai said, holding his double punch. After getting this ability, Duanmu Huai thought about many used methods. Among them, Duanmu Huai seemed to use the best way to restrain the enemy with a tentacle, and then facing the opponent of Euler. In this way, he was not afraid that the enemy would be beaten to fly directly. There is just a small problem. I have only 2 hands. Duanmu Huai looked at his left and right hands. He had to use both fists to defeat the enemy. So naturally, he didn't have a third hand. Correct. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai flashed his eyes, and then clenched his fists. Then, several thick tentacles suddenly emerged from his stock and grabbed it directly. It doesn't seem to be right? This is still the case. It is weird to deal with men. And if the other party uses what to cut off the tentacles, then it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai only felt a cold behind him, and his crotch was cold. Let's think of other methods. Duanmu Huai silently put away the tentacles again. It's rare to get a good skill. But can I only use it on Suzuna or Kanami? This is too wasteful. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sound of knock on the door sounded, and Mary's voice came from outside the door. Mr. Duanmu? Are you there? Oh, I'm here. Duanmu Huai retracted his tentacles, stretched his limbs, and then spoke. Mary also opened the door and walked in. What about Professor Palmer? After seeing the ruins, he was very excited, saying that it could fill the gaps of ancient history. Is it really okay? Take out those things? Mary followed Duanmu Huai to fight the snake, and she also read the diary, and naturally knew how terrible these monsters were. It doesn't matter. Now the snake god is dead. They are no different from the extinction dinosaurs, which is no harm to humans. On the contrary, more research is good. At least it can make humans know more about this, rather than simply accepting their existence passively. The more humans know about these monsters, the easier it is for them to develop resistance to them. This is another reason why Lorena doesn't lose much SAN when she sees these monsters. But the first discoverer must be you. This cannot be conceded at this point. Hey! But, obviously Mr. Duanmu. I have no need for this aspect. You are the students of the Ministry of History. Isn't this a very important record for you? This is also one of the conditions mentioned by Professor Duanmu Huai in Parma, which is to let Mary, as the first discovery of the ruins. How to say? This is like a biological student unintentionally discovered a new species. It is also like a medical school student discovered a hidden severe illness during the clinical internship. For students, this is a very forceful thing. Of course, this kind of thing is estimated to have no great reputation in the outside world. But within the academic world, Mary can rely on this. At least, with this qualifications, others will also look at her, which is also good for Mary's future academic development. Just like Watson. Although people are written by people, aren't they full of their jobs? Being a military doctor doesn't affect Watson's ability to solve cases with Sherlock Holmes. Right? After handing over the ruins to Professor Palmer and his team, Duanmu Huai and others left Cornwall. Mary returned to the Fog City and began to write about the 2 adventures and compiled them into a book. Duanmu Huai was not idle. After resting for a few days in the Fog City, he turned around and quietly went to Yellowstone Park. Why came here for only one purpose. It should be around here. Strolling in the woods of Yellowstone Park and looking at the Yellowstone volcano not far away. Why looked around. His purpose of coming here was very simple, which was to find the headquarters of the Foundation and then steal the Deus Ex Machina. No. How can the blood duck be called stealing? Come on. Give it a try. The use of Blood Raven Heart is very simple. As long as you go near the designated location and use Blood Raven Heart, the player will have a chance to get something. Of course, if you can see what you want to steal, then you may be able to get it without anyone noticing. But if you don't have that, then it's basically just random to see what you can get. Why remembered that the Foundation's base was right under the Yellowstone volcano. He had already walked to the edge. Logically speaking, the Foundation's base should be right under his feet. So, Heart of the Blood Raven. As he spoke, Why clenched his right hand. And the next moment, he felt something silently appear in his hand. So Why excitedly opened his hand and looked at his palm. It's bird droppings. MMP. Bad start. Let's try again. After washing his hands with mineral water, Why tried again. Blood Raven Heart. A pen? Well, at least it proves that my guess is correct. At least pens cannot grow on the ground in Yellowstone Park. Blood Raven Heart. A cup of steaming coffee. What's the use of that? Again. Eraser? Come again. Love letter? Are you guys living such a comfortable life down there? Come again. Until the sun went down. Why still hadn't found what he wanted. On the contrary, there was a pile of garbage next to him. Is my luck so bad? Why looked at the mountain of garbage around him speechlessly. There were A4 paper, pens, erasers, blackboards, several chairs, desks, a safe, several records, and even surveillance cameras and diapers. Well, Why was sure that he absolutely did not want to know what research these members of the Foundation were doing down there. Do I really have to empty this place? Although it's not like Bloody Duck hasn't done something similar before. As he thought about this, Why reached out his hand again. What's this? Feeling a different touch from before, Why raised his hand curiously. And then? Soul card? That's right. What appeared in Why's hand was a soul card. Ex Machina, Legend. Cost, 5. Attack, 4. Defense, 5. Effect, unknown. I am the mechanical god who controls cause and effect. You are free to make the world stable or bring greater chaos. Come on. What do you want? Sealed. There really is a Deus Ex Machina. Why was also shocked when he saw the card in his hand. Although the players in the forum did talk about this, no one had ever gotten it. So Why just tried it out. In fact, he had originally planned to give up if it didn't work, and then buy the blueprint of the reality anchor from the Foundation and slowly study it himself. I just didn't expect that I would actually get it by accident. Woo, woo. At the same time, suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded, echoing over the Yellowstone volcano. At the same time, the lights at the foot of the mountain suddenly flashed, and it was obvious that the Foundation had discovered that its biggest trump card was missing. It's time to run away. If not now, when? Thinking of this, Why took a few steps back, and then he completely disappeared into the darkness without a trace. Chapter 563, Traces of the Reaper. After evading the Foundation's frantic search, Why opened the portal, slipped back into the battleship, and began to study the card carefully. Deus Ex Machina? What kind of card is this? Looking at the soul card in front of him, Why was a little nervous. He knew what the Deus Ex Machina meant. In simple terms, it was like in many stories, where the protagonists were at a disadvantage in the final battle against the boss. And when they were on the verge of being wiped out, the protagonist's courage and love moved the heavens or something. And then suddenly divine power descended from the sky, resurrecting all the protagonists plus buff, and then weakening the boss. And then the protagonists made a comeback. This behavior is called Deus Ex Machina. To put it simply, at the last moment, an unreasonable and illogical thing suddenly appears inexplicably, and forcibly changes the final ending of the story. So when he first heard about the Deus Ex Machina, Why always thought it might be some kind of mechanical device or relic. But I didn't expect It's actually a servant card. That's right. This is what Duan Muhui was worried about. The behavior of Ex Machina itself is nothing. But as a servant card, it means that she has self-awareness, which is troublesome. Because this way, you have no idea who she will help. If she helps the protagonist, it means that PUBG will successfully counterattack and turn the tables under the pressure of the boss. If she helps the boss, who is about to be destroyed under the beating of the protagonists, will say haha, this is my escape route, and then turn the tables. From this we can see that the Ex Machina is a double-edged sword. It would be fine if it were simply a relic or some kind of technology. But he turned out to be a servant. This is very troublesome. No wonder there is a word seal below. It seems that even the Foundation is not at ease to let this kind of self-aware weapon run around. Do you want to lift the seal? Staring at the cards in front of him, Duan Muhui hesitated for a moment. Let's remove it. After all, she is still the one who is responsible for the reality anchor. Seal release. As Duan Muhui's thoughts turned, the next moment, the soul card in his hand suddenly trembled. And then the next moment, the originally black and white card was dyed with colorful colors. At the same time, the card effect in Duan Muhui's eyes changed again. Ex Machina, Legend. Cost, 5. Attack, 4. Defense, 5. Effect, Entrance Song, gives your main fighter the special effect of every time you use a creation card. Reduce the heat consumption of the subspace by 10%. I am the mechanical god who controls cause and effect. You are free to make the world stable or bring greater chaos. Come on. What do you want? What the H.L. Duan Muhui was completely stunned when he saw the effect of this card. Although this card effect looks very simple, with only a short sentence. In Duan Muhui's opinion, this is simply rape. At this point, we need to review that as a soul walker, Duan Muhui's subspace heat has an upper limit, and most of the summons he summons will consume heat. However, due to the effect of subspace armor, the subspace heat consumption of all Duan Muhui's summons is halved, so he can maintain enough soul card activities most of the time. The cards that Duan Muhui has and has been keeping on the field now are Ogus, 6-3, Lorena, 3-2, and 8-4, Gulea, 8-4, Phelan, 3-2, Mia, 2-1, Kukulu, 3-2, Odile, 6-3. As for the puppets that are permanently stationed on the mothership, since they belong to the range of subspace fragments, they are not counted as consumption. These are basically the permanent ones, occupying about 40% of Duan Muhui's subspace heat limit. The remaining 60% is mainly kept by Duan Muhui to summon some soul cards or release magic in special periods. After all, although Sky City Plus God's relics are indeed artifacts for clearing the field, they also consume a lot of subspace heat, so some of it must be reserved in advance. However, with the effect of Deus Ex Machina, things are completely different. Duan Muhui can play puppet cards with zero consumption. And according to the effect of Deus Ex Machina, every time Duan Muhui plays a creation card, he will reduce the subspace heat consumption by 10%. This means that as long as Duan Muhui plays a bunch of creation cards with zero consumption, he can directly reduce his subspace heat to zero. This means that he can summon a large number of high-cost, high-damage cards. After all, no matter how many high-cost soul cards are played, as long as the effect of Deus Ex Machina is on, Duan Muhui's subspace heat consumption can be said to be basically zero forever. This is simply equivalent to the mage being able to amplify without consuming MP. Such a cool ability is really worthy of Deus Ex Machina. Any boss will be overturned with this move. In the game, the biggest headache for Soul Walker players is not that they don't have enough soul cards, but that it's hard to play all the high-cost cards at once. After all, the more powerful the card, the higher the cost. For example, if Duan Muhui didn't have the special feature of reducing the cost by increasing magic power, he wouldn't be able to play it at all. Moreover, the cost of those powerful cards is also high, and the cost is often in the double digits. In the subspace heat conversion, it is directly in the triple digits. Players have to think twice before playing. This is just like when a wizard casts magic. His MP is limited. If you use all the explosion magic at once, you will just lie on the ground and be picked up by others. But now, with this effect, Duan Muhui can directly use Sword Rain or Freezing Storm at the beginning without worrying about consumption. As the saying goes, opening with Jiaodong University to show friendship. Anyway, my cost is zero. so I can use any big move I want. Call. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai chose to summon without hesitation. The next moment, the soul card in his hand disappeared instantly. And then a huge steel coffin slowly emerged from thin air and landed in front of Duanmu Huai. And then, nothing happened. What's the situation? Looking at the coffin in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. There was clearly a beauty on the card. Why did you give me a coffin? Do I have to open it myself? Duanmu Huai did what he said. He reached out, grabbed the lid of the coffin, and pulled hard, but it didn't move. Tighter. At the same time, the system prompt sound appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes. Warning, not meeting the conditions. Cannot be awakened. What's going on? I have already lifted the seal. And you tell me I can't wake up? And what the L is not meeting the conditions. But then again, the so-called Deus Ex Machina was originally a product that would appear at the end of the drama. You wouldn't tell me that this guy would only wake up when I challenged the 4 vendors. What use is there for me to have her now? Looking at this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. I finally got a god card. But I couldn't use it because I didn't meet the requirements. Could it be that the Foundation is actually like this? If it is really what I think, then the Deus Ex Machina and the Foundation will probably only wake up when the world is destroyed. Oh! Forget it. At least the card is in my hand. Right? Duanmu Huai comforted himself and quietly put away the Ex Machina. It is better to have it than not to have it. Owner. Just then, Ojas came in. Hey, Ojas. Are you free lately? I'm very free. So I've been reading. After all, Duanmu Huai didn't take her to the new copy. So Ojas was indeed very idle. Sorry. This copy is a bit troublesome. Let's talk about it next time. Yes. Mia sent a message saying that she has found traces of the Reaper fleet. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's face became serious. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the combat command room, Mia and others were already waiting there. Has the Reaper fleet been discovered? Yes. The current preliminary estimate is that the number should be 15,000, which should be the advanced troops. Oh! That's quite a lot. How many warships does the Inquisition fleet have now? Currently, there are about 8,500. Time is a bit tight. But there is nothing we can do. Hearing Mia's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned. But there was nothing he could do. After all, building a warship in reality is not as simple and convenient as in the game, where you can just click a button to create it. If Maria hadn't optimized the manufacturing process, it would probably take longer. Fortunately, the Star Alliance currently does not occupy many galaxies, so as long as the Inquisition takes action, it is still enough to protect most of the human galaxies. As for those aliens, I'm sorry. Everyone should mind their own business and not meddle in other people's affairs. How long will it take for them to arrive? As of now, the estimate is 3 months. Very good. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers and looked at the little curly-haired girl standing next to him. Lumiel, prepare to carry out the first step of the battle plan. Are you really going to do this? Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Lumiel looked a little embarrassed. In fact, Duanmu Huai had already made a plan to deal with the Reapers. One of the steps was to have Lumiel hack into the Star Alliance network, and then send invitations to those influential pro-alien humans, inviting them to go to the alien territories, and then use the Reapers to catch them all. The Inquisition has always been, and will always be a human supremacist. We must not allow any heretic bastards, who dare, to sell out the interests of humanity, and trade with aliens to survive. If it weren't for this plan, I would have had the night guard hang them on the street lights long ago. Go ahead. I see. Leomir nodded slightly. Although she was a little uneasy, Duanmu Huai had already talked to her about this matter, and Leomir herself knew what was more important. In any case, from a human perspective, she really didn't need to feel sympathy for those traitors who were close to aliens. Connect me to Starlink. After Duanmu Huai gave the order, he spoke to Mia again. And Su? Li Longqing's face appeared on the screen in front of him. It's been a long time since we last met. Mr. Duanmu, what have you been busy with during this period? I'm busy with my own things. But now you have to be busy too. What do you mean? In 3 months, the Reapers will arrive. Why? It has to be said that Li Longqing was shocked when he heard this. Are you sure? My reconnaissance fleet has discovered traces of the Reapers. I will send you the intelligence later. You should also be prepared. But 3 months. This is too short. It's no wonder that Li Longcheng was panicking. After all, this news was too sudden. We don't have enough warships at the moment. It's no use telling me this. Go tell the Reapers and see if they will give you a fair chance to compete. I know that. But is there no other way to delay them? Of course there is a way. Duan Muhui spoke lightly. And when Li Longcheng heard Duan Muhui's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Do you have any idea? Of course. Blowing up the mass relays to other star systems would do the trick. That's right. This is the solution Duan Muhui came up with. The mass relay and the citadel were originally placed here by the Reapers to facilitate their own harvesting. As long as the mass relay is blown up, the Reapers will not be able to take the high-speed rail to other star systems, and can only walk, which will naturally slow down their speed to some extent and buy more time for the Star Alliance. I understand. Li Longcheng was not a fool. He was just stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Duan Muhui meant. Indeed, although the emergence of mass repeaters facilitated the expansion of human territory, if it fell into the hands of the enemy, it would become a sharp blade piercing the heart of one's own people. Don't worry. Without the mass repeater, I can provide you with something better. What Duan Muhui was talking about was naturally the Stargate. And upon hearing this, Li Longcheng also breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. The Federation will take immediate action. Should we notify the Citadel about this? Notify me. Having said that, Duan Muhui snorted coldly. What if they knew? Can they build warships to fight the Reapers in 3 months? Besides, didn't Shepard warn them about the Reapers a long time ago? They just don't believe it. They can't say we are lying. I see. Li Longcheng nodded, then cut off the communication. After all, the arrival of the Reapers was a big event. Although the Star Alliance had begun preparing for this after Duan Muhui's reminder, when the last moment came, they still felt that they were not prepared enough. All right. Seeing Li Longcheng cut off the communication, Duan Muhui rubbed his hands and returned to his room. I was originally planning to put it aside for a while, but now that I have obtained Deus Ex Machina, although I can't use it yet, it's about time to settle this copy and see if I can draw out some good stuff to use against the upcoming army of Reapers. Chapter 564. It's 50-50 now. Do you want to settle the mission points? Settlement. After returning to the room, Duan Muhui couldn't wait to start the task settlement. And soon, lines of information appeared in front of him. Task settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Ghost House Horror rating A. The Haze over Innsmouth rating A. Fatal Exhibition rating C. Source of Fear rating A. Death Train rating B. Evaluation of the Airship Murder Case A. Dark City rating S. The Hound of the Baskervilles rating A. Lakeside Ecstasy rating B. Lost Temple rating B. A total of 320 soul points. Each 50 points consumed can open the soul treasure chest. Do you want to open the treasure chest? The Dark City was rated the highest because I had gone to Antarctica, and the other tasks were rated low. After all, even if Mary said so, Duan Muhui was not the kind of investigator who was good at outsmarting others. He preferred to solve problems with his fists. Of course, there was another important point. That is, after hearing the intelligence, Duan Muhui almost always guessed the true face of the monster through the knowledge he saw on the player forum, which was also fatal. After all, generally speaking, investigators need to look for clues in the case, and then determine the type of monster through records and diaries or certain magic books, which is also part of the investigation. However, Duan Muhui was too lazy to do this, so he simply skipped this step and guessed what kind of monster it was, and then he just attacked it. This is another reason why, except for the Dark City mission, other missions are not rated S level. Well, 320 points. Does that mean I can only open 6 boxes? This is also good. Everything will go smoothly. Then next, wash your hands, wash your hair, then take a bath, burn incense, and pray. It's unboxing time. First draw. Click. The treasure chest slowly opened, revealing golden light. Nice one. Paw. A black iron rod with only the head painted red fell to the ground. What is this? Duan Muhui silently picked up the crowbar. What do I need this thing for? Forget it. At least it's a melee weapon. Now that my cane is lost, I might as well keep it for emergency use. Second draw. Cigarettes? What's the use of this thing? Does it mean that I should smoke a cigarette to calm down? Or should I give someone a cigarette to calm him down when I see him? The third draw. Is this a lighter? Do you want me to use cigarettes? Fourth. Fruit knife. Fifth. Blank diary. I don't write in a diary. I'm not stupid. The last draw. All the luck you have accumulated so far depends on this one draw. A ivory dice. I hack? Looking at the pile of garbage in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but swear. What the hell is this? Why don't you give me some good stuff? Golden Hitomi doesn't look expected now. Hey. If I had known earlier, I should have saved up enough for 10 consecutive draws before drawing. At least there would be a guarantee. Silently, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to close the system. But at this time, he suddenly found that the system jumped out another prompt. Detected that the player killed the old one. The Serpent God Yig. Activate the special effects of the God of God. Players get special title Old Gods. Players get Old God traits. Old Gods characteristics. Loss of reason. Your enemy cannot easily see through your true body. When they recognize your existence or look directly at you, you will lose 1d10/1d100 rationality and fall into temporary/permanent crazy state. Old God characteristics. Past vision. When you touch a certain object, you can get information about everything in the past. The long river of history flows forward. But there is no secret in front of you. MMP. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai just wanted to raise his middle finger. Well, this is even more outrageous than the fear aura. At least the fear aura will only cause a tremor even if it passes the assessment. And then it will return to normal. But here, as long as others recognize my existence, they may fall into permanent madness? This Nima system is forced to die on the way to death. When I look at it, I will be crazy. What does it look like? I think I look like a human being. Okay. But see what skills this Nima is? Either shuddered for a round or scared. Either the aura of fear or the loss of sanity. Can't we get something more charming? Being a gigolo is better than this. Right? Fortunately, this only works on enemies. Otherwise Duanmu Huai feels that he will have to wear a hood when going out in the future. It is the kind of black people who grab the bank in the movie, leaving only the eyes and mouth. How do you feel that it is easier to be caught? On the contrary, past vision is still a bit useful, which makes Duanmu Huai reminds of the strangeness of treacherousness. Remember that it can see the past and present at the same time, but you can't see the future. Speaking of which, past vision, this ability has been used several times in that copy. But at that time, I couldn't activate it at that time. Now it seems that it can be used casually. If I go into the bathroom and use past vision, I can see the girl who used to take a bath in the bathroom. Is that right? Well, this ability is quite interesting. Duanmu Huai silently praised the thumb. When Duanmu Huai appreciated his new ability, Xinglian also started to move quickly, because Duanmu Huai had warned them before. The Star Alliance restrained their desire for expansion and only colonized several star systems near their own star system. Of course, there were idiots who ignored the Star Alliance's ban and went to other star systems to open up Wasteland. How should I put it? Take care of your own affairs. Just don't come back crying to your mother when the Reapers come. Li Longcheng also informed the incident through human representatives. When it was learned that the Reaper army would arrive 3 months later, the representatives of the Shenbao Council were also stunned and couldn't believe it. Do you say this seriously? Hark, representative? Yes. I have given the specific information to the Shenbao Council. You should see it too. But even so, it can only be determined that the unknown fleet is close. And it cannot prove that it is a harvester. Faced with frowning and staring dissatisfied with the representative of the Godbird, the hack diplomat shrugged. We in the Star Alliance have not proven to you that this is the reason for the Reaper fleet. In short, we have warned you. Whether you are willing to heed the warning is up to you. From now on, the Star Alliance will evacuate the Citadel as a whole. We will completely block the Star Alliance border and prepare for a battle with the Reapers. Oh! And in order to prevent the Reaper fleet from advancing straight in, we will destroy all the mass relays connecting our star field. Please understand this. What? Hearing this, the other 3 parliamentary representatives were also stunned. To be honest, until now, they all thought that this might be some kind of political means of the Star Alliance. But destroying the mass relay is another matter. This is equivalent to completely isolating one's own race from other races, which is simply a closed-door policy. You know, without the mass relay, traveling between different star systems is not an easy task. Star Lien is clear that the door is going to be closed. Is the harvester really coming? At this time, the representatives of the other three ethnic groups began to be suspicious. However, the representative of the Hakart obviously did not intend to stay here for a long time. As a soldier, he didn't like this kind of political task. Fortunately, Li Longcheng had ordered him to go back to the fleet. After all, when the harvester was about to attack, it was meaningless to send someone to stay in Shabao. Wait, Representative Hackett. Just as Hackett was about to turn around and leave, another Citadel counselor stopped him. He stared at Hackett and asked in confusion. If Guifang said that it is true, then shouldn't we unite more at this time and work together to the enemy together? You are absolutely right. But, saying here? Hakart smiled bitterly. I don't think it is meaningful. Our commander Schwebet reported to you before that the upcoming news about the harvester was coming. In fact, at that time, Shabao was indeed attacked by the harvester, but you just regarded it as a conspiracy of just. And after that, the Shabao parliament did not have any action. This, after hearing what Representative Hackett said. The expressions on the faces of the representatives of the other three tribes looked a little stiff. As you said, the arrival of the harvesters is the biggest crisis we have encountered so far. So after we get the news, Starlon has been preparing for this. But even so, our time is still not enough. To be honest, Starlon is now very difficult to protect themselves. We may not help everyone. This is also the reason why Li Longcheng said to the representative of Hacker. The real reason is that only Li Longcheng knows it. After all, Duanmu Huai has told him. In this case, Li Longcheng can't help it. The so-called good words are hard to persuade the ghost. And the compassion is not self-proclaimed. Not to mention that Xinglian had just played with Tusue before. And it was impossible to say how good the relationship between the two sides was. And they don't have a good impression of the other two races that are taking sides. Li Longcheng knows that the reason why Xinglian can occupy the right to speak in the Shabao Council is not how good humans and these three racial relationships are, but that the fleet of the trial court is great enough to make them dare not listen. Truth is the biggest fist. And facts have proved that it is not feasible to reason with these people. The Star Alliance had already informed the Citadel Council of the coming of the Reaper, and had been preparing for it during this period, manufacturing a large number of warships, and expanding the army. As a result, the Citadel Council suspected that the Star Alliance was using the unknown Reaper as an excuse to find a reason to expand its military strength. Of course, it's normal to think this way. But your Citadel was taken over by the Reapers. It was our Commander Shepard who killed it. It's all like this. You are still a blind man. It's a bit too much. Li Longcheng also contacted Asa's leadership and wanted to convince her. As a result, the other party was we are the oldest and most great galaxy's oldest and first entered the interstellar civilization. We haven't seen you like your yellow-mouthed children. In this case, then I had to send them to death, as Duanmu Huai said. Hey, it really is correct for the trial court. There are still 3 months before the harvester arrives. For Li Longcheng, you can only rely on the trial court now. Chapter 565, Fighting Poison with Poison. In 3 months. It is not long. And it is short. And a lot of things happened during these 3 months. First, the Alliance announced intelligence about the Reapers to the public, and announced the blockade of all mass relays, entering a complete wartime emergency. The public who learned of this naturally panicked and doubted. But fortunately, after learning that the Inquisition would join the battle against the Reapers, most people also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the fighting power of the Inquisition is there. Citizens of the Star Alliance have seen how they dealt with the Batarians, like chopping melons and vegetables, coupled with the religious bonus and the Star Alliance official secret guidance. Many people regard the Inquisition as the patron saint of mankind. Well, this is actually true. Of course, there are some insightful people who think that humans should not choose to isolate themselves from the outside world, but should fight against the coming threats together with other races. Isolating oneself will only allow the Reapers to defeat one by one. And this is the time to show the power of the united civilization of the universe. Most of these people were initially caused by the invitation letter of Ryumi L to other alien civilization sites. Then Star Lien also bombed the 2 master relays to their galaxies, causing these people to return at all. After all, people also have their own simple logic. Those alien fleets can't even win the trial court. They will have a fart with them. At this time, we can only sweep the snow in front of the door. Is it possible for us to sacrifice ourselves and help those who have invaded us before? We have no problem with our brains. Then, the harvesters are here. For the Citadel Council, The appearance of the Reapers was indeed unexpected. Although they did make certain deployments after receiving the warning from the Federation, they never expected that the Reapers would appear directly in their hometown. This is actually not surprising. It has been mentioned before that the space between mass repeaters is like a train station. Therefore, in the past, when different races fought, they all chose to blockade the mass repeaters with a large army. In this way, the enemy would be attacked as soon as they arrived at the station. But the problem is that the harvesters are not passengers of this train. The entire quality relay is made by them. Strictly speaking, they are counted as drivers. Since the driver is driving the train, doesn't it have the final say on where to go, where to stop, and whether to pass the station? So, when the armies of the Turians, Asari and other races gathered to block the mass relay, the Reapers drove past the station and stopped directly in front of their home. When they received the rescue call and found that they had been stolen by the other side and were being driven back, the Reapers had already begun large-scale attacks and harvesting on the home planets of various races. And even if the alien fleet rushed back to the Mother Star, there would be no good results. Because waiting for them, there was only one massacre. In the Dark Universe, hundreds of warships, like giant metal octopuses, are swimming in it. They are like a colony of octopuses in the ocean of the universe, wandering mercilessly in the universe. The goal has been locked. Attack! Staring at the huge harvester warship that rushed towards him, Tusue's long-faced face was dignified. And then he raised his hand and issued an order. Fire! The fire broke out from the Tusue warship and bombed towards the harvesters in front of him. Shoot from it! The bright red energy beam swept past, cutting the 3 Turian warships in front of it in half as easily as sawing wood. In just a moment, the 3 Turian battleships completely turned into flames and disappeared into the universe. Then the Reaper warship continued to move forward, and the Turian warship behind it didn't know whether it was unable to dodge or tried to stop it. But it actually crashed into the Reaper warship head-on, and then turned into a ball of sparks like a moth to a flame. The warship of the harvester who passed through the fire was unscathed and continued to move forward. Seeing this scene, everyone in Xinglian could not help but breathe. This is the harvester's fleet. Li Longcheng stared at the screen and clenched his fists. The Star Lien didn't fight against the harvester. Of course, at that time the Reapers only had 1 battleship, and it was a righteous group fight. Plus the Shepherd siblings were active, so the Star Alliance didn't find it that difficult. But it turns out that when such warships appear in hundreds of thousands, it is another matter. Fortunately, we destroyed the quality relay. At this time, General Hakart couldn't help feeling. Yes. Hearing Admiral Hackett sigh, Li Longcheng also nodded. Although Duanmu Huai had warned them that the Reapers would use the mass relay to launch a sneak attack, only by seeing it with their own eyes could they realize how terrible this power was. This is not something that can be solved by deploying troops on the mother planet or the mass relay. As Reapers who can freely manipulate the mass relay, they can use this technology to appear at will in any place in the galaxy where the troops are weak. This is the biggest crisis. Even the most powerful Sidari fleet of Shabao has no power to fight in front of the Harvester's army. So you can imagine that other races may not have a good end. Although Xinglian has also begun to build a new main ship in order to fight the Harvest fleet. But it only created dozens of ships. In the face of so many Harvester warships, it is still a bit stretched. There is no way. After all, even if the warship can make it, the crew is not born out of thin air. Based on the current situation, how long will it take for the Reaper fleet to arrive? I don't know. Maybe a month or 2. I hope to be longer. Mr. Duanmu said that he will find a way to delay the reward as possible. All we can do is to make the best use of this time to prepare. As they spoke, Li Longcheng and Admiral Hackett looked at each other and sighed at the same time. After all, they have made a choice. As for whether this choice is correct, so what is Duan Muhuai doing at this moment? In fact, Duan Muhuai is on the mother star of the Sudden family, and his purpose is only one purpose here. That is, what he said to Li Longcheng before. Delay the speed of the harvester as much as possible. As expected, even the Turians are only this good. Standing on the ruined city street, looking at the corpses on the ground, Duan Muhuai's expression did not change at all. He came here, of course, not to help the Turians resist the Reapers. For Duan Muhuai, this would not be of any benefit. However, he did not intend to let the Reapers do whatever they wanted here. For example, roar. Suddenly, a beast-like roar was sounded, And then Duanmu Huai saw a monster with pale skin and blue eyes, like some kind of mutated zombie, suddenly rushing out from the alley next to him, roaring and rushing towards Duanmu Huai. And then Duanmu Huai's punch directly blew up the monster's head, turning it into a headless corpse. Humph! It really is a corpse puppet. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly at the monster in front of him. This was the specialty of the Reapers. They would stick the dead bodies on the pillars and transform them into corpse puppets to be used as the ground attack army. Once the entire planet was cleared, these corpse puppets would be taken away and transformed to become part of the real Reapers. From this point of view, the attack methods of the Reapers and the Tyranids are quite similar. They both replenish their troops on the spot. The more enemies die, the stronger they become. And for Duanmu Huai, this was a rehearsal for dealing with the Zerg. You like playing with corpse puppets. So, let me see whether your corpse puppet is more powerful or my corpse transformation is more ruthless. Whether the Reaper is stronger or the Blood Moon is more powerful. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and then a soul card appeared in his hand. Activate Sphere of Blasphemy. Boom! The next moment, the ground behind Duanmu Huai suddenly cracked, and then a black stone tablet broke out of the ground and stood upright on the ground. Then, on the surface of the black stone tablet, bright red runes gradually lit up. The invisible fluctuation swept the entire ruins. The next moment, I saw the corpses of the sharp people on the ground, and suddenly began to swell, twisted, and the sharp bone spurs popped from the arm, and the open mouth sprayed out of the tentacles of migrants. Destroy all enemies that stand in our way, and destroy them completely. Roru, following Duanmu Huai's order. The next moment, countless zombies let out sharp howls, and then they scattered in all directions like hungry beasts. And for the Turians, this was the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 566. The Blood Moon arrives. The Taruki family is a highly military race. They have learned the knowledge of war since their birth. Whether it is fighting or war, they have incorporated the blood of Turui. However, even so, they are powerless in the face of natural disasters. Bang, 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 accompanied by continuous gunfire. The flying corpses fell one after another. A Turian quickly replaced the magazine and prepared for battle again. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What are those monsters that are attacking us? As he spoke, the Turian soldier gritted his teeth and looked up at the huge metal octopus towering into the sky in the distance. This was the home planet of the Turians. But without any warning, these weird guys broke through their air defense network. And the rest was just a one-sided massacre. What the hell is the fleet doing? I heard it's called the Reaper. That thing. The Reaper? Isn't that a rumor? Do you still think it is a rumor now? I don't think that Jia can do this kind of thing. His companion looked around closely and spoke in a low voice while looking at the corpses of the zombies in front of him. So, the news reports that humans said the Reapers have returned are true? It seems to be correct now. Of course, there is no point in saying this now. All we can do now is to hide as much as possible. Contact the authorities. And then see. Roar. However, before his companion could finish his words, suddenly, a strange scream was heard all around. Hearing the scream, several Turians immediately picked up their weapons and looked around vigilantly. What? I don't know. Be careful. However, at this moment, suddenly, a few dark shadows suddenly leaped down from the wall next to it and fell on the ground. So, what is that? Looking at the monster in front of them, even the battle-hardened Turians were stunned and speechless. In front of them were Turians, or some kind of Turian mutations. These Turians had no chins. Their arms were all open, and bone spurs, like scimitars, extended from their palms. These mutated Turians had red eyes, and stared fiercely at their compatriots. So, what is that? Is it also a corpse puppet? I don't know. Attack! Attack! As seeing these horrible monsters, the Sudaran also froze. But soon they calmed down quickly, raised the weapons in their hands to aim at the monsters in front of them, and then deducted the trigger. Bang! 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 As gunshots rang out, bullets flew out and hit these monsters. But, why? Why didn't it work? The other Turian holding a sniper rifle widened his eyes in horror. He clearly saw that he had shot one of the monsters in the head. But the guy who had lost his head was still moving towards them. Not only him, but even the attacks of other Turians had no effect on these monsters. This What are these monsters? Why can't they be killed? Attack! Keep attacking. With a roar, the Turian calmed down again, continued to aim at the monsters in front of them, and pulled the trigger. However, although their bullets did hit the bodies of these monsters, they did not seem to kill them at all. Even the corpse puppets before could be killed. But these monsters seemed to have no reaction no matter whether they were shot in the head or heart. Damn it. We're out of bullets. After firing desperately, the gun in the Turian's hand was empty of bullets. He hurriedly took out the magazine to replace it. However, at this moment, a monster had already rushed in front of him. Before the Turian could react, he saw two long bone spurs on the opponent's arm, like scimitars, directly piercing the Turian's body. Eh? In the intense pain, the unfortunate Turian also screamed. However, this was not the end. The monster that pierced its body opened its mouth directly in front of the Turian, who was screaming in pain. The next moment, countless things that looked like vomit were ejected directly from its mouth and fell into the Turian's wide-open mouth. Wow! After swallowing the monster's vomit, the Turian let out a strange scream. And then the next moment, its skin suddenly broke, and its whole body turned into a pile of twisted flesh and blood. Two bone spurs, like scimitars, emerged from its palms, and the Turian's chin also cracked, and its eyes turned bright red. It turned its head and looked at its former comrade, without a trace of emotion in its eyes. Wait! Don't come here! Don't come here! Following a few gunshots, this small military outpost fell completely silent. Of course, this was not the only place attacked by the zombies. In fact, the Turian army's headquarters also received the news. What exactly is going on? General Morin looked solemn as he looked at the screen in front of him. Just now, several branches had received news that an unknown mutant was found on the battlefield. It looked like a monster mutated from a Turian. At first, General Morin thought it was a corpse puppet, but he soon discovered that the monster reported was completely different from a corpse puppet. According to the soldiers, this monster is not afraid of bullets at all, and no matter how hard you shoot it in the head or heart, it will not stop its attack. Not only that, after being killed by them, the Turians will mutate into monsters in just a few seconds. There is no way to stop these monsters from advancing unless they are blown to pieces with heavy firepower. Not only that, according to reports, almost millions of Turians have been transformed into these horrific monsters. Damn it! General Morin smashed on the table with anger. Where did these monsters come from? Are they also the Reaper's tricks? But I heard from the soldiers that they even attack zombies. Don't these monsters have any sense of companionship? But no matter what, there is no chance of winning if we continue to fight under such circumstances. The Turian warships cannot fight against the Reaper warships. If we fight on the ground, we will be suppressed by those immortal monsters. It is impossible to use cannons to kill mosquitoes. What should I do? Just as General Morin was holding his head in distress, suddenly, a fierce gunshot was heard not far away. Then, a soldier rushed in panting. Report to the general. Something bad has happened. Someone has betrayed us. What did you say? Mutiny? Hearing this, General Morin was completely confused. Are these people sure? The Turians are almost extinct, and you are now starting a fight among yourselves? What are you thinking? Yes, they are. However, before the messenger could finish his words, a gunshot rang out, blowing his head off. Then General Morin saw his adjutant Lawrence striding in. His armor was covered in blood. His face was hideous and ferocious, and he stared at his superior viciously. What do you mean? Looking at his adjutant, General Morin spoke coldly. Don't you know that the Turians are on the brink of destruction now? Of course I know. That's why I'm here. General. As he spoke, the adjutant raised his gun and aimed at General Morin. His eyes dull, but full of fanaticism. I have heard it. I have heard the voice from the god of destruction. We will eventually be destroyed. And only complete death can bring destruction and hope. If we want to completely eliminate the invaders, we must sacrifice our lives. Sacrifice everything for the god of destruction. Only in this way can we be liberated. You? What are you talking about? Hearing this, General Morin frowned. What god of destruction? What is that? You don't understand. You don't see. And you don't hear? They are already here. The hymn to the god of destruction has been sung, and its servants have come to this world, and will bring destruction to all of us equally. The adjutant held the wall with one hand and desperately scratched his cheek with the other hand, even scratching his face. Seeing this crazy scene, General Morin was even colder all over. Calm down. Do you know what you are saying? You? Of course I know. We have no choice. Go to HL. General. The Tyrians are about to be destroyed. This is the fate set by the great god of destruction. Bang bang. The gunshot rang out again. And this time General Morin was shot dead by the adjutant's gun before he could fight back. The adjutant held the gun in his hand, looked at the general's body lying on the ground, and smiled crazily. Then he raised the rifle in his hand and pointed the muzzle at his chin. Ha ha ha. For the god of destruction. Ha ha ha. Boom. The next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly, and a headless corpse swayed from side to side a few times, then fell to the ground and became motionless. At the same time, Duan Muhui was standing in a ruin, looking at the ground not far away. TSK. I thought of this a long time ago. But this is indeed too exaggerated. Duan Muhui certainly knew that after the corpses were transformed to a certain extent, they would gather around the stone tablet and then condense to form a new aggregate blood moon. The more such aggregates there were, the stronger they were. Strictly speaking, the interstellar era was the most suitable test subject. The reason is very simple. In the interstellar age, there are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of citizens in a city. If they were all transformed into zombies and gathered together, it would be an unimaginable huge existence. But if you throw the stone tablet into a backward place like Skyrim province, where there are only a few hundred or a few thousand people in a city, then the stone tablet can only draw circles in its place lonely. It's almost there. There are now hundreds of millions of zombies gathered next to the stone tablet. So there is only one thing to do next. Polymerization. Boom. Following Duan Muhui's order. The next moment, the entire stone tablet suddenly erupted with a powerful force. The ground shattered, and the surrounding buildings exploded directly. Then, countless corpses and fragments flew into the sky with the stone tablet. Then, under the influence of an invisible force, a large number of corpses began to gradually merge, and the rubble flying into the sky also covered the fused corpse aggregate. The Reapers obviously also noticed this strange scene. The Reaper warships that were originally descending to the ground stopped and turned to face the sky not far away. Then, under their gaze, a huge and terrifying existence appeared. Half of its body looks like a planet, while the other half is a huge tentacle formed by countless flesh and blood. It looks like a giant jellyfish, slowly cruising in the space outside the orbit. The city where it was originally located has completely turned into a huge pit. Legend has it that the moon was originally composed of fragments separated from the Earth by a collision. And the monster today is obviously not much different. The Reapers don't know what this is. But as Reapers, they have only one mission. Soon, several Reaper warships changed direction and rushed towards the jellyfish that was as huge as the moon. Facing the Reaper warship rushing towards it, Blood Moon obviously did not intend to surrender. It waved its huge and thick tentacles and attacked the target in front of it. For Blood Moon, the Reaper in front of it was also food it wanted to devour. Very good. Duan Muhui, who had returned to the battleship bridge at this moment, saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. At present, Blood Moon and Necromorphs did have the ability to fight the Tyranids. Once he encountered the Tyranids, Duan Muhui could also use this trick to transform the Tyranids' corpses into Necromorphs, and then aggregate them into Blood Moon and the Tyranids' fleet to fight against each other. Next, it depends on the combat effectiveness of this Blood Moon. But then again, Duan Muhui looked at his system information bar in confusion. A long string of information that he had never seen before appeared on it. Lawrence, sense your will. Lawrence's sanity assessment failed. Lawrence takes 15 points of sanity damage. Lawrence falls into a state of permanent madness. Lawrence gets status hysterical. Brace senses your will. Brace's sanity assessment failed. Brace is attacked by a bunch of names of people I've never heard of were flooding my screen. Who did I see? I clearly didn't see anyone. What on earth was going on with these system messages? Duan Muhui was a little confused. Chapter 567 Meeting. The plan to use the Blood Moon to delay the Reapers was successful to a certain extent. The reason why it is to a certain extent is very simple. That is, the number of Reaper fleets is simply too large. Originally Duan Muhui thought that this might be able to stop the Reapers. But it turned out that the Reapers' fleet had almost no reaction to this. They just added a few more warships to deal with the Blood Moon. After all, There were too many warships, so they could just attack directly. This is very annoying. Moreover, during this process, Duanmu Huai also discovered the flaws of the Blood Moon. In short, as the ultimate aggregate, the Blood Moon does have a considerable degree of combat power. However, this combat power is also limited. After all, the ultimate form of the Blood Moon is only as big as an asteroid. Of course, given its defensive power, ordinary warships cannot destroy them. The reason is very simple: insufficient firepower. On the other hand, if the firepower is sufficient, the Blood Moon will become a sitting duck. That's what it was like against the Reapers. The firepower of the Reapers is stronger than that of the fleet here, although 1 or 2 ships can't have much impact on the Blood Moon. If the enemy doesn't follow the rules and launches hundreds or thousands of ships to fire at the same time, the Blood Moon will be finished. After all, the Blood Moon has no long-range attack capability. They can only swing their tentacles like jellyfish to attack the enemy. Therefore, as long as the warships are outside the attack range of the Blood Moon and fly a kite, and the firepower is strong enough, it is not a problem to kill the Blood Moon without any damage. Of course, if it were a living creature, it would have to suffer a round of mental attacks when facing the Blood Moon. But all the Reapers were fusions. Just like the puppets under Duanmu Huai, mental attacks were completely ineffective against them. But Duanmu Huai's original purpose was achieved. As mentioned before, the Reapers do not simply destroy the civilizations they harvest, but collect them, and then transform and fuse them to increase their numbers. It can be said that the Reapers' warships are made from the corpses of the civilizations they harvest. Just like the Blood Moon. That's right. Duanmu located a bloody moon, which is to grab the business of the harvester. And it turns out that this is indeed a very useful way. If the Reapers want to transform their prey, they either capture them first and then transform them, or impale the bodies on metal pillars to turn them into corpse puppets. Generally speaking, some relatively scientific methods are used. However, the transformation of the corpse variants is unscientific, and the transformation speed is faster than that of the T-virus. So the Reapers will never be able to compete with the Blood Moon for people. Even if the Reapers destroy the Blood Moon in the end, the corpse variants inside will be destroyed along with it, and naturally nothing will be left. In this way, the Reapers will not be able to replenish their troops on the spot. It is also because of this that once the Blood Moon appears, the Reapers will immediately concentrate their forces to attack it. And this gives Duanmu Huai the opportunity to kill them all together. At this time, it is time for the Wani giant ship to appear. It must be said that the Wani giant ship built by the Cabra people is a good idea. Destroying the entire galaxy by detonating a star is much more convenient than exploding planets one by one. Of course, it is precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai generally does not use the Wani giant ship casually. After all, it cannot be detonated in the human galaxy. But now it is different. No matter whether it is a Sari, Turian, Solarian or any other alien race, they are all aliens, not humans. So it is no pressure for Duanmu Huai to catch them all. In addition, the attack power of the Blood Moon is not strong, but the defense power is not low. Therefore, every time the Blood Moon appears, the Reaper has to send thousands of warships to deal with it. What Duanmu Huai has to do is to summon the Wani giant ship to explode the star of that galaxy after the Reaper blows up the Blood Moon. In this way, all the fish that have slipped through the net can be caught in one fell swoop. After Duanmu Huai had traveled through all the star systems of the Citadel races, the Reaper fleet had also suffered heavy losses, and those alien races were on the verge of extinction. After all, even if some of them were lucky enough to escape the Blood Moon and the Reaper slaughter, they would definitely not be able to escape the collapse of the entire star system caused by the explosion of the star. Of course, thanks to this, the star map will probably have to be redrawn in the future. Well, this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. Let the astronomers in the Star Alliance worry about it. Anyway, it's not your own hair that is falling. He had no hair to lose. Ha ha ha. Is this a joke? Ha ha ha, MMP. Forget it. No matter what. After this series of actions, the number of Reaper fleets has been reduced by 1/3. Although the remaining number is more troublesome. At least this way. It is a manageable number. I guess so. Then, it's almost a direct battle between humans and the Reapers. There was a flash of light before my eyes. Mary couldn't help but gasp as she walked out of the portal and looked at the magnificent starry sky outside the window. Although it was not her first time to come to the mothership of the Inquisition. Every time she saw this scene, Mary was intoxicated. To be honest, if it wasn't for the sake of keeping it secret, she really wanted to bring Charlie and Angelica to see it together. But it seems a bit lively here today, looking at the corridors around her. Although it was as quiet as usual, there seemed to be a noise coming from the playroom not far away, which made Mary curious. So she walked to the playroom involuntarily, then reached out and knocked on the door. And then Lorena's voice rang out. "Ah, come in. I'm sorry to bother you." As she spoke, Mary opened the door and walked into the room. Then, she saw Lorena and a few strange girls. At this moment, they were sitting on the sofa, holding teacups, and seemed to be chatting. Lorena was also sitting inside, and next to her was Ojas, who was wearing a black gothic dress and had long silver white hair. Duanmu Huai had introduced her to Mary, and said she was his very important companion. Opposite these two people was a girl with long brown hair who looked full of energy. Next to the brown-haired girl sat a girl with short hair. They were wearing the same uniform and looked like students from a certain school, except that the girl with short red hair had a pair of strange wings growing on her back. If you look closely, you can see that she had horns on her head and a long, fat tail under her skirt. On the other side, a girl with long light blue hair, horns and a tail was lying on the blanket board, staring at the computer in front of her, not knowing what she was doing. Fortunately, Mary had been with Duanmu Huai for a long time and had seen many strange people, so she was not particularly surprised. "Oh, Miss Mary." Seeing Mary come in, Lorena waved to her happily, letting Mary come to her side. Then she looked at the others and spoke. "This is Miss Mary Clarissa Christie." "Ah, they are the local residents of that world, right?" "Yes, that's right." After introducing Mary to everyone, Lorena introduced Mary again. "Miss Mary, this is Princess Amalia. And next to her is Miss Guria, Princess of Regnice. You saw Miss Guria's tail and wings, right? She is actually a hybrid of dragon and human. A dragon man. Oh, and Miss Faline over there is also a dragon man." "Why?" After listening to Lorena's introduction, Mary was shocked. It was not because of the dragon man, but because, "Your Highness?" This really frightened Mary. She was just a middle-class lady. She had never said she had any qualifications to meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. And now these two were both Her Royal Highness the Princess? "Hello, Miss Mary. I'm Anne," facing the surprised Mary, and waved her hand with a smile. And Gulia nodded slightly to her. "I'm Gulia. Lo. Okay." Faline, who was lying on the other side looking at the computer, weakly raised her hand and waved, as a greeting. "Ah, yes. Well, it's such an honor to meet you all." At this moment, Mary's whole body was stiff and her mind was blank. How to put it? It was like visiting a friend and accidentally meeting a big shot like the president of a country. She had no idea how to deal with it. "No need to be so cautious. I heard from Lorena that you have also joined the Inquisition." "Right? Then we are companions. There is no need to speak so restrainedly. It makes people uncomfortable." "Ah, yes." Mary nodded and sat down carefully. The maid brought a cup of tea. As if to dispel Mary's anxiety, Lorena took the initiative to talk to her. "Come to think of it, it's rare to see Miss Mary here. Is there something wrong?" "Ah, yes." Hearing Lorena's question, Mary came to her senses and took the paper bag at hand. "Actually, my first novel has been published." "Huh? That's fast." "That's right. This is why Mary came here. The first novel she wrote was based on the old man who turned into a zombie by the lake. She submitted it to several publishing houses, and finally one publishing house was willing to publish it. Because it was a short story, the first book would be illustrated, and a total of 1,000 copies would be printed. Well, of course the number was not much. But for Mary, it was a small start. "Miss Lorena, do you want to see it?" "Yeah, I want to see it." Lorena excitedly took the book that Mary handed to her and began to read it carefully. "Wow, there are illustrations in it." "Well, because there aren't many words. The publisher thought it would be easier to sell if it had some illustrations. Frankly speaking, because of this reason, the price of the book is not very cheap. I originally wanted to make the price as cheap as possible so that most people can read it. But the publisher said, that's why we set this price. When people get this book, They will be curious about why this kind of book is priced this way, which will make them interested in reading. And once they are interested, they will buy it. Although I don't quite understand it. I see. Hearing this, Enshin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the publisher's strategy is correct. Blindly lowering the price is only devaluing its own value. If someone else sells it at a price that they don't mind spending, it can indeed be sold. But the other party may not read it. On the other hand, at least this price can guarantee that those who buy it will read it carefully. Is that so? That's about right. What's written in it? Is it the story of your adventures in that world that Lorena mentioned before? Ah. Well, but some parts may be a bit exaggerated. I'm worried that Mr. Duanmu will be angry. Even if the publishing house wants to publish the novel, the manuscript cannot be left unchanged. For the publishing house, Mary's novel has a good grasp of the atmosphere and story rhythm, and only the character creation needs to be changed. That's right. There is only one person who needs to be changed, and that is Duanmu Huai. In this story, Mary herself appears as the second assistant. Lorena is the first assistant, and Duanmu Huai is the boss. However, at the end of the original story, Mary wanted Duanmu Huai to lean toward Sherlock Holmes. In short, she wanted readers to see that Duanmu Huai is brave and resourceful. But the editor thought that this was a bit of a mediocre ending, since the man had already been portrayed as fierce and terrifying in the beginning. Why not portray his actions in the end as even more fierce and terrifying? After all, when the readers first saw the description of his appearance, they had already guessed that he was a fierce and terrifying man. So how fierce was he? The editor thought that the ending of the story could be written a little bolder. Let the readers feel that he was unexpectedly fierce. So Mary had no choice but to change it. But she was not sure whether Duanmu Huai would like this ending. So she showed it to Duanmu Huai after it was published. Although Mary was nervous. She was. That's no problem at all. After reading the ending, Lorena gave her own answer. Hey! Is everything okay? Yes. It seems that you have restrained yourself a little more than usual. My lord knight. That's called restraint? Mary felt that she was almost writing Duanmu Huai as some kind of beast. Hey! I want to see it too. I want to see it too. Ah. Please. At this time. And couldn't wait and came over. Took the book. Then leaned against Gulea shoulder to shoulder and began to flip through the pages. After watching the video, their thoughts were, hey! Mr. Duanmu is not that gentle. It's no problem. After all, when Mr. Duanmu fights normally, he's even more ferocious than this. Why? Hearing this, Mary was completely stunned. Chapter 568 First Contact. Because M was lively and talkative, the atmosphere soon became heated. At the same time, Mary heard from, and a piece of news that shocked her. Hey! Are you too Mr. Duanmu's fiancé? Yes. But why? This isn't surprising. After all, Mr. Duanmu is the hero who saved Maealia from the evil dragon. In adventure stories like this, it's only natural that the hero who saved the kingdom would marry the princess. That's right. Then Miss Guria. Almost. Gulea nodded slightly, obviously not wanting to talk more about this. Well, looking at the two people's reactions, Mary was a little dumbfounded. It was not that she was dissatisfied with him, but, don't you think this is bad? And stared at Mary with a smile. Why? I can guess that you must think that we are not very compatible with Mr. Duanmu. This? Although it was a little difficult for Mary to say. She did think so. After all, these two were both very outstanding beauties in terms of appearance. In Mary's opinion, they were the kind of people who would immediately capture countless gentlemen when they appeared in the social circles of London. Although what N said made sense. It was a fairy tale after all. Right? Moreover, rather than saying that Duanmu Huai is a hero, it would be better to say that he is a demon king. If we say that the demon king captured the princess, maybe it would be more reasonable? Listen, Mary! At this point, and suddenly raised her voice, which scared Mary. Yes. This is my advice. If you want to find a man in the future, don't look at his face. Hey! Listen carefully. Many girls have this fantasy, hoping to marry a handsome, gentle, considerate and devoted knight so that they can grow old together. But I have to tell you, once you are deceived by the surface, you will not be able to see the true nature of those guys. I shudder when I think about it. At this point, and reached out and grabbed her hair. And, "Missin'? As for me, I have actually gone on blind dates with some men before at my father's request." As he spoke, and turned his head to look at the stars outside the window, his tone sounding exhausted yet full of memories. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, as a princess, Anne's marriage must be settled as soon as possible. Besides, the people introduced to me are either talented knights from the Knights Templar or capable descendants of nobles. They are all handsome and elegant, and they are very gentle and gentlemanly when they see me. But this is totally unacceptable. What's wrong with that? When Mary heard this, she couldn't help but ask. She was also very curious. Anne's expression, as if she was devastated and recalling some unpleasant memories, seemed to be completely different from what she said. Nowhere. Take Kevin for example. He is the best rising star in the Knights. With impeccable manners, blonde hair, blue eyes, handsome, and from a famous family. When we first met, he gave me a Casablanca and said to me, "Your eyes are more beautiful than this flower." Wow! Hearing this, Mary and Goulet widened their eyes in surprise. It must be said that if what Anne said was true, then this was indeed the most wonderful encounter fantasy for most girls in the world. It is not good? What a ghost! Later, I wanted to meet him secretly, but I found that he had sneaked into the room of the Knight Commander, and he was holding a whip, a rope and a candle. Can you understand? Can you understand my mood at that time? The Knight Commander is an old man in his 60s. Well, hearing Anne's frantic mumbling, Mary and Goulet looked at each other. Lorena was speechless, and failing next to her even burst out laughing. So my first blind date was ruined. Then my father introduced me to a noble's son, a rising star of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is also very handsome, and well known among the women of noble families. He is also very gentlemanly and considerate to women. Then what? Then I secretly went to see him, and found out that he actually liked to wear women's clothes. Can you imagine? A tall man, wearing a woman's dress, wandering in front of the dressing mirror, fascinated by himself, as if he was fascinated by himself. I can't stand it when I think about it. Well, looking at him rolling on the sofa with his head in his hands, everyone was speechless. But everyone has some little secrets. But that's the person I'm going to marry. Do you want me to have to endure my husband playing unspeakable games with a man in his 60s? Or dressing up as a woman in private and being narcissistic? Well, Mary shuddered when she put herself in his shoes. This is simply a nightmare. No matter how handsome he is, you can't accept him. I think Odell thinks so too. As he spoke, and pointed at Odell, who was standing next to him. The latter was stunned for a moment, then nodded. After all, she was also a victim of a nobleman's breaking off of an engagement for the absurd reason of true love. Then Miss Guria's side wouldn't be like this. Right. Why? Hearing Mary's question, Goulet was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head without saying a word, just as Mary was puzzled, and chuckled. Fufufu. You can't ask Goulet this question. You know what? Goulet is the princess of the dragon kingdom of Regnus. Speaking of dragons, what do you think of? Like gold, silver and treasures? Anything else? And, sorry, I don't know. How lustful. Otherwise, why do dragons in legends always capture princesses and never princes? This, after hearing Anne's answer, and looking at Goulet, who had her head almost buried between her knees, and even the tips of her ears were red. Mary was speechless for a moment. Although I didn't hear Goulet say it directly, I could tell from her expression that the dragon clan was probably having a hard time as well. But aren't you worried about Mr. Duanmu wearing women's clothes? With his body shape, he needs to be able to find clothes that fit him. Come to think of it, I actually want to see what Mr. Duanmu looks like in women's clothes. It must be very interesting. Makes sense. Mary didn't think that there was any women's clothing store in her country that would sell Duanmu Huai's size. So it was very difficult to find clothes for him. So Duanmu Huai's clothes basically remained unchanged. So, compared to those guys who are all show and no substance, Mr. Duanmu is much better. Although he looks a bit fierce, he usually has a good temper and rarely gets angry. And following him, I can get in touch with all kinds of interesting things and see a completely different world. This is simply great. Hearing Anne's thoughts, Mary couldn't help but echoed. It was indeed as Anne said. Although Duanmu Huai looked fierce, he rarely got angry with his own people. And he did take her to see a lot of scenery that she had never thought of seeing. At least places like Antarctica and underground ruins. Mary didn't think she would have the opportunity to see them. Not to mention that he spent a lot of money on himself. Which is much more than what ordinary boys spend on pursuing girls for dates and buying gifts. But Duanmu Huai didn't frown when he spent money. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai seemed to have no special shortcomings except for his fierce appearance. I hope I don't encounter too many things. Compared with the excited Anne, Gulea obviously hopes to live an ordinary life. What does it matter? If it weren't for Mr. Duanmu, we wouldn't be able to find a world where the dragons could build their own country. Right? That's not wrong. After all, facing Anne, Gulea obviously had no intention of arguing. She just drank a sip of red tea silently and then sighed. But Miss Leah is also troublesome. Ah, Leah, that queen is indeed a difficult one. Hearing what Gulea said, and also frowned. Should I say she really deserves to be the queen? I underestimated her in the past. Whether it's politics or Mr. Duanmu's affairs. She is always very aggressive. Although I think Mr. Duanmu won't care too much. And muttered a few words, and then shook his head, and returned to the subject. Forget it. Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about Mr. Duanmu. If you ask me, just being with Mr. Duanmu is fun. Yeah. Of course. You see, Mr. Duanmu looks very fierce. So sometimes, I want to play a little joke on him. How should I put it? It's like teasing a tiger through a cage. It's tense and exciting. Isn't it? Isn't this fun? It has to be said that Mary felt that what Anne said made sense. But it was better for her not to say it out loud. Crack. Just as the girls were chatting happily, the door opened and Duanmu Huai walked in. As expected. You are all here. Really? Mr. Duanmu? At least knock on the door before coming in. We girls have our own little secrets. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, and raised a finger to his mouth in dissatisfaction. Okay. Next time I'll consider ringing the doorbell. Get ready. We'll go to the bridge. Are you here already? When Anne heard Duanmu Huai's words, his eyes lit up, and he jumped up. Almost. We'll be there soon. Don't you want to come and watch the fun? Of course. Please take me one. When it comes to watching the fun, Anne is always the most enthusiastic. Chapter 569 Fight. In the Star Alliance Star Field. In front of the first zone defense line. It's about time. General Kislev put down the cup in his hand, and stared at the star map in front of him. According to the news from the Inquisition, the Reaper's fleet will arrive in the human star region today. Putting down the cup, Kislev looked at the pale face of his adjutant and chuckled. Why? Are you nervous? Of course. Captain. That's the Reaper. The adjutant swallowed and nodded vigorously. Although they had not encountered the Reaper so far, the images of the Turians and other races being attacked by the Reapers had been spread to thousands of households in the Star Alliance. They also saw how those terrible warships broke through the defenses of the Citadel race and easily destroyed the entire planet. Almost everyone felt stressed at the thought that they would have to fight such an enemy next. Don't worry. Haven't we already prepared for this? And we still have the Inquisition. As he spoke, Kislev looked at the fleet not far ahead. From afar, the densely packed churches rose and fell, giving people the feeling that it was a city of churches in the universe. It must be said that the warships of the Inquisition were indeed powerful. Even if the Star Alliance was prepared to face the Reapers, the warships they could build were only 2 kilometers long, and their firepower was not comparable to that of the Inquisition. There was no way around it. After all, the larger the warships, the higher the demand for technology. And the Star Alliance currently did not have the technology to be comparable to that of the Inquisition. To be honest, no matter how many times I see it, I still find it so exaggerated. Looking at the magnificent warships ahead, Kislev smiled helplessly. Although there is no such thing as air resistance in the universe, it is not strange to build warships in any shape. But generally speaking, the size of the warships will be as small and streamlined as possible. On the one hand, there is the possibility of forced landing. And on the other hand, if the ship is long and narrow, it is easier to pass through some asteroids. Of course, when it comes to beauty, this magnificent Gothic-style church building is indeed beautiful. Moreover, in terms of firepower, it is also stronger than the warships of himself and others. Well, as a companion, It really makes me feel at ease. Report. Just as Kislev was thinking about this and that, a sudden rapid shout was heard. An unknown fleet has been detected, heading towards our location. Number 3800. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the command room suddenly became tense, and Kislev also frowned. Fortunately, the Star Alliance destroyed the mass relay outside early on, making it impossible for the Reapers to jump across galaxies at will through the mass relay. They can only travel long distances. The advantage of this is that their position and direction can be locked, which is why the Star Alliance fleet is waiting here. Everyone, be prepared to fight. Kislev stared at the screen intently and spoke. Then, in the depths of the starlit universe, countless black shadows appeared in front of everyone silently, as if they had emerged from the deep sea. The light of the stars shone on their metal LS, reflecting the light of inorganic matter, and their dark red eyes flashed in the darkness, like starlight. Just looking at the dense shadows was enough to make people shudder. It was like being in a submarine in the deep sea and seeing countless deep-sea monsters attacking him. Even the battle-hardened Kislev couldn't help but freeze up at this moment. He had experienced fighting aliens before, but the monster in front of him was not even alive. It was like a pile of moving metal, a dead object, lifeless and bringing everything into death. At the same time, there was a flash of fire. The Inquisition warships in front launched the attack without hesitation. Flames burst out from both sides of their hulls, whistling forward, instantly enveloping the Reaper warships in the exploding flames. The next moment, the octopus-shaped Reaper warships were seen to explode directly under the fierce attack of the Inquisition, turning into pieces of burning metal fragments, rolling and disappearing in the universe. However, such attacks did not shake the Reapers at all. They continued to move forward, not afraid of the Inquisition's fire, and continued to advance like puppets without any emotions or feelings. However, the Inquisition did not care. Beams of light shot out, accompanied by the flames of macro cannons, and the Reapers were blown into pieces by the ruthless artillery fire. Although in the previous rounds of confrontation, the range of the Inquisition warships was long enough to easily destroy many Reapers, the Reapers that continued to attack from the rear were like waves, bombarding the enemies in front of them. But even so, the warships of the Inquisition showed no intention of retreating or giving way. They were like a wall of warships, standing in front of the waves of the Reapers. Then, the two sides collided directly with each other. Seeing this, Kislev shuddered suddenly, and came back to his senses. I didn't come here to watch a show. Everyone get ready. Target the Reaper. Attack. Soon. Following Kislev's order, the Star Alliance fleet joined the battle against the Reapers. Compared to Kislev, who had already joined the battle, Duan Muhuai and the others, well, they really came to watch the show. Come on. Come on. Blow all these guys away. Standing on the bridge, looking at the flames all around, and jumped up and down excitedly. It was no wonder she was so excited. After all, this was a special seat. And although there was no sound in the universe, but watching the huge metal monster being blown into pieces by a round of bombardment, with the debris flying everywhere, and looking around with fierce flames everywhere, it really made people's blood boil. So much so that Anne was so excited that she wanted to rush up to fight. Which of course was impossible. No matter how powerful her magic is, there is no way Anne can take down a Reaper warship by herself. Most of the people around Duanmu were not experiencing space war for the first time, and they were just observing the battlefield with excitement and curiosity. Only Mary had cold hands and feet, and she stood there, not daring to move. Although she had seen similar situations in movies or TV before, experiencing it in person gave Mary a completely different feeling. There were no bombing sounds or beams of light like in movies and TV. Standing behind the window and looking at the battlefield, it felt like watching a silent black and white movie. However, every time the fire appeared and the metallic monsters were blown apart, the pressure Mary felt was far greater than watching a movie in a movie theater. The Reaper's offensive was almost non-stop, and the Inquisition and the Star Alliance did not back down. After all, they all knew that if the Reapers broke through the defense line, once they landed on any planet, it would be a disaster. Therefore, no matter what, they had to be here to completely intercept the Reapers. Of course, strictly speaking, the number of Reapers is greater than that of the Inquisition and the Star Alliance fleets combined. But Duanmu was prepared for this. In addition to placing the main fleet in the center of the battlefield, He also deliberately left behind 3 squadrons to prevent the Reapers from making false moves during the battle. In fact, the Reapers did use this tactic. They launched a fierce attack on the combined forces of the Alliance and the Inquisition. And then, while the other side was busy with their own affairs, they sent out another fleet to try to bypass them and go straight to the rear. Fortunately, they were discovered and blocked by the Inquisition's patrol fleet. This shows that these Reapers are real thieves. In fact, only the main fleet of the Inquisition and the 1st and 3rd fleets of the Alliance appeared here. The 5th and 7th fleets did not join the battle, but were responsible for wandering around the human star systems for defense. After all, no one knew whether these Reapers would come up with any conspiracy or trickery. If you are obsessed with destroying towers at the beginning, and then someone cuts down your hometown crystal, you will have no place to cry. Of course, the reason why the Alliance can do this is because the Inquisition's fleet is strong enough to block the Reapers' fleet. If other races did the same, it would be equivalent to giving the Reapers the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, the battle did not end quickly. The reason is very simple. There are simply too many Reapers. Mr. Duanmu, there won't be any problem. Looking at the battlefield in front of her, and, who was originally very excited, became worried now. Of course, it was more because she was tired. It's a bit troublesome indeed. I didn't expect it to be so much, because there were more players than locusts in the game. Duanmu Huai didn't even consider the number of harvesters at the time. But now it seems that this is obviously a big problem. From the beginning of the battle to now, they have eliminated tens of thousands of harvesters. But the harvesters behind are still coming in an endless stream, as if they are going to rely on the swarm of insects tactics to wear them out. This is a bit like fighting a swarm of insects. The Star Alliance's first fleet was almost defeated, and some ships even withdrew from the battlefield due to lack of ammunition. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, even the Star Alliance probably didn't expect that the battle would be so troublesome. This really pissed me off. I want to go out and fight too, and was so angry that she almost jumped up. But Gu Lia held her back helplessly. And, calm down. You can't help much if you go out. I know. But it's just not fun. It's different from us fighting on our own. We can only watch and worry from the sidelines. At this point, and couldn't help but pout and complain. In fact, what An said was not wrong. If it was a ground battle, facing this situation, and Gu Lia could just throw a big fireball and kill a lot of enemies. But in the universe, there was basically no room for them to play. In addition, the opponent was a Reaper, not an ordinary enemy. So Duanmu Huai didn't plan to engage in a boarding battle, which meant that they could do nothing but watch the show here. This is a bit uncomfortable. Although it is exciting to watch fleet battles, it would be boring if you don't join in. Mr. Duanmu, please give me a warship. I want to join the battle. Assault. In short, assault. Go straight behind the enemy. Hey man, are you planning on doing a board charge too? Hearing An shouting, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Well, go to sleep if you're tired of watching. This battle won't end anytime soon. Hey! You want me to sleep here? Aren't you afraid that you'll explode while you're sleeping? Not only isn't, but even Mary thinks so. There is a messy outside. Although there is no sound. Who is sleeping in this case? There's nothing we can do. The Inquisition's fleet is currently smaller than the Reapers. We can only rely on firepower and defense. But you want me to sleep here. However, before An finished speaking, a Reaper suddenly opened its claws not far away, and then a dazzling red beam shot directly towards the warship where everyone was, hitting the void shield and disappearing. Then a volley of macro cannons here instantly blew the metal octopus into pieces. I'd better take a look. If you're tired, why don't you go to Venus Island and rest for a while? Hey! But you won't go, Mr. Duanmu. Of course I can't leave. After all, the warships of the trial court are controlled by puppets, and the puppet is under the control of Duanmu Huai. It can be said that Duanmu Huai is now equivalent to the immediate strategy of brain control. He is leaving, and the entire fleet has collapsed directly. After all, this is not a game. You can't just press ESC to pause it. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and An sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'll stay here too. Chapter 570. This won't work. The war had been going on for 2 days and 2 nights. For Duanmu Huai, this was not much fun. The Reapers are not fools. When they find that this route is blocked, they will naturally look for other directions to invade the human star field again. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai's fleet is using the net way. Once he finds that something is wrong, Duanmu Huai will immediately send out warships to block it. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in, and fighting each other in multiple star systems. To be honest, for Duanmu Huai, it's a real headache. Staring at the screen, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to rub his temple. To be honest, if the Reaper confronted him head-on, he would definitely welcome it. But the problem now was that the Reaper adopted a mode of blooming on all sides, which made Duanmu Huai somewhat overwhelmed. In simple terms, it's like playing on a bunch of consoles at the same time, including PS, DC, NS, Xbox, computer, PSP, etc. You have to see every game in each console clearly within a few minutes, and operate them at the same time to avoid failure. It seems cool, but it's a pain to actually play. Although Duanmu Huai is not unable to handle the game, he still doesn't like this mode. How do you say? How's the situation with Lumiel? While manipulating the fleet to fight another encounter with the Reapers. And after repelling the Reapers again, Duanmu Huai looked at Eclair next to him. He certainly didn't expect to completely destroy the Reapers with the power of the Inquisition fleet. There were too many players in the game, and it was hard to tell. Now Duanmu Huai also found that he had misjudged the number of Reapers. If 2 or 3 more players came to help, it would be fine. Now he was alone. It was really a bit difficult to defend. But Duanmu Huai is certainly not stupid. After realizing that something was wrong, he immediately took out his cards. That is Lumiel. After all, this is a genius hacker who can manipulate all machine circuits. If you want to completely get the Harvester, you can only rely on her. I'm trying now. On the screen of Eclair, you can see that Remil was sweating at this moment, and his small hands desperately knocked on the keyboard. I'm trying to figure out how to parse the Reaper's control signals. I figured out how they communicate with each other. The Reaper's control center uses some kind of signal to activate the nano units covering other Reaper's bodies and interact with them. This is a very complex encryption method that I've never seen before. I'll need some time. Well, what else do you need besides time? Tell me sooner. A signal amplifier. We can't directly invade the Reaper's network on the battleship. We need a high-power signal amplifier. Then I will find a way to forcibly crack and enter the Reaper's control network, and then completely destroy it. Signal amplifier? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. Where can I find a signal amplifier for you? How big should it be? Because in order to control the entire network node, it needs to be at least as big as this battleship. Just kidding. Can this stuff be made for a day or two? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. And then suddenly an idea came to his mind. Can you handle the blueprints? Blueprints? No problem. Very good. Get the blueprint, and give it to Kukulu and Maria immediately. I have a plan. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai quickly cut off the communication and then contacted Kukulu and Maria. Kukulu? Maria? Yes. Sir, what can I do for you? I want you to prepare to detach the hull and be ready to transform. Duanmu Huai thought of a way to transform the mantle of the world that had merged with his mothership. As the most powerful warship of the Forerunners, the mantle of the world was made entirely of nanomaterials. Later, Duanmu Huai obtained the nanomanipulation blueprint of the Spark, a relic of the Dark Ages, from the robots of Cybertron, so that he could transform it. Well, as long as there is a blueprint, the mantle of the Immortal can be transformed into any form it will under the Spark control system. A large signal transmitter such as a warship must not be made in a short time. But if it is directly deformed, then there is no such trouble. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai still asked Kukulu to separate the mothership. According to Lumiel, the signal amplifier would invade the Reaper's network. Duanmu Huai didn't want the other side to bring anything else. After all, the space station was his foundation. If it was invaded by the other side, it would be a loss of both the wife and the army. Lumiere was also very fast, and it didn't take long for Duanmu Huai to receive the blueprint she sent. Only, are you sure you are? Looking at the blueprint in front of him, Duanmuang's eyes twitched madly. Yes. What's the problem? No. You think it's okay. Don't you always say that girls should be elegant? Does this have anything to do with elegance? I see. Nothing seems to be wrong? Okay. Get it done as soon as possible. I don't know how long we can hold out. The Inquisition's fleet could still hold on. But the Star Alliance was different. Although Duanmu Huai blocked as many Reaper's attacks as possible, several still slipped through. Fortunately, the second line of defense formed by the Star Alliance fleet managed to stop them. But the Star Alliance fleet also suffered heavy losses. Judging from the report Li Longcheng said to him before, the Star Alliance had lost nearly half of its warships. And this was the fortune they had worked hard to accumulate after learning of the existence of the Reapers. I'm already trying my best. Fortunately, Lumiere was not just talking. After Duanmu Huai once again led the Inquisition fleet to defeat the attack of the Reaper army, Lumiere finally appeared in front of Duanmu Huai and handed him a USB flash drive. This is the secret key to the Reaper network. We need to connect to the Reaper's information network through the signal amplifier and then destroy the center directly. But there is a problem. What is the problem? Originally, I should have hacked into the center directly through the internet. But that would take a lot of time. And the other party would build a firewall to stop me. And they might even try to cut off the connection between us. So, I have a simpler way, which is to project your consciousness, Mr. Duanmu, into it, and have you break the central control system of the Reaper. This will be faster and more convenient. Are you sure? I don't know which is which. What if I take the wrong road? I will be there to guide you. Or you can find a helper. This system can carry up to 2 people. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. By the way, one last question. Can the appearance of the signal amplifier really not be changed? That's the most convenient one for now. If we want to design something more complicated, it will also take time. Okay, that's all. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, then turned to Ajis. Call Mary. When Sleepy Mary was called to the hall with a confused look on her face, she was completely stunned. Hey! I'm going to enter that Reaper's network with Mr. Duanmu? Why me? In short, I'm counting on your golden eyes. Duanmu Huai pointed at Mary's right eye. Just as Lumiel said, no matter it is a firewall or something else in the information network, it is ultimately a trick of finding a key to open the door. The golden eyes have the ability to see through the true nature of all things, which may be useful in it. This is why Duanmu Huai chose Mary. But if the other party notices our intrusion, won't they just disconnect the network? Mary asked curiously. Indeed, if most people realize that someone has invaded their computer, the best way is always to unplug the network cable. That's why I need to build a high-power signal amplifier. Lumiel also spoke at this moment. Unless the control center wants to lose control of all the Reapers, it can only choose to defeat the signal amplifier, which will be the most difficult part. Once the 2 of you invade the Reaper's network center, the Reaper will inevitably attack the signal amplifier. So we must protect the signal amplifier. Okay, let's get started once you're ready. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai inserted the USB drive into the console in front of him, then sighed silently. The mothership is about to start. Mia, the command of the fleet is now in your hands. After the mothership enters the battlefield, immediately separate from the mantle of the world and then control the fleet to fight, with the protection of the signal amplifier as the first priority. Do you understand? I understand. Mia's voice was as unhurried as ever, sounding like she was having a cup of afternoon tea. All right, let's do it. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the next moment, the screen in front of him suddenly turned into countless beams of light. In just a blink of an eye, when the light faded, a battlefield filled with artillery fire and wreckage appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Mothership separation. Soon, accompanied by Mia's voice, the Queen of Glory class ship above quietly separated from the mantle of resurrection below, just like a rocket that had thrown away its booster. It's up to you now, Master. Why? Hearing Mia's voice, Duanmu Huai sighed again, and then he looked at Lumiel. I have to state in advance that I have warned you. So this is all your fault. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lumiere tilted her head in confusion. But at this moment Duanmu Huai had already reached out and pressed the control panel. Start the fire. And begin the transformation. As Duanmu Huai's order was given, a blue beam of light suddenly swept across the entire Ebolensher. And the next moment, an unimaginable scene appeared. Outside the Ebolensher, the church buildings that originally covered the deck suddenly broke down into small pieces like gravel. They quickly regrouped around the warship. After a moment, the huge and sacred warship that was originally covered with churches had completely changed into another appearance. It was smooth all over, and looked like a smooth cylinder. On the top of the cylinder, there was a mushroom-like protrusion, facing forward. Puff! Seeing this, and sprayed out the tea in his mouth, while Gu Lia stretched out her hands to cover her face, not daring to look any further. The bell girl next to him even bent over with laughter. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. It's too big. I can't even get in. Seeing the deformed signal amplifier on the screen, Lumiel herself froze. She didn't expect that this thing would actually turn into this. Okay. Stop wasting time. It's already like this. Let's get started. We are here to save the world. Although what Duanmu Huai said was correct. But why does it feel like something is wrong? Soon, two huge things that looked like game cabins appeared from the wall. Lumiel took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then came to the two cabins. Come in quickly. I need to connect the port and upload your consciousness. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. Well, there is no other choice at the moment. Duanmu Huai shrugged helplessly, then walked into one of the cabins, and then Mary entered the other one. Then, connection started, following Lumiel's voice. Everything in front of their eyes suddenly turned white. At the same time, a white beam of light burst out from the small hole in the center of the top of the signal amplifier and extended into the depths of the universe. Chapter 571, Deep into the Core. A flash of white light passed by. The next moment, Duanmu Huai and Mary only felt a flash before their eyes. And then, they appeared in a strange space. There was absolutely nothing to see here. At least from Duanmu Huai's point of view. Everywhere around were walls, and stairs made up of all kinds of strange characters and numbers. Frankly speaking, it was a bit dizzying to see them so much. At this moment, Lumiel's voice came to my ears. You have successfully entered the Reaper network. How do you feel? I feel bad. I really want to show you what this is. There are all kinds of messy and ghostly characters everywhere on the ground, in the sky, and on the walls. That means you have successfully entered. Oh, by the way, this is for you. As Lumiel's voice sounded, Duanmu Huai saw a dagger appear out of thin air and fall into his hand. This is? The destruction virus is basically an evolution of what was used to deal with Skynet and the Terminator. Since these Reapers are similar to the Terminator, I think they should be just as useful. A triple attack of infection, overload, and self-destruction? I like it very much. Duanmu Huai played the virus dagger, and then turned his head to look around. All of them were all kinds of buildings and roads composed of these characters. So, where do we go next? Sorry, I have not yet fully understood the Reaper system. In short, you are now at the communication center of the Reaper's network port. What to do next? Maybe I need to analyze it first. How long? At least 1 hour. Too much trouble. Hearing Lumiere's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned and turned to look at Mary. Mary, I leave it to you. Huh? But I'm not a hacker. And I don't have any knowledge in this area. None of this is important. What's important is your right eye. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed at Mary's golden eyes. Did you see anything special? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mary blinked, then looked around. Then she raised her hand with a little hesitation and pointed to one of the roads. I saw golden light coming out from here. Golden light? Where is it? Duanmu Huai looked in the direction where Mary pointed, but could see nothing except those tadpole-like characters. Hey! It's right here. Follow the ground from this side. Then go straight over there. You can actually tell the difference. Oh, I don't know either. I just thought so when I saw that light. As expected. It's the golden eyes. Really awesome. Then let's go. You lead the way. But what if it's not? If not, we'll talk later. It's just a gamble anyway. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. Oh, okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary had no choice but to nod. Then she raised her head and walked forward along the road. Duanmu Huai didn't know what Mary saw. He just followed Mary, watching her turn left and right, up and down, left and right. But then again, although Mary's route was very awkward, it was very smooth for some reason. And the weirdest thing was that a road would automatically appear when Mary walked over where there was no road. For example, there was a place that originally looked like a cliff. But when Mary just walked over, a bunch of characters suddenly appeared from all around to form a bridge. There was also a wall that looked towering into the clouds. When Mary walked to the wall, a passage suddenly opened up in the wall in front of her. Cannot believe it. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what Lumiere saw. The voice she spoke of was very shaking. What's wrong? How did you do this? You got through several firewalls without triggering an alarm, and even directly entered the back door of the other party's central control system. This can usually only be done by system administrators or hackers who have obtained the system key. Even if you say so. Hearing Lumiere's question, Duanmu Huai just laughed and then looked at Mary, who was looking around in front of him. I can only say that someone has found the right way. Indeed, as Lumiere said, searching deep inside the system is not an easy task. After all, only the user knows which is the safe route. As for others, there is no way to find the right path, so they can only use hacking into the system or forcibly cracking it. But Mary knew, although she knew nothing about programming and was not a hacker. For the Golden Eye, the world had no secrets at all. It could see the truth and essence of everything. So the roads that were invisible to others were extremely clear to Mary, just like the road signs on the highway. To put it bluntly, Duanmu Huai was actually lost. But Mary's golden eyes had built-in navigation. Clatter! The characters once again surged and spread to both sides, revealing the passage inside, and Mary and Duanmu Huai walked in. Then, they came to a huge, temple-like building. Unlike before, this place was pure white, with only a strange multifaceted sphere suspended on the altar in front, emitting a dazzling golden glow that went straight into the sky. That's where it came from. Mary stretched out her hand and pointed to the polyhedral sphere in front of her, and Duanmu Huai nodded. Okay, watch me. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked forward, but the next moment, he suddenly raised his hands and blocked in front of him. Almost at the same time, a beam of light suddenly shot out and hit Duanmu Huai's arm, knocking him back. Mr. Duanmu? Seeing this scene, Mary screamed in surprise, and Duanmu Huai also put down his hand and stared coldly ahead. To be honest, even though this is how the game is supposed to go, I really don't like it. Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary was stunned for a moment. Then she looked forward and saw that in front of Duanmu Huai, in the originally empty space, there was a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old. He just raised his head, stared at Duanmu Huai, and spoke lightly. I never thought you could come here. It really surprised me. It seems that the organic races of this era do seem to have some unique skills. You? Who are you? Looking at the child in front of her, Mary seemed very confused, because the information her eyes gave her was completely contradictory. On the one hand, Mary's left eye could clearly see the child, but on the other hand, her golden pupil told her that there was no one in front of her. I am the catalyst, and I am the one who controls the Reapers. Hearing Mary's question, the child spoke again, and when Duanmu Huai heard the child's answer, he raised his eyebrows. And Mary was also surprised. You're the one controlling the Reapers? Why would you do that? For balance. The child turned his head and looked at the golden beam of light flying behind him, then looked away. Creations will always rebel against their creators, and this can lead to disaster. But we have found a way to prevent this from happening. A way to restore order. We harvest the advanced civilizations and leave those that are still evolving, so that tragedy will not happen again. I don't understand. Hearing the child's answer, Mary frowned, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. It's very simple. You can understand it if I put it this way. When civilization develops to a certain stage, it will begin to create inorganic matter. You see? Isn't that what is written in many science fiction novels? In the future society, humans will create robots to serve them. It's that simple. But as robots become more and more advanced, they will develop a sense of self and fellow race. And then they will begin to doubt the value of their existence, and have conflicts and even wars with their creators. You should have read similar novels. Ah, of course I've read that. But isn't that just science fiction? This is also the only way for most advanced civilizations. And this guy. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed at the child in front of him. It was created by its creator in the hope of solving this problem once and for all. So, what you mean is? Hearing this, Mary finally came to her senses. Because every civilization will reach this point. So in order to avoid this from happening, the Reapers will destroy those civilizations that develop robots? Right. Look. Isn't it in line with artificial intelligence logic? If leeks grow too old, they will stink and rot. So we have to cut them while they are fresh. And then a new bunch will grow. Duanmu Huai folded his arms, and looked coldly at the catalyst in front of him. So, artificial intelligence will always be artificial intelligence. Apart from this stupid method, there is nothing else they can do. I don't think it's a stupid move. The catalyst spoke again. We help them evolve so that they make way for new life. And the old lives are preserved in the form of the Reapers. We have to do this, because without us stopping them, the synths will wipe out all organic life. The cycle we created never goes wrong. And this is the solution. But, hearing this, Mary wanted to say something, but was stopped by Duanmu Huai. Don't waste your time talking to it, Mary. It's just an artificial intelligence that can only act according to established logic. You want to convince it, just like you want to convince a stone to swim. Well, let's do what we should do. I won't let you stop the cycle. However, the catalyst took a step back at this moment. At the same time, several tall monsters that looked like alien creatures came out from all directions and blocked Duanmu Huai and Mary. It is beyond my expectation that you can come here. But this is the end. The cycle must continue to protect the regeneration of civilization for the next generation. Uh-huh. What does this have to do with us? Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and sneered. The only thing we want to do is to keep humanity alive. It doesn't matter what we have to sacrifice for it. Mary, leave these idiots to me. You go destroy the core. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai handed the virus dagger to Mary. Hey! Me! Mary was startled when she heard Duanmu Huai's order. That's right. Only you can see the location of the central core. If you don't go, who will? I will stop these guys. So let's do it. Drink A. After saying this, Duanmu Huai roared. And then he rushed towards the human wall in front of him like an angry bull. And the aliens raised their hands, trying to block Duanmu Huai's way. But the next moment, they were hit head-on by Duanmu Huai and flew out. It's now. Ah. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's roar, Mary jumped suddenly. Then she gritted her teeth, took a step forward, passed through the gap created by Duanmu Huai, and ran towards the central core. Roar! Go to H.L. The undead from the old times. Facing the aliens rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and smashed his head with a hammer. Then turned around and kicked another alien directly in the chest, knocking it away. At the same time, another alien roared and opened its 4 arms to hug Duanmu Huai tightly. Go away. I'm not interested in men. Duanmu Huai, who was captured in the alien's arms, shouted again. At the same time, his muscles suddenly swelled up, and he broke the alien's 4 arms directly. Ouch! With a scream, the alien, with only broken limbs left, collapsed to the ground, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a point of light and disappeared. However, at the same time, suddenly, several beams of light attacked again and hit Duanmu Huai directly. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw several aliens wearing armor and holding guns and cannons walking out of the air. Then, these aliens raised their guns and aimed at Duanmu Huai. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and countless tentacles suddenly emerged, piercing through the bodies of these aliens, turning them into light spots and disappearing again. At this moment, Duanmu Huai raised his arms high, where his palm should have been. There were dozens of tentacles wriggling constantly. It seems that this thing is quite useful. Duanmu Huai looked at his hands transformed into tentacles with satisfaction. And then, he looked forward again. In front of him, dozens of alien creatures quietly appeared. Then let's have fun. Duh. The crisp footsteps echoed in the hall. Mary held the dagger tightly, and ran forward desperately. Although the hall didn't look big, she found that she was very spacious and almost as big as a square. Roar! Suddenly, a beam of light rushed over from the side. But Mary dodged to the side as if she had foreseen it, avoiding the attack. At the same time, she lifted the hem of her skirt and swung it lightly to the side. Whoosh! Another beam of light almost brushed past Mary's shoulder and hit the ground. But even so, Mary still didn't stop. Because she could see, there was clearly no space. But Mary could clearly see the process of the monsters appearing. Countless characters suddenly appeared in the empty space. And then these characters gathered together to form monsters. She could even see the trajectory and end point of the opponent's attack. Although Duanmu Huai blocked the monsters' attacks, they still held guns and tried to attack her from all directions. However, Mary didn't have to worry about this level of attack. When they aimed their guns at Mary, Mary could clearly see the trajectory of the aiming and the upcoming attack destination. In other words, to the other party, they might still think that they were suddenly attacked. But in fact, Mary had already clearly seen them before they appeared. Is this the power of golden eyes? For Mary, this may be the first time she clearly realized the power of her gold pupils. Countless light beams, and countless attacks. But this is not a problem because she can see everything finding the gap and then drill. Woo! Mary, who was running forward, suddenly rolled on the ground and dodged the giant hand that grabbed her from behind. She didn't even look back, but continued to run forward, although Mary was not sure what these monsters looked like to others. In her eyes, they looked like models made up of characters. Coming soon! At this moment, Mary had come to the bottom of the altar. Under the dazzling golden light, she could clearly see a polyhedral sphere in it. That's the one. The moment she saw the sphere, Mary already got the answer in her heart. It was not the result of thinking, but the answer from the golden eyes. Mary flew up almost, came to the table, clenched the dagger in her hand, stabbed under the multifaceted sphere in front of her. And then, crack, with a slight sound, the dagger in Mary's hand completely shattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey! Hey! Seeing this scene, Mary was stunned. Wait, what's going on? Didn't Ms. Lumiere say that we just need to insert the core? Did I screw up? What should I do now? Could it be that because of my mistake, humanity will be destroyed? Ms. Ryomi? Don't worry. Mary, you did a great job. You succeeded? At the moment when Lemuel's voice rang out, suddenly, the entire space began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. The next moment, the golden beam of light was instantly dyed black. Chapter 572 Upgrade. As the core was infected by the virus, the entire Reaper network began to collapse. On the battlefield outside, one could see the Reapers that had been moving in unison suddenly swinging their bodies wildly, as if they were having a seizure, and then suddenly exploded. In the virtual space, the ground began to tremble. The surrounding walls collapsed, and the aliens that were summoned to stop Duanmu Huai and Mary also disappeared. It was obvious that under the spread of the virus, the entire Reaper's communication system had begun to gradually collapse, and was about to be destroyed. Okay, now that we're done, we should go back. Duanmu Huai glanced at the task prompt on the system, then retracted his gaze and waved to Mary, who also hurriedly trotted to Duanmu Huai's side. However, at this moment, the child appeared in front of the two again, staring at Duanmu Huai and Mary with a puzzled expression. I can't understand why you do this. The perfect cycle has been broken. One day, organic organisms will be destroyed by synthetic organisms. Why do you do this? You're right. In response to Catalyst's question, Duanmu Huai shrugged. Perhaps in the distant future, humans will die, and then have the Iron Man rebellion again, and then come again in the Dark Era. Maybe humans will still be beaten miserable. That, however, before the child could finish his words, Duanmu Huai interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and then stared coldly at the child in front of him. But, what the hell is this to you? Why? Human beings may perish. Maybe not. Even if it is perish, that is also our own choice. Which shallots are you? Come here to point to our destiny. Tell you, the future of the organic body does not care. The existence of the trial court is to protect human beings. Lao Tzu does not care about these. You dare to destroy humanity. You will die. Looking at the murderous expression of Mu Huai in front of him, the child stunned. I can't understand. You know the consequences, but you insist on this choice, which is not logical at all. Who talks to you about logic and reason? You know what? If I can't beat artificial intelligence in chess, how can I win? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed the child's head, and lifted it up. Then just pick up a stick and smash the chassis of the artificial intelligence. Idiot! As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai grabbed the child with his right hand, and the next moment the child's head shattered into pieces, and along with its body, it turned into points of light and disappeared into the air. Humph! Artificial idiots are artificial idiots. Looking at the light spots disappearing before his eyes, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. You want to reason with me? But unfortunately, humans are not reasonable creatures. How can humans survive to this day if they are reasonable? Are you kidding me? Let's go! Duanmu Huai turned his head without even looking back at the collapsing space behind him. This damn place is no longer useful. With the central control system destroyed, all the harvesters also lost power. They completely exploded and turned into scattered debris, either floating in the universe or being attracted by gravity, falling into the atmosphere and completely burned up. Just like that, the war between the Alliance and the Reapers came to an end. According to post-war statistics, the Inquisition lost 1/5 of its fleet, and the Alliance lost nearly half. But fortunately, most of the Alliance citizens evacuated in time and were not killed by the Reapers. Of course, there were some who were unlucky, and there was nothing we could do about it. After all, some people wanted to die, and no one could save them. Right? In contrast, alien races are miserable. As the most powerful race in the Citadel's military, the Turians were the first to be annihilated. In addition, Duanmu took the opportunity to attack with the Blood Moon. It can be said that the Turians have now become history in the universe. The Solarians and Asari were no better. The Asari were also completely wiped out, and the Solarians were also doomed. The Quarians suffered the same tragedy. They were captured by the Geth, who had defected to the Reapers, and their entire traveling fleet was completely annihilated. The Geth were also killed by the Alliance and the Inquisition afterwards. And so the two mortal enemies in the universe went on the journey together, shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand. It can be said that after this wave, almost all the alien races in this galaxy have died. Even if there are a few left by luck, they are just barely surviving, and it is impossible for them to continue their race. From this aspect, the Star Alliance and humans have won a great victory. Naturally, the Star Alliance also held a banquet to celebrate the victory over the Reapers, and also wrote in great detail about how the Inquisition completely eliminated the Reapers. The only thing that no one mentioned tacitly was the shape of the signal amplifier. Well, this is normal. After all, after the battle, Lumiere locked himself in the room with a red face and refused to come out even if anyone called him. This is also considered social death. Duanmu also held an all-right banquet in the mothership of the Tribunal, as a way of comforting everyone. After all, everyone was very tired. Of course, the biggest contributors this time are naturally Lumiere and Mary. Good job. Duanmu picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Mary. You are now a hero who has saved humanity. How do you feel? When Mary heard Duanmu's question, her expression was a little complicated. It felt so unreal. I had no idea what I should do. I was woken up from my sleep, and then I went to that strange information space with you, Mr. Duanmu, for no apparent reason. To be honest, you said that I've saved humanity now, but I just felt like I was dreaming. You'll get used to it. No, I can't get used to this. Hearing Duanmu's words, Mary couldn't help but complain. It would be terrible if this kind of crisis happened every other day. But in fact, we have saved the world more than once. Why? Hearing this, Mary was stunned, and Duanmu shrugged and motioned her to look behind her. Look at an Anguria over there. They once worked with me to save the world invaded by evil gods and demons. And there are also Suzu and Kanami. When their world was invaded by the demons, they also followed me to eliminate the demons. Oh, by the way, there is also your teacher Lonnie. Her world completely collapsed because the gods were killed and became a dead place. We helped it get back on track. Is that so? Yes. This universe is full of dangers, especially for humans. We, the Inquisition, are like the fire brigade or ambulance. Normally, you won't see any fires or people suddenly falling ill. But for us, this is simply a daily routine. Don't worry. Next time I will take you to see other worlds, which are definitely about to be destroyed. Or if they are not about to be destroyed, we won't go there. This is the same reason why coffin sellers don't go to ordinary people. Right? Well, I think there is still a difference. Mary broke out in a cold sweat when she heard Duanmu's words. But then again, for an ordinary person, it would only take once in a lifetime for the world to be destroyed. But for the Inquisition to face the world-destroying and human extinction crisis 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, that's a bit scary. After a brief chat, Duanmu asked Mary to go find other people to play with, while he sat next to them and turned on the system. Soon, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu. Mission: the catastrophe of destruction completed. Task evaluation: excellent. Quest reward: God of Destruction upgraded to level 10. The God of Destruction has reached medium divine power. The player gains a special skill to instantly kill mortals, can designate a mortal target to annihilate or imprison their soul. 1 time/day. Got it. Looking at the skill bar in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. Instant killing is the biggest difference between gods and mortals. Different from the previous fear and crazy identification. Instant killing is a completely rule-based skill. To put it simply, as long as you are not a god or a demigod, no matter how strong you are, if the gods want you to die, you have to die. In the game, players cannot obtain this skill, but the boss can use it. It is a nightmare for players to kill the boss instantly when they are in a group battle. However, there are still limitations on medium-level divine power. It can only be used once a day, which is fine for one person. If you encounter a group of players, it will be another matter. Well, otherwise, how do you think the players killed the boss in the first place? Even if it's an instant kill, it can only kill one person, and the player can still be resurrected. Therefore, this trick is basically useless for players except to test their luck. Some people think that being chosen by the boss is good luck, and they will buy lottery tickets after defeating the boss. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this move is actually a bit useless now. After all, at his current level, if he really wants to fight Duanmu Huai, he must be a demigod, if not a god. It can be said that this skill is useless. If it were a mortal, wouldn't Duanmu Huai's hammerhead kill faster than this? Anyway, Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the other clergyman. God of Joy is still at level 1. Is there no hope for him? Forget it. There is no hope. After all, I am the god of destruction, the god of joy, and so on. Just pretend that I don't exist. Chapter 573 Rest and Recuperation. The battle with the Reapers was not the most difficult for Duanmu Huai, but it did cost the Inquisition many warships. Therefore, after the battle with the Reapers, the Inquisition began a new round of work to collect resources and expand the fleet. After the battle with the Reapers, Duanmu Huai also understood that even though the Reapers in the game were almost extinct due to being killed by players, the problem was that there were no players on his side. It could be said that he was now playing a standalone version of an online game. In the game, the players could kill the Reapers to extinction, but on his side, they could be crushed to death by numbers alone. If the Reapers are like this, then won't I be even more doomed when the Tyranids come? Faced with this situation, what else can Duanmu Huai do? There is only one way. Explosion of troops. Kill the soldiers to death. It would be best if he could get the entire guild by himself. Simple and crude. Just use quantity A. This problem is still easy to solve, but other problems are not so easy to solve. For example, manpower. That's right. Duanmu Huai discovered that there were too few people in his fleet who could command operations. Like this time against the Reapers. He was busy almost the entire time, and the others could not help at all except cheering him on. Of course, this could not be blamed on them. And Gu Lia were princesses, and they were good at magic combat. But commanding a fleet was another matter. As for the rest of the people, Faylene, Odile, and Lorena can't be relied on, let alone Bambi and Kula. Even if they wanted, Duanmu Huai didn't dare to hand over the command of the fleet to these little brats. Looking at it this way, it seems that all his men are soldiers, and there are no generals at all. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, in the game, Duanmu Huai is a lone wolf who does a lot of work. Even if he is hired by a guild, he is just a vanguard. He doesn't need to command troops in the rear. He just needs to follow the employer's orders. So Duanmu Huai has never considered this issue. But now it seems that he has to consider it. So Duanmu Huai called everyone over. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang, so they should be able to come up with some good ideas. There doesn't seem to be anyone like him in Maalia. Mr. Duanmu wants a staff officer or a general. Right. Such people are hard to find. Why don't you ask Mr. Duanmu to ask the Star Alliance for a few people? There should be many people in the Star Alliance who are good at commanding fleets. So is it the Inquisition's fleet or the Alliance's fleet? How can loyalty be guaranteed? Although Gu Lia and others were not good at commanding battles, as royal family members, they immediately noticed the biggest problem. That's right. Loyalty. The army is the biggest pillar of power. And for those who command the army, loyalty is of the utmost importance. This is why emperors of all dynasties often chose mediocre generals to command the army instead of talented people. After all, For many rulers, talent is secondary, and loyalty is the primary. If you have talent but are not loyal, then aren't you just waiting to be crowned with a yellow robe? Especially for a talented and ambitious general, who would dare to hand over his army unless he meets an emperor who is equally talented and ambitious and can control him. Although the Inquisition is not a country, as a pioneer in the fight against aliens, heretics and demons, their requirements in this regard are higher than those of the emperor. If you cannot agree with the ideas and methods of the Inquisition, then you will not join. In this case, it is indeed very difficult to find a suitable one. At this moment, Ling Nu raised her hand with a smile. So, how about looking for it in the NCO Academy? NCO school? Yes. In our world, there is a non-commissioned officer school that specializes in training officers. There may be suitable talents among the students there. Your world is a bit low level. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai had never thought of looking for officers from places like Manalia and Skyrim. After all, the tactics they learned were all on a two-dimensional plane. But space warfare is a 360-degree sphere. To put it bluntly, a fleet can go around from the bottom and blow you up from behind. Moreover, in the universe, it is extremely difficult to distinguish up, down, left, and right. Ordinary generals would be confused when they encounter the enemy. But you don't want an ordinary general, do you? If he is a genius, he won't learn it in one go. Meow equals intersection omega intersection smiley face. What you said seems to make sense. After hearing what Ling Nu said, Duanmu Huai felt that there was some truth in it. Indeed, what was the use of his tribunal having ordinary generals? They needed geniuses. And since they were geniuses, they would surely be able to blossom and bear fruit in any era. Wait a moment. Duanmu Huai was also very quick. After making the decision, he immediately gave an order to Lumiere. A moment later, Duanmu Huai returned to the room with a helmet and handed it to Ling Nu. Meow? What is this? It's a VR tactical simulator, used by the Star Alliance. I asked Lumiel to help me adjust the parameters and change it to the Inquisition version. Take this to find someone who is suitable and have him test it. Then tell me who has passed the test and that's it. Although it was a selection, Duanmu Huai did not relax the selection criteria. He changed the VR tactical simulator originally used by Star Alliance into two parts. The first part was a tutorial, which was to let players understand the rules of space combat. The opponent was the Zerg. The second part is actual combat, where players must lead an Inquisition army and simulate what to do if a Tyranid swarm attacks a galaxy. That's right. This means that after the tutorial, the first level is HL difficulty. After all, there is only one level. Duanmu Huai wants to see who can hold out the longest in this situation. After all, the battles in the Inquisition are almost endless. And you can't succeed without a strong heart. Meow. I understand. Just leave it to the Bell Girl. It has to be said that as a top ninja, Ling Nu's action was indeed very fast. After only a week, she successfully brought back the data to Duanmu Huai. As for the evaluation, many people say it's too difficult. This is normal. How can we tell their strength if it's not difficult? As Duanmu Huai spoke, he took back his helmet and opened the data. Well, most people only lasted for more than 10 minutes before they were finished, which was normal. After all, the levels were different, and Duanmu Huai didn't expect much. But the first place result was exaggerated. 5 hours? And you managed to pass it? Are you kidding me? Duanmu Huai was shocked when he saw the record in front of him. You know, this was a nightmare difficulty. Even Duanmu Huai himself was not sure if he could win by fighting like this. How did the other party do it? Out of curiosity, Duanmu Huai opened the game recording video and started watching it. At the beginning of the battle, the commander did not get any intelligence. He only knew that an unknown alien invaded the galaxy and needed to investigate the situation. Then the commander was free to play. In the records that Duanmu Huai had read before, most people sent out scout teams at the first time, and then they were wiped out by the swarm. Then they either chose to split their troops to engage in guerrilla warfare or to defend the planet. But in fact, these two are both very normal but useless methods to deal with the Zerg. After all, the Zerg swarm can explode on the spot, no matter it is guerrilla warfare or defense. When the two sides fight, the commander will face a Zerg swarm that far exceeds his expectations, and then be directly wiped out by the opponent. However, the commander's reaction was strange. He also sent out scouts. But not just one wave, but 4 waves in a row. Of course, the first wave of scouts was destroyed. But at the same time, the other side also obtained general intelligence about the Zerg swarm from the subsequent 3 waves of scouts. Then, the other side led the main fleet and rushed directly to the battlefield. Isn't this a way to commit suicide? Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. The commander only had 1 fleet under his command. Although the Zerg was the vanguard, the number was definitely not something that a single fleet could deal with. Once the 2 sides engaged in a head-on confrontation, there would inevitably be heavy casualties. But he played for 5 hours? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked down curiously. Then, a scene that made him drop his jaw appeared. The fleet did not enter the battlefield directly, but stopped far away from the Zerg army, and then opened fire directly. Duanmu Huai looked at a series of artillery fire across the sea of stars, flying towards the Zerg army, and then exploding inside. He was also confused. Is this even possible? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai more or less understood the other party's idea. In simple terms, it was a beyond visual range attack. No, this is no longer a beyond visual range attack. It is simply at the level of a cruise missile. This is actually quite normal. Generally, weapons have a difference between effective range and maximum range. The so-called effective range refers to the exact distance at which the weapon can reach the expected accuracy and power when shooting at the predetermined target. The maximum range refers to the farthest distance from the bullet to the ground after it flies out of the muzzle. Accuracy is not important. Power is not important. Only distance matters. Of course, there is no accuracy to speak of. It just depends on where you hit. But, in the universe, it's a different story. As we all know, the universe is a vacuum environment, with almost zero resistance. Once launched, it will keep flying forward. Of course, if it is an energy attack, it will disappear as the energy itself is exhausted. But if it is a cannonball, it will keep flying and flying and flying. Either it will hit some unlucky celestial body, or it will go nowhere. So strictly speaking, as long as you predict the position and speed of the opponent, you can indeed use this method to launch an attack. Just like a submarine can predict the speed and route of a warship and directly fire a torpedo at it. But by the time the opponent finds out, it is too late. The principle is simple. But in fact, this trick is not very useful on the actual battlefield. The reason is also very simple. The universe is so huge. Even if you put 10,000 warships into a galaxy, it would be a drop in the ocean. Trying to use this method to carry out a beyond visual range attack is as difficult as shooting a fly 5,000 meters away with a pistol without aiming. It is simply a dream. Not to mention that the universe is not the sea, and people can hide anywhere they want. If you miss the first wave of attacks, it means that you have directly exposed your position to the enemy. Players have tried this method before, but later said that it was not a game for human beings and gave up. But right now, there are actually people who actually use this method to fight? Sure enough, although the first wave of attacks hit the swarm, it also locked onto the attacker's position. Soon, a large number of insects moved forward rapidly, as if a huge monster stretched out its huge tentacles, trying to catch its prey hidden in the darkness. Almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai saw that the fleet also reacted immediately. They retreated while continuing to fire. What Duanmu Huai could not have expected was that almost every shot hit the target. How did you do that? You have to know that when the fleet launched the attack, the Zerg was still out of their field of vision, and most people would think that the fleet was wasting ammunition in vain. However, in fact, each attack by the enemy accurately hit the place where the Zerg troops were most densely concentrated. Is it through the scout troops? Duanmu Huai also saw that the other 3 scouts did not withdraw from the battlefield, but kept monitoring the Zerg army from a distance. If this method was used to calculate the Zerg army's position and coordinates, as well as its speed and predetermined trajectory, it would indeed be possible to launch an attack in advance. But Duanmu Huai could not do this, because this requires a lot of calculations, and his brain would freeze up if it went beyond the 4 arithmetic operations. As for calculus and advanced mathematics, I will return them to the school after graduation. No wonder they can play for 5 hours. Duanmu Huai watched the whole process in fast forward, and shook his head helplessly. The opponent's tactics were very clear, which was to use this beyond visual range attack to fly the Zerg kite to delay time, and then evacuate civilians on other planets as much as possible. When the Zerg attacked the planet for on-site supply, they would directly send an extermination order, insisting on adopting the strategy of clearing the countryside, slowly, bit by bit, wearing down most of the Zerg's manpower, and then launching an attack on the Zerg's core warships, breaking through the defense in one breath and then defeating it. The whole process was smooth and seamless. In the first 4 hours, the fleet was almost always wasting blood, just like a level 1 player challenging the final boss. Maybe I can only take away 1 drop of blood from you, but as long as you can't hit me, I can keep wearing you out. By the last half hour, when the Zerg vanguard had been almost exhausted by this tactic and was about to break through, the retreating fleet suddenly accelerated, tore through the opponent's tattered defense network and rushed directly into the battlefield, bombarded the Zerg mothership, and finally won. From a combat perspective, it was impeccable. Of course, the only flaw was that when setting up the evacuation, the opponent did not take into account the existence of the thief, which resulted in most of the evacuated transport ships being hacked by the thief, which also caused a certain degree of loss to the fleet. But overall, considering that this was the opponent's first battle with a Tyranid swarm, it was really good to be able to fight to this extent. Yeah, very good. After watching the process, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. The other party's wonderful ideas were secondary. What Duanmu Huai was most interested in was the commander's ability to control several fleets at the same time. You should know that Duanmu Huai only gave him 1 fleet at first, and then the commander first divided the fleet into 4 scout formations, and then divided the transport ships into 3 formations to evacuate the planet at the same time. At the same time, he also needed to keep locking and predicting the direction and position of the Zerg army, and seize the favorable opportunity to counterattack. This is exactly what Duanmu Huai needs. That's him. Where's his information? Here. Her name is Iko Marius, and she is the chief of the NCO Academy. She's actually a woman? Never mind. This question is not important. But chief, this is not easy to handle. Is she willing to come? I think it should be fine, because she was born a civilian. She was bullied at the NCO Academy. In fact, she is now heavily in debt. I heard that she borrowed money from loan sharks to pay for her tuition, and she can't pay it back yet. Huh? I just can't understand what kind of train of thought is this. Duanmu Huai was shocked when he heard the report from Ling Nu. To be honest, every time he saw similar scenes in novels, animations and games, he always felt incredible. It was understandable that he was bullied because of his introverted personality and poor academic performance. But it was incredible that he was bullied as an excellent student. After all, in Duanmu Huai's era, every excellent student was the apple of the eye of the class teacher and was protected by the teacher. Anyone who dared to cause trouble for those 3 good students would be beaten by the teacher and cry for his parents. Or has the times changed? Now teachers don't even care about top students, and the top students in the school? Then what are you teachers for? Are you here to eat and eat? Also, according to my research, Ling Nu, her military advisor level is also the highest among all humans. But it's level 2. Are you serious? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai could not sit still. He knew that people in Ling Nu's world could see their level caps and talent skills. Among the people Duanmu Huai knew, one of the people with the strongest command ability was Yuruz, the wheelchair-bound girl from the kingdom of Seth. Her military advisor level was only LV1. However, this civilian-born Iko's military strategist level is actually LV2. You have to know that skill level 3 is the highest limit, and many people in that world are not even at level 1. From this point of view, Iko is indeed worthy of the title of genius military strategist. Bring her here right now. Never mind. I'll go find her directly. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai could no longer sit still. Chapter 574 Iko. In the end, Duanmu Huai just stood up, but ended up sitting down again. Well, the reason is simple. Because the Bell Girl has brought her here. From this point of view, Ling Nu really understands Duanmu Huai. Then, Duanmu Huai met this talented military strategist. It must be said that when Duanmu Huai saw Ai Kote for the first time, he really couldn't connect her with the military. The reason was very simple. The girl in front of him looked only about 13 or 14 years old, and even less than 1.5 meters tall. She looked like a child. Of course, her appearance was very cute, with waist-length purple hair, blue eyes, and a slightly childish face. However, in that world, she was only above average. Not a peerless beauty, But this is not important. What is important is that she seems to be very timid. She has been looking at the ground tremblingly since she came in. And she looks pitiful. Not only that, the first sentence she said when she came in directly broke Duanmu Huai's defense. "Hello, Uncle Inquisitor." Uncle. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai almost vomited blood. He really wanted to tell the other party that he was not yet 25 years old, so he should not call him uncle. But after a closer look, he estimated that the other party was more than 10 years younger than him. Forget it. Call him whatever you want. Duanmu Huai can't control it. Are you Ikid Marius? Yes, it is. Chief of the NCO Academy? In the previous test, you also persisted for 5 hours, and then wiped out the insect swarm? Yes. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Aiko's eyes were wandering, and he answered quietly with a lack of confidence. We won't be able to have a proper conversation if this goes on. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and then he took out a helmet. Well, I won't say anything else. Let's fight. Why? Just like before. You control the Inquisition's fleet. Then the enemy invades. And then you respond. Got it? Yes. I don't know if it's because she's introverted or she's afraid of people. But when she speaks, Aikota doesn't dare to raise her head and speaks hesitantly. To be honest, looking at her like this, Duanmu Huai can't tell that she is the commander who made plans and won the battle from thousands of miles away. But, just try it and you'll know. Soon, the game started again. This time Duanmu Huai did not use the insect swarm, but chose to manipulate the spirits. He had seen how Aiko dealt with the insect swarm before. But what would Aiko do to deal with these spirits who came and went without a trace? Result? I lost again. Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly as he looked at the Eldar warship that was completely destroyed. At the beginning of the battle, he adopted the most typical guerrilla tactics of the Eldar, fighting and running. Duanmu Huai thought that this would definitely limit Aiko's performance. But it's amazing that she can react so quickly. Aiko's reaction was even faster than Duanmu Huai expected. As soon as the Eldar warship he was operating appeared, it was hit in the face by SH.LS, as if Aiko had the ability to predict the future. The Eldar tactics are all about surprise. Just like an assassin. If you discover them early, the squishy Eldar will naturally die early and be reborn sooner. Come again! Then it was replaced with space ribs. Duanmu Huai lost again this time. He originally wanted to defeat his opponents one by one, but the opponent sneaked around from behind and then killed him in a wave. Come again! This time it's titanium. Well, the result is no different. It must be said that after losing so many times, Duanmu Huai was a little depressed. This was just like losing 5 games in a row. He was simply being crushed by the opponent. But after thinking about it carefully, Duanmu Huai was not surprised. After all, Aikot was also a LV2 military strategist. If he could win, wouldn't it mean that he also had the ability of a peerless military strategist? Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai really doesn't like to use his brain. I'm so sorry. Duanmu Huai took off his helmet and saw that Aikot's face was pale, and he lowered his head tremblingly. I didn't mean it. Uncle Inquisitor. That? Okay. Don't act like you did something wrong. I was just testing your ability, and I didn't expect it to give me an unexpected surprise. Besides, the fact that you can beat me shows how strong you are. Why are you being so timid here? Looking at Aikot in front of him, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. Although Duanmu Huai had been losing in these battles, he also understood Aikot's fighting style. To put it simply, it means being stable and comprehensive. This is the reason why Duanmu Huai would be beaten up by Aikot no matter which race's fleet she led. Her tactics were based on self-centeredness, and she was not affected by Duanmu Huai at all. She had an attitude of let him be strong. The breeze blows over the hills. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon shines on the river. Simply put, all aspects of offense and defense are very balanced. No matter whether Duanmu Huai launches a surprise attack or a forced attack, she can find the best response strategy in the first time, and then change the battle plan and formation on the spot. But, why am I like this? Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the timid Akot, who looked like she had done something wrong. On the surface, Akot was a bit like Mary. But Mary was more educated to keep a girl's reserve, and she was unambiguous when it came to action. Although Akot performed perfectly in battle, outside of that, she gave people the feeling of a trembling hamster. All in all, just collect it first, and fix the personality issues later. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and looked at Iko. Ikot, I already know your strength. So, are you willing to join the Inquisition? Hey! Can I really join the Inquisition? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Iko looked frightened. But, can someone like me really be competent for the work of the Inquisition? I'm afraid. In fact, I think only you are qualified. Although I don't know what caused you to be like this. I want to tell you that it is not a good thing to underestimate yourself. You are the chief of the NCO Academy, and you have defeated us several times in the test. If you still underestimate yourself, then the classmates of the NCO Academy who lost to you and I are no different from trash. Right? That's not what I meant. Upon hearing this, Ikot's face suddenly changed, and he waved his hands desperately. Then cheer up and take courage. Will you? Or will you not? Me? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Ikot hesitated for a moment, then clenched her fist slightly, as if she had made up her mind. Then she raised her head tremblingly, and looked at Duanmu Huai. I do. Then, Ikot looked at Duanmu Huai and answered. Very good. Hearing Ikot's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. Welcome to join the trial court. Of course, we will also provide you with some in-service training. On-the-job training? That's right. Saying here? Duanmu Huai smiled. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 575, The Universe of Conflict. When the girls learned that Duanmu Huai would soon embark on a journey to a new world, they were also very excited. Can we finally go to the new world? Upon hearing the news, and was the first to jump out. It was no wonder. After all, Duanmu Huai hadn't taken them out for a while. Although during this period, the girls also wandered around by themselves, and occasionally visited the previous worlds. But without a leader, it always felt boring. As if something was missing. After all, if Duanmu Huai led them, he would have a goal. But if he was alone, he could only wander around. This was certainly not boring. But it was not very fun either. After all, it was fun when someone led them, and had a goal. If I wandered around by myself and couldn't find anything interesting, it would be boring. What kind of place is this world? Is it fun? Are there any interesting things? This world, how should I put it? It's a mess. It's messy? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone looked curious. How messy is very messy? It's like a mess. Duanmu Huai answered while looking at the plane coordinates on the system and adjusting the course. The human civilization in that galaxy, like the Star Alliance, has left its home planet and established colonies on other planets. But they do not have a unified interstellar regime like the Star Alliance. The colonies on other planets soon began to rebel against the rule of the home planet regime. In addition, the humans over there also use genetic modification, giving birth to a modified race that is more powerful than ordinary people. And the two sides also fought each other. Not to mention that there are also aliens over there who want to conquer humans. So that's basically it. Even though they were attacked by aliens, humans are still fighting among themselves? Mary, who had just experienced the Reaper battle, expressed her confusion about this, because those aliens themselves are not very strong. If they were really like the Reapers, then it would be easier to deal with. Unfortunately, the aliens over there are only mediocre, so humans don't take them too seriously. Although it's not to say that there is no threat. It's the kind of trouble that other forces can solve on their own. So it's not a pressing problem. Duanmu Huai shrugged. So the situation in the galaxy is particularly complicated. There is the Federation, which claims to be the orthodox human regime on behalf of the mother planet. And there are also colonial countries that have become independent from the Federation, as well as guerrilla forces that resist these independent regimes. Cosmic national forces that represent genetically modified humans. And there are also aliens of this and that. It's so complicated. Hearing this, Bambi couldn't help but pout. It feels so troublesome. Yes. Lorena nodded as well. They had been following Duanmu Huai to other worlds. And the situations they faced were basically clear. Monsters attacking humans and humans being attacked. In this case, they only needed to protect humans and then destroy the monsters. But this new world sounded much more troublesome. With so many forces. And they were hostile to each other in the universe. And it was a headache just thinking about it. So, Mr. Duanmu, how do we identify the enemy? According to the principles of the Inquisition, aliens must be eliminated. As for humans, whoever dares to attack us, we just need to kill them. Is this so simple and crude? Okay. If someone attacks innocent people like us without saying anything, they are definitely not good people. Just kill them. Innocent. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone looked out the window with complicated expressions, focusing on the skull mark on it. Big and conspicuous. Let's just take it as it is. And eke it. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai suddenly calling his name, Icode, who was standing behind everyone, jumped up like a frightened rabbit. You already know the general situation of this operation. I want you to be responsible for organizing a fleet. Be by me? That's right. The next mission of the Inquisition is to go to that world and eliminate the aliens that are trying to conquer humans. However, due to the complex political environment there, dealing with the human forces there will definitely not be as simple as dealing with the Star Alliance. Therefore, I need to organize a fleet. And you will be the commander. Yes, okay. I understand. Oh, by the way, I have to remind you that the battles over there are a little different from here. The humans over there don't engage in fleet battles. They mostly use mechas to attack each other. Mecha? It's like a giant golem controlled by someone. It's smaller than an Emperor-class Titan, and it can fly in space. What's the use of that? Hearing this, and blinked in confusion. Can this kind of weapon destroy a warship in space? As I said earlier, they don't mainly fight fleet battles, so their warships don't have strong firepower. Strictly speaking, their warships are mainly transport ships for transporting mechas, and they are considered warships when they have a few guns on them. This, after listening to Duanmu Huai's words, not only Akot showed a surprised expression, but also the others looked at each other in bewilderment. In contrast, the tribunal was actually at the other extreme. The tribunal itself did not have warships such as aircraft carriers. In other words, although the tribunal's warships would have some weapons such as fighters or transport planes, there was no aircraft carrier formation. Of course, the tribunal did not need it. Aircraft carriers are useless. It would be much easier for me to just board them. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but recall the memories of the game. Just as An said, the combat power of that world itself is not very high, but it allows players to beat it to a pulp. The reason is simple, for love. This is the eternal war between the giant ship and cannon party and the mecha party. A salty sweet showdown. Players who like big ships and cannons think that humanoid mechas are simply a prime example of being flashy but useless. And are useless except for being cool. In the face of real firepower coverage, they will be destroyed without a burial place, just like the action figures broken by the naughty children of relatives. And they don't even look at them. On the other hand, the mecha fans believe that being cool is the primary productive force. After all, being strong is a matter of one version, but being cool is a matter of a lifetime. Besides, who says mechas can't fight? As long as the firepower is enough, a mecha can easily kill a few warships. Isn't this a model of winning big with a small investment? Of course, the mecha party's argument was sneered at by the giant ship party. The reason why the galaxy was able to achieve such a record was purely because the opponent's warships had no shields. If it were the warships of the Inquisition, once the void shield was opened, it would be a miracle if it could break through the defense regardless of freedom or destiny. So when this galaxy was opened, this was the situation for players. First, the giant ship party and the mecha party quarreled on the forum. When they got angry, they went online directly. And then one side started a fleet and the other side started a mecha to PK directly. Of course, the mecha party loses more than it wins. But it's not that they have never won. After all, there is also the unreasonable thing called the super system in mecha. Although super series mechas cannot be mass-produced, and not many players can find them, the power of those super series mechas still keeps the mecha party's face going. In the end, this galaxy could not escape the clutches of the players, and was severely damaged like In's mouth. What humans and new humans? What federal and colonies? And what the war between humans and aliens is gone? You will have the giant ship cannon and the mecha party all day, and you come and go. Of course, in addition to these two mainstream factions, there is also a weird faction. That is, the removal of the party. What this group of people like to do most is to wear power armor and take weapons to the ground to pick up mechas, and then dismantle all the mechas into parts. At the end, they will pose and shout school. Donfang Booby. So from a certain perspective, this can be regarded as the mortal enemy of the mecha party. After all, they don't even need a mecha. They can dismantle your mecha by wearing a power armor. And you are still here bragging that your mecha is invincible. Isn't this funny? Of course. For Dwanmu, if he had to choose, he would choose the big ship and the big gun. The reason is very simple. Although the mecha flow is indeed amazing, the premise is that you have to find an amazing mecha and an amazing driver. As mentioned before, mass-produced mechas are powerless against giant warships and cannons, and are basically defeated in one wave. However, super mechas cannot be mass-produced, and players can only find them by themselves, like catching rare monsters. Once you find one, you can't just let anyone drive it. You have to find a super driver with extremely strong attributes to unleash its power. In contrast, the giant ships and cannons don't have so many problems. The ships are big enough, and the cannons are numerous enough to deal with all kinds of disobedience. It is simple, convenient, and not that troublesome. It is easy to build, and you won't feel bad if you lose it. On the other hand, if you lose a super mecha, you probably won't be able to sleep at night for half a month. In the game, it is actually very easy for players to deal with a local NPC fleet. Just open the Void Shield, ignore those mechas, rush over and blow up their mothership, then turn around and walk away, leaving a bunch of mechas staring at the universe without a mothership. How are you going to get back? Can you walk back? This is also the core weakness of the mecha flow. Once you lose the mothership, unless your mecha can teleport, you will be helpless and will die of thirst and starvation in the universe. As for what to do after arriving at that galaxy, well, we'll talk about it when the time comes. At least now, Dwanmu doesn't have to worry about being involved in the fight between the giant ship party and the mecha party. Chapter 576 Dimensional Shock. Although Akat's personality was timid, and he looked like a hamster with obvious stress response, his efficiency was still very reliable. It didn't take Dwanmu much time to get a list from Akat. These include 1 Opalon-class battleship flagship, 3 Orion-class battlecruisers, 10 Moon-class cruisers and Gothic-class cruisers, 15 Indomitable-class light cruisers, and 30 Scimitar-class frigates. In addition, there is 1 Goliath-class factory ship and 5 Goliath-class foundry ships. Well, how should I put it? From Ikat's choice, we can see her tactical inclination. The warships she chose were not popular among players, and some were even unpopular. The only thing these warships had in common was that they were all-round. That's right. Among these battleships, except for the Moon-class and Gothic-class which are complementary, all other battleships are Imperial battleships designed for the purpose of omnipotence. But in fact, in actual combat, players do not like this kind of all-round formation, because all-round means mediocrity, means no characteristics, and also means that it is difficult to form and control. On the contrary, those warships with outstanding characteristics are much easier for players. Those with fast speed will be used as scouts. Those with strong defense will be used as tanks. And those with strong firepower will be responsible for the main attack. At least players can choose the formation more easily. After all, it's clear at a glance. But Akat's choice was completely different. First of all, take the flagship Opalon-class battleship as an example. It is a complete jack of all trades. It does not have the ability of the Emperor class to launch a large number of carrier-based aircraft. Nor does it have the powerful naval gun firepower of the Retribution class or Apocalypse class. However, it can use macro cannons, light spears, and carrier-based aircraft as a combined attack method at the same time. To be honest, many players probably have a headache just seeing this. Well, the same goes for Dwanmu. Although a single means of output is easy to be restrained, it is convenient. Your battleship has macro cannons, light spears, and carrier-based aircraft, which is hard to manage. Moreover, the variety of attack methods means weakened firepower. After all, a battleship is so big. If you convert the original place for weapons into a hangar, the number of weapons will definitely be reduced. The Orion-class battlecruiser is mainly used to deal with small units, such as carrier-based aircraft groups or insect swarms. Strictly speaking, it is an anti-aircraft cruiser. Obviously, this is a special choice made by Ikot after listening to Dwanmu description of the situation in a galaxy. After all, you can't use macro cannons to fight mechas. That would literally be like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Needless to say, the Moon class and Gothic class are the eternal mainstays of the Imperial fleet. You can do without the others, but you can't do without these two. They are first-rate in both appearance and firepower. It would be strange if ECA didn't include them. The Indomitable class light cruiser is the best candidate for a reconnaissance ship. It is fast and stealthy. It gives up the armor of ordinary Imperial warships in exchange for more flexibility and quick response. Well, this is quite in line with ECO's style. According to the tactics played by Duanmu Huai in the few games, ECO pays great attention to flexibility and speed. On the contrary, she does not seem to pay much attention to defense. She seems to prefer to keep a distance through range and avoid unnecessary losses caused by close contact with the enemy. This is very characteristic of Icot. After all, she looks cowardly and timid. The characteristic of the Scimitar-class frigate is also omnipotent. It can adapt to various mission requirements such as patrol, escort, and rear guard. Of course, the weakness of omnipotence is that the defense of the Scimitar-class frigate is very weak. Generally, 6 ships are formed into a team to act. This is why Icota chose 30 Scimitar-class ships. Obviously, she planned to use them to form 5 escort teams. As for the Goliath-class factory ships and foundry ships, they are essential warships for expeditions. The factory ships can absorb the energy of stars and convert it into fuel for the fleet to use, while the foundry ships are mainly responsible for the repair and maintenance of the warships. By the way, the main purpose of the Inquisition's carrier-based aircraft is not to engage in air combat with other carrier-based aircraft, but to stay in high-altitude orbit and then release carrier-based aircraft to assist the army in bombing suppression. After reading the list, Duanmu Huai thought about it. Of course, if Duanmu Huai was asked to organize the team, he would definitely not choose this way. But this time Duanmu Huai went to that world not just to play, but to help Icot find confidence. To be honest, he really couldn't understand why Icot's personality was like this. You are the head of the academy. You should at least be more confident. It's really speechless to see you acting like you are not as good as others in every way. Of course, in addition to this, Duanmu Huai also wants others to understand that although the Inquisition protects humanity, this does not mean that the Inquisition does not kill people. Many times, the Inquisition killed more people than anyone else. Since Icot wants to form the team like this, then let it be. Duanmu Huai now plans to be a hands-off boss. Apart from grasping the general direction, he basically doesn't care about anything else. He wants to see how far Icot can go. After all, if she can successfully pass this world, then Icot's personality should also change. Soon, the formation was reorganized, and then the group arrived at the location of the coordinates. This time, the first ones to go to the new world with Duanmu Huai were Ogus. Then Angulia, Lingnu, Lorena and Odile also came together, and then Lumiere and Eclair. Since it is the universe age, it is very necessary to have a hacker. Bambi and Kula hadn't followed Duanmu Huai for a long time, and they came over riding on the Soul Jellyfish. Apart from them, it was Mary's first time to follow the collective action of the Inquisition, and she was somewhat nervous and excited, just like her first time going out for an outing. The last one is of course Icot. Lonnie, Faylene, Mia and others stayed behind to look after the house. So only one of Maria and Kukulu could come. And finally the decision was made by rock paper scissors. Maria followed, and Kukulu had to stay. Why are we here? Mr. Duanmu? Aren't we going to the new world? Standing on the bridge, and jumped curiously, looking at the universe outside. She originally thought that it would be the same as before, and she could reach the destination with a webway teleport. But what is happening now? Wait a minute. I'll show you something good. In response to Anne's question, Duanmu Huai just laughed, then looked at the system interface in front of him and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. At the moment when Duanmu Huai finished speaking, suddenly, the whole space seemed to be hit by something and began to tremble violently. For a moment, the girl swayed and fell to the ground. Then in the blink of an eye, there was a flash of light in front of them. And then the scenery outside the window suddenly changed. At the same time, the originally violent vibration slowly stopped. What on earth is going on? What's going on? An earthquake? Are there earthquakes in space? How could there be an earthquake in the universe? What on earth did we encounter? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the confused girls, Duanmu Huai, who was sitting on the chair, smiled happily. How is it? This is called space shock. It's your first time experiencing it. Isn't it interesting? Ugh. Bambi doesn't think it's funny. Bambi hugged the soul jellyfish under him tightly, and at the same time glared at Duanmu with dissatisfaction. You are going too far. My dear? Sorry. But this is the only way to enter this world. So just bear with it. Huh? Does that mean we've arrived in the new world? Hearing this, and Dun, who had just crawled up from the ground with great difficulty, was greatly encouraged. He jumped up to the window and looked around. Nothing at all? You can't see anything here. Eek. Duanmu looked at Iko, who had also finally climbed up, and gave the order. Yes? Investigate the star map and check the surrounding situation. Oh. Okay. I'll do it right away. I don't know where we'll end up. Watching Iko leave in a hurry, Duanmu also looked at the rabbit beside him, and thought curiously. Dimensional shock is the only way to enter this world. The problem is that the activation and location of the dimension shock are random. So Duanmu doesn't know where he is now, which is why he brought the rabbit with him. After all, such a lucky rabbit can definitely take me to a good place. Right? Report? Report to Uncle. Iko was quite quick and came back to report not long after. The reconnaissance fleet has begun searching. We have found 2 target locations. As he spoke, Iko quickly opened the screen, and 2 images appeared on it. One was a cylindrical object that looked like a huge space station. The other was a green planet, and it was obvious that there should be life on it. Well, where should we go first? Looking at the picture in front of him, Duanmu also thought about it. However, before he made a decision, he suddenly saw the glory on the screen flashing, and then everyone saw a part of the space station like a cylinder suddenly burst. Hey! What's the matter with there? Did you encounter an attack? Do we want to help? Seeing this scene, and then hurriedly said, this is also a conditional reflection. After all, when they crossed to other worlds a few times, they would basically go in the early thing when they encountered such things. But this time, Duanmu obviously did not intend to do so. Take a look at the situation first and zoom in a little bit. Soon, following Duanmu's order, the picture zoomed in quickly, and then everyone saw several humanoid creatures that looked like steel giants, painted green all over, holding guns and artillery, and launching a ruthless attack on the space station in front of them. Oh! We don't care about this. This is a human civil war. Duanmu glanced at it calmly, and then gave an answer. Hey! We don't care at the human civil war? Of course. The enemy of the trial court is a demon, alien and heresy. This kind of civil war between the 2 parties is not within our scope of interference. In fact, this survival of the fittest is also part of human beings that can reach today, so we don't need to add more interference. Of course, if one of them is trying to use the power of foreigners or devils, it is another thing. Duanmu gave an answer quickly, and after hearing his answer, the girls began to think about it. But we don't know what these people are doing. At this time, Mary also timidly put forward her opinion. At least for now. This is not like war at all, but more like an attack on the side. Indeed, as Mary said, those humanoid mechs hit the space station very happy. But there is no meaning of returning to the space station at all. It does not look like a normal battle. Even so, don't intervene, it will. This is the war between humans. Each side has its own justice. The goal of the trial court is to protect human beings, not our own political position. If we intervene in it, we are forced to stand next to a side. This is not our purpose. Duanmu shook his head again. The Inquisition was not here for the human civil war. Unless there was clear evidence that the other party had colluded with evil gods or alien demons, the Inquisition would not intervene. Ah! Look! At this moment, Lorena suddenly screamed and pointed at the screen excitedly. Everyone looked up and saw a black shadow suddenly flying out from the gap in the space station that was damaged by those mechas. It was holding a lightsaber in its hand and rushed towards the mechas like a ghost. Those mechas seemed to be greatly surprised by the sudden appearance of the black shadow. They fired desperately at the black shadow, but they were all dodged by the other party. Then, they saw the black shadow flash by with a lightsaber, and in the blink of an eye, it cut those mechas in half and completely destroyed them. Wow! So amazing! Seeing this, and then others were also exclaimed. Due to the high-definition camera of the trial court, they saw the opponent's battle very clearly. I saw that the body did not shrink in the face of the opponent's attack. waved the light sword unusually lightly, and chopped the opponent into fragments in the blink of an eye. Although they had just arrived in this world and had no idea who was fighting whom, people instinctively sympathized with the weak. Just now, when they saw the space station being beaten, everyone naturally stood on the other side. Now that they saw the space station finally launched a counterattack, they were very happy. However, this is just the beginning. After the Black Shadow killed the mech team that attacked the space station, suddenly, dozens of green mechs of the same form were rushed around, and the Black Shadow regiment was surrounded. This is how to do. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become worried, while Duanmu Huai sat on the chair, just raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. When the two sides confronted them for a moment, when those green mech intended to rush over to completely tear the enemies in front of them, suddenly, a beam torrent suddenly came from behind the shadow, swept the entire battlefield directly, and saw the green mechs that was completely eliminated by the light beam. At the same time, I saw a white battleship under the stars drive out of the space station, and then the previous Black Shadow turned directly into the warship, and then the white warship turned to the other side of the depths of the universe. The entire process, naturally, was under the attention of the court from beginning to end. Is this a mecha battle? It's so cool. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Although everything is over, the girls are still excited to discuss. Anan is looking at Duanmu. Mr. Duanmu, I want a mecha too. What do you want a mecha for? Do you like that stuff? Yeah. Isn't it very enjoyable? Well, if you like, I can get you one. It won't take much time anyway. The problem is, can you fly it? I can learn. It seems that the video of Black Shadow Wushuang just now has completely ignited and Soul of Steel. Well, I remember where there is a mech that can use magic. It is good to use that if you use it, As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced at the screen again. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at the image of the planet he had taken previously. Enlarge this picture. Okay. Uncle. Soon, the picture zoomed in again, and the picture of the entire green planet appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. He could see obvious traces of human civilization on it, and even villages, cities and countries, as well as a high mountain and a huge tree. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai thought about it, and then looked at AI Cot. Icode. Find a base nearby to carry out construction and maintenance work. Let's go to that planet and take a look. It seems that this time is still good. Chapter 577 Torn Sky. After getting off the transport plane and looking at the green mountains and clear waters in front of them, the girls were very excited. So comfortable. It feels so good. And stretched happily. And Gu Leia, who was standing next to him, nodded. And Bambi on the other side also yawned. The sun is so warm. I really want to sleep. A world like this is really rare. Others are also taken for granted. Is that so? At this moment, Mary, holding an umbrella, also came down. When she heard the girl's sighs, she was quite puzzled. Haven't you been to many worlds? I have been there. But those worlds are not good places. After all, the mission of the Inquisition is to protect humanity. So the worlds we have been to before are those where humans have been attacked and destroyed, as he said. And inside, there are cities that have been turned into seas of fire by demon armies, cities that have been destroyed by orcs, and cities that have been attacked by the Cabal. There are ruins everywhere. Corpses are piled on both sides of the streets, and abandoned wreckage can be seen everywhere on the road. To be honest, those places are not suitable for camping. Well, that's true. Our world is not very flat. Shi Jinxiang also said. It's not so bad in the city. But outside the city, monsters, bandits, and the like are very troublesome. Especially for girls. If they are captured by bandits or monsters, it will be terrible. In Skyrim, there are dragons flying from the sky all the time to challenge Gu Leia. Gu Leia is also having a headache. Gu Leia nodded silently. What had she done wrong as a dragonborn? Why were there always dragons looking for trouble with her in Skyrim? She didn't know them. Did she? Are all these places so dangerous? Hearing her companion's sighs, Mary was shocked. Although her world was not peaceful, at least the evil gods and monsters there were hiding in their own territory, and it was basically impossible to see them on weekdays. But listening to these people, you can encounter a lot of dangers just by going out of the city? At least Mary couldn't imagine what it would be like if she ran into a group of bandits, or monsters, or dragons while walking. In comparison, this place is much better. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and also took a deep breath. Indeed, as An said, the scenery here is very beautiful. Not only are there colorful flowers, but the trees even have fruits that look completely different from ordinary ones. And if you look up at the sky, you can see the air sparkling. Ah, emerald green grass, azure blue lakes, fresh air, forests and cute animals. More importantly, we don't have to worry about those ignorant monsters coming to trouble us. When I first heard Mr. Duanmu say that this galaxy was in chaos, I thought it would be terrible. But say Duanmu, Mr. Duanmu, do you have to dress like this? Mary looked at Duanmu not far behind her in confusion. At this moment, Duanmu had put on the Inquisitor's power armor again. But outside of that, he was also wearing a huge black cloak that covered his entire body. To be honest, he looked like the epitome of suspicion. And Ojas, as usual, sat on Duanmu's shoulder with familiarity. That looks really suspicious. So suspicious and scary. Which one do you choose? This? Hearing Duanmu's question, Mary was stunned for a moment, and then recalled her reaction when she saw Duanmu wearing the Inquisitor power armor. It's suspicious. Mary decisively raised her hand to surrender. After all, being suspicious will only make people feel uneasy. But it is better than being scared to death. Meow Bell Girl is back. At this moment, a figure silently fell from the shade of the tree. And then, the Bell Girl appeared in front of everyone with a smile. Report. There is no danger nearby. There is a small town 10 minutes to the southeast. It looks peaceful. There's no problem. Then let's go. After hearing Ling Nu's report, Duanmu nodded, and the girls gathered together laughing and walked forward, looking more like a tour group. Well, it's pretty much the same actually. How should I put it? It's completely different from what I imagined. Looking at the excited girls in front of her, Mary was also confused. Although she was indeed looking forward to exploring the new world. Looking at the girls milling around in front of the stalls in the town, she felt that this was just like going on a trip, and there was no sense of urgency at all. Everyone has his own way of enjoying himself. You can go and have a look too. There aren't many enemies nearby anyway. Duanmu also came to Mary at this time and spoke. Mr. Duanmu is not going? I'll just look around here. I'm not interested in these things anyway. Don't you girls prefer shopping? Then, what about Miss Ojas? Hearing Mary's question, Ajis, who was sitting on Duanmu's shoulders, hugged Duanmu's head and stared at Mary. I'm fine here. Well, okay. Alright. Maybe she was frightened by Ojas's aura. But Mary nodded and turned away cautiously. When she came to the other girls, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I'm scared to death. What's the matter? Miss Mary? Seeing Mary's uneasy look, Lorena asked curiously, and Mary secretly glanced in the direction of Duanmu, then retracted her gaze and looked at Lorena. Ms. Lorena, I want to ask, does Miss Ojas hate me? Ever since I met her, she has always glared at me. Did I do something wrong? That's right. When Duanmu first brought Mary back to the court and introduced her to the others, Mary felt that Ojas was staring at her with a bit of hostility. At that time, she thought it was an illusion. But in fact, after that, basically whenever Mary appeared, she would feel Ojas's gaze. To be honest, this made Mary quite depressed. Oh, don't worry. After listening to Mary's complaint, Lorena chuckled. It's not that you did anything wrong, Miss Mary. It's just that Ojas is jealous of you. Jealous of me? Yes, Miss Mary. Aren't you often with Mr. Duanmu in your own world? Because of some reasons, Ms. Og did not take her to that world before. So she was just a little jealous of you. Don't worry. Ah, so that's how it is. Well, Miss Aog and the Cavaliers can be said to have been together. Almost the Cavaliers will bring her no matter where they go. Only your world exception. It is no wonder that Miss Ag will have a little temperament. But you can rest assured that it is not a big deal. Thank you. Huh? When Mary raised her head, suddenly, she saw that there seemed to be something on the sky. So Mary also looked up curiously to look up, and saw a few black shadows flying through the air not far from the town. What is that? I don't know, but it certainly doesn't look like an animal. At this time, Other people also saw the black spots and started discussing them. Yes, animals can flap their wings. So this looks more like an airplane. Up to here, it is still an easy daily trip for everyone. However, the next moment the situation changed. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the sky. And then a huge dark hole suddenly opened in the center of the sky. Ah! Help! Seeing this scene, the residents of the town were frightened and fled in a hurry. What's going on? You should also hurry up and seek shelter. Little girl. At this time, the proprietress in front of the stall quickly packed up her things. And at the same time, she looked at the girl standing on the street watching the excitement and spoke. The dragon is coming. Dragon? That's right. I never thought a dragon would appear here. This is so scary. After saying this, the proprietress turned around and quickly fled the square. In the blink of an eye, the originally bustling town became deserted. Only the girls in the tour group led by Duanmu Huai were still standing there blankly, looking at the sky. At this moment, as if to confirm what the proprietress said, a huge black dragon emerged from the cave with a large group of dragons. They opened their mouths, roared angrily, and rushed straight towards the town. Woohoo! This is troublesome. I didn't expect there would be a dragon. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. However, facing the group of dragons in front of them, they seemed quite calm. After all, they had experienced too many things and were used to seeing a group of giant dragons appear out of nowhere. Okay, everyone, our tour time is over for now, and we're ready to get to work. At this moment Duanmu Huai also came over and spoke, and the girls nodded one after another. Gulia, I leave it to you. Blast these reptiles down from the sky first. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Gulia nodded. Then she spread her wings and flew into the air, looked at the group of dragons not far away, opened her mouth, and took a deep breath. Jor Za Fro. This is the most effective move against dragons among all the dragon roars that Gulia possesses. The dragon soul-tearing move. As Gulia's dragon roar erupted, the next moment, the giant dragons flying in the sky suddenly screamed in pain, and then fell to the ground one after another. At this time, Duanmu Huai also took out the war hammer behind him and swung it forward. And, Gulia, Ozzy, you come with me. Lavanna, Mary, Zijingxiang, you are responsible for leaving a protected town. Understood, Sir Knight. I won't go even if you ask me to deal with that dragon. Amid Shizuka's complaints, Duanmu Huai jumped up and led the others directly to the crash site of the dragons. Chapter 578 Dragons and Monsters. The giant dragon that fell to the ground still had no intention of giving up. It opened its mouth and suddenly blew a breath at Duanmu Huai and others. However, Duanmu Huai would not care about such an attack. He roared, and the jetpack behind him suddenly exploded, carrying Duanmu Huai high up, drawing an arc in the air. And then Duanmu Huai held the war hammer in his hand and smashed it hard on the dragon's head. Go to H.L. The dragon obviously sensed the power of Duanmu Huai's attack and immediately began to struggle to dodge. However, at this moment, Ojus opened her hands, and the invisible silk thread instantly bound the dragon's neck tightly. At the same time, and also raised the magic book in his hand. And then a series of magic circles emerged out of thin air, rotating and binding the dragon's body. Ha 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 ha. Facing the giant dragon that had nowhere to hide, Duanmu Huai smashed it down with a hammer, directly hitting its skull. Then the dragon's head exploded, and flesh and blood mixed with broken skull fragments flew everywhere. In an instant, the entire upper half of the dragon's head was completely destroyed. Then the dragon let out a wail, and fell to the ground without movement. Huh. Weak chicken. Duanmu Huai landed heavily on the ground, glanced at the giant dragon's corpse that had completely lost its life, then picked up his war hammer and strode forward. Okay, let's check out the other crawlers, huh? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced over and then was stunned for a moment. He remembered clearly that just now, Gu Lia's dragon soul tearing sound directly knocked the entire group of dragons to the ground. Logically speaking, the smaller dragons should also be nearby. But at this moment, it was completely quiet here, and even no roars could be heard. What was going on? And, Gulia, have you found anything over there? Duanmu Huai looked around, and then opened the communication device and asked. Soon. And Anne's voice came. Ah. Mr. Knight. Well, how should I put it, if you can say that there is a discovery? Then, there is a discovery. What's the situation? In short, come and see yourself. Listening to An Yong's spitting, Duan Mu Huai was also aggressive. But soon, he walked around the other side of the dragon's body, and found An and Gu Lia. And Duan Mu Huai understood why An spit. On the grass on the other side of the dragon's body, a group of women were gathered together shivering. They were naked, and their faces were ashen. What's going on? Is this a prisoner captured by the dragon? No, Mr. Knight. I think they are the dragons. As she spoke, and shyly stretched out her hand and pointed. Duan Mu Huai looked in the direction of her finger, and then he understood why An said that. Because these women were very similar to Gu Leia. They all had wings and tails. But their tails were very thin. Not as thick as Gu Leia's. And they did not have horns on their heads like Gu Leia. So what you mean is that the group of dragons we saw were actually these people? Should I? Mr. Knight, I'll leave this up to you. Look, Gu Lia doesn't know what to do. Indeed, Gu Lia was standing there blankly, looking at the women in front of her, not knowing what to do. It was obvious that her thoughts were also confused. After all, according to reason, there could be no dragon people in this world. But so many dragon people appeared here. Let me take a look first. Duan Mu Huai left a word, and then strode towards the women. Seeing Duan Mu Huai approaching them, the women shivered and gathered together, trying to cover their bodies. However, at this moment, one of the women stood up, stood in front of the others without covering herself, and stared at Duan Mu Huai. Although the woman was completely unrestrained at the moment, Duan Mu Huai did not innocently look away, like the idiot male protagonists in many games and animations. Just kidding. Let's not talk about the question of whether to look at this kind of benefit or not. The other party is very likely an enemy. If you look away in front of the enemy, don't you think you are tired of living? Ling Nu once said that female ninjas sometimes use similar methods in battle, deliberately showing off their underwear or something like that. As long as the idiot on the other side has a little lust and diverts his attention, they will become a corpse in the next moment. I have to say that this trick is really ruthless. After all, this is the instinct of most men. Duan Mu Huai walked up to the woman and stopped, then reached out and grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Woo! Woo! Under Duan Mu Huai's iron claws, the woman showed a dark and painful expression. But Duan Mu Huai didn't care. He just stared at the woman in front of him, waiting for the results of her skull scan. What are you? Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai let go of his hand, looked at the woman and asked, Is that group of dragons you before? Cough, cough, cough. The woman who was thrown down by Duan Mu Huai coughed several times on the ground. Then she reluctantly raised her head and stared at Duan Mu Huai as if she refused to admit defeat. Well, she should be thankful that Duan Mu Huai was wearing a helmet at this moment. Otherwise, this is the way to find death. This is my problem. You are? Answer me. Or die. Duan Mu Huai interrupted the woman's speech coldly. And hearing that he had no concealment of mixed murderous sounds, the woman trembled. But she had to clench her teeth. We are human. We are the real humans, not the inhabitants of this fake world. On the contrary, you, while saying that, the woman looked away. But she was not watching others. And it was Gu Lia, not far behind Duan Mu Huai. How dare you imprison my compatriot and let her turn her blade against us? Tongchi? Duan Mu Huai followed the woman's gaze to Gu Lia, and then looked at these women. Oh, I think you recognize the wrong person. Although she has wings and tails like you, it is not your compatriots. Nonsense. That's clearly the characteristic of my race. However, just as the woman was trying to muster up the courage to argue with Duan Mu Huai, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly, and the woman's face suddenly changed drastically when she felt the tremor that was like an earthquake. The other women behind her also turned pale and screamed. No, not good. Because the special point is too long. Report to the owner. At this moment, suddenly, Leah's voice sounded from the communication channel. An unknown creature is detected approaching you at a high speed. Please be careful. Unknown creature? Boom! Before Duan Mu Huai could react, suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily in the forest next to him. It looked like some kind of giant insect monster, dozens of meters tall, and looked extremely strange, with insect-like claws and a monster-like body. And next to this monster, It seems that although several little monsters look small, they are just relative. At least there are more than 10 meters high. Oh, bad? It's STMC. At this moment, I saw the monster. And the woman also changed her complexion and screamed. STMC? Don't you know? That's a terrible monster from the universe. Even if we dare not. Not good. We must leave here and close the special point. Otherwise. At this moment, the group of women seemed to be scared. I saw them screaming and rushing around. And then returned into a pink dragon in the smoke. However, these dragons did not mean to fight the monster, but flew directly into the cave when they came out. And then, the cave was closed quickly. Normal. Snort. Duanmu no longer cared about the group of women who could turn into dragons. Although he didn't know who they were. At least judging from the consistency of the skull scans. The degree of mutation of these women at the human level was very low. Much lower than that of dragon people like Gulea. So he ignored them for the time being. On the contrary, this tricky problem here is a bit annoying. Wow, Mr. Cavaliers, what is this monster? So big. Whatever it is, it's not a good thing. Duanmu held the warhammer tightly. At this moment, the monster seemed to be full of destructive desire. It roared and waved its tail and limbs, breaking all the trees around it, and then strode towards the town not far away. Under its leadership, the small monsters followed. At least from the current situation. These monsters are obviously planning to cause trouble here. Then, there is only one answer. Let's go! Thinking of this, Duanmu decisively gave the order. At the same time, on the other side of the hierarchy in the distance, a black warship is quickly moving towards the direction where Duanmu and others are. On the bridge, it is full of tense atmosphere. Dimension reading has disappeared. The STMC reaction was detected. The damn monster is coming. When he heard the report on his subordinates, the woman sitting on the chair clenched her teeth and smashed the chair hard. We have to stop the STMC before it destroys this town. At this moment, a girl with a cat ear-like headdress and fluffy long hair standing not far away turned her head, looked at the woman seriously, and spoke. Captain. I know. Noticing the girl's gaze, the woman nodded. Although we came to this world by chance, we will not sit idly by. Everyone, prepare. Attack. Target STMC. Chapter 579 Visitors from Another World. STMC. Space monster. For the humans in this world, these are very dangerous space creatures that have just been discovered. The only thing we know is that these monsters are huge, have the power to fly in the universe and make space jumps, and are hostile to humans. To the people in this world, they are enemies that must be defeated. But then again, the world has really changed now. Sitting in a chair and looking at the screen in front of her, Captain Talia of the Minerva had mixed feelings. The world fusion event that suddenly broke out a year ago caused countless parallel worlds in this universe to merge together. It was also because of this that the various forces were almost in a mess. The Earth Federation, Earth Union, Central Government, and other forces and organizations joined together to form a new unified force, New Earth Federation. In comparison, the forces in space are even more chaotic. Unlike the Federation, the Principality of Neo-Zeon, the Principality of Old Zeon, and ZFT do not have their headquarters on Earth. So they can more or less make compromises and choose to merge. Since these forces originally came from different worlds and universes, their values also had subtle differences. In addition, these forces were all trying to break away from the regime of their mother planet and become independent for some reason. So they were more arrogant towards each other, and no one was willing to bow to the other. Of course, the fused universe is not peaceful either. Dimensional quakes are like earthquakes, which happen all the time. Once a dimensional quake occurs, the people there will be transferred to other places. That's how the Minerva was dropped on this planet. And because it was attacked during the transfer, the Minerva is currently underpowered. So they can only find a place to repair and resupply, and then think of other solutions. But, thinking of this, Talia once again looked forward to the weird girl Anmari. This girl met after they came to this world. According to Anmari's own statement, she was a member of the magic group responsible for order and law on the planet. From the perspective of Talia, it was always right to have a good relationship with the locals. So she also allowed the other party to join. President Ya felt that there was something on the girl named Anmari. Already entered the battlefield. Hearing this, Talia immediately came back to her senses. What is the situation at STMC? This, unexpectedly. In response to her question, the subordinate in charge of detection showed a confused expression. Captain, they are fighting. Fight? With whom? This, you should see it for yourself. Soon, the picture zoomed in. And then the battlefield appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone on the bridge was stunned. The battlefield not far from the town was in ruins. The dense forest was destroyed, and large areas of wasteland were everywhere. But this was not important. What was important was the huge and disgusting figure of the STMC on the battlefield. And the people who were fighting them. People? That's right. On the screen, you can clearly see that there are several human-sized figures fighting against the space monster, led by a tall warrior wearing strange armor. He holds a hammer shining with thunder, and does not flinch in the face of an enemy dozens of times larger than himself. Beside him, several girls were also desperately fighting those monsters. One of the girls raised her hand, and then a huge magic circle suddenly unfolded above the head of the space monster. And then a huge fireball emerged from it and smashed directly to the ground, burning several space monsters into charcoal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, another winged girl raised her hands and shouted a few words. Then, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds in the blink of an eye. Countless thunder, lightning and meteorites came crashing down and hit the group of monsters directly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's not like they haven't fought against space monsters before, but they all used mechas to fight them. Without the mechas, these pilots, who were unrivaled in the universe, would be no different from ordinary humans. Facing such a huge monster, they would definitely be unable to fight back. However, these people can actually fight against cosmic monsters with their physical bodies? Are you kidding me? Miss Anne-Marie, is this the warlock from the demon cult you mentioned? Talia looked at Anne-Marie in surprise. Of course, she had heard from Anne-Marie that there was magic and magicians in this world. And she had also seen the magic that Anne-Marie cast. It wasn't that scary. Was it? No. It is indeed a doctrine. But they are not sorcerers from the demon cult. Even Anne-Marie herself was confused at this moment. Although she was a warlock and could use dogma, she had never seen such terrifying magic. After all, even Anne-Marie herself used a mecha to attack the cosmic monster. If she had this ability, what else would she need? In short, everyone, go out and prepare for battle. If it was a war between humans, Talia might wait and see. After all, the Minerva's current status was awkward, and it was not easy to rashly fight with other forces. But the space monsters were different. They were the enemy of all mankind. After all, these space monsters didn't care whether you were a new human, an old human, an alien, or an earthling. They would kill you all. In this case, there is only one way to fight against the cosmic monster. That's the fight. Drink AW. At the same time, Duanmu Huai was also swinging his warhammer, fighting with the huge monster in front of him. He roared and raised the warhammer burning with black flames and thunder, resisted the opponent's claw attack, and then raised the warhammer and smashed it hard on the monster's feet. Under Duanmu Huai's blow, the monster's thick limbs burst and shattered instantly, and the monster, who lost its balance, fell to the ground wailing. Then Duanmu Huai jumped up and smashed the warhammer in his hand directly into the monster's head. With a huge shock wave, a big hole was smashed in the monster's heavy skull. In addition to being a little harder, there is nothing else. Looking at the monster that died tragically on the spot, Duanmu Huai snorted lightly. Wallen was speechless. Hey, I know it will definitely be like this. Otherwise, you don't think I brought you out for a date? Duanmu Huai made a joke. And just as he was about to raise his war hammer to attack the cosmic monster in front of him again, he suddenly received a communication. Warriors over there. This is the Minerva. Please hold on. We'll be there soon. Oh! After hearing this communication, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and saw, as expected, a warship parked in the distance. Soon, several mechas flew out of it and headed towards the battlefield. What's wrong? Mr. Knight? Oh! We have company. Duanmu Huai said this while pointing not far away. At the same time, the mechas also joined the battlefield and started fighting with the space monsters. Wow! Mech! Seeing this scene, Anne's eyes lit up. Are they here to help us? That's about right. It seems there are still good people here. The addition of the mechas did relieve some of the pressure on Duanmu Huai and others. Of course, Duanmu Huai and others were not in danger originally. But having someone to help is naturally a better thing. Isn't it? Soon, the last part of the monsters were repelled, and the battle came to an end. Of course, since the appearance of the mecha, Duanmu Huai and others basically turned to fishing. But it was still very interesting to appreciate the fighting posture of the mecha in the special seats. Wow! Mechas are really cool after all. Sure enough, An's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. Look! Look! Gulia. That mecha can also use magic. That means we can also build a mecha that can use magic. Maybe? Just take a look at it. Don't lead Manalia astray. Duanmu Huai patted Aji's head as she sat back on his shoulder, and grabbed him. But Mr. Knight, don't you think this is really cool? It's handsome, but it's also weak. Of course, the super type is really strong, but the real type is really weak. It's a pity that there are too few super type machines. Duanmu Huai shrugged silently. Mechas are not useless. For example, super mechas are really powerful. But the problem is that not everyone can build a super mecha. Nor can everyone drive one. Duanmu Huai was worried that it would go back and let Manalia follow this path. That would be a road of no return. Super system? Real system? What is that? To put it simply, output through roaring is a super system. The louder the roar, the stronger the power. Is this okay? Aren't you afraid of damaging your voice? Can you add a microphone? I don't think that's the problem. Just as Duanmu Huai and they were chatting idly in the back, the battle finally came to an end. Boom! With the fall of the last space monster, the battle finally ended. Huh? These monsters are really disgusting. No matter how many times I see them, I can't get used to them. Driving the mecha and looking at the wreckage of the monster lying in front of her. And Mari sighed. However, just as she was about to return to the battleship, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Be careful. A large number of STMC signals have been detected. What? Hearing the alarm, the mecha team present were all shocked. However, before they could react, a large number of space monsters appeared again, falling from the sky and blocking their way. Seeing this, the pilots' faces changed drastically. There were only a few mechas on their side, but there were nearly 100 on the opposite side. How to fight this? Captain! Not good. When Talia saw the scene, her face was also tense, and she was speechless. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the communication loop. Hello, everyone. Minerva and all the pilots. Thank you for your help. Let us handle the rest. Please evacuate back to the mothership immediately, and be careful not to be affected. Hey! Who's talking? Evacuate immediately. Although they didn't know who was talking, the mecha teams quickly chose to leave the battlefield and retreat back to the mothership. After seeing them leave, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and gave orders. Lumiel, start the orbital attack and kill these disgusting things. Understood, Commander. The next moment, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Under the fierce bombardment of the energy beam, nearly 100 space monsters were completely turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, and completely disappeared without a trace. This is... Talia gasped as she watched the orbital attack in front of her. But the next moment, something even more shocking happened to her. In the thick clouds, a huge warship with a golden and magnificent structure and churches built all over it descended from the sky and quietly hovered over the Minerva. It was so huge that the shadow alone enveloped the Minerva and the entire area. What kind of battleship is this? Staring at the battleship above, Talia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. You know, the Minerva she commanded was already Zaph's newest battleship. A full 320 meters long. But in front of this terrifying giant battleship, it was just like a small goldfish. But Talia was the captain after all. So she quickly came to her senses and gave the order. Contact them immediately. I am Talia Kurates, the captain of the ZFT Minerva. We have no hostility. I know. If you had, you wouldn't be alive today. I'm Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Hello? Tribunal? Talia was stunned for a moment, and looked again at Anne-Marie who had returned, and the latter shook her head desperately. I'm sorry, Captain. I've never heard of such a force. In other words, they also came from outside? At this moment, Talia's brain also started working immediately. The Minerva was damaged and could not even escape the gravity circle. They had to find a place to repair and resupply. This force called the Inquisition had such a powerful warship. It was definitely a cosmic force. If they went to find them, they might be able to get their help. But, thinking of this, Talia looked up at the giant battleship above her head again with a complicated expression. On the side of the ship, there was an unmistakable skull logo painted on it. This doesn't seem like a sign of any serious power. There is no choice but to give it a try. Hello, Mr. Grand Inquisitor. I wonder if we can talk. Okay. If we just want to talk, that's fine. Chapter 580 Proposal. After obtaining Duan Muhuai's consent, the Minerva adjusted its direction and slowly flew towards the warship according to the instructions of the Inquisition. It's simply unimaginable. The closer they got to the battleship, the more shocked the people on the Minerva were. After all, the Imperial battleship of the Inquisition was really good-looking. The magnificent Gothic church, with the huge black gun muzzles on both sides, looked like a holy city under the sunlight. Most people were just amazed at the size and magnificence of the battleship. But Talia, the captain, had a complicated look on her face. Although she was not a full-time scientist, as a captain, she also understood how terrible the technology of the Inquisition was. You know, even in the universe, it is unimaginable to build such a huge battleship that is nearly 5 kilometers long. Not to mention that it has entered the atmosphere of the planet. Logically speaking, with the mass and weight of this battleship, it would have already caused a huge impact on the surrounding environment. However, it just stayed steadily in midair, with almost no impact on the surroundings, as if it basically did not exist. What exactly is this technology? Talia was sure that ZFT did not have such technical capabilities, and the New Earth Federation probably did not have such capabilities either. Moreover, they called themselves the Inquisition. To be honest, this was not a peaceful word. But judging from the situation just now, they are also enemies of the cosmic monsters. So the two sides may have some things in common. Maybe these people are aliens? Just as Talia was thinking these thoughts, the Minerva had already arrived at the side of the Inquisition battleship. And then the hangar door opened, welcoming the Minerva in, and then docked at one of the berths in the hangar. Captain, what should we do next? To be honest, most of the members on the boat were a little nervous at this time, and didn't know what to do. I will go meet with them and explain the situation. The rest of you stay where you are. I don't think they are hostile. After all, if they are, we will definitely not be able to escape. Well, that was true. And no one objected. In front of such a huge warship, the Minerva was like a small fishing boat, with no ability to fight back. If the other party really wanted to do something to them, they would have done it long ago. However, we must be on guard. Of course. But Captain, you can't go alone. That's true. Then, Talia thought for a moment, and made a decision. Ms. Anne-Marie, Miss Setsuko, Miss Yaz, please come with me. Why? When they heard Talia's order, the three people whose names were called were all shocked. Is this all right? Captain? Yes, if I only bring the members of the ship. You may have some misunderstandings and concerns. Miss Anne-Marie is a resident of this world. Miss Setsuko also met us because of the dimensional shock. And Miss Yaz, you also boarded the machine for some reason and stayed on the Minerva. I think each of you has different positions, and you should be able to clearly convey the communication and discussion between me and the other party. The girl called Setsuko by Talia is a girl with long brown hair and wearing a dark red uniform similar to ZFT. Her name is Setsuko O'Hara. She was originally a resident of another world. Before the world fusion incident, she and her companions were teleported to this world due to the influence of the dimensional earthquake. At first, she was regarded as a thief who stole ZFT mecha and fought with the ZFT team here. Later, they became acquainted with each other through fighting, and the two sides gradually became familiar with each other. However, the girl's expression was very gloomy at the moment. When she heard Talia's order, she just nodded silently without saying anything. Yes, St. Claus is a girl with blue twin ponytails, who looks like a junior high school student. She was originally a refugee fleeing the war. During an attack, she took the initiative to board a machine that was placed in the hangar. Although she successfully defeated the enemy and protected herself and the shelter, she had to stay on the Minerva as a pilot because she was carrying military secrets. It must be said that her experience really reminded Talia of someone and Well, there is no need to say more about this. Needless to say, Anne-Marie is a native resident of this planet and a member of the demon cult, one of the ruling forces on this planet. Therefore, from a standpoint, these three people are not from Minerva, so they will definitely not help Talia hide any secrets from each other. This is also what Talia needs to avoid. After all, there are all kinds of people on the Minerva, and if she only brings her own people, it will inevitably make people suspicious and uneasy. The reason why they were chosen instead of others was that these three were relatively honest and would not get into trouble like the others. They went there to communicate with each other instead of arguing with each other. With the strength currently shown by the tribunal, arguing with them would definitely do more harm than good. After completing the preparations, the group of four came to the cabin door. Then, the cabin door slowly opened and everyone saw a girl in a maid outfit standing there, waiting for them. The master is waiting for you. Please follow me. After the maid said this, she gestured to everyone, indicating that they should follow her, and then turned and walked towards the passage on the other side, and Talia and others hurriedly followed. It must be said that seeing that it was a human being in front of them, they were somewhat relieved. After all, the style of this battleship was too strange, and they were really worried about whether they would encounter some strange alien species. But if the other party was a human, then it would be much easier. But this ship is amazing. Following the maid walking in the corridor, Talia and the others could not help but marvel in their hearts. To be honest, in their world, the interior decoration of ordinary warships is basically the same as nothing. Of course, this is not strange. Or in other words, generally speaking, warships are like this. However, the warships of the Inquisition were obviously different. Not only was their appearance magnificent and full of Gothic-style churches, but their interiors were also completely different from many warships that everyone had seen before. Not only were the walls decorated with exquisite carvings, there were even huge statues of knights in armor placed beside the walls. Even if one looked up at the dome, one could see the brilliance and decorations on it. It would be more appropriate to call this a castle rather than a battleship. Not to mention the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows next to it. Talia looked at the huge glass window beside her and could clearly see the scenery outside. Indeed, the scenery looked nice. But generally speaking, warships would not be designed like this. The reason was simple. No matter what material the glass was made of, it was more fragile than the alloy hull. Once attacked, it would be easily damaged. If the Minerva also followed this battleship and made floor-to-ceiling windows, I'm afraid they would have been broken long ago. But the Inquisition did this. Is their technology already so powerful? Or is there another way to avoid this problem? Just as Talia was looking around carefully and collecting information, the maid brought them to the bridge. Right here. As the bridge door opened, Talia and others walked in. After seeing the scene inside clearly, the four were extremely surprised. Although they have seen many incredible things along the way, Talia can guarantee that even so, when she walked into the bridge, Talia still felt an unimaginable surprise and shock. Not to mention the luxurious palace-like bridge. After all, this is already the feature of this battleship. Apart from that, what surprised Talia and others the most was the people. Led by the maid, they had not seen the crew of the warship along the way. But now, Talia finally saw them. There were people standing guard everywhere around the hall. They were all beautiful girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. They wore white armor and held spears and shields. But the most surprising thing was that these girls had a pair of white wings behind them, making them look like angels in fairy tales. To be honest, this even made Talia and the others feel as if they had strayed into a mythological world. As if they were not in a warship but more like in the palace of God. Under the throne in front of Talia and the others, there stood several girls, all of whom were wearing very strange clothes, and were looking at Talia and the others curiously. On the throne on the high platform, a bald man who was several times taller than an ordinary man and had a fierce face was sitting there, staring at them indifferently. It must be said that the moment she felt the bald man's eyes, Talia felt as if her blood was flowing backwards, and her whole body was extremely cold, as if she had seen some terrifying beast, and she almost couldn't help trembling. But fortunately, this gaze only swept by and was quickly retracted. Talia let out a breath and looked around, only to find that the other people who came with her also looked like they had escaped death. And just at this moment, Duan Mu Huai finally spoke. "Hello, Captain Talia. Welcome to the tribunal. I am Duanmu Huai, the Chief Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Hello, Mr. Inquisitor. Talia also came to her senses at this moment and hurriedly bowed. I am Talia, the captain of the ZFT Minerva. No need to say such polite words. I heard that you want to chat with me. Yes. Talia nodded, and then explained her intention. In fact, her idea was very simple. Just to exchange information with the Inquisition, explain the current situation, and ask if they are willing to act with her. After all, everyone is an outsider, and maybe they can take good care of each other. Of course, Talia didn't dare to say that now. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. At present, the Minerva was not qualified to act in conjunction with the Inquisition. Therefore, she just explained the situation of the Minerva and expressed the hope to get some help. That's certainly not a problem. After listening to Talia's request, Duanmu Huai nodded. I can provide the supplies you need. By the way, I have a question. What do you want to do next? We are not sure yet, because we don't know how far this planet is from Earth. We want to repair the Minerva first, and then find a way to leave this planet and return to Earth. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and then smiled slightly. Well, I have a proposal. Let's make a deal. Trade? Yes. I am also interested in this world. So I hope I can take a few of my subordinates on the Minerva to act with you. But I must make it clear in advance that the purpose of the Inquisition is not to intervene in human civil wars. Our targets are only demons, aliens and heretics. Therefore, if you fight with other human forces, we will not help you. Hearing this, Talia was somewhat embarrassed. Frankly speaking, she did not want to let these unknown mysterious people enter her worship. But to be honest, the situation was not strong, and the other party had shown goodwill at least so far. In addition, Talia also had her own little calculations. She had seen the warships of the Inquisition, and from this, she could gauge the strength of the Inquisition. Although Duanmu Huai claimed that they would not intervene in the internal fighting of humans, once the Minerva really encountered something, they would definitely not stand idly by. After all, the current situation of the Minerva was not very good, as could be seen from the fact that they were in such a predicament that they could not even find a place for repairs and maintenance. At times like this, every bit of your strength should be used. Alright. Thinking of this, Talia made a decision. I agree. Chapter 581. A small shock. When Talia returned to the Minerva, Duanmu Huai and others followed her. This time, Duanmu Huai naturally brought Otis with him, and then also accompanied him. In addition to the two of them, Lumiere and Mary also joined in. The reason why Duanmu Huai chose these people is very simple. Otis must be brought with him. After all, he has not been with her for a long time, and his little girl has started to be upset. In this kind of battlefield, you have to face large enemies such as space monsters and mechas. So powerful firepower is very necessary. Among Duanmu Huai's men, only an Ngu Lia meet this standard. As for others, such as Shizuka, they are okay against humans, but they are still a little bit worse against monsters. However, Yulia was very reluctant to contact strangers. Wallen was excited to see the mecha, so Yulia stayed on the mothership and then followed. The reason for bringing Lumiere along is even simpler. He is the only top hacker under Duanmu Huai. This is a science fiction world, and without hackers, isn't going to use magic to hack into the federal network? Another reason is that Lumiere has a high-speed cruiser, the White Goddess, which she brought with her when she escaped with Eclair. This high-speed cruiser is of little use in the Inquisition, so it has been idle in the hangar. However, this time when going to Minerva, Duanmu Huai also needs a vehicle corresponding to the mecha, so he brought the White Goddess with him. After all, the Tribunal really didn't have a similar unit, and Duanmu Huai didn't want to take a Titan over. The reason for bringing Mary along is a little complicated. Because of the previous battle against the Reapers, Duanmu Huai had discovered that Mary's golden eyes were truly omnipotent. Nothing, science or magic, could escape her golden eyes. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really wanted these eyes, but he never got them. All the ones he got were garbage. There was no other choice. In order to maximize the potential of the golden eyes, he had to keep Mary by his side, and told Mary to notify him immediately if she discovered any abnormalities with the golden eyes. On the Minerva, Duanmu Huai and others also met with the crew members and introduced themselves to each other. Well, it should be said that they were all experienced pilots. Although many people were shocked when they first saw Duan Muhuai, they quickly regained their composure, and there was no panic. After listening to Duan Muhuai's self-introduction and explanation of the court, everyone looked a little surprised. Really interesting. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then Duan Muhuai saw a blond man wearing sunglasses walking out of the crowd and looking at Duan Muhuai with interest. Mr. Inquisitor, according to what you said, the Inquisition is to protect humanity. Right? Who are you? I am Captain Kovatro Bagina. Hello. Mr. Inquisitor, I would like to ask you a question. What is the problem? It's very simple. I would like to ask, on what basis does the Inquisition use to determine whether someone is human? Is it culture? History? Place of birth? Or genes? There's no need to make it so complicated. Duan Muhuai waved his hand and interrupted Captain Kovatro's words. The Inquisition has only one standard for determining whether someone is human. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai patted the skull mark on his chest. It's the skull. Skull? After hearing what Duan Muhuai said, not only Captain Kovatro, but also the others showed surprised expressions. That's right. To the Inquisition, a human skull without mutations is a symbol of the sacred purity of humanity. As long as your skull still maintains a human form, then no matter how messed up your physical appearance is, the Inquisition will regard you as a member of the human race. On the other hand, as long as your skull mutates and is no longer sacred, then you are a blasphemous heretic and must be eliminated. At this point, Duan Muhuai's voice sank, and the murderous tone made everyone's faces turn pale. Skull. I never expected that. When Captain Kovatro heard Duan Muhuai's answer, he looked thoughtful. This is indeed a very special angle, although I have never seen a human with a skull mutation. Hearing this, the other boy with green hair frowned. But we have also fought against some aliens, who looked almost exactly like humans. Do they also count as humans in the eyes of the Inquisition? Certainly. Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows and answered the boy's question indifferently. Perhaps you have always believed that you are the only human being, but I am sorry to tell you that there are tens of thousands of human civilizations in the universe, and you are just a part of them, not the only one. As for those aliens you mentioned, I don't know what planet they call themselves, but as long as their skulls are still human, they are human according to the standards of the Inquisition. No. Why? It's simple. Because all humans were once the remnants of the human empire. Uh-huh. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wait, what do you mean? You want to know? It's actually very simple. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai described to everyone the history of the human empire and how it was finally destroyed. In short, this is it. Driven by the plan, the remaining immigrants of the human empire left the center of the universe and went to various galaxies to start their development from scratch. Some people were unlucky and were killed by aliens, while others lost their original technology and had to start their development again from the primitive period of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Of course, this happened tens of thousands of years ago, and the human empire has long been destroyed. Just treat it as a story. This is simply unbelievable. After listening to Duan Muhuai's words, many people were stunned, and their worldviews were reshaped. Some people even didn't dare to believe what Duan Muhuai said at all. However, no, that explains it. However, some people were quite excited, as if they had solved a mystery of the century. What are you talking about? Miss Serene? Seeing the black-haired woman's unusual excitement, someone asked in confusion. You know, this lady is usually a very stable and mature person. It is really surprising to see her so excited. You may not know this, but in fact, in the biological and astronomical communities, ever since the aliens attacked the Earth, we have always had a question. That is, why do these aliens look so similar to humans on Earth? No, it's not just about appearance. After genetic analysis, our genes are also very similar. The biological community has several opinions on this, one of which is that both humans and aliens actually come from the same race. But we have never found evidence to prove this point. This is one of the reasons why the Inquisition uses skulls to identify humans. Duan Muhuai nodded. During the human empire period, many humans had to undergo some kind of transformation or mutation due to the planets they lived on. That's why the Inquisition used skulls instead of genes and appearance to determine whether someone was human. Oh! The human empire has a strict classification manual for how to divide humans, subhumans, and aliens. If you're interested, I can show it to you. Of course, It may not be of any use to you. Please lend it to me for a look. No problem. It's hard to believe. At this moment, even Captain Kobatro showed a shocked expression. But soon he retracted his gaze and stared at Duan Muhuai. But, haven't you ever thought about rebuilding the human empire? This is none of the Inquisition's business. Duan Muhuai gave a straightforward answer. Whether the human empire exists or not, the Inquisition has only one mission, which is to protect humanity and eliminate all heretics, aliens, and demons that threaten humanity. Besides, the former human empire was destroyed long ago, and the current human civilization has embarked on different paths and does not need our guidance. But in this case, what's the point of our fight? Some people also raise doubts. Aliens are also human beings. If we tell them this, what's the difference? Duan Muhuai shrugged and snorted. On your planet, even on the same planet, aren't there constant wars between different countries? In your eyes, the so-called war between Earthlings and aliens is no different from a war between two countries in the eyes of the Inquisition. Well, that's true. At this moment, a young man with black hair and red eyes stared at Duan Muhuai and asked, "Since you, the Inquisition, are fighting to protect humanity, aren't you on the side of justice?" The Inquisition is the protector of humanity, but not the bringer of justice. Duan Muhuai looked at the other party and spoke lightly. To put it simply, if humans need to invade other planets to plunder resources to maintain their survival for some reason, then the Inquisition will be the vanguard. We will eliminate all alien creatures on that planet that dare to resist humans. Even if we are the invaders. Well, what about the war? Shouldn't the bastards who started the war be eliminated? I can understand how you feel. Looking at the excited black-haired boy, Duan Muhuai nodded. War is painful for most ordinary people. No one wants their peaceful life to be destroyed. It is indeed sad that innocent people died in war. But I'm sorry. From the perspective of the Inquisition, war is just a part of the survival of the fittest among humans. We will not stop or interfere. What? Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the black-haired boy was suddenly speechless. From the perspective of ordinary people, war will only cause pain, death and destruction. But the irony is that from a macro perspective, war is also a part of the self-adjustment mechanism of the survival of the fittest within the human race. Everyone has their own different understanding of will, ideals, and the future they desire. Some people hope for world peace, and some people hope to rule the world themselves. But all this cannot be solved by quarreling. Only war. The final winner is qualified to decide the direction of human progress and development. Therefore, war is inevitable. Moreover, it is precisely because of war that human weapons and military power will progress rapidly. Isn't it the same for the mecha you drive? If there is no war, perhaps your mecha will not appear. Then when external threats such as space monsters come, how will you fight them? But, the black-haired boy clenched his fists. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. I don't ask you to agree with my point of view. I have just said that everyone has their own ideals and future. If you think your idea is right, then go for it. What kind of future you want to create is up to you. The Inquisition will not interfere, because humans have different futures. And which one will make it to the end? This can only be left to history to judge. After listening to Duan Muhuai's words, almost everyone present fell into silence. After all, the shock that Duan Muhuai brought to them was so great that it almost reshaped their worldviews. Do you have any other questions? I have another question. Just then, someone raised his hand uneasily. I lost a front tooth. Will the Inquisition deem me as not human? This is something you should go to the dentist for. It has nothing to do with the Inquisition. Chapter 582 The Starting Point of Destiny. The 10th planet in the solar system. In the Thor space. The Federation Special Space Force SDF fleet. The Zeroth battleship Exilion. Beep beep beep. Accompanied by a rapid alarm, a blue battleship suddenly jumped out of space and returned to the real universe. Deputy Captain. How many warships survived? An old man with white hair and beard, wearing a Navy uniform, was sweating profusely and shouted loudly. Report to the captain. Only our ship survived. Where are the mechanical weapons troops? Almost all of them were wiped out. How so? After hearing the adjutant's report, the old captain clenched his fists, slammed the armrest, and gritted his teeth. Our fleet is made up of the best of the EOT. Yet we have been forced into this desperate situation. Damn space monsters. I didn't expect them to be so close to humans. recalling the encounter that just happened. The old captain was still in shock. Their fleet was originally responsible for patrolling and searching in the outer edge of the solar system. However, they never expected to suddenly encounter a large army of space monsters. Caught off guard, the old captain had to choose to jump. But, under the attack of the space monster, he was still a step slow. And at this moment, the adjutant's voice came again. "Captain, gravity fluctuations detected." Before the adjutant finished speaking, hundreds of space monsters suddenly appeared not far behind the X-Lion. These space monsters were huge, hundreds of meters in size, and almost every space monster was as big as a battleship. At this moment, the X-Lion could be said to have no choice. "Captain, we must retreat." "No. If we retreat, they will know the location of the Earth." The old captain decisively rejected the adjutant's proposal. "We must find a way to stop these damn monsters. All gun ports locked onto the target and ready to fire. Even if we die here, we must not let these monsters know where the Earth is." Following the old captain's order, the blue battleship slowly turned around and aimed at the group of space monsters not far away. The 3 mechas hovering around the blue battleship were also ready for battle. At the same time, the 3 little pigs, the flagship of the Inquisition Expeditionary Fleet, standing in the tactical command room. Ecot stared at the star map in front of her. This galaxy was completely unfamiliar to the Inquisition. So the first thing Ecot did when she arrived here was to open the map. She had already sent out 4 reconnaissance fleets to conduct reconnaissance and search around. But for Ecot, this still made her feel very nervous. "Sister Ecot, come and have something to eat." At this moment, Bambi and Kula came in riding on the soul jellyfish, swaying from side to side. Then Bambi raised the tray and placed a sandwich and black tea in front of Icot. Thank you. Bambi, you haven't had a rest for several days." "Sister Ecot, it's about time you took a break." I can still hold on." Ecot shook his head. "This is the first mission given to me by Uncle Inquisitor. I absolutely cannot let him down." "That's true. But you're trying too hard." At this time, Shizuka also came in, looked at Icot and sighed. "Look at what you are like now. You haven't encountered any trouble yet. What if you get tired and something happens suddenly? Who do you expect to take your place? We have no experience in commanding fleet operations." I won't fall." "You're not a robot. How can you not fall down? Look at your current state. It looks like you will fall down and vomit blood at any time. I advise you to go to sleep. Anyway, there is nothing to worry about right now." Beep, beep, beep. However, before Shizuka could finish her words, a rapid alarm sounded, which made Ecot, who was originally a little dazed, suddenly widen his eyes and look at the star map. "Target detected? Located at the edge of the A3 system. Is it a battle?" As she talked to herself, Icot quickly opened the video of the battle area, and then she saw on the screen that a blue battleship was fighting with several robots. And what they were facing was, wow, what the hell is this? It's so disgusting. Looking at those huge, bloated insects that were the size of meteorites, Shizuka was suddenly horrified. This thing is uglier than the Reaper. At least the Reaper still has the beauty of metal products. But this bug gives people the feeling that since no one can see it in the universe, it can just grow as it pleases. On one side is the human fleet, and on the other side are unknown space creatures? At this time, according to the rules of the Inquisition. While muttering, Icot opened the notebook at hand. The enemies of the Inquisition are aliens, heretics, and demons. Should this be considered an alien or a demon? Whatever it is, it's definitely not human. At this moment, Shizuka couldn't help it. She was also a member of the tribunal, and naturally knew the rules of the tribunal. However, Shizuka didn't have as many concerns as Icot, and gave a straightforward answer. "We'll talk about classification later. Let's attack first." Yes. Then the 3rd Assault Force is ready to head to the A3 Galaxy War Zone and prepare for battle. It was a difficult battle for the X-Lion. No, this is a battle to the death. The space monsters rushing towards them were overwhelming, and there was only one battleship left. But even if it fired with all its might, it could not cause much effective damage to those space monsters that were nearly 100 meters in size. Report? We don't have much ammunition left. No way. Hearing this, the old captain gritted his teeth. Increase the power of the retreat furnace to the maximum. If it doesn't work, we will just crash into it. For the old captain, this was the last resort. The retraction furnace carried by the Exile was the crystallization of their highest technology. It was a special power device that used the singularity generated by the gravitational field of 2 micro-black holes to release energy as a power source. Once it was severely overloaded, a temporary black hole would be generated. Although it is not certain how useful this will be, it is certain that at least this should be enough to destroy most of the cosmic monsters here. Understood? The retraction furnace overload has begun. 80%, 90%, 100%, 110%. Everyone, get ready. Just when the old captain made up his mind and was about to give the final order, suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the universe without warning. The dazzling beams flashed past and shot directly into the space monsters. They easily penetrated the space monsters' extremely hard bodies and turned them into huge exploding fireballs in the blink of an eye. Wherever the beams passed, a series of explosions occurred, and in a moment, all the space monsters surrounding Exile were annihilated. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the old captain was also stunned. Report. An unknown fleet has been detected. Turn to the screen immediately. Yes. Soon. The big screen in front of everyone turned. And then, they saw several magnificent and strangely shaped warships appear in it. That is, the old captain looked at his adjutant in confusion, and the latter shook his head. There is no corresponding information in our database. As they were talking, the space monsters also began to move. They seemed to find that this new enemy was more difficult to deal with. So they quickly changed direction and rushed towards the mysterious fleet. However, the attacks of these space monsters had no effect on the fleet. The old captain could see that facing the attack of the cosmic monsters, the warships of that fleet deployed a peculiar shield, which blocked the cosmic monsters outside. In this way, no matter whether the cosmic monsters fired light balls or rays, or directly used their bodies to collide, they could not break through the defense of that fleet. On the contrary, the opponent stayed in the shield, leisurely pouring light beams and SHLS on the cosmic monsters. In just a moment, hundreds of cosmic monsters were wiped out by the opponent. I never thought there would be such a technology. The old captain couldn't help but sigh as he watched this scene. He certainly knew how powerful this technology was. In fact, this was one of the reasons why his fleet was almost destroyed by the space monster. The space monster not only had powerful firepower, but also released a lot of extremely fast little bugs. These little bugs would use their bodies to hit the warships. Since the humans in this galaxy didn't have the technology of warship shields, the warships here could only use structural resistance to this kind of attack, and then they were directly blown up by the other side. Contact the other party immediately. Express your gratitude to them, and ask about their identity. Although he didn't know who the other party was, the old captain still breathed a sigh of relief and immediately issued an order. No matter what, the other party saved him from danger. At least for now. They should not be his enemies. The old captain's gaze lingered on the huge skull on the hull of the opposing battleship. Shouldn't it? Report. The other party did not respond. At this moment, the adjutant's words came again, and the old captain's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that these warships were not his companions? However, just when the old captain became nervous again, he saw the warships turn their bows around and disappear into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Phew. It seems that the other party simply doesn't intend to contact me. Seeing these warships leave, the old captain breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the current Exile has almost completely lost its combat effectiveness. If the other side has any ideas about them. Fortunately, they didn't. Call. Just as the old captain breathed a sigh of relief, Iko, who had been monitoring the battlefield in real time, also breathed a sigh of relief, leaving Shizuka next to him completely confused. Why are you so nervous? You saved him, and he's thanking you. Why don't you say a few words? I don't know what to say. And the Inquisitor uncle said that in its current state, the Inquisition is not suitable for the outside world to show up. I'm a little worried that I might have done something wrong. Hey, I don't think there's any problem. That guy is actually, well, I don't think it's a big problem. Anyway, you can go and relax for a while. Bambi, Kula, take her back to the room to rest. She's in this state. If we stay any longer, she'll faint on the spot. Clear. Hearing Shizuka's order, Bambi and Kara immediately raised their hands. And then the two little guys jumped off the soul jellyfish and grabbed Aiko. Let's go, Sister Ikit. But the battlefield is changing rapidly. If something unexpected happens. Okay. The battle is over. Isn't it? Sister Ikit, go and rest. We'll let you know if anything happens. But, after all, Akkad was a soft-hearted person. So he was dragged away by the two men. Shizuka sighed and looked at Odile, who was standing beside her. Don't you have telepathy with that guy? Tell him about the situation here, and see if he has any solution. We can't go on like this. I understand. Miss Shizuka. Hearing Shizuka's complaint, Odile, who was standing next to her, nodded slightly. I will convey this to the master. Chapter 583 Satellite Fall. There is such a thing. Duanmu narrowed his eyes when he heard the telepathic report from Odile. Yes. Miss Shizuka hopes that the master can give some advice. Come to think of it, that guy's personality is indeed. I hadn't considered that. Duanmu touched his chin. Indeed, he found that Akkad was very comprehensive in commanding the operation. But this was different from the perfectionist's idea of wanting to be as perfect as possible. The reason why Akkad did this was probably to avoid problems in any place that would cause him to be scolded. Oh, what can I say? He is so talented. But he is so timid. Then I'll leave it to you. Hey! Me. That's right. You can communicate with me telepathically and contact me quickly. Right. Then I will appoint you as Ikit's adjutant. When Ikit is not around, you will be responsible for helping to handle some matters. You have been with me for quite some time, so you should understand the guidelines and procedures of the Inquisition. I don't think I need to emphasize this point anymore. Okay. I understand. Master, then do I need to report to you about the situation with Miss Akkad? If she asks you to report, then report it. If she doesn't ask you to, then don't report it. Otherwise, it will feel like you are supervising the army. The little girl is already under a lot of pressure, and it will be even more troublesome if it gets more complicated. I understand. Then, may I ask what you are doing now? Master? Me. Hearing Odile's question, Duanmu turned around and silently looked at the cold snow outside the window. We are working to save the world. That's right. Now Duanmu and others are no longer on the original green planet, but have come to the Earth in this galaxy. This is naturally due to the ubiquitous dimensional shock. Before, the Minerva was attacked by a group of unidentified enemies that looked like giant magic puppets. After repelling these enemies, a dimensional shock suddenly broke out at the location of the battleship. Then everyone's eyes went dark, and the next second they arrived in the snowy Siberia. Of course, this is not the problem. The problem is that after arriving in Siberia, Captain Talia of Minerva received a contact from Plant. Talia made an okay situation report, but heard a shocking thing from the other party. The destroyed artificial colony satellite Junia 7 had broken away from the debris belt, and was currently moving towards the Earth's gravity circle. It is conceivable that when this satellite hits the Earth directly, it will bring a crisis no less than the extinction of the dinosaurs. Well, everyone was shocked by this. But Duanmu was very calm. In this galaxy, smashing satellites is commonplace. So one more time won't hurt. The order Captain Talia received was to immediately stop the satellite from falling to the Earth and completely disintegrate the satellite. However, the Minerva was in a bad situation, because they were ZFT warships, and were wanted by the Federation in the Earth sphere. This meant that the Minerva had to avoid the Federation's pursuit while destroying the colony's satellite. After all, they were the only ones in the Earth sphere, and it was too difficult to send people from other galaxies. But the current atmosphere doesn't seem to be very good. Duanmu stood in the preparation room with great interest, looking at the two parties staring at each other. One of them was the pilots on Minerva, and the other was a blonde woman in a white uniform. She came up when she learned about the colonial satellite. According to the introduction, the blonde woman was Orb's current representative Kigali Yura Asha. Orb is a neutral country on Earth in this galaxy. So even if the Minerva was hunted by the Federation, it had nothing to do with Orb. And she also delivered the supplies that Minerva needed. Logically speaking, such a distinguished guest should be treated well. But Duanmu shrugged his shoulders and looked to the other side. Or rather, the main reason for such an embarrassing situation was one of the pilots in Minerva, Shin Asaka. He seemed to dislike Kigali so much that he did not hide his disgust even in this situation. Kigali was speechless, which made everyone else present very embarrassed. Of course, this has nothing to do with Duanmuhui. Their court can just stand by and watch. It would be more interesting if we fought. A melon eater. A melon eater soul. I never thought that something like this would happen to that satellite. What happened? Didn't they say that the satellite's orbit would be stable for more than 100 years? At this moment, perhaps to break the awkward atmosphere, the blue-haired man next to Kigali spoke. Hearing the blue-haired man's question, Captain Talia's adjutant shook his head. It's currently under investigation. It may be due to the impact of a meteorite, or it could be man-made. But before the adjutant could finish his words, Captain Quattro interrupted him by noticing that his pantyhose had fallen off properly. Generally speaking, a colony satellite of that size would hardly be deviated from its orbit simply by being hit by a meteorite. Not to mention that the other party clearly crashed into the Earth, which doesn't seem like a coincidence. Although it is a huge colony satellite, it can be pushed forward if a drive is installed. Hearing this, Duanmuhui glanced at Captain Quattro. You know it very well. Do you have a criminal record? Then, who is it? It's too early to tell. Captain Talia shook her head. But when she heard this, Kigali on the other side couldn't help it. If we let that thing fall, or, no, what will happen to the Earth? In response to Kigali's question, Camus, another pilot on Minerva's side, answered, in addition to the direct impact, the secondary disasters it will cause are probably unimaginable. If it falls into the sea, I'm afraid it will cause an unimaginable tsunami. If it falls on land. Having said this, Camus also shook his head. After all, it was not a small meteorite, but a huge artificial colony satellite. How could this be? If that were the case? Our world. It's so annoying. However, at this moment, Shin Asuka spoke coldly, interrupting Kigali's words. You're just making a lot of noise over there. Can't you just shut up? Hearing Shin Asuka's complaints, Kigali clenched her teeth. At this moment, Duanmuhui finally spoke. If you don't have any ideas, then I do have a suggestion. Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Hearing Duanmuhui's words, everyone looked up at him. After all, Duanmuhui and others had been on the Minerva for some time, and everyone was familiar with them. Among them, the Livelian was the most familiar with everyone, and he also let many people see Manalia's magic. It must be said that they were still very curious and interested in these visitors from the Inquisition. Can you please tell me how I can solve this problem? Yes, this will do the trick. As he spoke, Duanmuhui reached out and pulled out something the size of a forearm that looked like a cannonball from behind. What is this thing? Where did he put it? Seeing this scene, everyone was confused, and some people couldn't help but lean over to look behind Duanmuhui out of curiosity. But of course I saw nothing. The seismic bomb is a special weapon of the Inquisition. It can send out a large amount of shock waves in an instant, completely shattering the entire battlefield. As long as this thing is installed in the right place and detonated, the entire colony satellite will immediately turn into dust. How about it? This is a good idea. Right? Is it so powerful? Hearing Duanmuhui's words, everyone subconsciously focused their attention on the cannonball in Duanmuhui's hand. It seemed that it was smaller than an ordinary cannonball. What? Do you want to try? If you can, no problem. I've prepared a lot anyway. Where did you put them? Then let's prepare. First, we will investigate Julia 7. If there is no problem, we will adopt the plan of the Inquisitor. Captain Talia was also relieved. After all, she didn't have any particularly good ideas. Now that she heard that Duanmuhui had a way, she could only believe it. After having a battle plan, the atmosphere among everyone relaxed a little. When Captain Talia went to make preparations, others stared at the SHLS in Duanmuhui's hand and started talking. Can Junia 7 really be completely crushed? But there are still many bodies of the dead on it. But if it really falls, the Earth will be destroyed. In that case, there will be nothing left. Huh? Does that mean the Earth will be destroyed if we're not careful? Yeah. But there's nothing we can do about it. Right? It can't be helped. And for us plants, it might even be a good thing. Hearing everyone's chat, Kigali couldn't help but clench her fists and stare at them. How dare you say such things? It can't be helped? It's a good thing? Do you know how many people on Earth will die if this happens? Do you really understand? Sorry, Following Kigali's roar, everyone who was chatting was speechless for a moment, and Kigali continued to glare at them. As expected. Do you ZFD still think the same? We've fought so many wars. I thought you would have changed a little bit. Stop it. Kigali. At this time, the blue-haired man also came over and held Kigali's shoulder. However, at this time, Shin Asuka came out again and stared at Kigali. Eula and the others didn't say that seriously. They were just joking. Don't you even understand this little thing? What did you say? Hearing Shin Asuka's answer, Kigali clenched her fists, and Shin Asuka's companions hurriedly grabbed him. Asuka, be careful with your words. Oh, yes. This man is very noble. A representative of Orb. A very remarkable man. But Shin Asuka obviously had no intention of stopping there. He stared at Kigali with a sarcastic look. Seeing this, the blue-haired man who had been protecting Kigali also came over. Let's stop here. Shin Asuka. If you continue to make disrespectful remarks to the representatives of Orb, I can't just sit there and watch. I heard that you are also from Orb. Is there any reason? If you do this for some silly reason, then I will have to deal with it. What? A boring reason? Hearing this, Shin Asuka's eyes suddenly turned red, and he clenched his fists. If his companions hadn't quickly grabbed him, he would have pounced on the blue-haired man and beaten him. How dare you say that's a silly excuse? My family was killed by Asha. Why? Hearing this, Kigali froze up, and Shin Asuka stared at her intently. I always believed in the country and your ideals. But in the end, you killed me. So, I will never trust you. And I will never trust the country of Orb. You are all a bunch of liars. My family is dead? And what about you? Asha? You are still here, swaggering like a representative of Orb. I won't believe your lies. You said you were upholding the justice of Orb. And then the United Army invaded. Did you ever think that someone would be killed because of what you said? Don't act like you know everything if you don't know anything. After saying this, Shin Asuka glared at Kigali fiercely and turned away. On the other side, Kigali stood there blankly, unable to say a word. Then she lowered her head and turned away from the room. I seem to have heard something very interesting. Dwanmu White poked Leomir, who was beside him. Investigate? Is it necessary? I'm just bored. Do you dare to say that you have no interest at all? I understand. Give me some time. It seems that eating melon is really the nature of people all over the world. It turned out that Leomir's passion for gossip was just as great as Dwanmu Huai's. It only took her 2 minutes to figure out the whole story. The specific reason is this. In the past, the Earth Union and the Plant Space Colony forces were at war with each other. And Orb was a neutral country. Their slogan is not to invade other countries, not to allow other countries to invade, and not to intervene in other countries' disputes. Then what? According to intelligence investigations, Orb has actually been jointly developing new mechas with the Earth Federation on neutral satellites. Oh! The incompetent neutrals are fence-sitters. Dwanmu Huai snorted coldly. If that's the case, then how did Orb get invaded by the Earth Alliance? According to the data, the Earth Union wanted to borrow Orb's mass transmitter, but was rejected by Orb. Therefore, the Earth Union eventually launched a war against Orb. Orb fell, and eventually chose to self-destruct. This is the final fate of fence-sitters. Dwanmu Huai couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. The incompetent neutrals were like this. In Dwanmu Huai's opinion, it was Orb who secretly developed mechas with the Earth, which led to the Earth Alliance's idea of Orb. The logic is very simple. If you are truly neutral, then you won't help anyone if you have the ability. But you flirt with me in private, playing hard to get, which definitely makes me think that you have feelings towards me. So the Earth Alliance came to ask for Orb's concubine. What the Earth Union didn't expect was that Orb was acting like a whore and pretending to be a saint, with an attitude of you're talking nonsense. I didn't do it. I'm very pure and innocent. So he angered the Earth Union and slapped them in the face, saying, You BXXXH. You are so shameless. I'm going to beat you to death. According to Lemuel's investigation, Shin Asuka is from Orb, and it is obvious that his family must have died in the Battle of the Fall of Orb. No wonder Shin Asuka is not interested in Orb. But in the final analysis, it's not that Orb doesn't have the strength. If it's the Inquisition, I'll be neutral if I say so, and I'll help whoever I want to help. If you don't agree, stick your head over here and I'll give you a debuff. And then I'll ask you if you agree or not. This is what we call neutrality. Ob is a weed on the wall, but he insists on calling himself a lily. Okay, now that we're done eating, let's get ready to work. After all, this is someone else's private dispute. Dwanmu Huai and others have eaten melons, watched the show, understood the ins and outs, and are satisfied. It's time for them to prepare to do their own things. After all, they weren't here to watch a fight. Chapter 584, Breaking into the Satellite. That's just a moment. The huge meteorite was completely shattered in just a moment. Its SHL interior. Everything was completely shattered and turned into dust under the incomparable shock wave. The shock wave not only destroyed the experimental target, but also completely swept away other debris nearby. In the blink of an eye, the entire rubble belt was cleared to create an almost clean space. Seeing this scene, everyone on the Minerva gasped. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that this I had such power. Captain Talia pretended to turn her head and looked at Dwanmu Huai, who was playing with an earthquake bomb. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, could you please put down the SHL? I'm just in case. Oh, it's all right. Dwanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, then took back the SHL and put it behind him. No one knew what he did, but the SHL disappeared. I have never seen a SHL with such great power. How did they do it? Luna Maria blinked and rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she were dreaming. Is this a hallucination? Oh, it's nothing. Actually, it's very simple. Because this SHL contains a piece of debris from a destroyed planet. Destroyed? Planet fragments? That's right. Dwanmu Huai snapped his fingers. To put it simply, when a planet explodes completely, we will use some method to seal the shock wave and the remaining fragments of the planet into the SHL. And then when we attack, we can take it out and blast it at the enemy. That's it. Hearing this, everyone else's faces changed. Although Dwanmu Huai said it lightly, how powerful is the force generated by the explosion of a planet? Even if they just thought about it, they felt scared in their hearts. And the Inquisition would actually use this kind of power as a weapon. That's too cruel. But this kind of fragment should be very precious. Captain Talia was thinking about other issues. After all, generally speaking, planetary explosions rarely happen. In her opinion, this should be something very difficult to obtain. Although Captain Talia was very happy that the Inquisition could help. If she and others owed them a favor, it would be difficult to repay it. It's not precious. Although it's a bit troublesome to make, it's not that precious either. But isn't it said that this kind of debris is only produced when a planet explodes? This kind of thing should rarely happen in the universe. Of course. But it doesn't matter. We can blow it up ourselves. After hearing Dwanmu Huai's casual answer, many people's minds went blank. Blow it up yourself? That's right. For the Inquisition, destroying a planet is a piece of cake. If we don't have enough ammunition, we can just find a planet and blow it up directly, and then collect the fragments to make it. You see, there are too many planets in the universe to count, so it won't be a problem if we lose a few of them. Right? Is this the problem? Hearing Dwanmu Huai's understated tone, everyone felt their scalps tingling. You know, that would completely destroy a planet. Even if Julius 7 fell to Earth. At most it would change the Earth's environment. Maybe many people would die. But some people would survive. But what if the Earth exploded? Needless to say, they all died. Not a single one was left. Possessing planet-destroying weapons is a sign of a mature cosmic civilization. So you are still a long way off. Just work hard. After hearing what Dwanmu Huai said, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. And Jinfanio even hugged his head. I can't even imagine what that would be like. Me too. Luna Maria shuddered and spoke in a low voice. Even Camus, who was standing next to them, had an unusually solemn expression at this moment. To be honest, I think it's okay not to work hard. That's not the way to put it. It's like a nuclear bomb. You can choose not to use it, but you can't live without it. Otherwise, if you don't have it and someone else does, then you're doomed. Of course, for us in the Inquisition, we have to use it. Hey! Do you want to use it? If not, Dwanmu Huai glanced at Luna Maria, who was also extremely surprised. Those aliens that attack humans also have their own home planets like humans. If those aliens come to attack humans, how should humans deal with them? It is obviously not enough to just repel their attacks. The best way is to completely destroy their homes once and for all, and completely wipe out these cursed remnants from the universe to prevent them from causing trouble for humans in the future. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Isn't that the truth? No. Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Luna Maria wanted to say something, but she felt as if a huge stone was pressing on her chest, and she could hardly speak. Completely destroying a race is really too terrible. Although there are extremists among the adjusters of plant who claim to wipe out all natural humans on the earth, everyone knows that they are just talking. Just like when they were discussing the colony satellite falling to the earth. They were just talking about it casually, because they all knew that it was definitely unrealistic. After all, neither the current New Earth Federation nor Plant had the power to completely destroy each other. But the tribunal is different. It was not until now that she realized how terrifying this power was. Well, maybe it's too early for you little kids. Looking at Luna Maria's pale little face, Duanmu Huai laughed and turned to look at Talia. So Captain Talia? We should be able to act now. Ah, of course. We have already sent an advance team to Julia 7. They should report. However, before Captain Talia could finish her words, she was interrupted by the communicator's hurried report. The advance team sent a report that they were attacked by unidentified armed forces. Hearing this news, everyone was somewhat surprised, but not too shocked. After all, they had suspected that someone did it on purpose during the previous discussion, which was why ZAFT asked the Minerva to stop it. In fact, as some of the crew members on the Minerva said, they were not from Earth. So the life and death of the Earth had nothing to do with them. Not to mention that ZAFT and the Earth Federation have had grievances in the past and hatreds in the present. The two sides have fought hundreds of battles, large and small, with more than hundreds of millions of casualties on both sides. When the other side is in trouble, they don't even have time to celebrate with champagne. So how can they come to help? Of course, ZFT did not do this out of humanitarianism, but because the chairman of the plant council was worried that someone would use this incident to make a fuss, saying that they did it. If that happened, Plant and ZFT would not be able to clear themselves even if they jumped into the galaxy. After all, the situation in this universe is mixed, and who knows what forces will take advantage of the situation. Since ZAFT should not bear the blame, they certainly won't bear it. Then let's follow the plan. Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all. We will go into the colony to install earthquake bombs, and you will be responsible for dealing with the enemies outside. That's fine. But what if the other party has set up a trap inside? Haha. Come if you're not afraid of death. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he grabbed the thunder hammer in his hand and swung it violently. Do you really think that I, the Inquisitor, am a vegetarian? After that, Duanmu Huai and his team quietly left Minerva on the White Goddess piloted by Lumiel. They would sneak into the wreckage of the colony satellite from the other side, install a seismic bomb in the center, and then detonate it. As for Minerva and the mecha team, they were responsible for attracting the enemy's attention outside so that Duanmu Huai and his team could relax. I really don't understand why these two sides would fight. Looking at the asteroid belt outside the window, Mary couldn't help but sigh, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. There are two contradictions. One is the contradiction between Earth and other colonies, and the other is the contradiction between natural humans and cyborgs. The reason for the first contradiction is very simple. That is, the distance is too far. It would be fine if Earth invented the technology to reach the space colonies within a few seconds. But the problem is that they can't do it. So they can't maintain Earth's control over the colonies. In this way, it is normal for the colonies to want to break away from Earth's rule and establish their own independent entities. So what about natural humans and modified humans? Creatures are the next generation born after Earthlings have used genetic modification technology to transform them. Has it been transformed? But I see that everyone on the Minerva is no different from ordinary people. It's just a minor adjustment of some genes. Of course, cyborgs also have things that natural people can't compare to. For example, if you want your child to have a good singing voice and a good appearance, you can just adjust the genes before birth. So basically, although cyborgs look the same as people on Earth, their speed, memory, reflexes, etc. are many times better than natural people. Is there anything wrong with that? It's a big problem. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Think about it. If you write a novel now, you need to rack your brains and put in a lot of effort. Then Then what would you think if I adjusted a cyborg so that he could easily acquire the writing talent that you will never be able to have in your lifetime? Hearing this, Mary suddenly looked embarrassed. This is the contradiction. After the adjustment, the cyborgs have abilities that ordinary people may not be able to obtain even if they work hard for their whole lives. Some people need to practice hard for decades to have a good singing voice. But the cyborgs can sing better than them. Some people can't remember anything no matter how hard they study. But the cyborgs can remember everything they see. What do you think will happen in the long run? Mary fell into deep thought, then shook her head. Is this the reason for the war? Of course. This gene adjustment technology costs a lot of money, which means that most people nowadays cannot obtain this power anyway. Jealousy, anger, pain, no matter what it is. It will definitely create a gap between natural humans and modified humans. And the gap will give rise to discrimination. Discrimination will give rise to hatred. And hatred will turn into war. Duanmu shrugged. But that's how humans are. Survival of the fittest. What happens to them in the end depends on themselves. The Inquisition doesn't care about that. Even if the people here fight to the death over this. They are all human in the eyes of the Inquisition. There's no difference. It's like two nests of ants fighting for survival. But in the eyes of ordinary people, ants are still ants, and they won't turn into bees. Right? And Lemuel's voice also sounded at this time. Reporting to the commander. We have arrived at the colony satellite. Oh! Let me see. Duanmu was talking while looking at the screen. Then he saw a colony satellite slowly moving forward in the asteroid belt. Its shape was like a big hourglass. Big on both sides and thin in the middle. Which looked weird. And the whole satellite looked extremely dilapidated in the dim universe. Especially its dilapidated appearance shows that it has experienced a brutal war. Combat signals detected. It seems that everyone from Minerva has started fighting with the enemy. Then, there is nothing for us to do. Let's go into the satellite and do our own work. Clear. The next moment, the white fighter plane suddenly accelerated. And in the blink of an eye it penetrated the gap in the colonial satellite and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 585 Death Place. Everyone had seen many dilapidated ruins before. But the colonial satellite in front of them still gave people a strange feeling. Under the light, everyone could clearly see the dilapidated houses, destroyed facilities, and countless corpses around them. That's right. The bodies of those killed on the colony satellite, even after several years, are still floating in this cold metal tomb. They have not rotted or deteriorated, but remain in the same state as when they died. Under the light, tens of thousands of bodies can be seen floating in it, without any reaction. It's really uncomfortable. Even Anne had a depressed look on her face. And Mary looked pale. Only Otis was still looking out the window with an unchanged expression, as if she had no reaction to the corpses. Why did this happen? Hearing Mary's mumbling, Duanmu shrugged his shoulders and reached out to pat Lemuel beside him. Guide, it's your turn. Why? Lemuel sighed silently, then turned on the controller at hand again. According to records, 3 days after the war between the Earth Federation and Plant broke out, the United Army launched a nuclear attack on this colony satellite, killing nearly 240,000 people, because that day was February 14th. This incident was also called Bloody Valentine's Day. The United Army claimed that this was caused by Plant's self-destruction. But Plant obviously would not accept this statement. Therefore, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The Earth Federation has had problems with its brain for more than a day or two. The top brass has always been quite mentally retarded. Duanmu shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. This is how it is in the game. The force that players have the most conflicts with in this galaxy is the Earth Federation. They have all kinds of reasons. Some want the technology of the Inquisition, and some want players to help them fight the enemy. If the players don't agree, they will use moral kidnapping, or simply attack their own people, and then tell the players that this is all caused by you not helping me, and you are responsible. To be honest, the Earth Federation has been in trouble for more than a day or two, which is one of the reasons why Duanmu chose to act with Minerva. At least the people in Plant can understand what people say. If you go to the Earth Federation, you don't know what weird ideas those idiots will come up with. Don't even mention blowing up Plant's colony satellites. If necessary, these people will even blow up their own colony satellites. The worst that can happen is that they can just put the blame on Plant after that. It's really pitiful. Don't they think about the fact that there are so many innocent people here? If they simply died, The war might be over. But that was not the case here. The closer they got to the core area of the colony, the more bodies they saw. They even saw a mother holding her child tightly as she floated through the air. This was obviously more shocking than the data and intelligence on paper. It's the same in our world. Can't humans just stop fighting? Lemuel also complained in a low voice. Their world had no alien invasion, nor any external threats. But the war between humans within had never subsided. Lemuel and Eclair had chosen to flee their world precisely because they were fed up with this kind of war. But now it seems, the other worlds are not much better. Although it is cruel, war itself is also a means of survival of the fittest. Of course, everyone hopes that they are not the ones to be eliminated. But war never changes. Duanmu shook his head and said nothing more. This world is cruel and treats all races equally, even humans who think they are intelligent and civilized. The test they face is no more cruel than two wolf packs fighting for territory. Nor is it more gentle than this. In the final analysis, most organic life forms in the universe are like this. War, occupation, plunder, conflict. Perhaps it won't change until the universe is destroyed. At this moment, the white goddess had quietly passed through the wreckage and landed on a helipad. Detection shows that there are several energy reactions inside. Please be careful, Commander. I know those guys won't let us succeed easily. Duanmu nodded, then looked at August and Mary. Okay, let's go. Hey, should I go too? Mary was startled when she heard Duanmu's words. She and N were not wearing usual clothes, but in 7 space armor from Star Alliance. Of course, this was just in case. As for Ogus, of course she doesn't need to change clothes. After all, she is not a human being at all. Didn't you practice spacewalking? But, I have never fought in space before. Don't worry. However, just as Mary finished her words, she saw Ogus, who had been sitting next to her, looking at her and speaking. I will protect you. Thank you? Relax. It's going to be okay. Looking at Mary's uneasy expression, Duanmu chuckled. Besides, aren't you a writer? If you're a writer, you should experience a variety of experiences. Just imagine, being in a bombed-out space station with corpses that have been frozen for years floating everywhere is not an experience most people would have. Ordinary people won't encounter evil gods or cultists. Mary sighed silently, but it was obvious that she had no choice. Soon, the hatch opened, and a group of people walked down from the white goddess, and swayed left and right excitedly, while Mary stepped carefully on the ground. The next moment, she suddenly flew high into the sky. Obviously, it was still too difficult for Mary to move in a zero-gravity environment. However, just when she was screaming and didn't know what to do, Ogus suddenly stretched out her hand, and several silk threads suddenly stretched out, wrapped around Mary's body, and pulled her back to the ground. Thank you, Miss Ogus. Facing Mary's thanks, Ogus just shook her head and said nothing. At this time, Duanmu also gestured to them. Okay, let's go. According to the map, this is the core power area of the colony satellite. As long as the seismic bomb is installed here, the entire colony satellite can be completely destroyed. Of course, just like blasting a building, the blasting of the seismic bomb also needs a suitable location. Otherwise, if more than half of it is blown up, only half will be left. Duanmu thinks that he can only blow it up once. But if he can get it done in one go, he doesn't want to do it twice. Right? In the dark corridor, there were all kinds of debris floating everywhere. Of course, this had no effect on Duanmu. He held a war hammer in his hand and strode forward. The lighting device next to his helmet clearly illuminated the road in front of him, and was jumping around, swimming leisurely like a fish in the water, jumping here and there, looking very comfortable. And Mary. Well, that, Miss Ogus, I can walk by myself, Mary said to Ogus in tears while walking in the corridor. At first, she didn't find any problem. But soon Mary found that Ogus's silk thread had completely entangled all the joints of her body. She was like a puppet controlled by Ogus. She could only do whatever Ogus told her to do. Even if August asked her to dance Swan Lake here, Mary would have no choice but to endure it. It has to be said that the feeling of not having one's own body under one's control was very uncomfortable. But Mary had no other choice. After all, She had no experience in operating in space. Not to mention that Okus's control was something Mary could not resist at all. But real space looked so lonely. Mary was forced to follow behind Okus while looking to the side. When she stepped onto this colony satellite, Mary's first reaction was dead silence. Of course, there is no sound in a vacuum. But this makes people feel even more nervous. This colony satellite now looks like a dead tomb. And all the dead here will float in it endlessly. Just thinking about this scene makes Mary feel cold all over. Even when walking in this steel corridor, Mary could not hear her own footsteps. As if she did not exist at all. At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly made a gesture, signaling the others to stop. And then he pointed to the gate that was blown open in front. And everyone immediately moved over and carefully poked their heads out. Then, they saw in the huge space in front of them, dozens of mechas over 20 meters high were patrolling back and forth with weapons in hand. Although it was unclear what forces these mechas belonged to, it was obvious that they did not belong to Minerva. So much. Don't worry. It won't take long to kill them. In response to Mary's worries, Duanmu Huai comforted her lightly. You wait here, Okus, and prepare for the assault. Remember, it's a quick victory. As soon as he finished speaking, the backpack on Duanmu Huai's back suddenly exploded. The next moment, he clenched his war hammer and rushed out of the passage like a cannonball, crashing into one of the mechas. At this time, the mecha also realized that something was wrong. It quickly turned around to face Duanmu Huai, and then instinctively raised the shield in its hand. However, this makes no sense. Go to H.L. With Duanmu Huai's roar, the thunder hammer smashed directly into the front of the shield held by the mech, and the seemingly incomparably solid shield was instantly shattered into pieces like glass. Even the left arm of the mech holding the shield exploded directly under Duanmu Huai's blow, and the huge shock wave made the enemy lose balance. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also rushed through the wreckage of the explosion and crashed directly into the waist of the mech, instantly punching it through. Dazzling flames erupted again. Duanmu Huai, who had penetrated the mecha, swung his hammer back and smashed it directly on the back of the mecha. The next moment, accompanied by a violent flash of explosion, the unfortunate mecha turned into a pile of burning debris. This brief fight naturally attracted the attention of other mechas, and they also approached this side with weapons in hand. Soon, another mecha quickly passed through the wreckage of its companions and quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find the attacker. At this time, Okus had quietly flashed past like a swimming fish and appeared in front of it. Looking at Okus in front of it, the mecha couldn't help but pause. This was normal. After all, it was a vacuum environment outside, and Okus was not wearing space armor like Duanmu Huai were in. From the outside, she was just an ordinary human girl. Logically speaking, it is impossible for humans to survive in a vacuum. You can imagine that in this environment, suddenly seeing a person not wearing a space suit, flying in front of you in a vacuum and staring at you, is simply the rhythm of a thriller. Wow! The mech's pilot was also obviously startled by Okus. With his screams, the green mech drew out the axe behind him and subconsciously tried to swing it down. However, as soon as its arm was raised, it was completely separated from the joint of the main body. In the blink of an eye, the mech was torn into 8 pieces by invisible threads and turned into useless scrap metal in the void. It's my turn to take action next. The next one to follow was naturally in. Although many spells were difficult for her to cast here due to the vacuum nature of the universe, this was not a problem for An. After all, she had been with Duanmu Huai for so long, and had seen a lot of things and learned a lot of spells. For example, White Destroying Ray, along with the shouting, and raised her hands, and a huge magic circle unfolded in front of her. Then, the shining white beams turned into a torrent and blasted directly towards the mecha team in the distance. For the mecha team stationed here, what happened before their eyes was simply a nightmare. They didn't even know what happened before they were stunned by the sudden attack. And now, they don't even know who attacked them. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Seeing another mecha explode in front of him, the captain was furious. No wonder he was so angry. After all, Duanmu Huai, Okus, and all fought on their own. Although Duanmu Huai was 2.5 meters tall, and at least 3 meters tall with power armor, he was obviously not enough in front of the tall mechas that were often more than 10 meters tall. For the pilots in this world, their first reaction when they were attacked was that the enemy's MS team was attacking. They would never have thought that someone could dismantle a mecha with their physical body. Not to mention that due to their small size, their signals are almost impossible to see on the radar. And the entire environment is extremely dark at the moment. In this case, the inability to find the incoming target naturally makes this mecha team very embarrassed. Who is it? Who is attacking them? The team leader controlled the mecha and looked around desperately. But he could not see any trace at all. It was dark all around, and he could not even see the signal from the opponent's mecha. So, what exactly are we being attacked by? Just as the captain was thinking about this problem, suddenly, another mecha in front of him exploded. In panic, the captain hurriedly controlled his mecha to retreat. At this moment, he saw a figure dressed in black, strange armor emerging from the exploding flames and rushing towards him. What's this? Looking at the terrifying figure, the captain felt cold all over. Just seeing his shadow, the captain felt as if his blood had frozen, and even felt an indescribable fear. He stared with horror, watching the figure rushing towards him. The shadow under the flames and flashes looked like some weird, horrible monster with twisting tentacles. And at this moment, the only thing he could say was one sentence. Help! As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer shining with thunder tore through the outer SHL of the mecha, smashed the cockpit, and hit the captain's face, which was distorted by fear. Chapter 586 Explosion. It didn't take Dwanmu too long to deal with these mechas. After all, except for the Super Series, the other mechas were just like that. Dwanmu Ojus and An's targets were so small that the mechas couldn't lock onto the enemy at all. Moreover, compared to mechas, they were very flexible and easily wiped out the remaining mecha team. At this time, Dwanmu returned to the outside and saw Mary clinging to the pillar like a koala. What is this action of yours? No. Nothing. Feeling Dwanmu doubtful eyes, Mary's cheeks turned red. You know, she is a young lady. And when has she ever done such a thing as spreading her legs and wrapping them around the pillar? But Mary's words don't count. Before the battle, Ojus directly manipulated her body to let her hug the pillar and hide outside. It was safe. But, for Mary, this action was really a bit shameful. Fortunately, Augustus came back at this moment, and Mary felt that her body had finally regained control. So she quickly let go of her hand. Then she saw Ojisi behind Dwanmu making a face at her. Okay. It was intentional. Dwanmu certainly didn't know what was going on between the two little girls. He took out the earthquake bomb, found the right location and buried it. Then started communication. I've already taken care of it here. How's the situation on your side? Really? Mr. Inquisitor? Great. We can retreat quickly here. How many minutes will it take? It's up to you guys. I'll detonate it right after you leave. Hurry up. Yes. Immediately notify other teams to evacuate the battlefield. Demolition is about to begin. Hearing this, and also came over curiously. So when are we leaving? Mr. Knight? Why are you leaving? We have to stay here and blast away. Why? Anne and Mary were both surprised to hear Dwanmu answer. Wait. Staying here? Won't we get killed? Are you kidding? You'll be killed by the explosion while I'm here? Let me tell you. In this world, things are prone to problems. So the best way is to guard it by ourselves and wait for the explosion before leaving. Otherwise, once we leave, who knows what will happen? Oh, look. Isn't this trouble coming again? As they were talking, everyone suddenly felt a light flickering in the distance. Looking up, they saw several mechas coming in from above and rushing towards them aggressively. Get started. Dwanmu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He picked up the warhammer again, gave an order, and jumped up, rushing towards the mecha team in front of him. While an Ojus also started to act again. As for Mary, she stayed where she was, just watching the fun. How to say it? Although her golden eyes can see the movement trajectories and shooting positions of these mechas, it is useless. After all, she doesn't drive a mecha herself. And Mary doesn't master mass-destructive magic like Anne. Just as Dwanmu swung his warhammer and blew up another mecha, Captain Talia's voice appeared in his ears again. We have evacuated the battlefield. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. We can begin the operation. Oh! Wait a minute. I'll do it after I smash this tin can. As he spoke, Dwanmu swung his warhammer again, smashing the huge mecha in front of him into two halves. Are you in any trouble? There are more enemies inside than we imagined. We are still in the core area. Why? Captain Talia was surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. So, you can't detonate it? Wait. We'll detonate it right now. But if this happens, it's okay. This little trouble is of no use to us. As he was speaking, Duanmu Huai had landed on the ground again. He then grabbed Anne and Mary. At the same time, Otis climbed on top of him as if she was familiar with the place. Then Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and punched the seismic bomb in front of him. This is an unimaginable scene. The huge, broken satellite completely collapsed at this moment, and the huge energy fluctuations of the planet's destruction suddenly erupted, almost shattering everything in its way, whether it was the colony satellite itself, the corpses floating in it, or even the mecha team that rushed over. None of them were spared. Facing the violent shock wave, the mechas could only raise their hands in despair. And then, they saw their mechas begin to quickly decompose and shatter, turning into a wisp of dust and disappearing into space. From afar, there was no fire, no explosion, and no shocking scene. The hourglass-shaped colony satellite really collapsed like a model made of sand, turning into countless tiny particles. Under the influence of the shock wave, it spread out, and after a moment, it completely disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. Wow! Duanmu Huai held the two of them, rolled in the universe, and then stopped. How is it? Is it exciting? It's so exciting and fun. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, and raised his hands excitedly, while Mary next to him looked pale. I really thought I was going to die. It was no wonder that Mary had such thoughts. At the moment when the earthquake bomb exploded, she witnessed the huge shock wave of the whole process. At that moment, the shining light seemed to completely engulf her vision. Her body was shaking wildly, as if it was put into some kind of machine. If Duanmu Huai hadn't caught her, Mary would even feel that her body might have been directly broken apart, like a toy block being disassembled. Of course, the thrill is thrilling, and it is indeed unforgettable. But how do we get back? Call a taxi. Taxi. Just as Duanmu Huai raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, the white goddess flew over from behind, opened the cabin door, and took the four people back. In this way, the operation to destroy the colonial satellite was considered a complete success. But when Duanmu Huai and others returned to the Minerva, Captain Talia's face was not very good. What's wrong? Something happened? No. It's just... Never mind. Fortunately, the colony has been destroyed. But we still don't know who the terrorists are. It's just... They're driving plant mechas. Captain Quattro spoke up, finishing what Captain Talia hadn't been able to say. Oh! This is interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood why Captain Talia's reaction was so strange. Of course, even if the other party was driving a plant mecha, it did not mean that they were plant members. It could also be a third party's attempt to frame them. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that a plant mecha appeared on the battlefield and was driven by terrorists. Obviously, if this matter was not handled properly, then there would be big problems. Now Duanmu Huai finally figured out why Captain Talia said that it would be fine as long as the colonial satellite was destroyed. After all, no matter what the other party wanted to do, as long as the colonial satellite was destroyed, their plan to discredit Plant would obviously not succeed. After all, you said that if the colony satellite was blown into pieces, it might have the possibility of falling into the Earth. But now under the effect of Duanmu Huai's seismic bomb, the entire colony satellite has been completely disintegrated, which means that no matter what plan the other party has, it will not work. Of course, this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He is just a spectator. Duanmu Huai doesn't want to care, and is too lazy to care about what is going on inside your plant. You can do whatever you want. Not only that, Talia also told Duanmu Huai that the Minerva had to return to Earth again to negotiate with Orb on behalf of Plant, hoping that Orb could unite with Plant to fight against the New Earth Federation. After all, the New Earth Federation has greatly increased its strength after uniting several Earth forces in the multiverse, and has swallowed up other forces everywhere. So the chairman of Plant hopes to unite with Orb. Of course, Duanmu Huai said that it would be better to ignore this self-proclaimed neutral traitor. After all, Orb is a fence-sitter who will side with whichever side is stronger. Even if it is willing to unite with Plant, it may take the opportunity to stab Plant in the back. It is better to unite with such a rubbish country with one shot. After all, from the perspective of the Inquisition, Anyone who dares not stand on the side of the Inquisition is a potential heretic and should be eliminated as soon as possible. But this matter has nothing to do with the trial court, so Duanmu Huai doesn't care about it. Next, Minerva turned to Orb again, and Duanmu Huai and others began to slack off in the cabin. Nen and Mari from the demon cult had a good relationship, perhaps because they were both magicians, and often discussed with Mari. The latter, although she did have the attitude of seeking advice at the beginning, she was soon defeated by Anne's contractual thinking. Now the two of them basically have nothing to do, so they study some magic together. And other people also like to come over to watch the fun. After all, magic is really rare to people in this universe. As for Duanmu Huai, boom! With the sound of explosion, the mecha in front of Duanmu Huai was completely paralyzed, and he took off his helmet and walked out of the training room. Then another girl walked out of the door next to him and saluted Duanmu Huai. "Thank you very much for your advice." "Well, you're welcome." Looking at Setsuko O'Hara in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded. Sometimes, he would come to the training room to play when he was bored. After all, there were not many opportunities to play mecha VR games for free. Of course, Duanmu Huai's combat ability was also first class. Even in simulation training, not many people could beat him. At the beginning, everyone was a little afraid of him. But after playing games together, many pilots would find opportunities to ask Duanmu Huai for advice. Setsuko Obara was one of them. Only, Duanmu Huai reached out and touched his chin as he looked at the gloomy girl in front of him. He had also heard about Setsuko O'Hara from other pilots. According to Shin Asuka and the others, Setsuko O'Hara was transferred to this world with 2 other companions at the beginning. However, both of her companions were killed by a man driving a black mecha. This was a great blow to Setsuko, and she always looked sad. I have to say, this guy is indeed miserable. But this is not the point. The point is that Duanmu Huai can feel that there seems to be some strange power hidden in Jiezi's body. Even as the god of destruction, he can feel that kind of power with a cold and sad aura. But Jiezi herself does not seem to be aware of this. What kind of power is this? There don't seem to be many people with special abilities in this world. Mr. Inquisitor? Seeing that Duanmu Huai had been silent, Jiezi looked up at him in confusion. And Duanmu Huai also collected his divergent thoughts. "Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something. About your fight. What I want to say is that the idea is good. But it is easy to be disturbed by unnecessary external factors. To put it bluntly, your heart is not firm enough." "Not firm enough?" "That's right. Take the duel just now, for example. You used your shooting to restrict my movement, and then tried to launch the final blow on me. But why were you so slow?" "Because I didn't expect you, Mr. Inquisitor, to come straight at me," Setsuko also answered in a low voice. In the simulated battle just now, just as Duanmu Huai said, she successfully blocked the opponent's movement with shooting. And then she only needed to make a big attack to win. But to Setsuko's surprise, just when she was about to use a big attack, the machine controlled by Duanmu Huai actually rushed directly in front of her. This sudden performance surprised Setsuko, resulting in her failure to fire in time, and her weapon was chopped off by Duanmu Huai's axe. Then, he was killed in return. This is where the problem lies. Duanmu Huai shook his head. "Look, you blocked my position at that time. I would be shot if I hit or rushed. So why didn't I rush? If I rushed, I might find a chance. If I hid, I would die. So why do I need to ask? It's the same with you. Why were you hesitating? Why didn't you just shoot? That's why I said that you are easily affected by unnecessary external interference. You would have shot me regardless of whether I rushed over or not. If that's the case, then your hesitation is a waste of time. Especially on the battlefield. It's either you or me. Don't think too much. Just do what you think first." "Sorry. I still don't quite understand. Let me put it this way. If there is someone in front of you whom you must kill, and just when you are about to kill him, someone suddenly shoots you in the back, what will you do?" This, hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Jiezi fell into deep thought. But Duanmu Huai simply reached out and patted her on the head. "Think for a minute. That's the person you must kill. That's the person you want to kill at all costs. So why do you care about other things? Just chop him down. Don't think. Don't hesitate. Don't be afraid of a thing. If you're going to give up, it means you don't want to kill him at all. If you really want to kill him, would you care whether you will be beaten to death? One life or another. You're also making a profit. Don't you understand? Is that so? After hearing what Duan Muhui said, Jiezi seemed to have figured something out. She nodded and looked at Duan Muhui. Thank you for your advice. After saying this, Jiezi turned and left, and Duan Muhui stretched and prepared to go back to rest. However, at this moment, another person walked over from the corridor not far away. Hello, Mr. Inquisitor. Do you have time? I would like to talk to you. Captain Quattro, with his golden hair and pantyhose falling off, looked at Duan Muhui and spoke. Chapter 587, Expulsion. To be honest, I generally lack interest in chatting with men. Duan Muhui put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the blond man in sunglasses in front of him. So please keep it short. Ha ha ha. Okay. Sorry to bother you. Then, I'll just get straight to the point. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Captain Quattro also laughed. Then he restrained his expression and looked at Duan Muhui seriously. Mr. Inquisitor, I remember you once said that the purpose of the Inquisition is to protect humanity. And, for you, as long as the skull does not mutate, then it will be considered a human being. Right? So what? So why don't you side with Plant? Captain Quattro stared at Duan Muhui with a serious expression. As you can see, the plants are all genetically modified new humans. I think you will agree that these new humans are far more powerful than the natural humans on Earth. They represent the progress of mankind and the direction of future development. However, the old people on Earth cannot admit and face this fact. They fear and despise this power, and only cling to the glory of the old bloodline. At this point, Captain Quattro's tone became excited. We all know that the decline of natural humans is only a matter of time. As you said, the natural world is a place where the fittest survive, and natural humans cannot compete with genetically modified new humans. Their current struggles and resistance are completely futile, and they are just sacrificing the lives of both sides in vain. If the Inquisition can join Plant and make those old stubborn people on Earth fully understand what kind of enemy they are facing, then they will give up the war. And in that case, no one will shed blood and sacrifice in vain. And humans can also unite to deal with enemies from outside the galaxy. Before Captain Quattro could finish his words, Duan Muhui waved his hand to interrupt him. I understand your idea. But, having said that, Duan Muhui stared at the blond man in sunglasses with a smile. You should know that the facts are obviously not as you said. If the new humans are really as superior as you said, then they can completely conquer the Earth with their overwhelming strength. But now, the Earth Federation is still there and seems to be thriving. This shows that the gap between the new humans and natural humans is not as big as you said. Also, if I remember correctly, the conception rate of the new humans seems to be very low. If the battle continues for a few more decades, we don't know which side will fall first. Duan Muhui is not stupid. He brought Lumiere with him to obtain information from all parties through the internet. The new humans are indeed stronger than natural humans in all aspects, but not overwhelmingly so. Moreover, the new humans have a very fatal weakness. That is, the low fertility rate. It is difficult to reproduce, and the population is basically negative growth. To be honest, under such conditions, even if the fighting continues for a few more decades, it is still unclear who will be the winner. After all, war is a competition of numbers and productivity. Well, in every aspect. Moreover, the Inquisition will not side with one party just because they are obviously stronger. Duan Muhui stood up as he spoke. Many of the enemies the Inquisition faces are much stronger than us. But we will not give up. We will fight for humanity until the last moment. If you say that we will fight whoever is stronger, then we, the Inquisition, should not fight those evil gods and demons, but just surrender. That's not what I meant. For the Inquisition, there is no difference. Sorry, Captain. The reason why we assisted in the satellite detonation is because the Inquisition determined that this was an indiscriminate attack against humans. However, the war between the two forces is not something we need to pay attention to, whether it is natural humans or new humans. For the Inquisition, there is no difference. In fact, there are many different factions in the Inquisition. Not intervening in politics is just the view of some factions, while other factions are completely different. They will even actively intervene in the political field and ruthlessly eliminate all factors that dare to hinder the progress of mankind. If Duan Muhui acts according to this faction, he will kill all the leaders of the Earth Federation and Plant who want to start a war, and then let those who support peace take over. However, Duan Muhui was not interested in this, because he knew very well that this kind of thing would have no effect. It was like a crime. Everyone hated crime. But the crime never completely disappeared. You could certainly eliminate those who loudly called for war. But there were still some people who would do it quietly. For example, terrorist attacks like this colony satellite, or triggering some kind of conflict. Once the other side really succeeds, then in the midst of the people's anger and hatred, even leaders who insist on peace will have no choice but to bow their heads. Of course, in addition to these, there are factions that are very happy to witness large-scale wars, and will even actively initiate wars. The Isvan faction is one of the representatives. They believe in the survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest. In the eyes of the Isvan faction, war can effectively accelerate and enhance human power, eliminate the weak, and leave the strong, thereby making humans further stronger. If Duan Muhui was an inquisitor of the Isvan faction, he would definitely actively intervene in the war between the Earth Federation and Plant. In contrast, the Amerasians have the exact opposite creed. They believe that strength is gained through unity, and therefore they must unite all forces that can be united and maintain the stability of law and order as much as possible. Duan Muhui adopted some of these methods, but he did not adopt all of them. In fact, he did the same in other worlds. For example, in Dual City, he basically ignored the conflict between Seth, Lysis and Herman, and only took action when the demons invaded. It can be said that from this point of view, Duan Muhui is half radical and half Puritan. Everyone, please be alerted and gather at the bridge immediately. At this moment, an urgent notification suddenly came from the radio. Hearing this voice, Duan Muhui and the man in sunglasses both looked up. What's the situation? Maybe something went wrong with Captain Talia. Didn't she negotiate with Orb on behalf of Plant? Judging from the current situation, the situation may not be good. It turned out that the man in sunglasses' guess was correct. Orb rejected Plant's request and asked us to leave immediately. Captain Talia looked tired and rather annoyed. Why? They suspect that Plant planned the crash of the colony satellite. But didn't we stop the colony from falling? And the Orb representative, Miss Kigali, was with us at the time. Hearing this, Yaz immediately complained in dissatisfaction. But the current Orb chief, Yuna, believes that this is all staged by us. The Plant? In fact, we just want to use this method to gain Orb's gratitude and trust, and then deceive Orb into cooperating with us. At this point, Captain Talia was also speechless. The other party clearly had no evidence at all, but insisted that he did it. I should have let the satellite fall and crushed these bastards to death. Hearing this, the others were also extremely angry. They had worked so hard, but in the end, the other party suspected that they had ulterior motives. No one would be happy about this. However, at this moment, and spoke, I don't think things are that simple. Captain Talia, although this is just my personal opinion, I think we should be prepared for battle. Miss Anne? Hearing Anne's words, everyone looked at her in surprise. What do you mean? Although I don't know much about the situation in this world, from a diplomatic and political perspective, few people would be so rude to the envoys, or even drive us away directly. I think Orb may have given up its neutral status and formed an alliance with the Earth Federation. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. I see. So as soon as we leave the border of Orb, the Earth Federation will come to kill us. Right? That's right. And maybe Orb will turn his guns against us. We'll know if they send someone to escort us when we leave. Indeed, I remember that the Minerva is still wanted by the Earth Federation. Orb has a very good plan. He wants to get in touch with the Earth Federation and then give the Minerva to them as a token of his loyalty. That would be a great deal. Duan Muhui and Anne were chatting in unison, and Captain Talia's face turned pale when she heard their conversation. Indeed, this possibility not only exists, but is also very high. Thinking about it carefully, the attitude of the current leader of Orb when meeting me was indeed a little unusual. But at that time Talia was mainly focused on explaining to him that the fall of the colony satellite had nothing to do with Plant. So she didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, it is indeed unreasonable for me to be driven away just after I arrived. And the Orb representative Miss Kigali was not there either, which was indeed a bit weird. Of course, Duan Muhui and Anne were very calm. After all, they were not crew members of Minerva, but just guests. Orb's trouble had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Orb was stupid enough to attack them, Duanmu Huai would not mind calling in the Inquisition warship to blow it into pieces. Duanmu Huai was watching the fun. But Captain Talia was sweating profusely. She hurriedly ordered all the crew members to return to the ship immediately, and then set sail quickly. Sure enough, when Captain Talia applied to Orb for permission to sail, the other party said that they would send a fleet to see her off. If it had been before, Captain Talia might not have cared too much. But after listening to Duanmu Huai and Anne's reminders, she also realized that Orb really had no good intentions. But Captain Talia had no choice at the moment. Although she wanted to find an excuse to refuse, Orb was very hospitable and insisted on seeing her off, considering that if she continued like this, it would only arouse Orb's vigilance. And if she angered him, and he took action within the country, it would be even more disadvantageous to her. Captain Talia had to agree reluctantly. Then Minerva set out from Orb and headed for the foreign land. Will Orb really attack us? As they were about to leave the border of Orb, and Marie looked at him beside her with some worry, and the latter nodded. That's right. After all, if I'm not mistaken, Orb must have already contacted the Earth Federation. And when we set out, they had already told the Earth Federation our location. If we're too far away, we could just head to the universe after leaving Orb. So I think the Earth Federation will definitely send troops to stop us. A large number of MS signals detected. Sure enough, before he could finish his words, the communicator immediately reported the bad news to everyone. Everyone looked up at the screen and saw that on the other side of the vast ocean, there were indeed warships of the Earth Federation and several MS teams that had surrounded the place, waiting for them to step out of the border and then directly start the attack. What to do next? Just as Talia was thinking about this, the communicator brought news again. Captain, the Orb fleet in the rear has sent a message asking us to leave Orb territory immediately. Good man. You don't want to act anymore, right? Talia gritted her teeth. If she hadn't listened to Duanmu Huai and Anne's warnings, she would probably have thought that the other party was afraid of getting into trouble. But now that Talia had guessed that Orb was very likely in league with the Earth Federation, then she had a plan. Thinking of this, Captain Talia immediately gave the order. Full speed ahead. Target the Earth Federation fleet. Everyone prepare to attack. Chapter 588, Intrusion. Frankly speaking, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the battle in this galaxy is simply child's play. How to put it? Whether it is the Earth Federation, ZFT, or Orb, there is basically no tactics. Or rather, the tactics are basically the same. The mothership goes to the battlefield, and then deploys a bunch of mechas. Then the mechas go forward to engage in close combat, and the mothership provides cover from behind. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the mecha, this would be the level of a medieval village fight. Of course, overall the situation of the Minerva was not very good. After all, there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Just as Anne had expected, when Minerva left the border and exchanged fire with the Earth Federation fleet, Orb's fleet also pointed its guns directly at Minerva. Well, but luckily Minerva was prepared for this and managed to avoid it. The Orb army, which had been at odds with the Earth Federation, failed to hit the Minerva. So they gave it their all and started to attack the Minerva from the front and back together with the Earth Federation. Huh? Looking at the battle in front of him, Duanmu Huai yawned, looking bored. Mr. Duanmu, Minerva won't lose. Right? Mary, who was organizing her notes and writing materials, also looked at the screen and asked with some concern. It should be no problem. After all, although we don't have any tactics here, this pilot is really strong. Duanmu Huai took a quick glance and replied calmly. As Duanmu Huai said, this kind of mecha fight with little technical content has very low requirements for tactics. It all depends on which side has better operation. In this regard, Minerva has a bunch of good pilots, such as Yaz, Setsuko and Anne-Marie, and Pantyhose falling off. No, Captain Quattro is also good, and with the addition of Camus, Shin Asuka and their team, a few people have killed with unparalleled momentum. Never mind. It's not wrong to just treat it as Wishwang. As for the Minerva, it just hid at the back of the battlefield, occasionally firing a sneak shot and covering its teammates. To be honest, excuse me, how long will this fight last? Lumiel was so sleepy that her head was nodding as she stared at the screen. If she hadn't always said girls should be elegant, she would have probably fallen down on the spot. To be honest, for people in the interstellar age, watching the mecha fighting here is simply torture. It's like if you don't use mechanized troops in modern warfare. But you have to use two medieval troops to fight each other here. No matter how serious you fight, the bystanders will just find it boring. Of course, it's good to play it as a game. Although Minerva's team was unstoppable, there were too many people on the other side, and too few Minerva's mechas. Even if you killed them one by one, it would still take a while. Just when everyone was watching the show board, suddenly, the communication sound came again. An unknown warship has been detected approaching. The identification signal is neither from the Federation nor Orb. Its specific affiliation is unknown. At the same time, everyone saw a white warship flying out from the clouds and directly into the battlefield. Then 3 mechas flew out, one of which was painted blue and white, another was painted gold, and the last one was painted pink. Well, this color is nice. Looking at the last mecha painted in girlish pink, Duan Muhuai's eyes suddenly lit up. Who has such good taste? Almost the same as me. Look at this noble girlish pink. So handsome. It's the Archangel and the Freedom Gundam. Seeing the warships and mechas suddenly appearing on the battlefield, someone soon shouted, Archangel? Duan Muhuai looked at Lumiere in confusion, and the latter found the information with a wave of his hand. I found it. The Archangel became famous during the last war. It is not a battleship belonging to the Earth Federation or plant, but an independent faction. Isn't that Orb? According to the records, they did help Orb survive the crisis after its fall, but they don't seem to be part of Orb's army. As for the Freedom Gundam and its pilot Kira Yamato, they also became famous ace pilots in the last war. Oh, this is interesting. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai's originally bored spirit suddenly perked up. He changed his posture and stared at the screen in front of him. At this moment, the pink girl machine started communicating. I am Kagami Yura, the representative of the United Chiefs of Orb Army. Stop fighting immediately and leave the battlefield. Although I left the country for some reasons, as the daughter of Uzmi Yura, I am still the representative chief of Orb. Follow the order immediately. Oh, that yellow-haired girl. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai suddenly recalled the past. Isn't she the representative of Orb? When did she become the chief representative? However, the Orb army did not retreat. Instead, they turned their guns and aimed at the Archangel and its mechas, and then opened fire. At the same time, the Earth Federation also targeted the Archangel. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a series of artillery fire broke out and hit the area around the Archangel. The girlish pink mecha also fled back to the Archangel in disgrace. What's going on? Facing this scene, not only Duan Muhuai and others were extremely curious, but even Captain Talia and others on the bridge were also confused. However, at least for now, the other party was indeed the enemy of the Earth Federation and Orb. For Minerva, this was also an opportunity. Thinking of this, Talia hurriedly gave the order. Start the main gun and prepare to open a breakthrough and escape. However, just as Minerva was about to fire its main gun, the blue and white mecha next to the Archangel suddenly rushed over and fired a shot at Minerva, hitting the bow directly. Boom! The entire battleship trembled. The bow of the ship was hit directly. The main gun cannot be used. Seeing this, Duan Muhuai and Talia were dumbfounded. Which side is this Archangel from? What's going on? Even Mary was dumbfounded. Aren't they here to help the Minerva? Alas, the enemy of my enemy may not necessarily be my friend. And Zay shook his head helplessly. But this will make the battlefield even more chaotic. Just as Zin said, the entire battlefield was in complete chaos. The Orb army and the Earth Federation launched a fierce attack on Minerva and Archangel, while Archangel also began to attack Minerva, the Orb army, and the Earth Federation at the same time, because the main gun was hit. Minerva, who was temporarily unable to leave the battlefield, also became ruthless and launched a thorough attack directly on Archangel, the Orb army, and the Earth Federation. Among them, the blue and white Freedom Gundam was naturally the most eye-catching. It easily destroyed the missiles launched by the enemy, and even flew across the battlefield at a speed that people could not react to, defeating all the enemies in front of it. That's really interesting. Looking at the blue and white mecha in front of him, Captain Quattro, who was driving the Hayakushiki, smiled. Leave this guy to me. After saying this, the next moment Captain Quattro drove the Hayakushiki and rushed directly towards the Freedom Gundam. Let me see the so-called performance of the ace mecha in the last battle. Woo! At this moment, The Freedom Gundam also noticed Hayakushi rushing towards it, so it quickly raised the gun in its hand, aimed at Hayakushi, and pulled the trigger. Beams of light shot out, but Hayakushi dodged them all easily. However, the Freedom Gundam did not stop there. It suddenly spread its wings, and then colorful beams of light burst out from the barrel behind the Freedom Gundam, sweeping across the battlefield in front of it, and instantly engulfed Hayakushi. However, the next moment, the golden mecha suddenly appeared from under the Freedom Gundam, and came almost face to face in front of it. If you can't hit the target, no weapon is of any use. As Captain Quattro spoke, Hayakushi turned around and kicked directly at the waist of the Freedom Gundam, sending it flying. Woo! The Freedom Gundam was hit and flew backwards. At the same time, Hayakushi raised the beam gun in his hand and aimed at the chest of the Freedom Gundam. Let me tell you that the difference in MS performance does not affect the result. As he spoke, the captain raised his beam gun, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, several beams of fire suddenly attacked Hayakushi. Cut! Faced with the sudden artillery fire, Shiki had to give up this opportunity and turn away. It took more than half a day before the melee came to an end. After Captain Quattro blocked the Freedom Gundam, the battlefield gradually returned to its original trajectory. The Archangel was beaten back by the Earth Federation, the Orb Army and Minerva, and the mechas of the Earth Federation and the Orb Army were also wiped out by Minerva's ace pilots, and they finally had to retreat. Of course, the last remaining Minerva was not in much better condition. The entire hull was covered with scars and looked tattered, and it was basically about to sink. The pilots who returned from the attack were more tired than each other. To be honest, this is the first time I've experienced such a chaotic battlefield. What on earth is that Archangel doing here? Sitting on the sofa, Yaz was unhappy and mad. However, the pilot of the Freedom Gundam was indeed very skilled. He defeated dozens of mechas, but he didn't kill them. He just made them lose their combat effectiveness. Setsuko poured a cup of tea and spoke quietly. Huh? What's that? Is he showing off his abilities? Or is he humiliating others? Does he want the other party to thank him for showing mercy? Besides, even if he doesn't fight, others will fight. Right? He can die happily, but he has to wait for death in despair? Could that pilot be a pervert? Come to think of it, he did say during the battle that he wanted to stop the war or something. That's how he stopped the war. That's ridiculous. But that machine is indeed difficult to deal with. And Marie sighed as well. No matter how I attack, it can dodge faster than this side. Even my dogma magic has a hard time hitting it. Not only that, they are preparing to attack while dodging, and it's difficult for us to even react. Recalling the previous battle, Setsuko shook her head. Thanks to Captain Quattro for entangled it. Otherwise who knows what would have happened. Indeed. Camus also nodded. The opponent's attack is very accurate. If it is a long-range shooting battle, there is probably no room for insertion. Ah. So that's why the captain chose to fight him in close combat? Shin Asuka also raised his head at this moment, and looked at Captain Quattro, who was leaning against the wall. And the latter smiled slightly. Ah. I just thought of an old friend. So I decided to try it. But it's really ironic that we have similar skills, but our ideas are completely different. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a tall figure walked over. Ah, Mr. Inquisitor, what can I do for you? I heard something interesting, so I wanted to ask you about it. Duanmu Huai stared at everyone and then spoke. The pilot of the Freedom Gundam. He said he wanted to end the war? Is that what he said? Yes. Although it's frustrating. The opponent does have outstanding skills. At least, most of us are no match for him. Honestly, I think this is just a dream. At this time, Shin Asuka also spoke. They didn't do that to end the war. If it weren't for them, the battlefield wouldn't be in such chaos. And so many people wouldn't have died. Shin Asuka's idea was not wrong. Minerva's original plan was to use the MS team to fight on the front line, and then find an opportunity to break through the encirclement and leave. As a result, the Freedom Gundam defeated Minerva's main gun, causing Minerva to fall into the sea. In the absence of escape, it could only fight desperately. In the end, almost all the pilots of the Earth Federation and Orb were killed. It can be said that if the Archangel had not arrived, perhaps not so many people would have died in this war. Oh, hearing Jinfanio's complaint, Duanmu Huai nodded thoughtfully. This is interesting. Chapter 589 Target Locked. After returning to his room, Duan Muhui immediately contacted Odile. Odile, notify Akot, and send a Moon-class ship over to me. Hey! Mr. Knight, is it finally our turn to take action? Hearing Duan Muhui's order, and was very excited. After all, she had been watching the show all along, and she was a little tired of it, but was still very obedient, knowing that the power of the tribunal could not be used casually. But since Duan Muhui began to mobilize warships, it meant that Duan Muhui seemed to have found the enemy. Almost. It's just still in the observation stage. We dispatched a warship just in case. Who is our enemy then? Archangel. Why? It has to be said that, and Mary and Lumiel were all surprised to hear Duan Muhui's answer. Only Ojas continued to sit beside them with an expressionless face, reading her book calmly. The Archangel is the one that appeared on the battlefield before? Why them? Didn't they say they were here to stop the war? Listen up, little girls. Hearing the girls' curious questions, Duan Muhui chuckled. Since you work in the Inquisition, I must tell you one thing. In the Inquisition, you should not be careful of those crazy idiots who shout about destroying the world all day long. Instead, you should be more careful of the upright gentlemen who talk about morality and freedom, peace and justice. This, Mr. Duan Mu? Do you mean that the other party is just using this slogan as a cover, but actually has other purposes? Mary asked curiously. Well, I have to say that this is indeed in line with the thinking of a writer. That's part of it. But the more difficult part is the people who actually believe in the slogans. I do not quite understand. Lumiere shook his head. If the other party truly believes in freedom, peace and justice, then isn't that a good thing? What then is freedom? What is peace? What is justice? Duan Muhui sneered. Isn't it just to stop the war? I tell you I can do it too. Hey! What are you going to do? It's very simple. First blow up the earth. Then blow up the plants. Kill everyone on both sides. And there will be no war. Right? This is too. Don't be so nagging. Just tell me whether the war has been stopped or not. Faced with Duan Muhui's words, everyone was speechless for a moment. Well, although it is a bit like that, the war was indeed prevented in the end. After all, if everyone is killed, who will fight? 100,000 ghost soldiers? So you see, it's that simple. Duan Muhui spread his hands. Kindness, justice, and peace are all ambiguous concepts. World peace is a good thing. But how can we achieve world peace? Fight for justice. So what do you mean by justice? These are things that no one else understands except the person who is speaking. Sometimes, kindness itself is the greatest evil. Saying here, Duan Muhui smiled. Look, like many times when two countries go to war, it would have been over if one side was defeated and the other side was victorious. But people have to come to mediate, and they want to provide humanitarian aid, and say that war should not harm civilians, and so on. As a result, the war that could have ended in a month dragged on for a year. How many people died during this period? Only God knows. The longer the war lasts, the more people will die. So what's the point of your so-called humanitarian aid? The same is true for the archangels. They may really believe that they can stop the war, but in fact their arrival has intensified the intensity of the war and caused more deaths. Ah, I see. Hearing this, and seemed to suddenly realize something, and clapped his hands suddenly. Isn't this why you, Mr. Knight, always say that the goal of the Inquisition is to protect humanity, not to be the messenger of justice? That's right. The boy is teachable. Duan Muhui nodded. Protecting humanity is a very clear goal. As long as we see whether we have eliminated the enemies that threaten humanity and whether humanity has survived, we will know whether our goal has been achieved. Protect, destroy, conquer. Clear goals bring clear results. On the other hand, ambiguous goals such as fighting for justice, fighting for peace, and fighting for freedom will only become the fuse that prolongs the war. Having said that, Duan Muhui snorted coldly. As for those slogans about love, peace and justice, what's the point of shouting them loudly? In the final analysis, it's like driving in a fog. Be careful not to fall off a cliff and die. In fact, there are many similar brave men or righteous men among the enemies of the Inquisition. As mentioned before, the player once encountered a rebellion on a planet. On one side were the rebels bewitched by the evil god, and on the other side were the righteous saint of the church. Both sides fought for their own beliefs. In the end, justice won, and the saint was directly tied to the stake and burned to death by the player. The reason is very simple. The saint is also a pawn of the evil god. As long as the two sides fight, the evil god will win. As for which side wins next, it doesn't care. As for whether the saint herself has good motives, it is meaningless. The Inquisition only looks at the results. Those who shed tears and confessed. I didn't expect this to happen. I just thought it was the right thing to do. We'll only have one way to go, and that is death, in front of the iron hammer of the Inquisition. Therefore, Duan Mu Huai did not care whether the people on the Archangel really believed in that stupid belief, or just used it as a cover to achieve their ulterior motives. The fact was that the appearance of the Archangel led to the prolongation of the war and the meaningless death of mankind. This was different from the conquest between the two forces and was already considered heresy. Therefore, from the moment they were identified as heretics by the Inquisition, the fate of the Archangel and his crew was sealed. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then Anne-Marie walked in. Ah, sorry to bother you all, but have you seen Miss Setsuko? Setsuko? No. Did you go for a walk? After all, the Minerva is currently being repaired in a secret base of ZFT, and there is nowhere else to go. Right? I don't know. But her mech isn't in the hangar either, and no one knows where she went. Everyone's a little worried. Lumiel. Investigate. Clear. Lumiere nodded, then reached out and tapped on the terminal for a while. Found it. It seems that Miss Setsuko received a message from someone and then left. Who? A man named Toby. He said he had something important to tell Miss Setsuko and asked her to go alone. Why? Upon hearing this, Duan Mu Huai and others did not react. But Anne-Marie was shocked. How can it be? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mr. Toby came to this world with Miss Setsuko and was one of her companions. But he died in the previous battle. Even his machine exploded. So what is this? A letter from a ghost? Please, stop joking. When Anne-Marie heard Duan Mu Huai's words, her face turned pale. She never expected that this magician was actually afraid of ghosts. Anyway, let's go check out the situation. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai stood up. You're just sitting around doing nothing anyway, right? At the same time, in the snowfield, the battle came to an end. Boom! The azure blue body fell heavily to the ground, and Setsuko O'Hara staggered out of the broken body, gasping for breath. Why did it turn out like this? Looking at the broken mecha in front of her, Setsuko's eyes were dull. Not long ago, Setsuko received a message from her companion Toby, who was supposed to be dead. The other party claimed that he had something very important to tell her and hoped that she could go to the designated location alone. Although Setsuko also suspected that there was something wrong, she still drove the mecha to the designated location with the idea of just in case. As a result, when Setsuko arrived at the snowy plain, she was surrounded by a group of dark drone mechas. Setsuko was no stranger to these mechas, as they had been chasing her since they came to this world. Her captain and Toby were also killed in the battle with these mechas. And now, they are targeting themselves. Although the enemy was outnumbered, Setsuko did not flee, but drove the mecha to meet them, wiping out the black mecha army. But in the end, Setsuko still encountered a yellow mecha, which was evenly matched with her. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, suddenly, Toby appeared in his mecha and repelled the yellow mecha. To be honest, Setsuko was extremely surprised when she saw this scene. You know, Toby had died a long time ago. She saw him explode with her own eyes, and the remaining parts of Toby's mecha had already been integrated into her own mecha. So, what about this Toby? Didn't he die at that time? Just when Setsuko was excited about the reunion with her companions, she didn't expect that the other party would attack her directly. Setsuko was caught off guard and hit, and her body was severely damaged. It was not until this time that the body disguised as Toby regained its original appearance. That is, looking at the pitch-black mecha in front of her, Setsuko's face turned pale. She was very familiar with this mecha. It was the mecha of the man who had killed the captain and Toby before. Crack! At the same time, the hatch of the black mecha opened, and then a figure jumped out and walked in front of Setsuko. It was a black-haired young man, who stared at Setsuko coldly, without a trace of warmth in his eyes. You? Who are you? I'm Ace Kim. Davin. It was you who killed the captain and Toby. Why did you do this? Why? Hearing Setsuko's question, Asakim sneered, reached out his hand, grabbed Setsuko's hair, and forced her to look up at him. You want to know my purpose? It's simple. I just want you to suffer. Come on. Give me your tears of despair. Asakim suddenly raised his right hand and slapped Setsuko in the face, knocking her to the ground. First, I will carve pain and fear into your body. No. Do not want. Despair. Setsuko, let your heart be completely overwhelmed by sorrow. I want you to always remember the sadness and pain of having such an important person taken away from you. As he spoke, Asakim reached out again, ripped off Setsuko's uniform, and pushed the girl to the ground. No. No. No! Someone! Save me! Save me! Ha 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 ha! Asakim laughed loudly as he heard the desperate screams of the girl who fell in front of him. Keep shouting. That blissful wail. Suffer. Sigh. And then fall into unbearable sorrow. Ah ha 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 ha. Ugh. However, Asakim's laughter stopped abruptly at this moment, and then blood spurted out from his chest and splashed on the girl's face. Woo. Ah. Asakim's eyes widened, and the smiling face that had been distorted by his complacency just now was now full of doubts. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to see a huge chainsaw blade piercing through his body. At the same time, another voice came from behind Asakim. Wow. As a man, you actually did such a shameless thing. I think you are tired of living. Then, just die. Buzz. As Dwanmu Huai spoke, he suddenly lifted up the pierced Asakim. The next moment, the chainsaw sword spun wildly, quickly cutting through Asakim's flesh and bones. Ah! Asakim screamed loudly in intense pain, and then Dwanmu Huai raised the chainsaw sword high and smashed it hard on the ground like a woodcutter holding an axe to chop wood. Boom! Woo! Ah! At this moment, Asakim's body had been completely split in half, leaving only his head and neck still connected. An ordinary person would have died long ago, but Asakim was still spitting blood. But he had no intention of dying. He raised his head and glared at Dwanmu Huai fiercely. It's useless. Don't even think about killing me. I am immortal. Immortal? Oh! I don't think so. Dwanmu Huai raised the chainsaw sword again, and this time a pitch-black flame burst out from the sword. To be honest, I've seen many idiots like you who seek death just because they can't die. So let me bring you the destruction you expect. Get ready to accept your destined death. The next moment, the chainsaw sword chopped down again and pierced directly into Asakim's head, splitting the pretty face directly in the middle. At this time, Asakim's expression finally changed. What? What kind of power is this? What kind of flame is this? Despair. Pain. Your soul will be thrown into the flames of the Inquisition as fuel, and your life will end here. No. No. No! Asakim struggled desperately and twisted his body, but it was useless. The rotating chainsaw directly split his head and completely cut his body. The next moment, a pitch-black flame broke out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, Asakim's body was completely covered. At the same time, the dark body of Asakim, which was parked not far away, also exploded. Boom! As the black flames exploded and burned, the dark body and its owner were completely engulfed. Done. Call it a day. I never thought I would see such an 18R plot when I got here. Dwanmu Huai retracted the chainsaw sword and looked at Jezi, who was lying unconscious not far away, his clothes torn and his body covered in blood. Forget it. Let's take her back first. Chapter 590 Special Training. When Dwanmu Huai brought Setsuko back to the Minerva, everyone was shocked. After learning about Setsuko's experience, the female pilots on the Minerva were filled with indignation and were extremely angry. If Dwanmu Huai had not chopped the guy in half, they might have rushed out to kill people. After all, he actually did such a thing, although he was stopped by Dwanmu Huai. If he hadn't been stopped, that guy named Asakim was really too much. But no matter what, Setsuko returned safely, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As for why the guy was looking for trouble with Setsuko, well, Dwanmu Huai was too lazy to ask, and no one else knew. But the person was already dead, so there was no problem. So you see, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. After all, to cure a disease and save lives, You must treat both the symptoms and the root cause. But as long as you can cure the root cause, it's no big deal if you don't treat the symptoms. Right? The repair work on the Minerva went smoothly. And Captain Talia also received the next order from Plant. Sink the Archangel? Hearing this, Luna Maria cried out in surprise. And Captain Talia nodded. Yes. According to our report, Plant believes that the existence of the Archangel is a very obvious destabilizing factor. So they require us to defeat it. Indeed, it would be troublesome if those people who don't understand the situation showed up on the battlefield of a major war. Shin Asuka also complained silently. The previous battle was just a small fight between the Earth Federation, Orb and Minerva. If this group of people rushed out on the battlefield between the Earth Federation and Plant, the chaos and trouble they created would be even more troublesome. From this point of view, Plant's order was not strange. They didn't know before. But now they know that there is such a group of psychopaths. And their combat effectiveness is very strong. So they definitely can't just leave it alone. Moreover, the people of Minerva were also very angry about the Archangel. And they just had no place to vent their anger. According to Plant's intelligence, the Archangel will be heading for Orb in the near future. We will intercept it on its route and destroy it. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Soon, the combat meeting ended. However, just when Duanmu Huai was about to go back to his room to rest, someone blocked his way. Mr. Judge, I have something to ask of you. It's a bit unexpected that you came to see me. Duanmu Huai was a little surprised when he saw the real bird in front of him. Although he and the real bird knew each other, they were not close friends. In fact, except for An, who was very familiar with people. The people in the Inquisition kept a certain distance from the crew of Minerva. Mary was busy organizing writing materials. Lumiel did not go out all day. And Ojas followed Duanmu Huai all the time and ignored other people. Moreover, Duanmu Huai had no interest in men. If you were talking about Yazi or Jiezi, he might be interested in teasing them. But when it came to men, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste his time. So, what do you want from me? Please teach me how to fight. As he spoke, Jinfaniel lowered his head towards Duanmu Huai. I teach you. Yes, we will be the main force in the next battle against the Archangel. So I hope to learn how to deal with the Freedom Gundam. Shouldn't you go find Captain Quattro? He fought the Freedom Gundam to a draw before. I asked the captain for advice. But he said that if it comes to close combat, you are still stronger. That's true. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Just as Jinfei Niao said. In close combat, Duanmu Huai was invincible. Unfortunately, his winning rate was not very high, because his human body outline gun skills were really worrying, and many mecha battles were long-range attacks. So for Duanmu Huai, this was really quite tricky. Of course, as long as he enters the melee range, Duanmu Huai can directly become invincible. But once he was out of melee range, he would be in despair. This is another reason why Duanmu Huai hates mechas. After all, his shooting skills are really bad. Okay, it's just for fun. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Yes. Soon, the two came to the training room and then entered the simulation training. Shin Asuka was still operating his Impulse Gundam. But Duanmu Huai, Mr. Inquisitor, would you like to change to another one? Looking at the pink Zaku girl opposite, Shin Asuka just felt. It was really an eye-catcher. It's okay to have a Zaku. But what's the point of painting yourself in girly pink? Why did you change it? How cool is this color? Handsome, huh? Why don't you try changing the color of your mecha to something like this? It will definitely increase your combat power. I appreciate your kindness. But is this really okay? It's no wonder that Shin Asuka would have such concerns. After all, Duanmu Huai was using a mass-produced Zaku. And almost all of his equipment, including the shield and gun, were removed. Duanmu Huai couldn't hit anyone with a gun anyway. He only held a beam axe in his hand, and then installed two thrusters behind him. It was obvious that this Zaku had no defense at all, and was a complete pursuit of extreme speed. Judging from the data alone, the mass-produced Zaku is definitely inferior to the Impulse Gundam. Alright, a real man should drive a Zaku. If I wasn't giving you face, I would have been planning to drive an iron ball. Go ahead. The iron ball is a bit insulting. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shin Asuka silently complained in his heart. However, he also hurriedly controlled the Impulse Gundam, clenched the ship-slashing sword in his hand, and aimed at the enemy in front of him. Well, Here I come. Before he finished speaking, the Impulse Gundam clenched the ship-cutting sword and rushed towards the Zaku in front of him. At the same time, it swung a sword and cut directly at the waist of the Zaku. At the same time, Dwanmu Huai also moved. The jet device behind the Zaku exploded instantly, directly increasing the speed to the maximum. The next moment, Shin Asuka saw the girl's pink Zaku on the opposite side rushing straight towards him, as if to die together. It even ignored the ship-slashing sword that was about to hit it. Seeing this scene, Shin Asuka took a breath of cold air. The girlish pink mecha in front of him seemed to have turned into a terrifying beast, baring its fangs and trying to tear him apart. This kind of fear and trembling from the heart also forced Shin Asuka to speed up. And he swung his sword directly but hit nothing. One step too late. Although Shin Asuka reacted quickly, Dwanmu Huai was even faster. He directly broke through the attack range of the ship-slashing sword and rushed into the melee range of the Impulse Gundam. Then Zaku grabbed the beam axe and chopped at the chest of the Impulse Gundam, directly hitting the armor of the Impulse Gundam. Die! Accompanied by Dwanmu Huai's roar. The next moment, the beam axe directly split the Pulse Gundam in half. And at the same time, the duel came to an end. Ha! Ha! After exiting the simulation space, Shin Asuka was sweating profusely. He had never participated in such a simulated battle before, although Shin Asuka had also conducted skill training with Captain Quattro, Camus, Faye, and other ace pilots from another world. Even Captain Quattro only gave Shin Asuka a feeling of danger. However, the feeling of fighting Dwanmu Huai is completely different. When Dwanmu Huai's beam axe chopped down, Shin Fanio only felt that the axe seemed to have hit him directly. Even now, when he reached out his hand and touched his chest, he felt a dull pain there. He didn't know whether this was an illusion or, in short, at that moment, Shin Asuka felt the arrival of death so vividly that he was sweating all over, as if he had really escaped from death. How's it going? How do you feel, Mr. Judge? You weren't like this before. Jin Fei Niao looked at Dwanmu Huai with lingering fear. It's not like he had never fought against Dwanmu Huai before. Although he always lost, the pressure from him was not as great as before. To be honest, the momentum that Dwanmu Huai had just burst out had already made Jin Fei Niao tense up to the point of panic. When hearing Jin Fei Niao's question, Dwanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. I was just playing with you guys before. Now that you want to train, I have to be more serious. Do you want to continue? Oh, yes. Please. But this way, I'm wasting my time. Do you have any compensation? This. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's words, Jin Fei Niao didn't know what to say for a moment, while Dwanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. Oh, I have an idea. Let's make a bet. Bet? That's right. Isn't Minerva about to set out to find the Archangel? As long as you can hit me once before encountering the Archangel, I won't ask you for any reward even if you win. So what if I lose? Hee hee. Hearing Jin Fei Niao's question, Dwanmu Huai laughed and looked at him meaningfully. That's easy. I'm going to paint your Impulse Gundam girly pink and draw a Luna Maria head on its chest. Then you're going to go out and fight the Freedom Gundam. Hearing this, Shin Asuka felt all the hairs on his body stand up. This guy wants me to die. I will try my best. At this moment, Shin Asuka made up his mind. No matter what, I must win. If I lose this, I'm really finished.